Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr., the greatest quarterback of all time. He's won 7 Super Bowls, set almost every imaginable passing record, and has made probably over $1 million, or something like that. But what I find truly interesting about Tom's story is that he isn't that special of an athlete. It's not like he can throw the ball further than anyone else, and he's probably the slowest player on every team he's ever been on. Giannis Antetokounmpo is superhuman. J.J. Watt looks like if a muscle came to life and started talking. But on the surface, Tom just kind of looks like a guy. In fact, he's so unassuming as an athlete that almost 200 people were picked ahead of him the year he was drafted. And he played longer than every single one of them. In many ways, he got better as he got older. His face changed shape like 6 times. Everything he's doing defies all logic. So what the hell is his secret? Is he a cyborg? A time traveler? Was he an experiment created in some kind of football laboratory? Or is all of his success attributed to his famously specific diet? This dude hasn't had sugar in like 14 years. No wonder he's able to pull off the impossible. I had a toaster strudel for breakfast and now my tummy hurts. But why am I making this video? Well, because a few days ago on February 1st, Tom Brady finally retired from the NFL, which means someone has to take his place. And that's where I come in. Slightly above average height? Check. Total underdog story? Check. Lives within reasonable driving distance of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers practice facility? Check. And just like Tom, everything I do for my son. My son is 4 inches tall, he lives in this box, and as of 1 minute ago, he's now available for purchase for a limited time at youtooz.com. But if I'm gonna become the new starting quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I'll need to eat like Tom. I'll need to train like Tom. At least for about a month. That should do it. So starting on February 14th, the day after the Super Bowl, because I'm probably gonna eat a lot of crap that night, I will begin my transformation. But first, I have to prepare. Like a lot of mega popular athletes do, Sweet Thomas has very much turned his identity into a brand. It's called the TB12 method. He has 2 books about it, he has his own recipes, his own workout gear, and supplements, and hats, and podcasts, and training centers, and Vital Fit Tart Cherry. Congrats, Tom! While this chapter is closing, the best is yet to come. You know, I hate to say it, but I don't think that's true. Some people just peak early in life. There's nothing wrong with that. You think anyone's gonna give a shit about me in 20 years? Hell no. I gotta savor this while I can. So this says get started, but then there's so much shit here that I don't even know where to begin. Oh wait. Yeah, I do. I'm getting the big Tom. Tom Brady drinks 200 to 300 ounces of water on active days. Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm gonna have to get a second bladder surgically inserted into my body if I drink this much water. Oh, here we go. They have starter packs. Here's what people are saying. But it's not customer testimony, it's just their employees. No biases here. Guys, people have been raving about my YouTube videos. Don't believe me? Just ask my mom. You know, I am actually wondering what Brian thinks.
Hey everyone, hey. Brian Hart here, body coach down in Tampa Bay. By far my favorite product that TB12 has is the TB12 electrolytes. Helps me stay hydrated, gives me energy, prevents muscle cramping, tastes great.
Does it? I saw that eye roll. Believe me, this stuff is awesome.
TB12 plant-based protein,
right.
TB12 Omega.
Okay.
One of the products that I really have loved recently is the TB12 Sleep. And I don't really struggle to sleep or go to sleep.
This stuff is amazing. I don't need it, and I've never actually taken it before, but Tom said I had to throw in a 4th thing, and so I just picked one randomly.
I'll wake up every morning feeling awesome after I take that TB12 Sleep.
Yeah, I can tell. You're like a ball of energy.
Feel free to go to tb12sports.com.
What a coincidence. That's a website I was already on. Oh, I guess I should probably just get the Tom pack. Sorry, Brian. In his honor, I will at least get his favorite flavor of electrolytes, and I will think about you every time I drink them. Okay. So it's $200, and that's just the first page. Gonna be another $216 just for the equipment. That at least seems more reasonable. What was the other one? Vitamins and protein powder. And I'm supposed to buy that every month? Well, it's a good thing I'm only doing this for one. Oh, you have to subscribe to it? But what if I don't want to? Why is it $600? I got the Tom pack. The starter home gym pack should be $425, and it is $600. What the fuck, Tom? I mean, yeah, I have the water Fireball in here too, but that's only 65. Oh, I see. Once you go to check out, they sneakily raise the price of the exercise equipment by $111. That's cool. No, I get it. I would do the same thing if I was the worst. You know what, though? I have to suck it up. I'm trying to change my life here. I want to live to be 300 years old, and you can't put a price on that. So I guess I'm already out $600, and I haven't even bought any food yet. It's funny, I've always heard the main criticism of the TB12 brand is that it's overly expensive and inaccessible to the average person, but I actually think we're off to a great start. Oh my god, I still have to buy the book. I almost forgot. They're sold out on the website, so I have to settle for an acceptable used copy from Amazon. Would I like to spend half of that on a new copy? Of course I would. But then I won't get it for a month, and I'm trying to start this diet in a few days. What are you gonna do? Before I forget, I should also go ahead and cancel my subscriptions while I'm here. Luckily, they've made it as difficult as possible by making you do one at a time. Hello. My first impression when I saw this in front of my door was that this box is way bigger than I thought it would be. And then I remembered I bought the Big Tom. So I'm picturing that that's pretty much taking up most of the space. It's just like a giant fat water bottle, and then everything else is just pushed into the corner. Forgot my box cutter. I'll be right back. Best thing about the moon pod is how easy it is to get up. Sorry about that. There's the Big Tom. There it is. Wow, these are fancy. Glass jars. Everything's kind of dusty, which is fun. Oh. Because this popped open and there's very expensive protein dust all over this box. And I got my electrolyte, my vibrating pliability sphere. So that's all the stuff that I put in my body. Now for what I put my body on top of. To be honest, I kind of blindly just bought the starter kit. I didn't really look at what was in it. I just assumed, you know, if this is good for Tom, it's good for me. But I did end up doubling up on water bottles, and I don't know what anything else is. Don't know why they gave me a little bag when clearly that's not big enough to put all this stuff in. I got a vibrating pliability sphere and also a vibrating pliability roller. Lots of different shapes in which I can vibrate. This is just like a phone stand that they threw in here. Don't know what I was expecting. It's gonna be a journey figuring out what to do with all this crap. So we got some pills to pop here. Thanks, Tom, for that. We've got sleep, which is pretty self-explanatory. I'll try this once, but I'm probably not gonna take this every night because I don't like melatonin. It makes me feel weird and gives me really crazy dreams, and I don't want that. But then you've got the other two. This one is like brain pills, daily support for mind, body, performance, and then the other one is for like joint support. But this is one I'm really intrigued by. For like a year, I used to take something called Alpha Brain, and I'm pretty sure it was just a placebo, but I would take it every time I filmed or wrote anything, and I felt like it helped, like I could think more clearly, but again, it might have just been I told myself that I would be more focused, and then I was more focused, so who's to say? But this shit was personally engineered by the greatest quarterback of all time, and if anyone knows something about brain performance, it's Tom Brady. So let's see what happens. I don't know, I didn't really, whoa! What's going on? I have so many thoughts. I think I'm finally using 100% of my brain, just like Bradley Cooper in that Limitless movie. Oh my god, the ideas. I can't stop them. Hey, sorry to bother you. I know you're at work right now, but I had to call you. I just thought of a new invention. Silent ice. It's just like regular ice, but it doesn't make any noise. I did it. I finally finished my book. Wow, what a productive day. I even managed to move my couch into the middle of the room like I've been meaning to. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and hit the hay. Never mind, it has been 4 minutes. I don't really know what to say about the supplements because I've taken them a bunch now and I kind of feel the same, but I've also been taking multivitamins every day for several years and those don't make me feel any different. So does that mean I should stop taking them? It's hard to judge something that is supposed to have this like silent effect on your body. So they may not actually do anything, but at least they're very expensive. The best thing about them though is that they don't taste like anything because you're also supposed to drink these electrolytes every day, multiple times a day, first thing you do when you wake up. I excitedly tried the lemon one first, and let me just tell you, It is one of the grossest things I've ever tasted in my life.
Tastes great.
It doesn't taste so much like lemonade as it does lemon pledge. I did actually just notice today that they also sent me the same thing but in packet form. So I'm pretty sure there's like a powder instead of something that's already a liquid. Maybe that'll make it taste better? Oh, thank God. Okay, this is way better. This is a huge relief because drinking electrolytes is very much part of Tom's daily routine, and I physically was not able to drink the other one. It was so gross. And it's not like, oh, it doesn't taste like Gatorade. This isn't very good. I don't need it to taste like Gatorade. I don't need it to taste sweet. Honestly, I don't need it to taste like anything. Good thing they also have one called unflavored. This has no flavor. It's just gonna go in my water. I'm not even gonna notice it's there. It's just gonna taste like nothing, right? No, this shit just tastes like salt. I'm just relieved that a lot of the reviews say the same thing and I'm not the only one going crazy here. This person said it tasted like watered down cough syrup. That's a good description. I love Tom, but I threw away the electrolytes. Terrible taste. The electrolytes did not agree with me, and I agree with you. I think when I run out of these packets, I'll just buy a different brand of electrolytes and hope they don't also taste like shit. As previously discussed, Tom Brady loves water. You think this is a lot? This jug that weighs almost 5 pounds when full? Well, he drinks 5 of these every day. My goal for this has been to at least drink 3 of these a day, because that's still on the low end of the spectrum. And 3 a day is doable, but it's also a lot. There are a few things that I don't love about the water bottle. For one, it takes about 90 seconds for me to fill it up all the way because it's so goddamn big. It's also so heavy and bulky that you need to use 2 hands to drink out of it, and it makes you look like a baby drinking out of a sippy cup. It's too wide to fit in a cup holder, so it kind of just jostles around in my car as I drive. And unless it's more than halfway full, I can't drink out of it while I drive without it hitting the ceiling. But do you think I'm gonna ever drive somewhere without having a little beverage in my car? Hell no. But all of that pales in comparison to the worst thing about drinking this much water, which is that I now pee roughly 600 times per day. Sometimes I'll just drink and pee at the same time because I know I'm gonna have to do it in 5 minutes anyway. It really makes me mad that Amanda and I thought it would be funny to have the Pledge of Allegiance in our guest bathroom, but now the joke's on me because I have to recite it every time I go in there. I did the math and I don't think I've gone an entire 2-hour period without having to go to the bathroom. And that made me realize that Tom Brady pees his pants. It's not like they have a bathroom on the sideline. It's not like you can call a timeout to do a potty break. This legend, this sports hero, has been running around on the field with piss in his uniform. Gross! I looked up to you, man. Anyway, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but someone had to say something. This book's not too crazy. A lot of the stuff I had heard before, like how he was born on a spaceship and came out the womb holding a football. But the thing that's weird about this is, like, this is supposed to be the Tom Brady Bible. But there are things I've read online about him that contradict some of the stuff I've read in here. Like, apparently he doesn't eat nightshades, peppers, tomatoes, but then there's recipes in here that include those things. He's famously on a plant-based diet, but almost all of the recipes have meat in them. So maybe this book is not as all-encompassing as I hope. It might be because they didn't want to include every restriction here, so as to not scare people off. Or maybe it's that some of the things Tom Brady believes in aren't actually backed up by science, so they're like, hey, just because Tom does that doesn't mean you have to too. You know, I've read a bunch of books like this before. A bunch. I've read like 2 books like this before. And the funny thing is, I feel like I always agree with almost everything they say. I just forget to actually do it. We all have one body and one life, and you should make it a priority to treat that body and life as respectfully as possible. And it's like, of course, what a beautiful mindset. Of course, I'm going to only eat the healthiest foods I can so my body can function as healthily and as prosperously as possible. And oh my God, is it 1 a.m. already? I'm gonna have a snack. Part of the reason I wanted to make this video is just to force myself to do it. I'm so bad at self-discipline, but I'm really good at making excuses. Like, I've had a long day today. I deserve this. I deserve to go to Twisty Treat. Twisty Treat is a restaurant shaped like ice cream, because they sell ice cream. Obviously, life would be really fucking boring if you never ate anything fun, but there has to be a balance to it. one that I rarely achieve. But one thing I've realized as an adult is that if I don't hold myself accountable, no one else will, because it's not their responsibility, it's mine. I have to do it, so I will do it. So let's start off with what you're not allowed to eat. You're not allowed to have dairy, or bread, or fast food, or soda, or things with added sugar, or overly processed foods that have a bunch of preservatives. Let me tell you the betrayal I felt when I found out these snap peas aren't actually healthy at all. They're not even real peas, they're just cleverly engineered to look like them. Everything is always too good to be true. Whatever, I'm not mad. You can have alcohol, but in extreme moderation, and I just went ahead and didn't have any because beer makes me want pizza. You can only have a little bit of caffeine, which thankfully wasn't much of a change for me. Something happened a couple years ago, and ever since then I've had an extremely low tolerance to caffeine, even though I drink coffee every single day. But I usually don't even finish 1 cup because I know if I drink it all, I'm gonna get all jittery and probably end up with a headache. You know what my Starbucks order is? I get a venti cold brew and then slowly drink it over the course of 4 days. That's not a joke, that's just my life. As far as what you are supposed to eat, it's pretty much a lot of vegetables all the time. Mostly just vegetables, actually. And you have to buy organic produce, preferably sourced locally, otherwise Tom will come to your house and kill you. According to the book, it's because non-organic food tends to have less nutrients in it, and also when food has to travel really far, it loses nutrients. I don't know how true that is, but man, was it depressing to have to ignore all the regular fruit that was on sale so I could get the special version of it. So I'll get to the meals themselves in a little bit, but there were 2 things that I've eaten every single day. Number 1, I have a smoothie with spinach and blueberries and most of a banana and almond butter and Tom powder and Greek yogurt and almond milk. These I don't mind at all. They taste really good and they fill me up for a few hours. I actually used to make smoothies like this all the time until one day our blender broke, and instead of buying a new one, I was just like, all right, well, guess I'm not doing that anymore. The hardest thing about these smoothies is that you always run out of different ingredients at different times. And it's like, am I really gonna go to the store right now just to get blueberries? For the sake of this video, yes. Yes, I am. The other thing I get to eat every single day is homemade guacamole. This is, for some reason, an absolute staple of the TB12 diet. Well, it's a good thing finding perfectly ripe avocados every single day isn't like hard to do or anything. Otherwise, this would be really annoying. For me, this was the first major example of this diet being 100 times more doable if you have someone else go buy ingredients and prepare food for you. Tom's not going to the grocery store. He throws a few footballs around and then yells, "Feed me," and an army of TB12 assistants come to shovel kale into his mouth. Now, if you're like me, you might be thinking, guacamole every day? That sounds awesome. But remember, you can't eat them with chips. That would be too easy. So usually I just add it to whatever meal I'm eating, or I'll dip celery or carrots into it and scarf it down that way. As far as grocery trips go, I've been doing them a lot. Basically every 2 to 4 days. I probably could have consolidated some of these trips, but I get overwhelmed when my grocery list is way too long, so I would split it up into smaller trips and only get like 1 or 2 meals at a time. And I will say the meals in this book are all pretty good. This salad is stupidly easy to make, so that's been a go-to for me. The cauliflower you make with this salmon is fucking great, so I don't even mind the fact that you have to eat like 12 pounds of it every time. And the chicken and lentils recipe is really good too, although the Dijon mustard flavor can be a little bit much when you're having leftovers, and at that point, it has soaked into every single ingredient. I even got to make my own hummus. That was pretty fun. So really, I have almost nothing but good things to say about all of these recipes, except there is the one. I tried making one of Tom's famous fish taco bowls, and everything went wrong. The cod completely fell apart as I was trying to cook it, so it was basically ground fish. The sauce was way too runny and just tasted like sesame seeds. The beans were all wet. The worst part is that it's been about 14 hours and the whole house smells like fish. Still. To make my life a little bit easier, I have been ordering the same meal prep service that I've used for a while now. Only where before I was mostly doing it out of convenience, now I have to make sure I'm pretty much only eating chicken and vegetables or fish and vegetables. This takes care of 5 lunches a week, so I only have to worry about breakfast and dinner and then what I'm gonna eat on the weekends. I would say my biggest takeaway so far is that what you do eat is a lot more important than what you don't eat. I've had a couple of 2 or 3 day stretches in here where I don't really have the energy to cook, so then I don't eat enough, so then I don't have any energy, so then I don't cook any food. It's not enough to just not eat sugar. Just because I'm not eating McDonald's doesn't mean I'm doing a good job or being healthy. I need to have like a checklist of things that I do eat every single day. Otherwise, it's inevitable that I end up going crazy one night and eating half a block of cheese at 1 a.m. Am I saying that because that's what I did last night? Yes. But I'm not gonna beat myself up over it. I'm just gonna go outside and spike some footballs and get right back on track. So I'm about 2 weeks into eating like Tom Brady, and I can't say a lot has changed. I did notice that I've started floating. I don't really know how I'm doing it. I just know that whenever I go to walk somewhere, I am now levitating off the ground. If I had to guess, I would assume that my body has simply transcended past the need for gravity, which is cool. I don't think I used to be able to do that. At least not that I remember. I love how this box they gave me is just filled to the brim with crap, and yet there's no instruction manual of any kind. I don't know what any of this stuff does. I mean, I know what this bag does. I've used a bag before. So I was looking at some of the exercises in the book, and I kept getting confused on like, okay, I see that you're supposed to pull on the rope, but what is the rope attached to? And the photos don't help because it sort of just fades off into the void. But I realized one of the things in here was this like door strap. So I should be able to strap this to my door and then connect things to it, hopefully without breaking the door in the process. The issue with this for me though is most of the doors in my house, there's not a lot of room in front of them to maneuver and do things. So I'm gonna have to be doing most of my workouts in my laundry room. I'm realizing maybe I didn't put the camera in the right spot for this because I did the whole thing and I don't think you could see any of it. All right, looks pretty good, I think. Still worried this is somehow gonna break my door? If it does, I'll just ask Tom to buy me a new one. I now have something else I'm deathly afraid of, which is that while I'm doing one of these exercises, the back will snap, propel forward into the back of my head, and I will immediately die. The good news is if that does happen, what's going on here? So something that seems to be unique to Tom's workouts is his emphasis on pliability. And I'll let him explain it for me.
Pliability is at the core of the TB12 lifestyle. Use a TB12 vibrating pliability roller or sphere to target the muscle groups you're using.
So basically before and after every workout, I gotta roll this thing all over my muscles.
There are two parts to pliability. Active muscle work, active muscle work, active muscle work.
This is how you play football. Finally, with just a few days left, having transformed into the best shape of my adult life, which unfortunately does not mean anything, it's time to hit the field. Hi, my name's Drew Gooden. I'm over 4 feet tall, and this is my audition for the role of quarterback. Dear Roger Goodell, President of Football, I am politely demanding that you have me signed to one or all NFL teams as soon as possible. Obviously, my talent and positional versatility should speak for themselves, but I also have other attributes I can bring to the table that will make me instantly marketable as the new face of the league. Number one, I'm charitable. When this crazed fan came up to me and demanded my attention, I didn't throw 100 footballs at her face until she went away, even though I wanted to. I took the time to take multiple photos with her, a memory I'm sure she'll treasure forever. Reason number two, I'm already friends with several Hall of Fame athletes like Rob Gronkowski, Jeff Gordon, and Air Bud from the movie Air Bud. I believe these connections will help me thrive in the NFL. After all, it's a relationship game, not a football game. Reason number three, I think I could do a touchdown dance. And the final and most important reason why I should be immediately given a lifetime contract is that I am desperate for money. Over the past month, I have spent all of my life savings trying to do the Tom Brady diet, and now my house is being foreclosed. Not to be nosy or anything, but I saw how much you're giving some of these other guys, and I decided, can I have some?
I'll do any position. I'll even be punter. Please let me play.
Anyway, I hope you consider me for the role of quarterback. Have a wonderful day. What the fuck? You're telling me I lost 5 pounds and felt great for a month and I have nothing to show for it because I can't even play professional football?
I'll get you, Tom.
Ooh, I just know for a fact that I am the person most negatively affected by this. Okay, so maybe I am the person second most negatively affected by this. So I'm gonna break down my final thoughts on this by answering 2 questions. Number 1, is the TB12 diet good? Yeah. With the exception of the one disaster, all the meals were tasty and they got easier to prepare the more I made them. And a lot of the restrictions are easier to pull off than it seemed at first, as long as you don't think about what you're missing out on. Like, it's really daunting when you start off and you think, oh man, I can't have this or this or this. But then you get going and you're just focusing on the food that you are making and you realize it's been 2 weeks since you thought about pizza. I'm proud to say I only cracked twice. There was the cheese incident, and I also went to Taco Bell one day because I was kind of going through it. But I think it's good to at least have one meal every once in a while that you can look forward to. Otherwise, you're gonna lose motivation pretty fast. In hindsight, yeah, maybe I should have swung for something better than a 5-layer burrito, but at the time, it's all I could think about. Other than that, the meals were all just good enough to keep me from daydreaming about junk food. But the other question is, given the financial and time investment necessary to pull this diet off, how feasible is it? And that's a little bit trickier. It would be dumb of me to ignore the obvious advantage that I had while doing this, which is that I was able to put my job on hold for a while by turning the diet into my job. And even still, there were days where I'm like, fuck, it's 5 o'clock already? I don't want to cook. I just made food yesterday and now I gotta do it again? When will it end? And I tried to imagine what it would have been like to try to do this back when I had a 45-minute commute to my carpentry job, where I'd be lucky to get home before 6 o'clock and I'm tired and I'm sore and now I have to prepare this complicated ass meal. And whoops, our broccoli went bad. Should I go to Publix? No, I'm gonna go to Chipotle for the 3rd day in a row. You know what would be nice? If there were more convenient, healthy food options. The best I could find around me is a place called Fresh Kitchen, and it's pretty good, don't get me wrong, but the bowls are like $15. Also, I don't even know if that place is healthy. Did you know that restaurants aren't required to provide nutritional information unless they have over 20 locations? I didn't know that till I tried to look it up. And yeah, you can always drive through somewhere to get a fast food salad, but not only do I not want to eat salad every day, but a lot of the time, the salads have more calories than the regular food that they sell. Without a doubt, the best way to follow the TB12 diet is to have multiple fresh cooked meals every single day. And the easiest way to do that is to pay someone to cook them for you. But I'm not gonna do that, and you're not gonna do that, so who the fuck is gonna do that? Following this diet is possible, but it's expensive and it's time consuming, and you have to sacrifice a lot of convenience in order to make it work. And just like with all diets, you have to be patient. If you're hoping to lose weight, it could take 2 weeks before you even move the needle at all. So really, in the short term, there are almost no noticeable differences. Like, I remember my dad asking me after a couple weeks how I felt, and I thought about it, and I was like, just kind of normal, I think. For some reason, I guess I thought, I'm eating all these superfoods. I'm gonna feel amazing. These omega-3s are gonna be coursing through my veins. But I realized it's more so just an absence of feeling bad. It's been a week or so since I officially finished doing the diet for a month, and I've tried not to stray too far from it since then, but I've loosened up the restrictions. Like the other day, I had a milkshake, and it was fucking delicious. It was so good. I don't regret it at all. But I felt like garbage afterward. I was in a bad mood. I was groggy and irritable, and I went to bed really early for some reason. Same thing happened when we had pizza a few days later. It was the best pizza I've ever had in my life. At least it felt like it at the time, you know how it is. But it also made me feel like shit. I was so full, but I was also really grumpy. I kept getting annoyed at everything. It kind of ruined my night. And when I thought about it the next day, I was like, I think I'm good on pizza for a while. It also gave me acid reflux, which made me realize that I had not had that for the entire month that I was on the diet. So now that I think about it, maybe I'm onto something here. So food good, diet good, but everything outside of the meals, I could take it or leave it. The electrolytes are disgusting. The vitamins cost like $2 a pill. The water bottle's nice, but you're essentially paying an extra $40 just to have Tom Brady's name on it. And I love the guy, but not that much. The exercise equipment was a pretty good deal as far as I can tell. I'll let you know if all that shit just starts breaking one day. But ultimately, for a lifestyle change as drastic and as costly as this can be, I wouldn't recommend starting it off by wasting a couple $100 on a bunch of the less necessary crap. Just save that money for all the fish you're gonna have to eat. I know there's probably gonna be a lot of people who watch this video and think, whoa, you went on a diet for a month? That's crazy. What are you, like a regular person? And that's fine, but I'm proud of myself myself for doing this. It's not that I don't normally pay attention to what I eat and try to eat as healthy as possible, but I'm certainly not very consistent about it. So every day that I would get through the entirety of without making any bad dietary choices, it felt good laying in bed that night knowing I did a good job. And the more I stacked those days on top of each other, the better I felt overall. And I also realized when I'm only having one truly bad meal every week or two, it makes it taste so much better, because I've earned this. I'm gonna savor this shit. Again, I know these are very basic human principles that a lot of people are gonna hear and be like, yeah, Drew, it is hard. Everyone struggles with cravings and making good choices. It's not like extremely healthy people were just born with a different brain and they never think about how good ice cream would taste right now. They just have better self-discipline than I do. Anyway, this is a diet that I've wanted to try for several years, and maybe it's a good thing that Tom pretended to retire for just long enough to make me actually do it, because if he didn't, I probably wouldn't have. I'm still kind of pissed that he took my spot on the team, but I'll try not to hold a grudge. Well, I think I have finally run out of things to say. I've been working on this video for almost 2 months now, and I'm ready to be done. That said, I probably won't do any other videos like this for a while, so if you liked this one and you want to support me, consider sticking around and hearing me talk about today's sponsor, which I will do now.
Hi, I'm Immortal, and I'm here to tell you about today's sponsor, ExpressVPN. Have you ever been in a competitive online game when all of a sudden, at one of the most crucial moments, you have a massive lag spike that completely screws you over? Well, either your internet provider just decided you're not paying them enough, or you could be the victim of a DDoS attack. Essentially, this is when a rival player finds a way to look up your IP address, launches the attack on you, and massively slows down your internet in the process. This can be especially detrimental in a game like old school RuneScape, which I do still play all the time, and there's nothing you can do to stop me, where you have the potential to lose all of your hard-earned items without being able to do anything about it. By using ExpressVPN though, your IP address gets masked, allowing you to not only browse the internet anonymously, but it also provides protection against nefarious individuals. And where other VPNs might slow down your internet to a standstill, ExpressVPN has had almost no impact on my connection whatsoever. So I can enjoy all the benefits of it without creating a new problem in the process. You can use ExpressVPN on just about any device, so whether you're on your PC, your iPhone, your Android, your Xbox, your Wi-Fi enabled clarinet, you can connect through them and stay protected. Don't let your internet and/or phone service providers snoop on all your data so they can sell it to advertisers. They don't deserve that. Sign up for ExpressVPN and keep all that shit to yourself, where it belongs. And guess what? My subscribers, that's you, right? You did subscribe, right? My subscribers, or anyone viewing this video really, can get 3 months free of ExpressVPN by clicking the link in the description. That's also the link that's on the screen and the link that's coming out of my mouth. ExpressVPN.com/Drew.
Thank you so much for watching today's video, and thank you again to ExpressVPN for sponsoring it. I know you guys are all probably pretty impressed right now by how well I'm able to hold my composure, despite the fact that I can very clearly see the dryer that held me captive for 2 weeks. But I'm a new man. I have no fears. I'm not afraid of looking at the dryer. I'm only closing this door because I think it's funny. Not because I'm scared of the dryer. Also, if you want a U2s, don't forget to buy one. They're only on sale for a limited time, starting right now. So, go get one. See you next time. You remember the first time you ever went to an arcade and you saw all the incredible, life-changing prizes available and your mind started running wild with possibilities? Shit, all right. I'll take the electric guitar, the skateboard, the PlayStation 2, 1,000 Tootsie Rolls, that stuffed animal that's taller than me. Hey, Toots, would you mind wrapping them up in plastic for me? I'll wet the bed. And then 2 hours and $47 later, you realize you've only earned enough tickets to buy one whoopee cushion? Well, not to brag or anything, but I'm old as fuck now, and I'm pretty good at games, or at least better than I used to be. So for this video, I decided to test out an idea that I've wanted to do basically my whole life. I want to find out if you can profit at an arcade. If I just play the one game I'm best at over and over and over again, can I ultimately earn a prize that's worth more than the amount of money that I spent on the tokens? I didn't need to say all that. You read the title, you know what I'm gonna do. So I headed to the second most touristy part of Orlando, Florida, to a place called Main Event, which is somewhere in between Dave & Buster's and Chuck E. Cheese. In spirit, I should say. Geographically speaking, Dave & Buster's is in the middle. This place has everything. Bowling, laser tag, a weird obstacle course hanging from the ceiling. But I don't have time for any of that right now. The reason I dragged my wife here at 3 p.m. on a Friday is to figure out the most efficient game to play and the best prize to buy. Now, this isn't like the old days anymore where you gotta lug around a 75-pound bucket of tokens. The first thing you do here is preload cash onto a fun card, which holds all of your credits and then also the points you earn from the game. And I gotta say, I immediately got overwhelmed from the onslaught of numbers. Okay, so 200 credits is not $40, it's $35. And 300 credits should be, quite frankly, $60, but it's not, it's only $50. And everyone keeps saying that 500 credits costs $100. It doesn't, it's only $75. You save $25 when you buy that, which you can use to buy 140 credits, which is actually $28. And plus, I don't know what any of that means. If I buy this one, does that mean I can play 200 games? No. Most games cost anywhere between 7.5 and 8.5 credits, which are such confusing numbers to keep track of. Why even include a decimal at all? Who thought of this? The last time I came here in 2019, I remember each machine just telling you how much it cost in terms of dollars. But if I had to guess, I'd say they changed it to be purposely confusing so you don't realize how much money you're actually blowing through with every passing game. It's kind of like how if I saw a Fortnite skin that said, this costs $20, I would be like, hell no. I'm not spending $20 on this. I'm gonna buy $20 worth of V-Bucks because then the costume is free. As with most arcades, there are pretty much 3 types of games here. There are the fun ones like Basketball Connect 4, Air Hockey, Flappy Bird but big. Typically these are the ones you earn the least amount of points for playing, but if you're just here to have a good time, that doesn't matter. Then there's the luck-based games, which can, in theory, earn you a whole bunch of tickets, but you have no control over that because it's essentially just a giant slot machine with SpongeBob on it. And then lastly, there are skill-based games where technically you could earn the jackpot every time. The only thing stopping you from doing so is your own ability. The only downside is they're usually tedious and stressful and the least fun options out of all the games in the arcade. So in other words, they're perfect for this video. Let me tell you, I was ecstatic when I walked in and saw that they still had this ball cup game. This is the machine I had in mind when I was planning this video because I used to abuse the hell out of this. While the rest of my friends were playing skee ball and enjoying themselves, I was just standing on this machine for 1 whole hour, hoping to earn the best prize out of the group. See, I was playing the long game. Sure, maybe you guys had more fun that night because you got to play Mario Olympics and Vin Diesel Simulator, but I get to have this forever. So, who actually came out on top? Anyways, back to the ball game. So the goal with this is to get all 50 balls into these spinning cups without losing any of them, and you have to do so before time runs out. You really gotta try to be perfect with this one because the difference between getting 49 balls and getting all 50 is massive. But once you get the rhythm down, it's possible to start stacking jackpots and become the queen of the arcade. When I started out though, I was blowing through tries so fast. I'd started sweating immediately. I got very tense and nervous. I think the pressure of the video was mounting on me. And every time I would be just 1 ball away from the jackpot, the disappointment and frustration would hit me like a ton of bricks. Or a ton of feathers. They both weigh the same. But I managed to calm myself down, gain my composure, and on my 10th try, I did it. Give me that jackpot, baby. That'll be 711 points, please.
I love you now.
Now I just gotta stand here for 4 minutes while the machine counts up all my points one at a time for some reason. Why does this take so long? Is there a little guy in there trying to count them up by hand? Just use a calculator, dude. It's like they're trying to discourage you from winning the jackpots by making them inconvenient. Well, while we're waiting for that, I do just want to say, unironically, I was so relieved
when I won this.
I think I had built this video up so much in my head over the past couple years, and I just felt it all falling apart before my eyes. When I started losing again and again and again, I started to freak out and think, did they make the game harder? Or worse, am I just dumb now? Am I gonna have to go to Chuck E. Cheese? They'll never let me in there. I'm almost 30.
Oh, hey, my points are done.
With the satisfaction of one, that's right, a single win in my belt, I decided to just enjoy the rest of my night with Amanda, knowing I was gonna have to come here by myself later in the week anyway. We went bowling for the first time in about 5 years, which reminded me that I am possibly the worst bowler in the entire world, including babies. I think a baby would do better than I did. The second game though, I was like, wait, who are we trying to fool by doing regular mode? Let me just throw the bumpers up and then we'll have way more fun. Just kidding, I sucked at that too. Then we ate dinner, which was, it was fine. There's just something about cubed meat that makes me feel like I'm being given my rations for the day. When we were done eating, I decided to try out a few other games, but I quickly came to the conclusion that nothing was going to be as productive or efficient as Quick Drop. I should probably talk about the prizes, because that's the other thing I have to figure out. The single most expensive item in here is, for some reason, a minion named Turbo Dave. Just below that are some random kitchen appliances, some extremely cheap looking electronics, you know, the kind of headphones you buy for $3 at a CVS checkout line and they stop working before you even make it back to your car. There's a bunch of vlogging and podcasting gear. Then they've got a few plushies, which range from Among Us to terrifying. A fake wad of gum, you know, for pranks. And then finally, a whole bunch of candy that you throw in when you don't have very many points left. I always find it interesting to see how they price these things because it's not like there's a 1-to-1 ratio of points to dollars. Like, I don't think that the minion on a hoverboard is worth 14 Marvel mugs or 400 blow pops, but I'm not in charge of an arcade.
All right, babe, let's see that haul. That's just what Amanda got with her entree and tickets. I found out you can save your points for up to 5 years. I don't think I'm gonna be saving them that long, but I am gonna come back in a couple days. I've got about 1,700 points stocked up. $37 in, I believe.
So yeah, not off to a great start in terms of profiting, but I may have discovered a loophole. You see, anytime you buy something at Main Event, they give you the option to fill out a survey on their website in exchange for a free 30-minute game card. If I could stand on this machine for 30 straight minutes, I could win thousands of tickets without having to spend even one more dollar. It's the perfect plan. So I headed back to the second most touristy part of Orlando, and I swiped my card again, and I dropped those balls. And turns out you don't actually get any points from the free plays. So, 'twas not the perfect plan. But I still had fun. Not that that matters for this video. I did get to play possibly the funniest game of Deal or No Deal in its entire history. Obviously, I couldn't risk ending up with only one ticket, so I decided to accept his offer of one ticket. Anyway, after farting around for half an hour, I decided to just suck it up, spend another $35, and I headed back to my favorite stress game. Took me a few tries to get back into the swing of things, but on my 5th game, I won the jackpot. Then 3 games later, I won it again, and 2 games later, I won it again, and at this point, no one could stop me. I won twice in a row, then 3 times, then 4 times, before capping my streak off at 5 consecutive jackpots. If this isn't poggers, then I don't know what is. Grandma, if you're watching this, poggers is a gaming term for when someone does a good job. So, can you tell Grandpa too? Also, do you like how nervous I look filming all of these shots? I felt like the biggest idiot every time I picked up my phone to record myself winning this stupid game. The thought of someone watching me be proud of this is so embarrassing. Just looking at me from across the room like, does this guy have a job? It's Wednesday, go home. Well, sorry to break it to you, person I made up in my head, but this is my job now. The arcade is my office, and I'm gonna give myself a raise. Just when I could feel myself starting to get a little bit too cocky, the universe sent another obstacle my way. Maximum payout? So now I'm getting punished for being too good at the game? At this point, I'm pissed. At least warn me ahead of time when I'm getting close. Like, hey, you might want to slow down there, big guy. This machine's almost empty. Also, what? You ran out of virtual tickets? Just make more of them. I thought about it, and I think this might be why they count up your points so slowly. So that by the time they've arbitrarily decided to stop giving you points, you've already spent $8 more on the machine, all for nothing. I even had to watch them count up my unawarded tickets one by one, and at this point, you're just taunting me. Anyway, when the dust finally settled, I had lost about 1.5 jackpots. Very upsetting, not gonna lie, but I don't think this completely ruins my plan. I'm pretty sure this is only a temporary limit. I think it's just there to keep you from hogging one machine during peak hours, which is fair, by the way. If I had a line of kids behind me waiting for their turn and I was just like, sorry, I'm making a video, that would be pretty selfish. But I came here in the middle of a school day and there was nary a child in sight. Since I wasn't sure if I'd ever have this many points at once again, I decided to cash out on day 2 and buy myself the hot dog toaster I had my eyes on from the moment I walked in the room.
Now, I'm not sure I would say that this is the best day of my life, but it's definitely in the top 5. I actually feel kind of bad because I had to get one of the employees to not only grab a ladder from the storage room, but also get like a special key to unlock the high value prize section. And he seemed really confused. I was hoping he might be like, oh, that's funny, you got the hot dog toaster. No one's ever redeemed this before. But I don't think he really said more than 2 words.
All right, babe. I know you had a long day at work. Close your eyes. I know work's been crazy lately, but I have something for you. Open your eyes.
Thanks.
It's not for you.
If I open it and there's like crumbs in it, I'm gonna laugh.
I'm gonna cry. Oh, it's smiling at us.
Was that a thing? Was hot dog toasters
I
a
doubt
thing?
it.
All my baby boomers in the chat, sound off. Was hot dog toasters a thing? Let me know.
With enough credits left to play 9 more games of Quick Drop, I headed into day 3 with a very clear goal in mind. From all the Googling I've done, I'm pretty sure this Marvel mug has the best points to potential resale value ratio of all of the redeemable items here. If each attempt cost me about $2, and I think I could reasonably sell this mug for $10, that means out of 5 tries, I only need to get 2 jackpots to turn a profit. If I get really lucky and win 5 jackpots in a row like I did yesterday, then I'd have enough for 3 mugs, at which point I could be potentially making a $20 profit. And so on and so forth until I've sold 1 mug to every human being on the face of the planet, and I'll finally have enough money to buy my own private island that no one's invited to. Also, fine, I'll explain my strategy with the game so you too can try to win at this specific machine in Orlando, Florida. The secret is to just drop 4 balls at a time. That's pretty much it. They even show you that in the little tutorial video that plays, and yet I still see so many people try to drop all 50 balls in 1 second like they're in a hurry to lose. If you drop exactly 4 balls every spin, which is pretty easy to do, you will end up with 48 out of the 50 balls with the time that you are given. That means at some point during the 12 turns, you only have to drop 1 extra ball twice to end up with 50. Personally, I like to get those 5th balls out of the way early so I know how hard I need to focus for the rest of the game, but if you'd rather save them for the end because you'll have the rhythm down at that point, I can't blame you. I'm just impressed that you flew all the way to Orlando to play this game. As usual, I got off to a bit of a shaky start. Probably didn't help that I forgot to take my Tom Brady brain pills like I did on day 2. I hope they don't consider that an illegal substance here, and it's not like the arcade equivalent of steroids in baseball. But after a few tries, I was able to win the massive jackpot that everybody else had graciously accrued for me. You see, every time someone loses this game, the jackpot goes up by 1 and resets when someone wins. So this means there had been about 300 losses in a row, and I got to benefit from that. That's another variable to throw into the math here, but even without that, 600 points is nothing to sneeze at. Anyway, after 3 days of mashing 1 button a million times and a hot dog toaster already sitting pretty in my kitchen, I headed to get my reward. Lucky for me, I got to ask the same guy from yesterday for help grabbing the LED sign that was just out of my reach. Instead of using a ladder though, he just kind of climbed on top of the shelves, and I really admired the creativity. Am I gonna somehow profit off of this sign? No. But to me, having a man cave that's open all day, every day is priceless. Oh, also I grabbed the mug that I came here for. I keep getting distracted by funnier prizes. As much as I wanted to race home and enjoy a celebratory cup of decaf coffee out of my new mug, it was time to get down to business. And I threw that bad boy up on the world's worst commerce website, Facebook Marketplace, and I waited and waited and waited. And just when I was starting to lose hope, my friend Cody offered to buy it from me with real American money. Sorry for the abrupt exit, Cody, but I had to rush home and count my earnings.
10.
I couldn't believe my success. I earned enough points to buy that mug with one game of Quick Drop. These kind of profit margins are unheard of. Jeff Bezos who? There's a new guy in town. Why did I even bother going to community college for 8 months when I could have been investing that tuition money into the school of video games? Let's go ahead and break down the numbers, shall we?
Sorry, I don't have a regular dry erase board, so this calendar is gonna have to do.
Day 1, we spent $37. I still don't know why it was 37 and not 35. I guess the card itself, it cost $2 because when I refilled it, it was exactly 35 the next day, but I don't fucking know.
We also spent $48 on bowling and $70 on food and drinks,
But that doesn't count. That's not part of it. I'm just saying that that's what we did.
okay, but $72 spent on game credits, and here is what we earned.
Number 1, a state-of-the-art hot dog toaster, a relic of simpler times, a rare and priceless artifact that is currently being sold on Amazon for $25.
But let's say I was gonna buy that anyway, and in doing so, I saved $25, which is almost like earning $25, because penny saved, penny earned. Benjamin Franklin?
Last I heard, he's the guy who electrocuted himself on purpose, so I think he knows a thing or two about math. We also got the man cave sign, and again, let's say I was gonna buy that anyway. Well, currently, that's being sold on eBay for an average of about $40. At less than 2,000 points, that's a bargain.
If you're wondering why I didn't just try to sell that one instead,
That's because I didn't think anyone would buy it?
but maybe I'm wrong about that.
Finally, of course, we have the mug, which I sold for $10.
Now, if you have a calculator at home and you're playing along, you may have noticed that this number is bigger than this number.
I'm trying to think if there's a word for that, like a math word, you know, for when you make more money than you spend on something. What's the term again? Oh, that's right. I think it's called a profit.
And that's not even mentioning the fact that I practically threw away half my tickets on day 1, and the machine stole over 900 points from me on day 2, and I forgot to get my parking validated on day 3, so I had to pay for that myself.
Also, I guess if you factor in like gas and stuff, because I had to drive a lot, that's probably another like $15.
You know what, on second thought, I think we're just gonna call that part a wash. I made a $3 profit, and that is a success. So to answer the question of can you profit at an arcade, the answer is technically yes. Obviously, it depends on which arcade you're at, what prizes they have, if there's a machine that you can win consistently. But for this specific ball drop machine, I have learned that if I just win jackpots over and over and over again, making sure to take breaks so I don't hit the payout limit, I can absolutely redeem my points on something that I would have wanted to buy anyway and save a few bucks in the process. Am I gonna somehow turn this into a full-time job?
You never know.
I mean, I would pretty much be actively crashing the blue Marvel mug market by increasing the supply so much. Absolute best case scenario, I could see myself locking in minimum wage, but I would run out of people to sell mugs to eventually. Or, before any of that happens, the arcade might just run out of them, or they'll catch on to what I'm doing and nerf the machine I like, or raise the price of the prizes, or put a photo of my face on the wall that says, "Do not let this guy play Quick Drop, he is bleeding us dry." I guess if I had to pick one thing that I learned in this video, it's that unless you have a concrete plan going into it and you've already done the math, you're probably only going to lose money at an arcade. Also, don't do what I almost did in this video and get really excited by the idea of selling something for a profit, because I almost got like a bunch of mugs before even seeing if they would sell,
and then I barely sold one of them. Remember, the value of a product is only what someone is willing to pay for it. This isn't RuneScape. I can't just throw my Avengers mug into the Grand Exchange and get a bunch of gold coins for it. I have to use Facebook Marketplace, and Facebook Marketplace is the worst. All right, well, I'm gonna go toast a hot dog, which apparently is a thing that people do, and while that's cooking up, let's hear a word from today's sponsor. I don't have much time to explain, but today's video is sponsored by Current, who's here to modernize banking and also help me give away money to you guys. All you have to do to enter is download the app at the link in the description, use my promo code DREWG, also pronounced Droog, and 5 people will be randomly chosen to win $500 each. But that's not the only reason to sign up, because Current also has a bunch of built-in tools to help you earn and save money. You can get points by using your card at over 14,000 stores nationwide and then turn those in for cash. They have no overdraft fees up to $200, no minimum balance fees, and you can even get your paycheck up to 2 days faster when you sign up for direct deposit. All of that plus a new interest feature where you can earn up to 4% APY on your money, which is more profit than I made in this video. So quit banking the same way people did 300 years ago and download Current for free at current.com/Droog. Thank you so much to Current for sponsoring today's video. I gotta get the hell out of here, so I'm gonna throw it back to me.
Hello and welcome everybody to the first annual hot dog taste test. Before me, I have prepared 2 different hot dogs, one of which I grilled, the other one I, of course, toasted with our novelty retro hot dog toaster. Also, both buns are toasted in there. They've got a nice even burn on the bottom. So I'm excited about that. But what Amanda's gonna do is she's gonna mix them up, and then I'm gonna close my eyes and try to guess which is which, and then also say which one I like more. And we'll see if the hot dog toaster is superior.
Wait.
All right, bottoms up.
It's hard to even taste the hot dog because the bun is so burnt and dry. I think that was a toasted one because that didn't really taste like much. I guess we'll see. That tastes way better. That's gotta be the grilled one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The bagel opens up in a rather surprising way.
Hey guys, I'm sick. And because I'm sick, I think I'm a little angrier than I normally am. Everything I've eaten today has tasted awful. I slept like shit last night. Also, when I was brushing my tongue this morning, I put the toothbrush back too far, which I do sometimes, and I'll usually gag. But this was such a violent gag, my throat hurt for like 15 minutes. And even though that happened a few hours ago, I'm still pissed about it. God, even this Gatorade tastes like shit. But I wanted to channel all this anger into something productive, if you could call making an angry YouTube video productive. And I want to talk about a video that I tweeted about a few weeks ago, but I don't think the one tweet did enough to sum up what angers me about this video. It's a video that Business Insider made. This woman, what's her name? Eugenia Chang. The headline of the article that they have this video on is "A mathematician explains the best way to cut a bagel." And right off the bat, you're probably thinking, but Drew, why can't you just cut it in half? And that's a great point. You can just cut it in half.
Usually, we cut a bagel open straight down the middle, and it has a left and a right.
Yeah, you could say usually. You could also say always.
Cut it along a Mobius strip. It's not going to be quite the same. I'm going to cut the bagel, starting with my knife in this direction. But as I cut, I'm going to turn the knife so that when I get back to the beginning, I'm facing the other way. So I start my cut here, around I go, start twisting, now facing sideways.
Okay, I get the idea here. I get that if you go in a circle and you twist your knife, then you're not actually cutting the bagel in half, which I guess is the goal here. The whole goal of this is to not cut the bagel in half.
And when I'm done, the bagel opens up in a rather surprising way because it hasn't been cut in half.
Exactly. It hasn't been cut in half. And I guess that was the goal of this, to not cut it in half. But here's a question I think everyone in the world has right now. How the fuck are you gonna toast this bagel? They talk about how normally a bagel is cut in half. That's the way normal people do it, but as if that's a bad thing. Like, as if that's not getting the job done. Also, as if people are trying they have their bagels are cut in half and they're trying to put cream cheese on, and they're like getting cream cheese all over their shirt, and like they can't eat it without getting it because they're fucking idiots and everyone's so goddamn stupid. That's the impression I get from this, is that Business Insider, or at least this woman, thinks everyone in the world is a goddamn idiot who can't manage to keep their hands clean when dealing with a regular cut in half bagel. Let's keep watching.
Oh, this bagel seems to be delicious.
Seems to be delicious? You haven't done anything to it yet.
Seems to be delicious.
Seems to be delicious is something a robot would say if he saw food for the first time and was trying to convey to a human that he's not really a robot, that he's trying to like pretend he's a human. Yes, this food seems to be delicious, right? Right, that delicious, that's the adjective I would use for food. Yes, I knew that, I'm a human.
Seems to be delicious.
It's a Möbius strip, which means that if I take some cream cheese, I can spread it all the way over this bagel without ever taking my knife off, except to get more cream cheese.
Wow. And you didn't even have to lift your knife, which that's the point. This definitely seems like the most efficient way to cut and consume a bagel. Assuming your definition of efficient is the opposite of the actual definition of efficient, because this would take me 20 minutes to figure out how to cut a bagel like this. And like I said, you can't even toast it. The last time I had a bagel that I didn't toast was, I have never done that. Here's the description of the video. We wanted to know if it was possible to use math to make a delicious, mess-free bagel. So let's focus on the two adjectives that are promised here. Number one, delicious. Two, mess-free. Number one, delicious. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but does cutting a bagel a different way have any effect on how it tastes? Actually, the only way I do think it has an effect is a negative effect in this case, in that you can't fucking toast it. So yeah, it would taste different. I don't know if not toasting a bagel necessarily makes it more delicious. The second adjective, mess-free, it's almost like they're making fun of themselves at this point.
And round there. Oh, and I've met the beginning of where I've already put the cream cheese.
Look at this, her fingers. There's cream cheese on like 3 of her fingers. Hey, but what happened to your promise, Business Insider? You said this is gonna be a delicious mess-free bagel. And I love that, like, they had to have noticed that. I'm sure she noticed it. I'm sure the cameraman noticed. Everyone noticed the cream cheese all over her hand. And I think, what, they couldn't do another take? They couldn't do, you don't think she could have done, I'm sure it's possible to cut a bagel and put cream cheese on this way, where you don't get it all over your hands, and yet they use the one and only take they took, in which she's got cream cheese all over her fucking hand. I love that. So right there, they've already broken their 2 promises, and that's in a 1-minute video. So way to go, Business Insider.
A delicious Möbius bagel.
I think I'm just in a mood where like I'm just rolling my eyes at everything. Everything about this video, it just screams like pretentious to me. Her accent is pretentious. British people, I'm sorry, but they're already fighting an uphill battle every day to not sound pretentious, but her accent is not doing her any favors in that regard. Also, Möbius strip.
The Möbius strip.
It's got the dots over the O. Like, come on, are we really doing this? We really doing this, guys? Come on. Like, what are we, we're fighting a nuclear war out there and we're worried about how to cut a bagel? We're lucky we even have bagels to cut however which way we want. I cut my bagel, I dice my bagels, and I eat them like like M&Ms. In conclusion, I think the real problem with this video, or maybe not the problem, but the reason that a video like this gets made is that there's just nothing left to do on Earth. There's nothing that humans haven't done or thought of or said or invented. And this woman who I'm railing into for no reason, is just trying to do something original. I think the whole Möbius strip thing is pretty interesting. I think it's cool to look at. This is something you could show to your friend and be like, hey, I learned this way to look. You can open it up and you put cream cheese in, but it's not cut in half. You can't separate it. Like, it's cool, it looks interesting, but to say it's the best way to cut your bagel when you can't even fucking toast it when you're done, I call it controversial, but I think this is pretty stupid. That's where I stand on this. If you enjoyed this video, please thumbs up the hell out of it. Tell your friends if you like me, subscribe if you aren't already. As for me, I'm gonna go chug some NyQuil, even though it's only like 4 p.m. And then when I wake up, I'm gonna try to edit this video. Also, I'm gonna throw in the parody of this video that I made a couple weeks ago when I first saw it. But that one I made that in like 5 minutes. This video pretty much has all my thoughts about it. So you can stop watching now, or you can keep watching that if you want. Blah, blah, blah. I cursed a lot more in this video than I normally do. I don't know why. I think it's because I'm pissed off at the world for being so sick. If you guys like this video, maybe I'll get sick more often, so I can be an asshole about stuff and complain more. So anyway, that's it. Bye. Hey guys, so I was really inspired by Business Insider's new video, how to cut a bagel the right way. And I decided to recreate it on my own because it's a really great way to cut your bagel, very convenient, very fast, for the ideal consumption. Now, I've got cinnamon raisin bagels, but I think it works with any kind of bagel. I don't think it matters so much what kind of bagel it is. Now these, you'll see they're already cut in half, the dumb way, the Neanderthal way. We're not gonna worry about that. We're gonna just kind of cut around that. I'm gonna show you guys how to do this the correct way. Now, I've got a few different knives here. I think I'm just gonna stick to the regular one. And you're gonna start, it's called a trapezoid? I forget what it's called. But you're gonna start with your knife in one end, in a straight direction, and you're gonna pull around. You're gonna pull the knife around. Whoops. You're gonna pull the knife around till you get to the other side, and you're gonna kind of just be very careful not to mess up the bagel too bad, but you're gonna wanna twist, whoops, you're gonna slowly twist until you get to the other side. So just set that down very carefully. I think maybe I'll use a different knife for the cream cheese. Now what's great about this shape is you never have to take your knife off the bagel. You can just spread the cream cheese all the way around. And you never have to take your knife off the bagel. Because I don't know about you guys, but I'm tired of having to lift my cream cheese knife up every time I want to get to a different part of the bagel. So this is really helpful for you guys if you want just like different ways to eat breakfast. If you're having a big party coming up, I don't really need the knife actually, I can just get some of that. And this is probably the fastest way to eat a bagel, to cut a bagel, and show this to your friends. They're really gonna like this. I can't wait to dig in. This is starting to look very good. Try this at home if you want. Like I said, it's very, very fast, very convenient, and only a little bit messy, but take care.
Seems to be delicious.
Before we get into the rest of the video, I do want to go ahead and thank you guys. I should have done this in the last one, but I had already kind of finished it by the time I hit the milestone, but I just hit 500,000 subscribers. That's incredible. I've never had 500,000 of anything. When I first invented YouTube back in 2005, I never imagined that I'd have over 500,000 people on this website. It's truly insane, especially considering the fact that I waited almost 11 years before posting anything on it. But I figured to celebrate this milestone, I'd like to do something self-deprecating. Because even though I'm like this big shot, famous YouTuber now or whatever, I'm still an idiot. Almost everything I say at all times is stupid. Ask my wife. I say stupid shit to her all the time. The great thing about YouTube is I can just edit out all of the stupid shit and leave the good stuff in and kind of indirectly lie to the world about how smart and funny I am. So what I'd like to do today is take a look back, specifically at some of my old iPhone notes. Because ever since I was a child, I knew one day I wanted to be a comedian or an actor or some sort of entertainer. Like every kid wants to be. The problem was, I wasn't funny. But that didn't stop me from trying to be. So I'd like to take a look back at all of the sketch ideas, the pseudo-inspirational thoughts, the sentence fragments that I've for some reason made an effort to save over the years, all in an attempt to answer the question, Why did I write that down? Normally for my videos, I'm usually reacting to something on my computer. So I kind of, I'm looking at this and I look at the camera, go back and forth, but I'm not doing that for this one. So I figure, why not mix it up, Actually, give me a second. Just hold on. Hello. My doctor says it's a bad idea to get out of my chair. All right, let's look at some iPhone notes. But first, have I ever shown you guys my pop socket? It's a blurry picture of a dog that I bought very late at night while intoxicated. That's actually going to be a common theme for today's video. I'm pretty sure 80% of these notes I wrote, I was high. I used to get really, really high and then think that every thought I had was brilliant. But then by the time I would start writing it down, I'd be like halfway through and I'd forget what it was and I'd never finish it. So you end up with notes like this. I guess if there's one, oh, that wasn't the only one from that night, because 20 minutes before that I put, if you want, while writing a sequence of texts. I'm very curious to know what these were supposed to be, but I'll never know. I can't possibly remember what I was trying to say at the time. Man, I gotta be honest with you guys. People really don't be giving a fuck. Butterfly for dinner again. I hate my wife. I bleed Beethoven's Fifth. Pressing a Benjamin button. Candy that comes with instructions. I feel like with this one I was having like a midlife crisis at the age of 20. Maybe being good at video games isn't a necessary skill in your life. Curious Jorge. A show called What About Country Music? Where country music enthusiasts interview people and ask them what kind of music they like. And they'll start listing them until the host interrupts and says, but what about country music? That's objectively terrible. This was probably a little trick I was leaving for myself, for my girlfriend at the time. Surprise her with food. That's not a bad idea. I think I was still learning how to be in a relationship, even though that was like my 5th one. Honestly though, surprising your girlfriend with food is a pretty good idea. She'll almost always appreciate that. Surprise! Babe, look, I got you pizza. Surprise!
It's like 3 a.m.
But...
Get out of here!
I thought you liked pizza.
I'm trying to sleep.
Okay. I like the notes where it's clear I went back later and commented on the note. So this one is, oh hey, I cleaned that weird stain on your computer, and then it cuts to a perfectly clean computer, and the stain was just like a sticker. So the joke is that I saw that there was a sticker on someone's computer. I was like, oh, let me clean that weird stain, and I just rubbed the sticker off. And then I came back later and said, this is comedy gold. So no one steal this idea, because I declared that this is comedy gold. Uh-oh, another midlife crisis here. If everything you do is ironic, then what's real? Weed is supposed to relax you, but it turns me into, that's like a joke in itself. The fact that I didn't finish it, the fact that it cuts off right there, that's pretty funny. Honestly, there's still some truth in this. On a good day, I feel like my personality is a mix of John Mulaney and Scott Aukerman. But most days it's just Brenda Song and diarrhea. I used to think that the only way I would ever be successful, creatively, would be if I wrote a book, which is so unrealistic. First of all, I've actually tried to write a book before, but it's easy to start a book. I feel like almost every comedian or whatever creative person has tried to write a book, and it lasts anywhere from 30 minutes to 40 minutes, and then you just kind of give up because you realize, oh, it's going to take me a fucking year of hard work, and there's no payout. With YouTube, at least, it's I can work pretty hard for a week or whatever, and then I have a thing I can show people. With a book, it's forget about it. I'm going to write this for 2 years before I get any feedback on it. But I remember for a long time I was gonna write this fake advice book for college kids or whatever. It was going to be a mix of relationship advice, health tips, school advice, stuff like that, but the joke was going to be everything was terrible advice. Starting a new workout regimen? Go ahead and get all those rest days out of the way now. You're going to need that energy later. General weight loss tip, try quitting your job. A great way to lose weight is to not be able to afford food. It's kind of all downhill from there. Hunger is caused by extra room in your stomach, which isn't there if nothing comes out. No pooping means no eating, which means looking good. These are terrible. Hey, if I'm not pooping, I'm looping. DJ with chronic diarrhea. Evil baby genius who finds a way to control the actions of every adult. But the only thing he gets them to do for him is get candy that's on a shelf too high for him to reach. And eventually he dies of diabetes. Don't say it. There's definitely some potential there.
Getting second place in a small penis contest.
Pedophile Phil. You see, the way my brain works is that it doesn't. Use another example of commenting on my own joke. Picture I'm at like a wedding or something. Guys, let's make some toast. It's very funny. Just ask me when I wrote it. I kind of feel bad for 20-year-old Drew, because I definitely, I wasn't that happy with myself yet, and it shows in a lot of these. I don't feel like an adult, not for lack of responsibility or because of my petite wrists, but because the absence of any significant amount of self-worth. I enter conversations with other adults, but the playing field isn't even. I know my place in the relationship. They aren't my peers, they're my superiors, and whether that's the reality of it or just the thought I forced into my head, that's the feeling I have. I feel a little bummed out reading that. This one just says, unconventional wisdom teeth. I guess this is something that would have gone in my fake advice book. The key to success in life is relationships. Always introduce yourself to everybody, even if you already know them. It seemed silly to use sleeping lessons as my alarm. I bet if someone were to really give you sleeping lessons, the first thing they teach you is not to set an alarm. That would be like rule number 1. It's kind of funny. Just to point out the irony there. It's not bad. That's not bad. Ugh, this one really grinds my gears. Texting during a conversation. I bet I had a lot of observations about that. I didn't write any in this note, but... Alright guys, are you ready for the cringiest, most convoluted attempt at clever wordplay you'll ever hear in your entire life? So try to follow along here. There's a rapper named MC Anarchy, but he goes by MCA. Don't guess where this is going. I feel like you might have a feeling, but don't. So he asks his friend, hey man, I've been feeling kinda down lately. Do you know anywhere where I could maybe play some basketball or do some indoor swimming? Just kind of sad. And the friend says, why, MCA? And MCA says, no, they don't let me in there anymore. Oh, hey, Grandpa.
Oh, hey, kid. What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. I'm fine.
Nice try, Drew, but grandpas can always tell when something's wrong. Sit down. Come talk to me.
Alright, well, it's just... I'm making this video, right, where I go back and look at all my old jokes, and they're just so bad. And it's just making me wonder, am I an idiot? Am I not funny at all? My whole life, all I've wanted was to be a comedian, and now I'm worried I might have been chasing a pipe dream this whole time.
Mind if I let you in on a little secret?
No, not at all. Please do.
Drew, I don't give a shit about anything you just said. You are the whiniest little bitch, I swear to God.
Oh, I'm not very funny. What if nobody liked me?
Drew, I fought in every war. What have you done? What have you had to overcome?
I've scoliosis.
My scoliosis has arthritis. Shut up. Oh, and another thing. I've seen the way you're looking at your grandmother, all right? And you better back the fuck off, kid, because she's taken. I really liked wordplay more than I remember liking wordplay. This is a character called the Psychic. Psychic, as in psych, But anyway, this is the Psychic doing a premonition for someone. Things are looking up for you, Chad. Maybe love interest is blossoming. Psych! You're gonna lose your job. The Psychic. He'll tell it like it is, but not at first. This might have been something I wanted to tell to my girlfriend at the time, but was too nervous. I want to get fucked in your butt. A message to poop. You are what I eat. Guy does acid to loosen up so we can talk to girls. I remember writing this down, and I guess there was probably more to it. Because this isn't enough for a book. It says book idea. The Town by the Highway. Inspired by a town in Florida I had seen by the highway. And this is where it gets really good, because that's the entire note. That's just the whole book, is that these people live by a highway. Ooh, let's get a little political here for a second. Gun control is a very hot button issue. So let's hear what Drew Gooden from 2013 has to say about it. His idea was to not ban guns, but just make them really hard to use. They only work with shitty, outdated voice recognition software. So they'll ask you several times to repeat what you said. It'll sometimes mistakenly play your workout mix, but you can't get it to stop because it can't hear you.
over your workout mix. I may be an idiot, but that's not a bad idea. I'm not looking forward to the day I have to explain Easter to my kids, because I'm still not totally clear on that. Hey, Dad, how come a bunny comes and gives us eggs? Well, because Jesus came back to life.
Why is it that the older I get, the harder it is to make friends? I know it's not my fault. It can't be. I can proudly say I've become considerably less shitty as the years have passed. Certainly I have more qualities to offer than I did in elementary school, when I presumably had a lot of friends. I have a much more refined sense of humor. I brush my teeth every single day, not an exaggeration. Now I walk into a classroom full of people I don't know, and I already have prejudices about them. She won't stop looking at her phone. He looks like that annoying guy I used to play baseball with. Is she crying? I don't want to talk to any of these people. I'll just sit in silence and inwardly scoff at them. Attribute this to some kind of moral inefficiency, but more likely it's what I use as a defense mechanism. What if they don't like me? Damn. Who the fuck stole my deodorant? I would say like half of my thoughts that I think are funny aren't funny, but I don't realize they're not funny until later. But I thought they were when my brain created them. That's what's weird. With comedy, I feel like I have two sides of my brain kind of butting heads at all times. Like on one hand, I want everything I say to be funny. Like I want to just pull something out of my ass and be like, it's funny, right? I found it in my brain. But as I'm finding it, the other side of my brain is like, well, hold on, Drew, let's be reasonable here. That's not even remotely funny when you stop to think about it. And the other side's like, I haven't yet. I'm gonna go ahead and start wrapping this video up with this note here. If I'm never gonna actually make the things in my notes, I need to find a way to make something out of them. If I'm not gonna make the idea of a thing become the thing it's supposed to be, then I'll try and turn the idea itself into a different thing. It took me 4 years, but that's what I did. I turned my notes that weren't content into content, sort of. I guess, if this counts. Because after all, it's not about the thoughts you have, it's about what you do with them. Great video. I'll close out the video by wishing each and every one of you a very happy birthday. Hope you have the most special birthday of your life, because that's it's your birthday today. Congratulations, and like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Hey guy, it's January, and for the 29th year in a row, my New Year's resolution is to get taller. To be honest, I used to be really good at getting taller. In fact, from 1993 to 2011, I grew almost 6 feet. But in the 12 years since, nothing. What am I doing wrong? Is my body stupid? Lucky for me, I just found out that there are dozens of tutorials on YouTube, each with millions of views, on how to get taller. There are real videos on this website made by self-respecting human beings who claim that they can teach you to become more tall. Now, I assume the majority of these views are from children, in which case I have good news for you. You will get taller. I just don't know how quickly or how much. But as far as I've always been aware, once you reach a certain age, that's it. You just have to live with the hand that you've been dealt. Or in this case, the legs, neck, and torso you've been dealt. If there was a simple and foolproof way to get taller, don't you think people would do that? Wouldn't everyone in the NBA choose to be as tall as Bol if it was a matter of choice? That's not how it works, okay? It's not possible. Or is it? It's not. But maybe no, it's not. Unfortunately, the only way to know for sure is to spend the next month of my life following each and every one of these tutorials and tracking my progress along the way. Now, before we begin, obviously I got to figure out what it is I'm actually going to be doing. So let's check out some of these tutorials, starting with the most handsome medical professional on YouTube, Dr. Mike.
What you should focus on to grow the tallest possible, making sure you get enough protein, make sure you're eating your veggies and fruit. You need to get enough sleep, because when you sleep well, you actually get a lot of growth hormone release.
Say less, I can do that.
And then on top of that, you want to make sure you're exercising. It makes you process food differently. It makes your muscles grow. And all of those things will contribute to your physical appearance, including your height.
You know, that kind of felt like an afterthought, didn't it? I feel like maybe he forgot what he was talking about and then just threw that in at the end. Because all he did was describe eating well and going to the gym. And that's how you get stronger. And taller, too.
I'm a doctor. But yeah, no wonder all those really buff guys at the gym are also 10 feet tall, because lifting weights does both. I also found 2 very similar shorts from 2 different members of 100 Thieves. If you don't know who 100 Thieves is, they're a gaming conglomerate, sort of like FaZe Clan. And if you don't know who FaZe Clan is, then that sentence only made you more confused. So yeah, I think these guys live in the same house, one of those content mansions with 37 bedrooms and little dungeons for their editors to live.
There's a myth that stretching can actually make you taller. Is it true?
No.
Your boy is now 6'3". I feel taller. I think oh my God.
Actually, I think what happened is that one of these guys made this video and then the other one saw that it was doing well. So they thought, oh, I'll just do the same thing. I'll hang for a bit, do some stretches, tell everyone to subscribe.
Now the most important step to really grow taller.
Go on, tell us.
Is hitting that subscribe button right now. If you follow each and every single one of these steps, I guarantee you will be taller.
I hate YouTube Shorts. I miss the good old days when YouTube only had longs. Like this video from Brightside, which has 33 million views.
Some exercises may help you become taller. Some of them are just so effective that it may take less than a week for you to see the results.
You know, if you told me earlier that I could do all this in a week, I would have felt good about that. But after seeing what the 100 Thieves guy did, I have higher standards. He grew 1.5 inches in like 10 minutes, okay? I don't have all week. I'm competing in a slam dunk contest tonight. So as far as exercises go, hanging is definitely the most common thing I've seen so far. Definitely gonna have to do that.
All you need to do is hold on to the bars tightly and try to hang, not touching the ground with your feet.
Right, because if your feet were on the ground, then you would be standing.
Stretching the neck backward help to elongate the muscles in your neck, and a longer neck will give you additional height. This exercise improves stretchability, and a well-stretched body is a taller body.
Yeah, you don't have to say that every time. This exercise will make your legs longer, and if your legs are longer, then your height is more.
Number 10. Swimming. Try to swim a minimum of 5 days a week for several hours, and you'll see noticeable results.
Damn, they really saved the hardest one for last. Yeah, so you're gonna wanna stretch your neck for a little bit, do a few yoga poses, swim in the ocean for 20 hours a week. Dude, I make 1 YouTube video a month. How much free time do you think I have? Actually, don't answer that.
Remember to press 2 buttons after watching this video.
Wait, what was that?
Press 2 buttons.
To be fair, he didn't really specify which 2 buttons. So there's 1. Let's see what's next.
There are 3 proven ways to grow taller. Wow. Drink milk, okay?
Not milk. This is what I feared the most.
Doesn't necessarily need to be cow's milk. You just need a daily intake of calcium because that's what makes your bones grow.
Hey, calm down. All right, no one else said anything about milk, so it's probably not even a common thing.
Number 2 is drinking milk. I drank tons of cow milk.
I can't believe Big Milk has infiltrated the medical community.
But really though, it all comes down to your DNA. So no matter how tall you are, just own it.
I appreciate this person for acknowledging that genetics play the biggest and perhaps only role in this. But by throwing it in at the end, aren't you kinda contradicting everything you've said so far?
But remember, at the end of the day, you're either gonna be tall or not. And no amount of milk you drink could possibly change that.
But drink it anyway. All right, so let's recap. Here's everything I have to do this month. I have to work out and eat healthy. I have to drink milk specifically from a cow. I have to stretch constantly and hang from stuff, and I have to sleep a lot.
The more you sleep, the taller you grow.
And if all these videos are accurate, like I assume they are, then I will have no trouble hitting my goal height of 7 feet. That's right, other Drew Gooden. For years, you've towered over me, looked down on me in shame, probably had thoughts of squashing me like a bug. All it would take is 1 step. But not anymore. When I'm done with this video, I'm gonna be so goddamn tall that your opportunity to squash me like a bug will be over, Drew Gooden 2. And you're gonna rue the day that you blew your chance to do it. Let's get started. 5'11", just 1 inch short of being handsome and perfect, and yet it feels so far away. One of the first challenges of the video was finding a place to hang from every day. My initial thought was monkey bars at a playground, but the playground that I went to was right outside of middle school, and I just don't think it's a great idea for me to be walking around with a camera and tripod outside of a school. So I just bought a pull-up bar and I'm gonna hang on that instead.
Hang for 3 minutes. If you can't hang that long, just know the longer you hang, the taller you grow.
The guy from the TikTok said to hang for at least 3 minutes. I actually came really close on my first try. I made it all the way to 7 seconds. and I've slowly worked my way up to about 15. As far as food goes, I've been on a very strict meal plan. I'm eating the same things every day: chicken, rice, sandwich, oatmeal. Really trying to maximize on protein without overeating. Now, I should say I've already been doing this for like 2 months now before the video, and to my knowledge, I haven't gotten any taller, but I'm sure that'll come. I'm sure a growth spurt is just right around the corner. One more protein shake should do it. Or you know, it's probably the milk that I've been missing out on. That's what I needed, is to buy cow's milk for the first time in 7 years and drink that every day. Just went on a walk through my neighborhood, better drink some milk. My favorite football team just got eliminated from the playoffs, better drink some milk. Got a giant pimple on my face from drinking so much milk, better drink some milk. I don't really mind the taste of milk so much, it's just that when you drink it by itself, it really coats the inside of your mouth and overstays its welcome. But I can put up with it because multiple YouTubers who I watch and trust assured me that it will stretch my bones. And I know that if there's one group of people on this planet who wouldn't lie to me, it's YouTubers. And then of course there have been my daily stretches, and you know what? Please don't look at my scoliosis, okay? I know my back is all bent up like a pretzel. You don't have to comment on it. In fact, I would probably already be taller if my spine didn't make me do this all the time. Now I gotta say, I forgot how good stretching feels. Even though this is currently having zero effect on my height, I don't mind doing it because it's actually improving my mood. You know what's not improving my mood though? Sleeping as much as I am. What initially started as the easiest goal on my to-do list has quickly become my least favorite part of this challenge. When you spend every morning laying in bed, you have way too much time to just think about your life and ask all these difficult questions like, why is it the things that we can't control about ourselves are what we obsess over the most? And why does Mr. Beast have a Fortnite skin? The more I slept, the harder it was to get out of bed, and the more tired I'd feel throughout the day, the more weird, unsettling dreams I would have, and the more disconnected I've generally felt from myself. I feel like I'm not getting enough done during the day, so then I put off going to bed at night, which only makes me sleep even later. And as my days get shorter, I'm finding myself becoming more and more irritable. I'm getting overwhelmed easily by basic tasks. It's like I can feel the pressure of time wasting away in front of my outstretched hands, always just out of reach. It's hard to come to terms with the finite number of minutes you've been given on this earth when you don't feel like you're doing enough to take advantage of them. But maybe worst of all is that I'm still the same goddamn height. I don't understand. It's been almost 3 weeks. I've followed every step and I have not 1 extra centimeter to show for it. Maybe a little television will cheer me up. Oh hey, the new Scooby-Doo show is out. I like Scooby-Doo. This should be good.
I spit truth without a filter, like every comedian before #MeToo.
This is the worst show I've ever watched in my life.
Well, at least I didn't get any shorter, right? Oh no, I did get shorter. All right, well, now that I have even more ground to make up, I think it's time we start thinking outside the box. Subliminals, possibly the single most gate-kept online community. Through a powerful mix of manifestation and listening to lo-fi beats with headphones on, it turns out you can change any physical feature about yourself that you don't like. Hair, eye color, face shape, even your height. Don't believe me? Listen to one of the many testimonials out there. This works. I went from 5 foot to 5'7" in 3 weeks. Listen to this twice a day and I went from 5'2" to 5'8". I went from 5'3" to 5'7" in 4 months. Kinda just sounds like a regular growth spurt to me, but hey, results are results. And it doesn't stop there. Started this maybe a month ago, gone from 5'4" to 5'7". I listened to this once in my hair growth subliminal playlist and my hair was literally longer than yesterday. I immediately got a headache, oh my God. My cat recovered from cancer. Sorry scientists, time to pack it up and go home, because the real medicine has been lo-fi hip-hop beats to relax/study to this entire time. All right, well, let's make a playlist. Grow taller, height increase after age 21. Grow taller, growth plates, activation, increase height fast. Grow taller in 1 listen. But get this, I can make it even more powerful. You see, they also have booster subliminals. Use any subliminals once and get instant results. Literally the most powerful booster made in existence. So if I listen to these before and after my height subliminal, then I'll double my results and get them instantly. Man, the internet's so helpful. Well, here goes nothing. I will be 30 feet tall. 30 feet tall. 30 feet tall. I will become a spectacle of human achievement. Spectacle. I will need custom pants tailored for my very long legs. Custom pants. When I wake up tomorrow, my body will extend far past my bed frame, through the wall, and into the next room. And when I stand up, I will bang my head on the ceiling. Ceiling. All right, think tall thoughts, tall thoughts. I'm a big old boy. Who's that big old boy over there? Is that Shaquille O'Neal from basketball? No, I think that's Drew Gooden from YouTube. Oh my gosh, the Road Work Ahead guy? Yeah, I heard he's so tall. I heard he's about 5'10". I heard he shrunk when he listened to subliminals. It's day 23, and I'm running out of time. I've tried everything. I've hung, I've stretched, I've manifested, I've eaten so much protein. I only have one idea left, and it's kind of ridiculous, but the only thing that I can think of that's still getting in my way is gravity. If I can just find a way to get around that, I'm chilling, right? That's my one obstacle. So I did a little bit of brainstorming, and then last night it finally hit me. I'll just go to space. Unfortunately, that did end up being a little bit outside of my budget, so I settled for the next best thing. I ordered an inversion table from Amazon. You see, my thinking is that if I can contort my body so that gravity is working with me rather than against me, then I can harness its power to achieve heights never before seen by man. Also, I saw some guy use it in a YouTube video. So I spent about 2 hours in my garage putting it together. I didn't think it would take that long because I have a drill, but every time I go to use my drill to assemble something, it ends up being the only tool that's not required. Like, you ever get a bookshelf from IKEA? They don't use screws. They give you 200 wooden pegs that are too thick for the holes you have to smash them into. Sorry, downstairs neighbors, I just time traveled here from the Stone Age. Anyway, it was getting kind of hot in my garage, so I headed inside for my government-mandated milk break before marching back out to finish the job. To be honest, I'm a little scared of this thing. I don't expect it to like break in half or something, but I was reading online that you have to be careful not to hang upside down for too long, because what can happen is your blood starts to pool in your head and then you pass out, and then possibly go into cardiac arrest. So, you know, gotta be a little careful. And since I'd rather not die in the middle of making a YouTube video, I'm gonna take it pretty easy. Probably not gonna do more than like 30 seconds at a time, at least not unsupervised, of course. But other than that, I'm just here to have fun. And I know it may look like I'm frowning and giving 2 thumbs down here, but hey, get a load of this. You see that? Life's all about perspective. Well, it looks like I'll be incorporating this into my routine from now on. So wish me luck. All right, everyone, it has been almost a week since I last measured myself, and I've really kicked it into high gear. I've done everything right. I'm feeling very tall, so I am so excited. Let's see where I'm at. Here we go. Holy shit. I'm 6'3"? It actually worked. This is incredible. This is life-changing. I forgot I was standing on a chair. False alarm. Let's try that again. I can't believe it. All those people, they lied to me. I thought I could trust them, but they deceived me. Hi, 911. I'd like to report a lie. You guys don't do that? You just do like murders and stuff? I just don't get it. What would even compel someone to go on the internet and spread false information on a platform where clickbaiting outrageous claims can be financially lucrative? I can't think of a single reason why someone would do that. But I tell you what, this is definitely going to change the way I consume media from now on. Now that I know that some people out there are purposely dishonest, I'm not taking anything at face value.
And as soon as the Nigerian prince who emailed me last night is done wiring me my inheritance of $1.6 million, I'm gonna use that money to change the world. I'm gonna take out ads in the newspaper. I'm gonna put up billboards warning everyone to be careful because some people don't have your best interest in mind. Some people do, like this guy who's about to trim my armor for me and give it back to me in the wilderness, but not everyone can be as kind-hearted as him. So yeah, maybe I started this video with a New Year's resolution of getting 13 inches taller, but after everything I've learned today, I think my new New Year's resolution is to be 13 inches kinder. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Hey guy, I know you probably want to, but you don't actually need to tell me that I have two distinctly different hair colors fighting to the death on top of my head. I am aware of that. I am also aware of the fact that they are both losing. So a little over a year ago, I got an ad for something called The Cove, an almost $500 sleep headset that was touted to me as a hug for your mind. Not that there's literally any other information in this ad. It's just kind of floating there, and I guess you're supposed to be like, well, it emits vibrations, so it's got to do something, right? As expected, the website focused more on buzzwords than anything else. Enjoy life more by stressing less. Cove makes peace of mind effortless. Cove plus TV equals evening serenity. I feel like it's such a cop-out to be like, this thing will make your brain calmer. Just, you know, make sure to wear it while doing something you enjoy. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. Like, I wonder what's making me happier right now. Is it the show that I like or the piece of plastic I put on my head? The most notable scientific citation they have is something called interoception, the sixth sense that we've conveniently never heard of. Because how can I say that they're wrong if I don't even know what that is? Anyway, at a price point of $490, I didn't end up buying it at the time because it was so expensive and supposedly life-changing. I figured I would save it for its own video one day. But before long, I noticed that the Amazon link I had bookmarked changed it to say currently unavailable. So I thought maybe they're coming out with a newer version. I guess I'll just wait and see. Cut to about a month ago, I checked their website again and the Cove has been discontinued. No! Where am I gonna get my interoception from now? Here is their explanation. In an effort to scale Cove's proprietary technology to reach as many people as possible, we have made the strategic decision to discontinue the Cove product line as it exists today and will no longer be selling directly to consumers. Huh? In an effort to get the Cove to as many people as possible, we will no longer be making or selling them. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, so maybe they explained it more somewhere else? No posts in over 10 weeks, and you can't comment on their Instagram, and you can't comment on their Facebook, and you can't reply to any of their tweets. Now, I can't say for certain that they're trying to hide something, but I can say that if you were trying to hide something, this is how you would do it. I tried to look more into it, and all I could find is just like article after article over the past couple of years of people either saying, it kinda helped me, I think, or that it was a huge waste of money. And then all of a sudden, it's just gone? So I don't know what happened for sure. The wording of their statement almost makes it sound like they sold their technology to another company. Maybe because they didn't actually believe in it that much in the first place, so as soon as they got an offer to cash out and disappear, they jumped on the opportunity. But either way, this abrupt departure and nebulous goodbye message is not really a great look for them after spending 2 years promising to change people's lives. Well, it seems we've killed the man, but not the idea. There are now seemingly dozens of copycat headsets and watches and vibrating eggs you put on your chest. A whole slew of little devices that each cost hundreds of dollars, all with the same promise of fixing your broken brain, usually backed up by vague in-house research. I mean, we think it works pretty good. And can you guess what all of these things have in common? That's right. I've gotten ads for every single one of them on Instagram. If I had to guess why, it's because about a month ago, I had the worst panic attack of my life, which honestly is saying something because in the past I've talked about having to go to the ER from panic attacks. But this one was terrifying. For a little over 2 hours, I thought I was going to throw up, pass out, suffocate, die, any or all of those things. And as panic attacks do, it eventually went away and I'm doing a lot better now. I mean, the next day I was feeling great. It was just that's how anxiety is. It comes up out of nowhere sometime, and it feels like debilitating, like there's nothing you can do to stop it, or that it will never go away. So even though I'm in a much better mental state now, words still got out that, you know, sometimes my brain forgets we're supposed to be on the same team, and Instagram has been having a field day with this. Mind Bloom, Brain Luxury Inc., Call Me Go, Mendy, Leaf, Apollo Neuro, The Neo Rhythm by Omnipimp, a sleep insert that's implanted into your body? You think I'm gonna buy a surgery from Instagram? Right away with these ads, there was a pretty big red flag for me when this guy popped up. If you've watched some of my other videos, you may recognize him from a very different Instagram ad for the work oney.
There's even a flap on the back, just in case.
So it's like, okay, maybe this is not a connoisseur of internet gadgets. This is a paid actor. And that doesn't mean that this product can't work, but it does sort of break the illusion that this is just a candid testimonial.
Working several jobs, I tend to have high stress and anxiety buildup. I decided to try this product right here to help with that. This product is clinically proven to decrease stress and anxiety in 8 weeks or less.
8 weeks is a long time to have something taped to my chest, not even knowing if it's gonna work or not. Also, a lot can change in the span of 8 weeks. Like, there's so many factors that go into mental health that it's almost hard to like even point to this as the sole reason why your stress or anxiety would go down.
The Leaf is a wearable device that utilizes vibration feedback to assist in regulated breathing and increase your heart rate variability.
But all right, product number 1 uses vibration feedback. Product number 2 is the Mendy.
I had been using it probably about 3 times a week for a couple of months, and then went to a conference with my husband. I was sitting there listening and thought, okay, pay attention and focus. And as I did that, I realized I was focusing.
All right, that's very anecdotal.
The Mendy is working.
At least the other one, they said vibration feedback. This one, she's just like, I put it on my head 3 times and then I was able to listen better at a conference. The headset is used to measure your brain activity. It automatically connects to Mendy's app. Okay, but what does it do? Follow your progress and get lifestyle recommendations that help you boost your training and brain health further. Okay, but what does it do? Controlling mood, increasing focus, improving sleep. But how? How does it do those things? The training game shows what's happening in your brain. Simply focus to make the ball rise. Okay, so it doesn't like do anything to my brain, but it can measure my brain's activity. I can sort of train myself to focus by rewarding my brain when it does a good job, I guess. Up next, we have another headset. It's called the Neo Rhythm.
I swear by my Neo Rhythm.
Notice big differences. I'm able to fall asleep faster.
Okay, so it helps you sleep.
Able to get a lot more work done.
Okay, so it helps you stay awake.
This little miracle of a device has kept me up for the past 8 hours.
Okay, so it keeps you from sleeping.
I was really skeptical. Like, it looks like a Halloween costume, let's be real. But I have to say, I think it's actually working.
All right, well, I mean, if she thinks it's working, then I gotta spend $300 on it. Neo Rhythm is a pulsed electromagnetic field therapy device that emits corresponding dominant and accompanying frequencies to which the brain synchronizes, creating a perfect mental environment for the desired state of mind. The fuck? I guess I'm just skeptical on how the same device could help you do 2 opposite tasks. How does it know whether I'm trying to sleep or stay awake? Well, let's see the reviews. I like the idea, I just have not felt any benefits or difference from using the device. Seems to be a scam. The product does not have an efficacy beyond that of a placebo. It's hard to know if you're improving as there is no feedback. My experience so far has been no different than if I'd purchased a really expensive piece of plastic with an LED light on it. I've tried almost daily for several months as a sleep aid, but can't say I've noticed any difference. Damn. But still, way more people seem to swear by it than the amount of people that think it sucks. Maybe they're just doing it wrong. Maybe they're just stupid. So those are things you put on your head. You've also got the Apollo that you put on your wrist.
Why I can't go a day without this wearable. It improved the quality of my sleep. I've never slept better than when I started using the Apollo wearable.
Okay, so it helps you sleep.
It helps me focus when I'm working. My productivity has almost doubled since buying the Apollo wearable.
Okay, so it helps keep you awake.
It's kind of like a wearable hug for your nervous system.
I mean, that sounds good, but like, what does that mean? Like, I don't want to hear a metaphor of what it's like. I just want to know what it does. So this one one is the one I've heard the most about. I've heard it mentioned on podcasts before. It's also the most expensive out of all these products, although they're all about the same price. So we'll see. Product number 5, we've got the Sensate, which is described as a pebble that emits infrasonic vibrations to tone the vagus nerve and improve overall well-being. From what I can tell, you put it on your chest while meditating, and then it like makes you calmer over time. Now, if this is a product you have to use while meditating, it's hard to really know if it's actually doing anything, right? Because meditation in itself is something you can do to calm yourself down. It doesn't always work, but sometimes it does. So if you meditate with this egg on your chest and then you feel better, was it the egg or was it the meditation? Who's to say, you know? Guess there's no way to prove it. And then the last product is called the Calmigo. It's pretty different from all the others, but kind of has the same goal.
Everything's better now. So how do you look so calm? I use Calmigo. It's a little device that helps calm you down when you're anxious.
Okay, so it's like an inhaler that you breathe into and you're having a panic attack, and I guess it smells good. The thing is, though, like my first impression of this is that out of all of these products, this would be the most helpful because it doesn't rely on doing some invisible thing like emitting magnetic rays into your brain. I can't see that, so I don't know if it's actually doing that. Whenever I'm anxious, the first thing I'll try to do is like pay attention to my breathing. I'll breathe in slowly and breathe out. And if that's what this thing is helping you do, then like, even though it's overpriced and you can breathe for free, at least it's like doing a physical thing to help you. So you probably notice I'm a little skeptical of almost all of these products. I want to believe that the science is all true and it's all legitimate. I want to believe that these companies truly just set out to help people on their journey. But let's be real about it. As more and more people talk about mental health struggles, there are other people who look at that as a new market to target. It is an ever-growing demographic of people who are probably seen as easily exploitable. So that's why I'm a little hesitant to just be like, oh boy, all this stuff is gonna fix my brain. Because you wanna know how much money I spent on 6 devices? $1,462.96. $1,462.
Hi, welcome to the unboxing couch. This is where I will take things out of a box and put them on my head. Now, any mathematicians watching may have noticed that I bought 6 products and yet I only have 4 boxes. What's up with that? Looks like DHL had an issue delivering the Neorhythm and it's currently stuck in Slovenia. And the Sensate egg ball is on back order. You'd think maybe they could have told me that before I paid for it, but then, you know, I might not have bought it and then they wouldn't get any money. So why would we tell you that? Usually I would try to be a little bit more understanding about this. I know that there's supply chain issues. I know that things get delayed all the time. But I do feel like if you're gonna market yourself as like the we made this product because we care about people company, then, you know, maybe you should have slightly higher standards. At the very least, once you're aware of the fact that you don't have any of a product left, maybe stop taking orders. Even though I have no idea when my Sensate will show up, I can still go on the website and buy another one. Why is that? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't really seem like you care that much about people's mental health when you're willing to just hoard their money for an indefinite amount of time. So I don't think I'm gonna get this one in time to include it in the video, which is unfortunate because I think it might help alleviate some of the stress that it is causing me. But honestly, I don't know if I had super high hopes anyway for a product whose worst reviews are all like, it's broken, it broke, and the best reviews are like, it was great until it broke. Hey, it can't stop working if you never get it in the first place. Mindy was one that you put on your head, right? I'll start with that. What is the point of this? It's in a box, wrapped in bubble wrap, inside another box. And then for extra protection, they put in 1 sheet of paper. This is how it arrived in one piece. Oh, it's beautiful. Finally, I can pay attention at the conference. Welcome to Mindy. Inside this box, you have one of the very first Mindy devices to ever see the light of day. Guess they haven't sold that many. Important product and legal information. This product is illegal to use. Good to know. Now here's the goods right here. mouth. I don't think I'm supposed to put it on my head yet, but obviously I'm gonna put it on my head. So this one has no information on it. I just have to download an app. Ooh, the app has a 3.6, not great. And from all I know about this, like the whole thing is the app. So if the app sucks, then the product is useless. So that's not a great sign. Mindy doesn't have enough variety. It is currently only the ball game and one music piece. For something you are encouraged to do at least 3 times a week, 5 minutes a session, I wish there was more. For the price, I feel like this hurts the experience and desire to use it. That's a good point. Welcome to Mindy. Let your brain health journey begin. Great news. There's an update available. Is that great news? It's a headset right above your eyebrows. Tighten as much as possible. Fuck. It's already pretty tight. It's not super comfortable, but I'm here for results, all right, not comfort. No pain, no gain, even with your brain. Avoid bright light. Oh, not sure that's really an option. All right, the movement of the ball represents your brain activity. Ball rises a few seconds after you increase your brain activity. Win stars by sustaining your brain activity. I want to win some stars. Do they work on the Jeremy Renner app? I don't know how to make myself focus more. Whoa, I did it. Oh, I suck now. Don't get me wrong, I love that I'm getting stars, but I don't know what I'm doing to earn them. I'm just gonna shut up and focus. It worked. Oh no, oh no. I'm plummeting right now. 58? I failed? I guess the thing is, like, I don't know how to be good at it. Like, I understand that if it goes up, I'm doing well, and if it goes down, I'm sucking ass, but I don't know what I'm doing to cause either of those things. The only thing I do know is that it's on so tight I can feel my pulse in my forehead, and I don't love that. Okay, at least though, it gave me a metric, it gave me a starting point. I can do this every day for a couple weeks and see if I get better at it. Set a weekly goal. 7 days. I'm doing it every day this week. Add the weekly goal to my home screen? Aw, no. So you're supposed to do this like every day when you first wake up and then go straight to work and have like a giant like bruise on your forehead. So I've got something for my head. Now I need something for my wrist. I gotta stop trying to figure out how stuff works before just reading the instructions. We recommend having the Apollo wearable gently vibrating on your body for at least 3 hours a day. I have 2 watches? I look like such a dork. I look like I'm under house arrest. No, officer, it's not like that. I just have anxiety. Apollo's modes deliver a novel touch therapy that signals safety to your brain through your sense of touch, restoring balance to the nervous system and helping you bounce back faster. Does this have an app too? 3.5? That's even worse. You know the worst thing about making these videos is, every time I sign up for something, every time I buy something, I start getting spam emails from them. I'm gonna get so many emails. I don't want any emails. Ever. I can feel it vibrating when I touch it, but I don't feel it vibrating on my wrist. I guess I kind of feel it. It's like really light. Adjust intensity until vibrations are noticeable but not distracting. It's a little distracting, I'll say. Do I want energy and wake up? Social and open? Clear and focused? Let's do clear and focused, all right? So it's just gonna vibrate on my wrist, but like really gently. Hi, me from the future. All my hair fell off. Don't ask any questions. So I wanted to look a little bit more into some of the research that these companies are citing. Like for the Apollo, they've got a pretty small study here, only 38 participants, but they're touting a 25% increase in focus. Interesting. I didn't think that's something you could measure with a number, but you know what they say.
Science is whatever we want it to be.
All right, let's check out the abstract. And it is behind a paywall. It's gonna cost me $31 to actually see the study that they are bragging about. Awesome. Here's some more preliminary studies. These seem to be promising results. Now let's go to the study itself, where you can see that the results have not been published. So where are they getting these numbers from, huh? It's not over yet. Now, to be fair, these numbers are positive, I'll give them that. At the very least, it doesn't seem to be making things worse for people. But wait a minute, what the hell is an Aura Ring? Another $400 device? Do I have to have both in order for this thing to work? I'm running out of money. Speaking of which, how the fuck does this wristband cost $400? all it does is kind of vibrate. And I guess it has Bluetooth in it too, so it can connect to your phone. You know what else has Bluetooth and the ability to vibrate? A $35 Xbox controller. There's no way it costs even $100 to make one of these things. It's not like it's an all-in-one device either. It doesn't track any of the data that it is supposed to be having an effect on. You need to buy another device to go with it in order to be able to tell if it is working. Now, I'm not saying these companies shouldn't be able to profit. There's a lot of work that goes into production and marketing and coordinating these studies that get hidden behind a paywall. But at a certain point, it's like, what are we doing here? Do you even want this thing to be accessible to the people you're trying to help? I don't want to just dismiss this device altogether because I know that there are promising studies about it. There are a lot of positive testimonials from people. I just think this company could find a way to still be very profitable without pricing it like it's some miracle device filled with state-of-the-art technology. It's a piece of plastic with a Velcro strap on it. All right, well, I got to do this for 30 minutes, so let's keep opening boxes. Call me go. What does a 3 minutes at the top mean? It only takes 3 minutes to do what? To use it? It only takes 3 minutes to set it up? I'm so excited for how calm I'm gonna be. I got my wrist shaking up a storm. I got this inhaler that smells like lavender. And it only takes 3 minutes.
Oh, hell yeah. It came with a little screwdriver.
And free batteries. I didn't know it was my lucky day. There's a phone number for a free one-on-one training session. All right. Not a great sign. Can't be that hard. I'll figure it out myself. Oh, I'm high as shit. I don't know what I'm doing. When I blow into it, I can feel a little ball inside and it goes up to the top and then the light turns blue. And then when I stop breathing, the light turns off, indicating that I'm not breathing. And the ball falls back down because I'm not blowing into it anymore. But what does it actually do? Well, guess that's going off for now. Last but most certainly not least, Leaf Therapeutics with a hole in the back, just in case. Aw, how nice of them. They already gave me a return envelope. They know I'm gonna return it. This was the cheapest product technically, because I think it was only like $99, but that's $99 a month. If I really love this product and I really felt like it was helping me and I wanted to use it for an entire year, that's $1,200. But we just want to help people. We want to make it easier for people to give us money so we can buy stuff. Oh no. Oh no, there's a lot of 1-star reviews from years ago. Wow, these are from 3 years ago. Super disappointed in this company. There are no instructions and the data is so hard to see and or understand. When I tried to get help, the company tried to sell me coaching. I needed customer service to explain the product. Super disappointed in this company. I think I'm gonna hold off on this until tomorrow actually, because I've got to be somewhere in 20 minutes and I don't want to have, you know, wires dangling from my chest. But thanks to my new upside down watch, I'm going to be really calm and focused when I get there because my wrist is gently shaking. That's how brains work. Oh, my forehead's so cold. Good thing my other headset just arrived. Oh God, there's so many things. Charge, download the app, sign up, log in, tap once, activate Bluetooth, first use, select and tap, 2 taps to change, 2 taps to repeat. And it's as easy as that. Oh, this is great. I guess I gotta charge it first then. While that's charging, I'm gonna do my Mendy for the day. It's really important that I begin every clip in this video with a giant red mark on my forehead. I think this time I am gonna watch the video. I was too cocky.
Optimize your experience by wearing headphones that cancel out any outside noise. When you start your training, concentrate on the pressure of the Mendy headband on your forehead. Focus on the sensation and hone in on the movement of the ball. Focus your gaze on the movement of the ball, but don't place too much emphasis on its upward movement.
Okay, but here's what I don't understand. I've used this a couple times. If I just focus on the ball, I'm not in a flow state. I'm waiting for the ball to do something, but then I'm the one in control of the ball, but I don't know how to control the ball. That makes me reactive. You know, how is that any different than me just like scrolling through Twitter, like waiting to be stimulated by something? If I'm waiting to be stimulated by the ball, I'm not doing anything, you know?
Making Mendy a habit and including it into your wellness routine will have a positive impact on your progress.
Like you said, I'm gonna put noise canceling headphones on so I'm not distracted. And this should be my best one yet because I'm following all the rules. Hi, me again. Now, I developed a suspicion early on that no matter what I did, the Mindy app was going to tell me that I kept doing better every single day because obviously it wants me to think that it is working. So after a couple days, I decided to see what would happen if I intentionally sabotaged my training. On day 4, I just laid down until I dozed off, and boy was I focused. I mean, look at all those stars. I'm killing it right now. On day 5, I spent the entire session just watching a YouTube video. On day 6, I played RimWorld the whole time. On day 7, I didn't even look at my phone once. I just spent my whole session eating a wrap that I made purposely too big. My best score so far. On day 8, I rode my exercise bike while playing a guitar solo to the Mindy song. Even though I forgot to plug in my actual microphone for this shot, I still knocked that ball game out of the park. I think I cracked the code. Just as I suspected, my score went up incrementally every single day. 58 to 64 to 68 to 71 to 79 to 86. Despite the fact that I wasn't even trying to do any of what the app told me to do, my brain was getting better and better every day the more I used the Mindy. And sure, there's a chance that maybe I really was just more focused every time. Shit, maybe all these products in conjunction with each other are working as intended and my brain has doubled in size. But it's hard not to think that maybe the app is just doing exactly what it's designed to, which is to make you think that you're getting smarter every day and that this was a good investment. Call me a cynic, but I'm not buying it. And if you still don't believe me, on day 9, I strapped the Mindy to a container of oatmeal, and you know what happened? Nothing. Actually, it knew that I was trying to deceive it. So I do have to give this thing a little bit of credit for at least being able to tell the difference between a human head and Publix old-fashioned dry oats. It's doing something in there. I'm just not exactly sure what. All right, so this is probably charged enough to get one thing out of it. Gotta download the app. This is too many things for one video. I should have just bought like 3 of them. Oh, yikes. 2.6. Double tap the device. Okay, I heard a buzz. Oh, it's just running now? That's it? It just started? Where do I put it? Oh no, it doesn't fit. It's supposed to sit right here. And instead, it sits right here. And it smells bad. I'm sorry, but it stinks. I think I'm supposed to wear it like this, actually. I can hear it. It sounds like, sounds like crickets almost. It's like, this has really bad branding because it's like, okay, I set it up, but like, what do I do now? It's not giving me suggestions of like what mode to do or when to do it or how often to do it. I'm supposed to just know all this stuff, I guess. I want to enhance mental capacity. I'm trying to get that limitless brain. We're gonna do it for 30 minutes. I'm going to continue the video while my brain just gets bigger and bigger. You guys let me know if I start getting really smart in the next 30 minutes, we'll know why. All right, let me figure out how to get this fucking leaf thing going. Put on torso, find the edge of your ribs. This blurry ass photo is all I have to go off of? Oh, I'm stuck. I'm just gonna say it goes right there, and it's cold. Why do you need my location? So this is like completely dead? Never mind, I can't get it to work until it charges. So should have opened that box earlier. You know, I guess in the future, maybe instead of unboxing everything on camera, I'll unbox it beforehand so I can charge it first. Hey, wait, that's a pretty good idea. Did I only think of that because I got this fucking thing on my head? I really am smarter now. Just gotta grab these. This one and two leaf on top of that, and this guy, and then that's the wrong plug. Don't forgot one. And now I can relax. All right, let's talk about the leaf. I'm not gonna wait 8 weeks to see if this starts making a difference. I'm gonna return it now. I think it's awfully convenient a company that charges you a monthly fee wants you to be extremely patient with their product. Please pay us at least 3 times before sending it back. And it's not because I think this is a piece of junk. Honestly, it does exactly what it's advertised to do. It tracks your HRV, your heart rate variability, a metric that I had never heard of until it told me about it. And it guides you through these like timed breathing sessions in order to increase the number, because the higher the better, I guess. At least if you Google HRV, it'll tell you it's a big predictor for future health. If the number's high, you'll live forever. If it's low, you might as well dig your your own grave now. But upon further research, it seems like there is some debate about what the number actually means. Some people believe everyone just kind of has their own baseline level, and the value in tracking it is simply that when the number starts to trend downward, that can be a sign of a lot of added stress in your life, or even that you might be a couple days away from getting sick before showing symptoms, which is actually really interesting. But anyway, while I'm not 100% sure what to do with the number it gives me, I do know that having an app that I can open up at any time that'll show me how close I am to allegedly dying is probably the worst thing for my mental health. It's kind of like when I first bought an Apple Watch a few years ago and I started obsessing over my heart rate, because up until that point I had never had a device that could track it for me. So then I spent the next few months worrying about how high it was and what that might mean for my health, until one day I decided to just stop looking at it, and then can you guess what happened? It went down. I was causing the problem that I was stressing about by stressing about it. So I'm not gonna make the same mistake again with this thing. Although it would be unfair for me to judge them because of that. That's my own issue. So let's say hypothetically I were to keep using this, what would that experience look like? Well, for starters, I would have to tape this device to my chest every day. I have to feel this cold, sticky tape on my torso, what, for the rest of my life? And then when I run out of tape, I'm gonna have to buy more? I'm not gonna do all that. Also, there is a massive flaw with this device, which is that it is touch activated. By tapping it, you can initiate an automated breathing session where it vibrates super hard on your chest for like 3 minutes. I wore this thing for a day and a half. I must have accidentally activated that thing like 25 times, 10 or so of which were while I was asleep. And it kept waking me up. And maybe you're thinking, Drew, surely that is a setting that can be turned off. No, it's not. If I want to use this thing to track my HRV in my sleep, I just have to deal with the fact that it's gonna wake me up a bunch. The funniest thing about this to me is that I used another app to track my sleep quality. So this right here is me just going to bed normally, no devices, just raw dogging sleep. And this is the one and only night that I wore the leash. Not only did my sleep score go way down, probably because I kept getting interrupted, but my heart rate variability got cut in half. That is the one thing this device is supposed to improve. So I'm thinking, like, what's the end game here? I keep using this device for weeks and hope that that number keeps improving until it gets back to where it was before I started. And then when that finally happens, I decide, gee, I guess I can't live without this device. I guess I'll keep paying them $99 a month forever, because as far as I can tell, there's no way to opt out of the coaching they automatically signed me up for when I bought it. Which also, like, what do I need coaching for anyway? The app tells me how to do it. She didn't even get my name right.
Andrew.
If HRV is important to you and it's something you'd like to be able to track, then I would recommend getting one of the many devices out there that will track it for you and that you don't have to tape to your chest. And even though all of these devices are more expensive than $99, after a couple months, it will be the same price. And then every month after that, it will be another $99 cheaper, and so on and so forth forever. Who thought of this business model? And why are they not in jail? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go put that in a prepaid envelope. All right, this is gonna be the most positive segment of the whole video. I think the Call Me Go is a pretty okay product. I will not say it's worth $200, but that still makes it the cheapest out of all the products in this video when you consider the fact that you don't have to subscribe to it. I finally figured out how to use it, even though they never answered my phone call. Basically, you just breathe into it until it vibrates, and that means you've exhaled long enough, so then you breathe in, exhale again, so on and so forth for a couple of minutes. Thankfully, I haven't had a panic attack since I got this thing, but the next time I do, I will definitely try to use it and see if it helps at all. Well, the rest of these products have the promise of this sort of silent, long-term effect that you're supposed to just trust is happening and hope that in like 2 months that maybe you might feel some slight difference. They don't do anything to help you if you have a sudden onset of anxiety. This is something that at least has the potential to give you some immediate relief. Again, there are plenty of free ways to accomplish the same exact thing. There are YouTube videos with breathing exercises. You could even just like time how long this tells you to breathe in and out, and then next time
count out loud yourself. So I'm not gonna say $198 is some great value for this, but does it do what it's supposed to do? Yes. I can see the practicality in owning one of these. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that because I have nothing else nice to say for the rest of the video. Boom, you meowed at the door to come in, and then I let you in and I closed the door and now you want to get out? Too bad, you're trapped. My favorite thing about the Apollo is how cumbersome it is to wear on your wrist because it has to go on the bottom, so it gets in the way of everything. Luckily, the solution is to wear it, that's right, on your ankle. So now every time I walk outside my house, my neighbors do a double take and then sprint in the opposite direction. I didn't commit a crime, Beatrice. I just have trouble focusing. So I've been sleeping with the Apollo and the Neo Rhythm. I've done different combinations. Some nights I'll only wear one. Some nights I haven't worn either of them. Actually, the very first night I had this on my head, which I thought was super uncomfortable. And then I found out you're supposed to put it under the pillow. So that's probably the dumbest I've ever felt. Though it's not like they said that in the app. I had to find that out from a random YouTube video. And if I hadn't found that, I would have just kept putting it on my head every night. But then hold on, and I know this may be a stupid question, but can the electromagnetic pulses even make it that far? Like, I still don't really know how this thing works, but how far do they actually go? Not to brag or anything, but my pillow's pretty thick. Can the pulses go all the way through it? They give you this little magnetic tester that beeps when it's on, which I think it's funny that they feel like they probably have to prove that this thing actually does something, and that's why they give it to us, but that's besides the point. But how it works is that you can only hear it beeping if it's right up next to it. Even if I'm like an inch away, it stops beeping. So you're telling me it has to go all the way through my pillow and pillowcase and skull just to make it into my brain? Shit, what's to stop it from going over to my neighbor's house and getting into their heads? Guess the whole neighborhood's sleeping good tonight. Anyway, for me at least, it seems like it has no effect. As you can see, I am physically incapable of having medium quality sleep. I either sleep amazing or terrible. Just for the sake of being thorough, I'm gonna keep experimenting with these things for the next couple of months, and I'll let you know in a future video if anything drastic changes, but for the time being, I don't feel like I'm getting anything out of these wearables. There are people who say that they felt relief within seconds of putting this thing on their neck, and like the third time I put it on, I got a headache. I'm not trying to spend $300 on a headache. I don't want that shit for free. Out of curiosity, I looked up a few reviews of the product on YouTube, and it kind of seemed like all of them had affiliate links in the description, which sort of means that they're incentivized to say positive things about the product. Even still, I thought it was funny how many of the reviewers would say things like, this technology is groundbreaking. It's so cool. It didn't do anything for me, even though I wore it for 3 weeks, but maybe if you buy it, you'll have different results. Now, the thing about mental health is you can't see it. To everyone else around you, it's invisible. That's why even though it has been heavily destigmatized, no matter what, there will always be people who look at you and say, you're not depressed, you're just lazy. Or like, anxiety's not real because I don't have it, and I'm the main character. But because brain health is invisible, it's impossible for me to prove that these products don't do anything. Like I said, there's people online who say they bought one and it changed their life. I would love it if these things worked perfectly for everyone all the time and it made all our lives better. That would be amazing. I would love it if I could put a piece of plastic on my head and never have anxiety again. But I worry that because it's so clear how hit or miss these devices are, that maybe there might be some placebo effect going on. And look, if it works, it works. That's great for those people. Right, because if it is a placebo effect, that means for everyone who bought it and didn't get anything out of it, all it's done is made their lives worse because they still have anxiety, but now with $400 fewer. What I will say is that I think there is legitimacy in just having something to focus on when working towards a goal. A lot of the time with mental health, it kind of feels like the only thing you can do is just wait for it to get better, or you end up in a depression loop where you don't have the motivation to do any of the things that may make you feel less depressed. That was a story of my life for like 2 years. So there probably is something beneficial just in scheduling a task every day. Maybe part of it is the task itself, and part of it is the sense that you're actively working towards something. Like, these things don't do anything unless you tell them to. So when you sit down to work and you're like, I need to be more focused, I could try putting this thing on my wrist and activating focused and energized mode, and then, maybe I'll get more work done. And maybe on the other end of the spectrum, because I went into this so resistant and so skeptical, it's kind of my own fault
that this didn't work for me because I wasn't allowing my brain to take on any change. It's sort of the whole I can't help you if you're not willing to help yourself thing. Although that's me really trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. Anyway, to recap my experience, I think the Mindy would be a bad investment for most people. I think the Leaf would be a bad investment for anyone. I think the NeoRhythm is a little too risky to try out yourself because it seems like a lot of people have no sensitivity to these kind of devices. And even if you want to return it for a refund, you have to spend upwards of $60 to ship it all the way back to Slovenia. I think the CalmiGo has a very niche use, but a use nonetheless. And the Apollo is probably the most overpriced product I've reviewed on this channel since the MoonPod. I doubt even the biggest believers in this wristband can honestly say that they think this is worth what it costs. It feels so light and cheap in your hand. Just yesterday, I got an ad for almost the same exact type of product. And I don't know anything about this one, but they were charging $90 for 2 of them. And they're also just little watches that vibrate. Sure, maybe this one knocks it out of the park. Maybe it's way better, but is it $350 better? I doubt it. So as a company focused on people's well-being, if you can afford to charge substantially less for a product and still profit from it, why aren't you doing that? It seems like you've arbitrarily tacked on this mental health tax because you know that your target audience might just be desperate enough to spend all that money anyway. And so no matter how effective these things prove to be, I cannot comfortably get behind them. To me, this whole business model seems extremely exploitative. That being said, I'm curious to hear if you guys have bought anything like these and if you've had similar or hopefully better experiences. It's always hard to tell exactly what the consensus for something is, when from past experience, I know that some of these websites heavily moderate their reviews. And also half of these products don't even show reviews. They just show a handful of testimonials at the bottom and call it a day. Wow, this product is approved by 3 out of 3 people? I guess it's perfect then.
Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr., the greatest quarterback of all time. He's won 7 Super Bowls, set almost every imaginable passing record, and has made probably over $1 million or something like that. But what I find truly interesting about Tom's story is that he isn't that special of an athlete. It's not like he can throw the ball further than anyone else, and he's probably the slowest player on every team he's ever been on. Giannis Antetokounmpo is superhuman. JJ Watt looks like if a muscle came to life and started talking. But on the surface, Tom just kind of looks like a guy. In fact, he's so unassuming as an athlete that almost 200 people were picked ahead of him the year he was drafted. And he played longer than every single one of them. In many ways, he got better as he got older. His face changed shape like 6 times. Everything he's doing defies all logic. So what the hell is his secret? Is he a cyborg? A time traveler? Was he an experiment created in some kind of football laboratory? Or is all of his success attributed to his famously specific diet? This dude hasn't had sugar in like 14 years. No wonder he's able to pull off the impossible. I had a toaster strudel for breakfast and now my tummy hurts. But why am I making this video? Well, because a few days ago on February 1st, Tom Brady finally retired from the NFL, which means someone has to take his place. And that's where I come in. Slightly above average height? Check. Total underdog story? Check. Lives within reasonable driving distance of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers practice facility? Check. But if I'm gonna become the new starting quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I'll need to eat like Tom. I'll need to train like Tom. At least for about a month. That should do it. So starting on February 14th, the day after the Super Bowl, because I'm probably gonna eat a lot of crap that night, I will begin my transformation. But first, I have to prepare. Like a lot of mega popular athletes do, Sweet Thomas has very much turned his identity into a brand. It's called the TB12 method. He has 2 books about it. He has his own recipes, his own workout gear and supplements and hats and podcasts and training centers and Vital Fit tart cherry. Congrats, Tom. While this chapter is closing, the best is yet to come. You know, I hate to say it, but I don't think that's true. Some people just peak early in life. There's nothing wrong with that. You think anyone's gonna give a shit about me in 20 years? Hell no. I gotta savor this while I can. So this says get started, but then there's so much shit here that I don't even know where to begin. Oh wait,
Yeah, I do. I'm getting the Big Tom.
Tom Brady drinks 200 to 300 ounces of water on active days. Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm gonna have to get a second bladder surgically inserted into my body if I drink this much water. Oh, here we go. They have starter packs. Here's what people are saying. But it's not customer testimony, it's just their employees. No biases here. Guys, people have been raving about my YouTube videos. Don't believe me? Just ask my mom. You know, I am actually wondering what Brian thinks.
Hey everyone, Brian Hart here, body coach down in Tampa Bay. By far my favorite product that TB12 has is the TB12 electrolytes. Helps me stay hydrated, gives me energy, prevents muscle cramping, tastes great.
Does it? I saw that eye roll. Believe me, this stuff is awesome.
TB12 plant-based protein,
right.
TB12 omega.
Okay.
One of the products that I really have loved recently is the TB12 sleep. And I don't really struggle to sleep or go to sleep.
This stuff is amazing. I don't need it, and I've never actually taken it before, but Tom said I had to throw in a fourth thing, and so I just picked one randomly.
I wake up every morning feeling awesome after I take that TB12 sleep.
Yeah, I can tell. You're like a ball of energy.
Feel free to go to tb12sports.com.
What a coincidence. That's a website I was already on. Oh, I guess I should probably just get the Tom pack. Sorry, Brian. In his honor, I will at least get his favorite flavor of electrolytes, and I will think about you every time I drink them. Okay. So it's $200, and that's just the first page. Gonna be another $216 just for the equipment. That at least seems more reasonable. What was the other one? Vitamins and protein powder. And I'm supposed to buy that every month? Well, it's a good thing I'm only doing this for one. Oh, you have to subscribe to it? But what if I don't want to? Why is it $600? I got the Tom pack. The starter home gym pack should be $425, and it is $600. What the fuck, Tom? I mean, yeah, I have the water bottle in here too, but that's only $65. Oh, I see. Once you go to check out, they sneakily raise the price of the exercise equipment by $111. That's cool. No, I get it. I would do the same thing if I was the worst. You know what though? I have to suck it up. I'm trying to change my life here. I want to live to be 300 years old, and you can't put a price on that. So I guess I'm already out $600. And I haven't even bought any food yet. It's funny, I've always heard the main criticism of the TB12 brand is that it's overly expensive and inaccessible to the average person, but I actually think we're off to a great start. Oh my God, I still have to buy the book. I almost forgot. They're sold out on the website, so I have to settle for an acceptable used copy from Amazon. Would I like to spend half of that on a new copy? Of course I would. But then I won't get it for a month, and I'm trying to start this diet in a few days. What are you gonna do? Before I forget, I should also go ahead and cancel my subscriptions while I'm here. Luckily, they've made it as difficult as possible by making you do one at a time. Hello. My first impression when I saw this in front of my door was that this box is way bigger than I thought it would be, and then I remembered I bought the Big Tom. So I'm picturing that that's pretty much taking up most of the space. It's just like a giant fat water bottle, and then everything else is just pushed into the corner. Forgot my box cutter. I'll be right back. Best thing about the moon pod is how easy it is to get up. Sorry about that. There's the Big Tom. There it is. Wow, these are fancy. Glass jars. Everything's kind of dusty, which is fun. Oh. Because this popped open and there's very expensive protein dust all over this box. And I got my electrolyte, my vibrating pliability sphere. So that's all the stuff that I put in my body. Now for what I put my body on top of. To be honest, I kind of blindly just bought the starter kit. I didn't really look at what was in it. I just assumed, you know, this is good for Tom, it's good for me. But I did end up doubling up on water bottles, and I don't know what anything else is. Don't know why they gave me a little bag, when clearly that's not big enough to put all this stuff in. I got a vibrating pliability sphere and also a vibrating pliability roller. Lots of different shapes in which I can vibrate. This is just like a phone stand that they threw in here. Don't know what I was expecting. It's gonna be a journey figuring out what to do with all this crap. So
we got some pills to pop here. Thanks, Tom, for that. You've got sleep, which is pretty self-explanatory. I'll try this once, but I'm probably not gonna take this every night because I don't like melatonin. It makes me feel weird and gives me really crazy dreams, and I don't want that. But then you've got the other two. This one is like brain pills, daily support for mind-body performance, and then the other one is for like joint support. But this is one I'm really intrigued by. For like a year, I used to take something called Alpha Brain, and I'm pretty sure it was just a placebo, but I would take it every time I filmed or wrote anything, and I felt like it helped, like I could think more clearly, but again, it might have just been I told myself that I would be more focused, and then I was more focused, so who's to say? But this shit was personally engineered by the greatest quarterback of all time, and if anyone knows something about brain performance, it's Tom Brady. So let's see what happens. I don't know, I didn't really, whoa! What's going on? I have so many thoughts. I think I'm finally using 100% of my brain, just like Bradley Cooper in that Limitless movie. Oh my God, the ideas. I can't stop them. Hey, sorry to bother you. I know you're at work right now, but I had to call you. I just thought of a new invention. Silent ice. It's just like regular ice, but it doesn't make any noise. I did it. I finally finished my book. Wow, what a productive day. I even managed to move my couch into the middle of the room like I've been meaning to. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and hit the hay. Never mind, it has been 4 minutes. I don't really know what to say about the supplements because I've taken them a bunch now and I kind of feel the same, but I've also been taking multivitamins every day for several years and those don't make me feel any different. So does that mean I should stop taking them? It's hard to judge something that is supposed to have this like silent effect on your body. So they may not actually do anything, but at least they're very expensive. The best thing about them though is that they don't taste like anything because you're also supposed to drink these electrolytes every day, multiple times a day, first thing you do when you wake up. I excitedly tried the lemon one first, and let me just tell you, it is one of the grossest things I've ever tasted in my life. Tastes great. It doesn't taste so much like lemonade as it does lemon pledge. I did actually just notice today that they also sent me the same thing but in packet form. So I'm pretty sure there's like a powder instead of something that's already a liquid. Maybe that'll make it taste better. Oh, thank God. Okay, this is way better. This is a huge relief because drinking electrolytes is very much part of Tom's daily routine, and I physically was not able to drink the other one. It was so gross. And it's not like, oh, it doesn't taste like Gatorade. This isn't very good. I don't need it to taste like Gatorade. I don't need it to taste sweet. Honestly, I don't need it to taste like anything. Good thing they also have one called unflavored. This has no flavor. It's just gonna go in my water. I'm not even gonna notice it's there. It's just gonna taste like nothing, right? No, this shit just tastes like salt. I'm just relieved that a lot of the reviews say the same thing and I'm not the only one going crazy here. This person said it tasted like watered down cough syrup. That's a good description. I love Tom, but I threw away the electrolytes. Terrible taste. The electrolytes did not agree with me, and I agree with you. I think when I run out of these packets, I'll just buy a different brand of electrolytes and hope they don't also taste like shit. As previously discussed, Tom Brady loves water. You think this is a lot? This jug that weighs almost 5 pounds when full? Well, he drinks 5 of these every day. My goal for this has been to at least drink 3 of these a day because that's still on the low end of the spectrum. And 3 a day is doable, but it's also a lot. There are a few things that I don't love about the water bottle. For one, it takes about 90 seconds for me to fill it up all the way because it's so goddamn big. It's also so heavy and bulky that you need to use 2 hands to drink out of it, and it makes you look like a baby drinking out of a sippy cup. It's too wide to fit in a cup holder, so it kind of just jostles around in my car as I drive. And unless it's more than halfway full, I can't drink out of it while I drive without it hitting the ceiling. But do you think I'm gonna ever drive somewhere without having a little beverage in my car? Hell no. But all of that pales in comparison to the worst thing about drinking this much water, which is that I now pee roughly 600 times per day. Sometimes I'll just drink and pee at the same time because I know I'm gonna have to do it in 5 minutes anyway. It really makes me mad that Amanda and I thought it would be funny to have the Pledge of Allegiance in our guest bathroom, but now the joke's on me because I have to recite it every time I go in there. I did the math and I don't think I've gone an entire 2-hour period without having to go to the bathroom.
And that made me realize that Tom Brady pees his pants. It's not like they have a bathroom on the sideline. It's not like you can call a timeout to do a potty break. This legend, this sports hero, has been running around on the field with piss in his uniform.
Gross! I looked up to you, man.
Anyway, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but someone had to say something. This book's not too crazy. A lot of the stuff I had heard before, like how he was born on a spaceship and came out the womb holding a football. But the thing that's weird about this is, like, this is supposed to be the Tom Brady Bible. But there are things I've read online about him that contradict some of the stuff I've read in here. Like, apparently he doesn't eat nightshades, peppers, tomatoes, but then there's recipes in here that include those things. He's famously on a plant-based diet, but almost all of the recipes have meat in them. So maybe this book is not as all-encompassing as I hope. It might be because they didn't want to include every restriction here so as to not scare people off. Or maybe it's that some of the things Tom Brady believes in aren't actually backed up by science, so they're like, hey, just because Tom does that doesn't mean you have to too. You know, I've read a bunch of books like this before. A bunch. I've read like 2 books like this before. And the funny thing is, I feel like I always agree with almost everything they say. I just forget to actually do it. We all have one body and one life, and you should make it a priority to treat that body and life as respectfully as possible. And it's like, of course, what a beautiful mindset. Of course, I'm going to only eat the healthiest foods I can so my body can function as healthily and as prosperously as possible. And oh my God, is it 1 a.m. already? I'm gonna have a snack. Part of the reason I wanted to make this video is just to force myself to do it. I'm so bad at self-discipline, but I'm really good at making excuses. Like, I've had a long day today. I deserve this. I deserve to go to Twisty Treat. Twisty Treat is a restaurant shaped like ice cream, because they sell ice cream. Obviously, life would be really fucking boring if you never ate anything fun, but there has to be a balance to it. One that I rarely achieve. But one thing I've realized as an adult is that if I don't hold myself accountable, no one else will, because it's not their responsibility, it's mine. I have to do it, so I will do it. So let's start off with what you're not allowed to eat. You're not allowed to have dairy, or bread, or fast food, or soda, or things with added sugar, or overly processed foods that have a bunch of preservatives. Let me tell you the betrayal I felt when I found out these snap peas aren't actually healthy at all. They're not even real peas, they're just cleverly engineered to look like them. Everything is always too good to be true. Whatever, I'm not mad. You can have alcohol, but in extreme moderation, and I just went ahead and didn't have any because beer makes me want pizza. You can only have a little bit of caffeine, which thankfully wasn't much of a change for me. Something happened a couple years ago, and ever since then I've had an extremely low tolerance to caffeine, even though I drink coffee every single day. But I usually don't even finish 1 cup because I know if I drink it all, I'm gonna get all jittery and probably end up with a headache. You know what my Starbucks order is? I get a venti cold brew and then slowly drink it over the course of 4 days. That's not a joke, that's just my life. As far as what you are supposed to eat, it's pretty much a lot of vegetables all the time. Mostly just vegetables, actually. And you have to buy organic produce, preferably sourced locally, otherwise Tom will come to your house and kill you. According to the book, it's because non-organic food tends to have less nutrients in it, and also when food has to travel really far, it loses nutrients. I don't know how true that is, but man, was it depressing to have to ignore all the regular fruit that was on sale so I could get the special version of it. So I'll get to the meals themselves in a little bit, but there were 2 things that I've eaten every single day. Number 1, I have a smoothie with spinach and blueberries and most of a banana and almond butter and Tom powder and Greek yogurt and almond milk. These I don't mind at all. They taste really good and they fill me up for a few hours. I actually used to make smoothies like this all the time until one day our blender broke, and instead of buying a new one, I was just like, all right, well, guess I'm not doing that anymore. The hardest thing about these smoothies is that you always run out of different ingredients at different times. And it's like, am I really gonna go to the store right now just to get blueberries? For the sake of this video, yes. Yes, I am. The other thing I get to eat every single day is homemade guacamole. This is, for some reason, an absolute staple of the TB12 diet. Well, it's a good thing finding perfectly ripe avocados every single day isn't like hard to do or anything. Otherwise, this would be really annoying. For me, this was the first major example of this diet being 100 times more doable if you have someone else go buy ingredients and prepare food for you. Tom's not going to the grocery store. He throws a few footballs around and then yells, "Feed me," and an army of TB12 assistants come to shovel kale into his mouth. Now, if you're like me, you might be thinking, guacamole every day? That sounds awesome. But remember, you can't eat them with chips. That would be too easy. So usually I just add it to whatever meal I'm eating, or I'll dip celery or carrots into it and scarf it down that way. As far as grocery trips go, I've been doing them a lot. Basically every 2 to 4 days. I probably could have consolidated some of these trips, but I get overwhelmed when my grocery list is way too long, so I would split it up into smaller trips and only get like 1 or 2 meals at a time. And I will say the meals in this book are all pretty good. This salad is stupidly easy to make, so that's been a go-to for me. The cauliflower you make with this salmon is fucking great, so I don't even mind the fact that you have to eat like 12 pounds of it every time. And the chicken and lentils recipe is really good too, although the Dijon mustard flavor can be a little bit much when you're having leftovers, and at that point, it has soaked into every single ingredient. I even got to make my own hummus. That was pretty fun. So really, I have almost nothing but good things to say about all of these recipes, except there is the one.
I tried making one of Tom's famous fish taco bowls and everything went wrong. The cod completely fell apart as I was trying to cook it, so it was basically ground fish. The sauce was way too runny and just tasted like sesame seeds. The beans were all wet. The worst part is that it's been about 14 hours and the whole house smells like fish. Still.
To make my life a little bit easier, I have been ordering the same meal prep service that I've used for a while now. Only where before I was mostly doing it out of convenience, now I have to make sure I'm pretty much only eating chicken and vegetables or fish and vegetables. This takes care of 5 lunches a week, so I only have to worry about breakfast and dinner and then what I'm gonna eat on the weekend. I would say my biggest takeaway so far is that what you do eat is a lot more important than what you don't eat. I've had a couple of 2 or 3 day stretches in here where I don't really have the energy to cook, so then I don't eat enough, so then I don't have any energy, so then I don't cook any food. It's not enough to just not eat sugar. Just because I'm not eating McDonald's doesn't mean I'm doing a good job or being healthy. I need to have like a checklist of things that I do eat every single day, otherwise it's inevitable that I end up going crazy one night and eating half a block of cheese at 1 a.m. Am I saying that because that's what I did last night? Yes. But I'm not gonna beat myself up over it. I'm just gonna go outside and spike some footballs and get right back on track. So I'm about 2 weeks into eating like Tom Brady, and I can't say a lot has changed. I did notice that I've started floating. I don't really know how I'm doing it. I just know that whenever I go to walk somewhere, I am now levitating off the ground. If I had to guess, I would assume that my body has simply transcended past the need for gravity, which is cool. I don't think I used to be able to do that. At least not that I remember. I love how this box they gave me is just filled to the brim with crap, and yet there's no instruction manual of any kind. I don't know what any of this stuff does. I mean, I know what this bag does. I've used a bag before. So I was looking at some of the exercises in the book, and I kept getting confused on like, okay, I see that you're supposed to pull on the rope, but what is the rope attached to? And the photos don't help because it sort of just fades off into the void. But I realized one of the things in here was this like door strap. So I should be able to strap this to my door and then connect things to it, hopefully without breaking the door in the process. The issue with this for me though is most of the doors in my house, there's not a lot of room in front of them to maneuver and do things. So I'm gonna have to be doing most of my workouts in my laundry room. I'm realizing maybe I didn't put the camera in the right spot for this because I did the whole thing and I don't think you could see any of it. All right, looks pretty good, I think. Still worried this is somehow gonna break my door? If it does, I'll just ask Tom to buy me a new one. I now have something else I'm deathly afraid of, which is that while I'm doing one of these exercises, the back will snap, propel forward into the back of my head, and I will immediately die. The good news is if that does happen, I will at least get it on camera.
I should probably clue you in on what's going on here. So something that seems to be unique to Tom's workout is his emphasis on pliability. And I'll let him explain it for me.
Pliability is at the core of the TB12 lifestyle. Use a TB12 vibrating pliability roller or sphere to target the muscle groups you're using.
So basically, before and after every workout, I gotta roll this thing all over my muscles.
There are two parts to pliability. Active muscle work, active muscle work, active muscle work.
This is how you play football.
Finally, with just a few days left, having transformed into the best shape of my adult life, which unfortunately does not mean anything, it's time to hit the field.
Hi, my name's Drew Gooden. I'm over 4 feet tall, and this is my audition for the role of quarterback. Dear Roger Goodell, President of Football, I am politely demanding that you have me signed to one or all NFL teams as soon as possible. Obviously, my talent and positional versatility should speak for themselves, but I also have other attributes I can bring to the table that will make me instantly marketable as the new face of the league. Number one, I'm charitable. When this crazed fan came up to me and demanded my attention, I didn't throw 100 footballs at her face until she went away, even though I wanted to. I took the time to take multiple photos with her, a memory I'm sure she'll treasure forever. Reason number two, I'm already friends with several Hall of Fame athletes like Rob Gronkowski, Jeff Gordon, and Air Bud from the movie Air Bud. I believe these connections will help me thrive in the NFL. After all, it's a relationship game, not a football game. Reason number three, I think I could do a touchdown dance. And the final and most important reason why I should be immediately given a lifetime contract is that I am desperate for money. Over the past month, I have spent all of my life savings trying to do the Tom Brady diet, and now my house is being foreclosed. Not to be nosy or anything, but I saw how much you're giving some of these other guys, and I decided, can I have some?
I'll do any position. I'll even be punter. Please let me play.
Anyway, I hope you consider me for the role of quarterback. Have a wonderful day.
What the fuck? You're telling me I lost 5 pounds and felt great for a month and I have nothing to show for it because I can't even play professional football?
I'll get you, Tom.
Ooh, I just know for a fact that I am the person most negatively affected by this. Okay, so maybe I am the person second most negatively affected by this. So I'm gonna break down my final thoughts on this by answering 2 questions. Number 1, is the TB12 diet good? Yeah, with the exception of the one disaster, all the meals were tasty and they got easier to prepare the more I made them. And a lot of the restrictions are easier to pull off than it seemed at first, as long as you don't think about what you're missing out on. Like, it's really daunting when you start off and you think, oh man, I can't have this or this or this. But then you get going and you're just focusing on the food that you are making and you realize it's been 2 weeks since you thought about pizza. I'm proud to say I only cracked twice. There was the cheese incident, and I also went to Taco Bell one day because I was kind of going through it. But I think it's good to at least have one meal every once in a while that you can look forward to. Otherwise, you're gonna lose motivation pretty fast. In hindsight, yeah, maybe I should have swung for something better than a 5-layer burrito, but at the time, it's all I could think about. Other than that, the meals were all just good enough to keep me from daydreaming about junk food. But the other question is, given the financial and time investment necessary to pull this diet off, how feasible is it? And that's a little bit trickier. It would be dumb of me to ignore the obvious advantage that I had while doing this, which is that I was able to put my job on hold for a while by turning the diet into my job. And even still, there were days where I'm like, fuck, it's 5 o'clock already? I don't want to cook. I just made food yesterday and now I gotta do it again? When will it end? And I try to imagine what it would have been like to try to do this back when I had a 45-minute commute to my carpentry job, where I'd be lucky to get home before 6 o'clock and I'm tired and I'm sore and now I have to prepare this complicated ass meal. And whoops, our broccoli went bad. Should I go to Publix? No, I'm gonna go to Chipotle for the 3rd day in a row. You know what would be nice? If there were more convenient, healthy food options. The best I could find around me is a place called Fresh Kitchen, and it's pretty good, don't get me wrong, but the bowls are like $15. Also, I don't even know if that place is healthy. Did you know that restaurants aren't required to provide nutritional information unless they have over 20 locations? I didn't know that till I tried to look it up. And yeah, you can always drive through somewhere to get a fast food salad, but not only do I not want to eat salad every day, but a lot of the time, the salads have more calories than the regular food that they sell. Without a doubt, the best way to follow the TB12 diet is to have multiple fresh cooked meals every single day. And the easiest way to do that is to pay someone to cook them for you. But I'm not gonna do that. And you're not gonna do that. So who the fuck is gonna do that? Following this diet is possible, but it's expensive and it's time consuming and you have to sacrifice a lot of convenience in order to make it work. And just like with all diets, you have to be patient. If you're hoping to lose weight, it could take 2 weeks before you even move the needle at all. So really, in the short term, there are almost no noticeable differences. Like I remember my dad asking me after a couple weeks how I felt, and I thought about it and I was like, just kind of normal, I think. For some reason, I guess I thought, I'm eating all these superfoods. I'm gonna feel amazing. These omega-3s are gonna be coursing through my veins. But I realized it's more so just an absence of feeling bad. It's been a week or so since I officially finished doing the diet for a month, and I've tried not to stray too far from it since then, but I've loosened up the restrictions. Like the other day, I had a milkshake, and it was fucking delicious. It was so good. I don't regret it at all. But I felt like garbage afterward. I was in a bad mood. I was groggy and irritable and I went to bed really early for some reason. Same thing happened when we had pizza a few days later. It was the best pizza I've ever had in my life. At least it felt like it at the time, you know how it is. But it also made me feel like shit. I was so full, but I was also really grumpy. I kept getting annoyed at everything. It kind of ruined my night. And when I thought about it the next day, I was like, I think I'm good on pizza for a while. It also gave me acid reflux, which made me realize that I had not had that for the entire month that I was on the diet. So now that I think about it, maybe I'm onto something here. So food good, diet good, but everything outside of the meals, I could take it or leave it. The electrolytes are disgusting. The vitamins cost like $2 a pill. The water bottle's nice, but you're essentially paying an extra $40 just to have Tom Brady's name on it. And I love the guy, but not that much. The exercise equipment was a pretty good deal as far as I can tell. I'll let you know if all that shit just starts breaking one day. But ultimately, for a lifestyle change as drastic and as costly as this can be, I wouldn't recommend starting it off by wasting a couple $100 on a bunch of the less necessary crap. Just save that money for all the fish you're gonna have to eat. I know there's probably gonna be a lot of people who watch this video and think, whoa, you went on a diet for a month? That's crazy. What are you, like a regular person? And that's fine, but I'm proud of myself for doing this. It's not that I don't normally pay attention to what I eat and try to eat as healthy as possible, but I'm certainly not very consistent about it. So every day that I would get through the entirety of without making any bad dietary choices, it felt good laying in bed that night knowing I did a good job. And the more I stacked those days on top of each other, the better I felt overall. And I also realized when I'm only having one truly bad meal every week or two, it makes it taste so much better, because I've earned this. I'm gonna savor this shit. Again, I know these are very basic human principles that a lot of people are gonna hear and be like, yeah, Drew, it is hard. Everyone struggles with cravings and making good choices. It's not like extremely healthy people were just born with a different brain and they never think about how good ice cream would taste right now. They just have better self-discipline than I do. Anyway, this is a diet that I've wanted to try for several years, and maybe it's a good thing that Tom pretended to retire for just long enough to make me actually do it, because if he didn't, I probably wouldn't have. I'm still kind of pissed that he took my spot on the team, but I'll try not to hold a grudge. Well, I think I have finally run out of things to say. I've been working on this video for almost 2 months now, and I'm ready to be done. I know you guys are all probably pretty impressed right now by how well I'm able to hold my composure, despite the fact that I can very clearly see the dryer that held me captive for 2 weeks. But I'm a new man. I have no fears. I'm not afraid of looking at the dryer. I'm only closing this door because I think it's funny. Not because I'm scared of the dryer. Hey guys, welcome back to the classroom. As you can see, your regular teacher couldn't make it today. He got into a bit of a golfing accident over the weekend, so I will be your substitute. Not to worry though, I'm one of the cool subs. I'm not gonna make you do any work. We're just gonna watch some old VHS and then talk about it when it's done. Sound good? Cool. So this video was sent to me by Annabeth on Twitter, so thank you, Annabeth. It's called How Can I Tell If I'm Really in Love? And it's a surprisingly star-studded PSA from 1992. You've got a young Jason Bateman.
Hey Mom, let me help with the dishes.
His sister, Justine.
How can I tell if I'm really in love?
And also TV legend Ted Danson.
Sexual intercourse.
Who allegedly only appeared in this as an obligation towards his community service that he accrued from unpaid parking tickets, which I hope is true, because that's hilarious. It also makes a lot of sense when you watch him in this, because he can't wait to get the hell out of there. Okay. Anyway, I'm really excited to show you guys this video, so let's just jump into it. The fun starts right away with this Star Wars style scrolling disclaimer from the Los Angeles Board of Education being like, okay, yeah, we did make this video, but that doesn't mean we sponsor it, or that we take responsibility for it, or that we necessarily endorse it. All we did was make it, okay? You can't pin this on us. Such a weird tone to set before we even start. I love it.
This is my brother Jason.
I've made a huge mistake.
After a few introductions, which are worth showing because it'll give you an idea of how jarringly this is edited.
Hi, you guys. I'm Dina.
Hi, I'm Jennifer.
The most beautiful music starts playing. So this theme song is great for several reasons. One, it goes on way too long. It's like 6 minutes long. Two, the lyrics are absurd. They start asking all these questions, which I guess are supposed to be like unanswerable, except most of them have very simple answers.
How do the stars know it's time to appear?
Okay.
How does the sun know east from west? How does it shine from up above? And how will I know if I'm really in love?
Like, I just picture this band in the recording studio bringing up all these questions.
Before we start, you know what I've been wondering a lot lately? How do I know if I'm really in love?
That's a really good question. I think it's different for everyone. I know when I met my wife. Also, how does the sun know to go that way? Okay, I'll get back to your question in a second. The sun doesn't move. We just move in relation to it. I'm not moving. No, I mean the earth moves. You know that, right? Please tell me you know that. Okay, Mr. Math, Science, but if you're so smart, then explain the moon. Explain what it is? No. How does it know what time it is? And what about the stars? How do they know? Yeah, does someone turn them on? What if they forgot one night? That would be so embarrassing. No, stars are giant balls of fire. We just can't see them during the day because it's too bright. Oh, from the sun. Yes. But how does the sun know what time it is? How old are you guys? 30, 37. Jesus Christ. All right, let's just finish the song.
How will I know if I'm really?
So after several more minutes of this,
Trust.
I didn't know love could be real.
Honesty.
I love the way that I'm feeling.
Fun sex.
and this,
Only want to hold.
the song finally fades out and you think, okay, the video's gonna start now. And then they transition right into another song that makes even less sense.
Take it from me.
Okay, if you say so.
Had no one said anything?
I hear you.
The shirt?
Fine, you got the old guy convinced.
Of what?
You know, you can stop this tape anytime you want.
Oh, thank God. All right, well, that's gonna do it for today's video, everyone. Just kidding. As much as I already want to throw this tape into an active volcano, we gotta power through this because there's actually a lot of really valuable information in here about relationships, about sex, and I love that because every time they say something of value, the director immediately cuts to some kind of acid trip.
I think guys have a lot of trouble talking about love with their friends because they have this macho attitude that they have to put on all the time.
Okay, so I was thinking when this teenager starts opening up about his feelings, can you animate a giant cartoon face that's giving him a dirty look? Sure.
Feel really, really good, like you can do anything.
We need to show that we're listening to him. What do we draw? What about an ear? Genius! I knew I hired you for a reason.
Well, that's a good place to start. No one has a final word, but together.
Us and you guys.
Uh-huh, yeah, that's what together means.
How can I tell if I'm really in love?
I don't know. I'm in the dark.
I feel bad for this girl Joanna because I feel like they edited her in this to make her look as dumb as possible. They put that clip in 3 times. In fact, here's a compilation of her entire screen time.
A stepladder.
A stepladder? I don't know. I'm in the dark.
Improving his grades.
I don't know. I'm in the dark. Rainbows and stars and all the fun things in life. I am so confused.
If you really loved me, you'd have sex with me.
You would if you love me, if you love me, if you love me, if you love me.
Looks like we're starting to lose Ted here. Ted?
Why don't we just toss this over here?
Ted, we were going to talk about that. You know what? Let's just cut to another song.
Oh, he was so TM, yeah, he was so TS. And he
slow down? Sorry, what was the one before that? You guys are going way too fast. Oh, I know that one. On the dick? Oh, out the door. Yeah, it's a car, right? Okay, I was just asking. You guys got all that, right? Don't worry, you can just borrow my notes if you need to.
Girls are supposed to stay virgins as long as they possibly can, you know? And for guys, it's different, you know? They're supposed to lose their virginity as soon as they can.
Oh, well, then guys should just have sex with each other. So then we got a few more minutes of interesting observations, some good advice for young people.
Well, you can't have a conversation with an ass.
Let's see how long before things go off the rails again.
It was love at first sight, but I was only 10 and he was 17. It's kind of stupid, but I was chasing these little fish and we just kind of knocked into each other. And I guess I passed out or something, but when I woke up, he was carrying me out of the water, and that's when I fell in love.
What the fuck?
If you love me.
Okay, can someone please reel in Ted?
If you love me. If you love me.
He won't stop singing the song. We only asked him to do it once.
You would. If you love me. You would if you love me. You would.
And then right on schedule, once again, we have another very insightful segment, this time about the difference between good and bad relationships.
Mature love is energizing. Immature love is exhausting.
And this is probably my favorite part of the video, because I think this is a big thing that everyone needs to hear, which is that sometimes continuing to be in a bad relationship is worse than just having no relationship at all.
You can't stand to be with the person you're supposed to be in love with, and you can't stand to be without them.
But you're so used to the relationship that the thought of breaking up seems too difficult, so you continue to stay with them way longer than you should. I've done this before. Most people I know have done this before, so I think this is a really valuable segment to put in here. It's almost like they managed to lock the director out of the room for just long enough to cram this sensible advice in.
Hey, huh? You guys aren't messing with my movie, are you? No.
Then what are you doing? Nothing? Good. And now Jason's gonna talk to a picture of a heart, right? You got it, boss.
Oh, yeah, sure, fine. Mm-hmm. No, I understand. Sure, great. She doesn't like my hair.
She didn't like my hair.
And we're still gonna leave that really long, awkward pause in, right?
Yep. You know, someone loves me. I think
the editing here is just relentlessly nonsensical.
For 2 years, I went out with this guy. He was the football player, I was the cheerleader.
Okay.
We were cute together. We took good pictures together.
I'm sorry, who is this?
If there is a special love with this certain girl, she could be looking like a toad, she can be a princess, and you can still love her, and that is love.
To put it simply, love is when she be looking like a toad.
On the good side of love is the ultimate fulfillment, and when you're totally fulfilled, it's as if you're on the planet Z of funness.
I love how casually he said that. You know, planet Z of funness, a thing we all say here in the 90s. I used to be on planet F of badness, but not anymore.
Planet Z, yeah.
Let's see, been a while since we heard anything from you, Jason. Got anything to add?
Interest, intrigue, infatuation, love.
What?
Staircase.
Oh.
Oh, what? Glad they kept that in. So then buried at the end of this video is a solid 10 minutes of information about teen pregnancy, which no teenager will ever see because they turned this off 30 minutes ago. Yes! My biggest takeaway from this video is that whether it's 1992 or 2020, whenever an adult tries to send a message to a child in a way that they think will relate to them, it always backfires. Like, I'm still reasonably convinced that this
Pokemon go to the polls
cost Hillary the election. It doesn't matter how good your message is, if the way you deliver it makes you look like this guy, no one's gonna take you seriously. And then my second biggest takeaway from this video is what I consider to be the icing on top of an already insane cake. I was curious to read more about this guy, Saul Gordon, because he's featured pretty heavily in this video. And when I read what I thought was his obituary, it took 3 days to pick my jaw up off the floor. Now in this article, it says he died in the year 2000. It goes over some of his life accomplishments. You know, it's an obituary. But here's what really made me pause. The spectacular event in Gordon's life occurred in 1991, which would be 1 year before this video came out, when essentially he was the target of assassination. 2 women extremists tried to firebomb his house, but he heard the commotion in his basement while reading the Bible, went down to investigate, and in his excitement threw the Bible at them, forcing them to drop the bomb, and then they exploded. So I'm like, okay, you have my attention. But it's such a crazy story, I had to make sure that was true. So I tried Googling keywords from it to find evidence of it somewhere else. Nothing. You'd think that maybe a news outlet at some point would have picked up on this spectacular event, but no, as far as I can tell, it's only in his obituary. But I'm still thinking like, well, it has to be true, right? Otherwise, why would they put that in there? Then I kept reading, and the next paragraph, they talk about how the super fascist party won the 1988 election. And now I'm like, okay, I know that that didn't happen. I definitely would have heard about that. So what the hell's going on here? Turns out, you ready for this twist? Saul Gordon actually died in 2008, and this is a fake obituary that he wrote himself in 1980. So everything in it is entirely untrue. He made it all himself, which is actually even more bizarre than if all of this actually happened. So to sum everything up, how can I tell if I'm really in love is what happens when you take the ramblings of an already crazy person.
Did you see his muscle?
Give them to a director who's in the middle of experimenting with every drug, and make a video that's only still relevant today because Ted Danson forgot to pay a parking ticket. And that's the 90s. Things up here, I just want to give a little speech. It has always been my dream to be a first grade teacher, and after how well today went, I feel more confident than I ever have that that dream is going to become a reality. And I just want to thank each and every one of you, because without you guys, this never would have... You guys are leaving? No, it's fine. I was done talking, so it's okay. All right, I'll see you next week. Hey, guy. So this past week has kind of sucked. I got the flu for Christmas. It came a few days early, so I got to enjoy it for a while. The flu's always kind of confusing to me because it doesn't sound that bad. I mean, Michael Jordan once played a whole basketball game with the flu. But when I was sick, I couldn't stand up for 3 days. Did we have the same flu? But hey, I guess that's just the difference between a superhuman world-class athlete and me, an adult toddler. Anyway, I had a lot of time this past week to think and reflect on things, and one thing I couldn't stop thinking about was this article I had read before I got sick about Yellow Card. Now, like less than a month ago, I admitted to the world that Yellow Card used to be my favorite band, and no one was surprised. However, I was surprised to find out that they are suing Juice WRLD, who tragically passed away this month, and they're suing him. Now, in fairness to Yellow Card, they sued him before he died. And then when he died, they paused the lawsuit for a little bit, for like a couple days, and they thought about it. And then they were like, let's keep suing him. And so they did. Basically, Yellow Card alleges that in Juice WRLD's very famous song, Lucid Dreams, he uses a melody of theirs from a song that they released in 2006. Now, here's the thing. I am a self-admitted fan of Yellow Card. I spent a lot of my life listening to their music, especially their first couple albums. That was back in the early 2000s when I didn't have like an MP3 player, I had a CD player. So I only had like 3 or 4 CDs I would listen to over and over again. So their original music, their first 2 albums especially, I listen to all the time. I know these songs very well. They're very deeply ingrained into my brain. And when I heard Lucid Dreams, I didn't hear the song that they're suing him for allegedly ripping off.
Accidents out on the highway to somewhere. You left me falling and landing inside my grave.
Now, personally, I don't see anything super egregious here. It's obviously a very similar melody, but it's also extremely simple to the point where it's like, I don't think you can say that he couldn't have come up with this melody without hearing the Yellow Card song first. And that's actually probably going to be one of the trickiest aspects aspects of the lawsuit for the band is finding a way to prove that Juice WRLD did hear this song first and then blatantly ripped it off. As one of the articles covering the story put it, it'll be difficult to prove that Juice WRLD, who was 8 years old when the song came out in 2006, knew about it beforehand. I think the thing that I don't understand the most about these lawsuits is that, to me, there doesn't seem to be any loss involved. Like, no one was bumping Yellowcard's 2006 album like, oh yeah, this shit slaps, I will buy this album. Oh wait, is someone playing Juice WRLD over there? I will buy that song instead. Like, there's nothing like that here. It's just greed. It's just a scenario where I think a couple lawyers approached the band saying, hey, you guys might have a case here based on the precedent set by other similar lawsuits. And they were like, okay, we'll do it. But then he died. And it should have ended there. They should have dropped it, and they didn't. And that's why this is so fascinating. I think the thing that's most interesting to me about this lawsuit, other than the fact that this is a band that I've supported for most of my life, is that they're so desperate for money that they're willing to alter their legacy forever, to make villains out of themselves just for a small payday. There are dozens of examples of songs or riffs being similar to other songs where the artists who have been ripped off could have pursued a lawsuit but didn't. They've even spoken out against the idea of a lawsuit, which is really interesting to hear when you think about how much money they could have potentially earned in court. Def Leppard didn't care that One Direction used the same chord progression as them in one of their songs because they said that chord progression was just one of the building blocks of blues music. So they didn't pursue a lawsuit. You could argue Tom Petty was ripped off by the Red Hot Chili Peppers, but he said that he didn't see any malintention there, so he didn't pursue a lawsuit. He actually said there are too many lawsuits and he didn't want to add on to it. Breakbot, whose song Baby I'm Yours is almost identical to a Bruno Mars song that was released 3 years after it, basically came out and admitted he felt like he was ripped off, but it didn't matter. He was cool with it. Basically saying that every musician is influenced by another musician, even himself. Every song has elements of other songs in it, and that's just how music works. And that is how music works. That's how all of art works. Every artist ever was inspired by other artists who came before them, and that influence is always going to be there. Whether it's music or comedy or finger painting, every artist is just a combination of all of the artists that they've been influenced by. And to expect that every song that ever comes out has absolutely zero ties to any previous songs that came before it is just unrealistic. I think a lot of songwriters relate to this. This happens every time I try to play the guitar. A few weeks ago, I was writing something and it sounded like this. And I was like, cool, awesome, I like the way that sound. And then a few days later, I was listening to Hail the Sun, and I realized that the riff I wrote is extremely similar to a riff in one of their songs. And at first I was upset and I felt angry and unoriginal, but then I accepted that that's just how music is always going to be for me. I'm always just doing an impression of all the other guitarists that I've been influenced by, like Will Swan, Yvette Young, Ichika, that Tippy Canoe guy from Vine. So tying this back to Yellowcard, who think they're so important that they invented this melody that's so integral to the success of Juice WRLD that it's worth them becoming villains over forever. Like, think about it, these guys are so desperate for money that they're willing to destroy any legacy they might have had left at this point and replace it with infamy, with pure hatred. I saw hashtag fuck Yellowcard all over Twitter for a few days, and it's totally worth it to them because they're that desperate for money. Which I will say, this all doesn't really surprise me after I saw them lust over money for the last 10 years of their career. The singer especially always seemed to be the one leading the charge. Despite the fact that they had a loyal following, still listening to their music and going to their shows and buying their albums, he was like, nah, we gotta get on the radio. He was so certain that he could turn Yellowcard into Coldplay that they started putting these stupid radio songs onto their album, these dog shit transparent attempts at pop music, and it didn't work. They still didn't get on the radio. So then in 2013, they kicked out their drummer, who was the only thing setting them apart from just being another average punk band, and they signed with Razor and Tie Records. You know who Razor and Tie is? They make Kids Bop. I'm not even joking. These guys were so tired of being a mildly successful niche rock band that they were like, let's sign with the fucking Kids Bop record label and make shitty pop music, and then we'll be famous again. And it didn't work, because of course it didn't, because nobody cares about Yellowcard, and so they broke up 2 years later. And now they're still broke, probably working regular ass jobs again, as they should, and they saw this opportunity and were like, hell yeah, we can sue this kid, get that Ocean Avenue money back, pay off our credit card debts, it's gonna be great. Oh wait, he died? We could still sue him though, right? Yellow Card, you're fucking pathetic. I supported this band for years. I bought their CDs, I went to their shows, I brought my friends to their shows, I swore by them. I was like, no, they're good, you don't get it. The violin isn't just a gimmick. But you know what? I'm starting to think that maybe I was wrong and I shouldn't have done that. And now I'm done. I don't care if they come back and do a reunion tour or make more music. I'm not supporting them anymore. I'm not supporting a band who's willing to sue the family of a dead kid just because they think they own a melody. Fuck Yellow Card. Anyway, y'all already know how we do it on this channel. When I get sick, I like to complain about things that no one else cares about.
There's cream cheese on like 3 of her fingers.
It is the end of the year, it's the holiday season, and I'd like to give back. I'd like to start doing this every year where in December, I pick the last video of the year and give away the AdSense to a couple different charities. So if you have any in mind, comment them down below. If this video gets demonetized or copyright claimed, I'll just be donating a portion of the brand deal instead. Guys, thank you so much for watching it and supporting me this year especially. This has been probably the most fun year of my entire life. I got to go on tour with my good friends. We got to do a bunch of shows and I got to make some of the best videos, in my opinion, that I've made on this channel. And I have a lot more to come next year. So thank you for all the support and everyone have a wonderful 2020, a happy new year. Please don't get sick, wash your hands, take your vitamins. Happy New Year, everyone, and to all, a happy new year. See you tomorrow.
It's been a really good year for movies so far, but I have to admit that sometimes they can be a little too much for me. As a lot of movies have gotten more ambitious in scope, more groundbreaking with their visuals, I often find myself getting overstimulated. I had to leave the newest Mission Impossible like 45 minutes in because the AI villain in that movie made me so dizzy I thought I was going to throw up. That's real, by the way. I'm kind of doing a bit right now, but that actually did happen to me. And don't get me wrong, I loved Sinners. Such a fun theater experience, but the whole time I was watching it, I couldn't help but think how much better it would have been if instead of doing the whole vampire thing, they had just screen recorded a bunch of Zoom calls. And then I found out about the new War of the Worlds movie and all of my prayers were answered.
War of the Worlds is Amazon's take on Steven Spielberg's take on the H.G. Wells novel from 1,000 years ago. And I say Amazon and not Prime Video because where a lot of Prime content is made with a noticeable production value, this movie feels like it was made in an Amazon warehouse.
No, Mark, no!
It's also kind of an ad for Amazon, but I'll get to that later. The main character of War of the Worlds is Will Radford, who works for the Department of Homeland Security as a surveillance and threat assessment expert, which certainly makes it sound like we could be in for an exciting movie here. In reality, all Will actually does is sit at his computer all day watching drone footage of Washington, D.C. I think the conceit of the movie was, okay, what if Jason Bourne worked from home?
Sorry?
And he was played by Ice Cube?
Oh no, that's not gonna work.
From the opening montage, it's not entirely clear what Will's role here even is. It kind of seems like the computer is already marking everything for him and all he needs to do is see if the text is green or red. If it's green, he can move on to the next batch of footage, but if it's red, he can also just move on to the next batch of footage. Nothing he's doing matters at all. This car is driving suspiciously close to the Pentagon. Let's go ahead and give that a threat level of medium, provide no further information, and then get back to looking at buildings. You realize pretty quickly that Will seems to be a lot less interested in securing the homeland than he is using his access to government equipment to spy on his adult children. He spends the majority of his time just looking at them, watching them. He has cameras at their jobs, at their homes, inside their fridge. Okay, so we got 4 avocados, 1 mayonnaise, 4 avocados, and 8 unknowns. I'm sorry, it can tell just from the outside of this container that there's cake in there, but it doesn't recognize a cup of pudding.
You haven't had any protein this week.
How do you know?
Let's just say me and your fridge is pretty tight.
I love his character, one, because of Ice Cube's transformative performance.
Really? A muffin. What are you thinking?
Jesus, Dad, how many times have we been
One
through
hard
this?
boiled egg.
But also, I like that he doesn't seem to know why his family doesn't fuck with him.
Hey, Pops. I'm not your daddy, man.
Sorry. He finds out his daughter didn't invite him to her baby shower.
What shower?
Oh, shit. So he hacks into her MacBook and is like, I don't get it. Why doesn't she trust me? Why would she say something like that? And you can see their last text exchange was her asking him for a ride to the hospital and him being like, not sure about that. I'm gonna be absolutely swamped that day watching a live feed of you going to the hospital. One of the other main characters in this movie is his friend, ? Who works at NASA. And if it wasn't made obvious by the logo behind her and her multiple mentions of the NASA satellites that she has access to, her name in the movie is Sandra NASA. Just want to make sure nobody's confused about where she works. And look, I'm guilty of sometimes saving someone in my phone as first name, their name, last name, the thing I know them for. But even in the government database that he uses throughout the movie, he types in her name as Sandra NASA. So I think that is her legal name. Anyway, this is a great scene because in the span of about 15 seconds, you can see Ice Cube go from crazy weather, not my problem. Whoa, that weather's crazy. But it's not my problem.
Take a look at this.
I watch people, not weather. All right, that's crazy right there. Well, I got bigger fish to fry than watching clouds.
Now, I know you're thinking, this movie is great so far, but how come nobody's gone on Facebook yet? Don't worry, he does, for several consecutive minutes.
Remember to take out the trash today and be nice to the kids.
That's how she died. He forgot to take out the trash and she got hit by a garbage truck. Here's another example of very efficient writing in this scene. From this, we don't just learn that wife is dead. We learn that in this universe, the deliverability of a Facebook message is what indicates whether or not someone is alive. This is a crucial detail to remember, as later on when shit hits the fan and the aliens start attacking, spoiler alert, sorry, there's a very tense moment where Will's message to his daughter Faith does not go through. The implication being that she died so hard her Facebook doesn't even work anymore. Look, I know Facebook certainly has some weird policies, but I don't think they deactivate your account the moment you die. Now, thankfully she survived, and her dad is able to confirm this because he, again, has access to 24/7 live feeds of every building she might be inside of. Aw, he really does care. That'll teach her not to be so cagey about her privacy. Also, I see these are all Ring cameras they've placed around their house, but what is this one for? The one that's eye level with the couch? Is that to make sure nobody breaks in and starts watching TV? Now, I think this is a good time to remind you that Ice Cube spends 99% of this movie sitting in one spot. This is a sci-fi action adventure about aliens attempting to destroy Earth, and it is filmed entirely from the point of view of a guy looking at his computer. You could make the argument that there's no point in even trying to make this movie if you're not going to actually film any of the things that are supposed to be happening in it. And I'd almost be inclined to agree, but have you stopped to think about how much more work that would have been? Ugh. Watching someone's facial expression change slightly while looking at a bunch of desktop notifications accomplishes the same exact thing. It's terrible. Like even when meteors are hitting the Earth, aliens are coming out and shooting people, we're still not really watching any of those things. We're just watching Ice Cube react to those things.
Oh my God.
This is probably the best scene in the whole movie.
See this? Dave, listen to me. Get out of there, now.
That's good advice.
What? I can't hear you. Gotta go left, now.
Where is he routing him?
Make a right, now.
He's so confident about where to go, about where the aliens aren't going to be. Oh no. My son died from explosion. When is this week gonna end?
Thank God.
Don't worry, Dave is okay. But now Faith is in trouble.
I've never showed it, Dad.
What are you doing outside?
At least put a jacket on. It's cold out there.
Get away from that. Okay? Stay clear of that stuff. Get out of there. Go.
Yeah, she's working on it. He has access to her heart rate? Why didn't he just check that earlier?
How are you? How's the baby? They come. Your heart rate is way too high. 105.
105? That's not that high, especially considering the situation they're in. She just sprinted away from an alien laser beam. If anything, it's kind of low. She's freaking calm right now. Oh, cool. We're moving from the computer to the phone.
All operators are busy now.
The world is at war.
I'm coming.
Gross.
Here I come.
Hey, at least he's finally about to go to a more interesting filming location.
Damn it. Lockdown.
Never mind. The door's locked.
My daughter's in danger. I have to go help her.
You know, on second thought, I do kind of like this chair.
Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming right now.
Gross.
Quick as you can. I'll open it for you. Hurry up, baby.
Faith, you're gonna have to get your ass in gear, man. This is some pathetic effort I'm seeing out of you.
Hurry, you're almost there. Keep moving. Just a little bit faster. Good news, she was able to make it into a car that's leading her to safety. Bad news, it's a Tesla.
You think you have more power than you really do. You think you have the power to have saved Mom?
Classic infuriating movie trope here, where one character has vital information that would help everybody, but the person they're trying to communicate it to won't listen.
I need to talk to you about something
I don't have time for that right now.
Dad,
okay?
This is important. I have information I think you might want to know.
Not now, Dave.
The government...
No. I don't want to hear nothing you have to say.
Dad, listen!
I gotta go.
There are so many jump cuts in this movie, it's actually insane. Like, I think they just filmed every line individually and forgot they needed to account for conversational timing. So then they had to fix it by putting all these cuts in that you can't do in a movie. YouTube video? Sure, do all the jump cuts you want. But you gotta raise your standards a little bit if you're Universal Pictures. Now, to be clear, I don't blame any of the individual editors for this. In fact, I don't know if I could imagine a more difficult editing task than to have to make something comprehensible with the source material that they were given. Essentially, Amazon gave these two people a photo of a green screen and a handful of Ice Cube reaction shots and said, make a movie. And technically, they did, because we're watching it. Sometimes I wonder, though, if they even knew what was going to be on the computer when they filmed, or if the plan was just get a shot of Ice Cube looking concerned and then we'll figure out the rest later. Because not only do they reuse shots like crazy, but there's times where something so inconsequential happens that it feels like it was just shoved in after the fact. All right, time to fly this drone. Oh, wait, I can't. I could earlier, but now I can't. I need a level 5 password. So I'm gonna DM someone else in the government and ask for a level 5 password. And now I can see the drone. What a fun obstacle to just throw in for no reason at all. Did it make the movie better, or did it just make it longer?
Our forces are positioned and ready to engage right now.
What do you think, Mr. President?
I see no other option to initiate this war of the worlds.
He said it. He said it. There are too many of them. What are we going to do?
We're going to initiate a Star War.
China and the U.S. have joined forces in what is an unprecedented collaboration.
On the Song of the Summer.
The world's governments have finally put aside their differences in an effort to protect the home planet.
Who is saying this? Who is talking right now? Such a heartwarming sequence here, a real glimpse into what life might be like if we all just got along. And the best part is, we get to watch Ice Cube watch it happen.
Got him. Took your ass out, huh? Take your intergalactic asses back home.
Meanwhile, Faith isn't doing so hot.
But she's
pregnant.
I thought that I could stop the bleeding if I took it out.
I thought I could stop the bleeding by pulling out the one object that was stopping me from bleeding. Why didn't that work?
Gotta put some pressure on that wound, man. No, Mark, no!
But I work for Amazon. Packing supplies are all I know. Oh no, please don't die. Hold on, Faith. I love... Oh, wait, my girlfriend's calling?
Keep me posted.
Hey, you talking to the cube, baby girl? What do you want?
Big discovery here about the aliens and their intentions.
Why are they going after the chip?
These little guys are drawn to data.
These things eat data.
Exactly.
Wait a minute. This whole attack is just a big diversion to get those tripods to the data center. And those tripods are just Trojan horses to get those little bugs into the server.
I feel like I have to point out that that's not how Trojan horses work. A Trojan horse is when you sneak something nefarious inside of something that appears harmless, so the people you're trying to attack let their guard down. I don't think that quite counts when you're talking about a 50-foot walking laser beam.
Guys, a giant robot's destroying the city. How fun is that?
I just hope there aren't a bunch of smaller robots inside of it who try to steal my Facebook memories.
Oh no, my Facebook memories! I never should have trusted you.
No.
Remember to take out the trash today and be nice to the kids.
It's so sad. It's like she's dying all over again. And how is he going to remember to take out the trash now?
Kind of seems like he already forgot the part about being nice to the kids.
Jesus, Dave.
Dad! I love how often in this movie, Ice Cube exasperatedly takes off his glasses, only to just have them back on immediately in the next scene. Also, in case you didn't pick up on the insane plot twist here, turns out the aliens aren't here to take over the world, they're here to eat our data.
We are in utter chaos without our most precious resource, our data.
And because of the internet, we have a whole bunch of it.
Collecting data? Oh, man.
The clues were there all along. Look how hungry that robot is.
Shit. Briggs is behind the whole thing.
Traitor. Yeah. I think you're going to want to take those glasses off, man. And go ahead and put them back on.
NASA warned you if you activated Goliath, it could spark an invasion.
Those dinosaur bureaucrats don't keep us safe. I do.
So basically, this evil government surveillance program knew that the aliens were going to come eat all this data, but they still wanted to collect it anyway. And it's like, okay, I guess there's almost an interesting idea here. There are a ton of billionaires and people in power who are mostly aware that their choices are actively harming the earth and the future of humanity, but they continue to do it anyway because the things they're doing benefit them personally. But I do think there's maybe a tad bit of irony in Amazon being the platform through which this message is conveyed. A platform that is currently using my own data to advertise groceries to me every time I pause this movie.
Our most precious resource on Earth is data.
Also, if you've ever been on the Fast and Furious ride at Universal Studios, all of these webcam conversations have the same exact cadence as the conversations that take place on that ride.
Shaw, that cockroach we beat down in Spain? What's he got to do with this?
Nothing.
VP, justices, chiefs of staff, all secure. Okay.
You insane. I didn't sign up for this shit.
Thank you for your service, Radford. You're dismissed.
Stop this thing. Wait! No.
Oh no, he's being dismissed. I'm not sure I understand though. I might need to see 5 different examples of him being locked out of his computer. What? Oh! He got fired. The other twist is that his son Dave is the disruptor, and Will hates the disruptor because of how disruptive he is.
It's you! It's you!
Yeah.
In fact, he's #1 on the domestic terror suspect watch list. But now that he's stuck on the outside too, they'll have to work together to save the day. He's gonna have to go from hacking for the government to hacking to the government. And let's pop those glasses off for a sec. Thank you, Q. Then Mark and Faith send an update photo letting Will know that everything's okay. But it's such a bad picture that Will doesn't even seem that happy about it.
Good.
Dad, meet my disruptors.
What the hell? This was supposed to be our safe space.
Guys, enough.
It's truly fascinating to watch a movie try to raise its stakes without any ability to do so, because everything has to take place at his desk. It's not like we can just go out to some big set piece and watch a cool fight. The best Ice Cube can do is send some emails, upload a YouTube video, use Photoshop to put his face into the YouTube video.
Damn, Mr. Radford, that was badass.
It's riveting stuff, honestly. This is what movies are all about.
Thelma Louise, break encryption. Code Crusher, bypass firewalls. And Burnout, just stay out of trouble.
Yeah, if there's one thing we know about Burnout, I'd say he's kind of a loose cannon.
What the hell?
A few minutes later, that whole crew of people we were just introduced to dies.
I'm being hacked. They're hacking us.
They're eating our data.
Now the aliens have turned their attention to Dave.
No!
Oh no, he's gone for real this time. Ice, aren't you forgetting something? Thank you. Now put him back on. You know you can't see without him. And then he sits down and then stands up and then he goes to pick up his chair that he threw earlier. So like, wait, where the fuck was he just sitting a second ago? And I guess firefighters are there already? How did they get there so fast? It's been 12 seconds and the world is at war. Gonna need to take my glasses off for this one. Oh, never mind, guys. His son is alive. He was just using a green screen.
You had me worried to death, man.
You should have seen it. I threw my chair on the ground. Oh, son, I'm just so glad you're alive. For the second time today, I thought I lost you. It was devastating. Oh, wait, my girlfriend's calling me again? Girl, you gotta stop blowing up the cube, okay? I got shit to do today.
We must destroy DHS to make sure anything that gets through can't get to the Goliath.
No!
Guys, that's the building I'm in.
Hell no.
Dad, you're gonna have to get the code into the servers manually.
They will kill you, Will. It's a damn suicide mission.
I said I'll be fine.
I just needed to put my glasses back on. Okay, so the plan is Will is going to leave the room. I just hope his legs haven't atrophied in all the time he's been sitting there. He's got to go take this virus and put it in that delicious data that the aliens will eat and then melt or whatever. I don't actually really know. There's just one problem with this plan, though. The only way to transport this virus is with a thumb drive, and Mr. Cube doesn't have one.
Put it on a thumb drive.
I don't have a thumb drive.
What do you mean you don't have a thumb drive?
What? Dude, everybody has a thumb drive. Shit, I bet even Mark has one.
Even I have a thumb drive.
I knew it.
Faith can load it here and I can get it to you.
How?
Primaire.
So this is where the movie goes from good to great. I mean, rarely do we get to see the streaming service a movie is on become so integral to the plot of the movie.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, it's the feature of delivery.
In hindsight, it actually feels kind of insane that I even needed to have a Prime subscription in order to watch this movie that is about to climax with Amazon saving the world.
I need you to place an official order on Amazon to activate the drone.
Nuts.
I like when this guy's flying the Amazon drone, but then the aliens sent out their drones to try to blow it up. So then the other guy starts piloting a third drone that he uses to blow up these drones before they can blow up the Amazon drone.
Touchdown!
Good job, team. Oh no, the drone fell down. There's no way to get it back up from here. Okay, so what do you think that they're going to do to get out of this situation? I'll give you a couple seconds to think about it. Got your answer? Great. So if you said that they would use facial recognition software to identify this homeless person on the street so that they could text him on the phone and ask him to flip over the drone, you're correct. But also a little psychotic for even thinking of that. Jesus Christ, man. But of course, he doesn't just trust this unknown number at face value. He has to be bribed a little bit first. So they give him $1,000 Amazon gift card. And without hesitation, he sprints into the face of danger to flip that thing over. Oh my God, what a choice. I'm pretty sure that guy exploded, by the way, but that doesn't matter to us because the camera never turns around to look. In his first taste of real action in the entire movie, Will gets grabbed by an alien tentacle that penetrated the building, and then he says this.
These things are everywhere!
Nope, there was just one, and all he had to do to kill it was tell it to move.
Move, bitch! Get out the way!
Just like the song.
Where's that drum? Coming!
And now for the scene that this entire movie has led up to.
No! I love you guys!
In hindsight, it actually makes sense why he spent his entire life in that room, because about 5 minutes after he left it for the first time, he died. So maybe he was onto something. Anyway, now it's everybody else's turn to be alone in a room, pretending to react to someone's death. Huh, not so easy, is it? Maybe we shouldn't have been so hard on him, especially now that he's gone. I miss him so much. His quips, his glasses. Oh, never mind, he's okay. Aw, happy ending. I guess nobody died in the movie. Except for the millions of people who definitely died in the movie, but we don't have to think about that.
I just got off with the president. He wants you to pioneer a new data collecting protocol that doesn't invade people's personal privacy.
Sorry, sir, but not for me.
If I can't invade people's personal privacy, then I'm just not interested.
This war of the worlds.
And that's the movie. It's a total abomination. It's a hoot and a half. It's already being called the worst movie of the decade, but it begs the question, how the fuck did this happen? Look, I refuse to believe that a single person involved in making this was not aware of how terrible it is. I mean, my first thought when I initially saw people posting clips and making fun of it was, oh, Amazon made a terrible movie on purpose to get free publicity, and it's working. If this movie was only kind of bad, no one would be talking about it. And even if it was somehow really good, they still wouldn't be talking about it. I think they put out this steaming pile of product placement-ridden garbage to trick me and 10,000 other YouTubers into making full videos about it. The streaming services have caught on to the effectiveness of rage bait, and just like those data-hungry robots, none of us could resist taking a bite. Weirdly though, the more I read about the production process, the more I actually kind of think this
was not intentional and it just happened to suck.
The biggest factor being that this movie was filmed 5 years ago during COVID lockdown. It wasn't a conscious artistic choice to shoot it the way they did, although they have now retroactively tried to say that it was. They did it because they could either put each actor in a separate room and try to piece it all together in post, or they just couldn't make a movie at all. And that makes sense. You know, everything was pretty janky in 2020. We were all just trying to adjust to that new reality. But then they sat on this movie for 5 years. We are well past the era of late night shows being filmed on a webcam and sports being played in front of empty stadiums. Movies have been normal again for a while now. Nothing else looks like this. It's so out of place in the year 2025 that you can't help but stare at it. So I don't think they necessarily set out to make a terrible movie. I think they just ended up with one and didn't know what to do with it. But by waiting until audiences' expectations had long since returned to their pre-COVID standards and would be infinitely more critical of something that was shot exclusively on Microsoft Teams, it created the perfect storm of negative attention. It is the best advertisement for Prime Air that Amazon could have possibly hoped for. We're all voluntarily talking about it for free. So you know what? We gotta stop, guys, okay? No more fueling the fire. No more tweets, no more reactions, no more YouTube videos. From this point forward, or at least, well, let's say starting tomorrow, whatever tomorrow is, no more uploading YouTube videos about this movie, okay? And we obviously can't assign that rule retroactively. Anything uploaded today or in the past, it's fine, you know, because we hadn't agreed on the rule yet.
All right, I know I'm pretty late with this video. People have been talking about this movie for like 3 weeks now, which in internet time is about 1.5 years. But I just felt like I needed to wait for something else to come out. An article that explains how this all happened. I don't know, maybe a single mention of the movie from any of its cast or crew, but there has been nothing. Every day I Google War of the Worlds 2025 in hopes I can find one little nugget, one extra piece of insight into this debacle of a film, and there's just radio silence to an almost alarming degree. Not one person from this movie has acknowledged its existence in any way whatsoever, positive or negative. It's like the opposite of a press tour, where instead of sending all the actors out to do interviews and podcasts, they made everyone sign NDAs. Even Ice Cube, who posts on Instagram 400 times a day, has not mentioned this movie at all. Andrea Savage has a long list of credits in her bio that doesn't include this movie, but does include the hashtag butthole. Great! Now I have to click on that. There goes my afternoon. There's such a collective lack of acknowledgement here that I'm actually concerned that maybe none of the actors even know that they were in this movie. Like, they have no memory of it, and that's terrifying. Someone needs to tell them. It's someone besides me, of course, because I've already tried and it doesn't seem to be working. I guess whatever happened behind the scenes of this movie is just gonna remain a mystery, is what I thought. And then something incredible happened. Huge shout out to a YouTube channel called Tony's Film Club for interviewing the producer and main editor of this movie. This is exactly the kind of thing I was hoping would come out to provide some clarity, you know, and after watching this interview, I am somehow more confused about this movie than I was before.
But a lot of the critiques of the movie are dealing with personal, very subjective things that people dislike.
Yeah. It did confirm a couple of things we all just kind of assumed. One, that the actors did film almost all their parts individually.
Those were remote. Those were done with the director only.
Which explains the total lack of chemistry in every single scene. And number two, that editing this monstrosity was an absolute nightmare.
There's some scenes where you end up with about 10 video layers, 10 performance layers, and you have to keep track of all this, make it work, you know, make sure that everybody is able to track and follow what matters on the screen. It's a mountain to keep track of.
I genuinely feel bad for this guy for having had to put in hundreds, if not thousands of hours in order to make this movie come to life.
Was I scared of entering this project? Yes, I was terrified, frankly.
Another thing is that the producer seems to genuinely believe that people just aren't understanding their vision.
But Q being a dad, saving his kids and family, that was the movie's intent.
They seem to think that they've made this really heartfelt movie about a loving family and are annoyed that other people aren't seeing it that way.
Instead, the movie was received as an enormous disappointment, as if it was to be this gigantic $200 million tentpole. It was never intended for that.
Got it. Okay, so then it doesn't matter that it was bad because it wasn't supposed to not be?
From the critics' standpoint, they went into expecting something much grander in scope, probably by way of the title being misleading. You know, War of the Worlds implies something gigantic.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. Also, you knew that this was going to be the title the entire time you were making the movie. It's not like they dropped that on you last minute.
War of the Worlds.
But the real shock from this video is that apparently Amazon was not involved in the production of this movie at all.
Was this one giant advertisement for Amazon?
No, it wasn't. Amazon didn't see it until the movie was all the way done. The creation of Mark was simply because during COVID, who was bringing us all these products to keep us going? Amazon drivers. These individuals are heroes.
And that's why we portrayed him as a bumbling idiot. Because he's so stupid. I mean, important.
We wanted it to be recognizable that this is a part of society.
Okay, I guess that explains Mark's character, but then what about the drone?
The drone? We had to figure out, how do you get Ice Cube a USB stick with a virus ready to be uploaded when he's 2 miles away from where Mark is?
Right, of course, you know, and there's just no other way to do that. And the logo on the screen the entire time?
There's the drone that Dave is piloting, and then there's the drone that Mark is piloting. It was very confusing for a time, the edit, when you didn't have the Premiere overlay.
Okay, but what about the part where they spent like a full minute on Amazon's website?
That was the only way that the drone, which was pre-programmed to deliver to the correct address, could get to Cube.
Right, of course, you know, and that's not the kind of thing that you could just take creative liberties on. If people saw you using an Amazon drone, but they didn't get to see the entire process of something being ordered online, they would be outraged.
Yes.
Okay, so that explains all that. What about the Amazon gift card?
The Amazon gift card, I would like to address that. LA has a huge homelessness problem. But we wanted to also take the everyman who is not appreciated and give that person the opportunity to help save the world, which he does.
Yeah, he does. Reluctantly, after being bribed.
He is incentivized with a financial offer. And how do you get someone like that immediate money, cash in hand? Amazon gift card.
It's the only way.
So does this mean that after Amazon licensed it, they did not add any changes? They did not say, put our logo in here, anything like that?
No. Nothing.
Well, there you have it. They made this entire movie about Amazon saving the world, and it wasn't even because Amazon told them to. They just did it out of the goodness of their own hearts. You know, I actually think that makes it worse.
Amazon saw the Amazon character and identified clearly this would work wonderfully for them on their platform worldwide. And here we are, cut to 3 weeks later, and it's a smash hit for Amazon.
For all the right reasons. Thank you so much for watching. Remember, if you didn't like this video, it's not because it wasn't entertaining, or that I was 2.5 weeks late to this whole trend, or that I'm ugly. It's that you didn't understand it. It wasn't supposed to be good, and it's your fault for expecting it to. All right, I'll see you guys next time.
It's a cult classic in the making. I can already see that.
I hate laugh tracks. I think they're annoying, unnecessary, and honestly, I find them to be kind of an insult to the viewer's intelligence. It's like the show doesn't trust you to know when to laugh, so they have to basically hold up a big sign after every joke and say, look, that was joke, it's time to laugh now. But then at the same time, it also kind of feels like a lack of confidence in their own jokes. Like the writers know that these lines aren't that funny, so they have to like peer pressure you into laughing because listen to how much these other people are laughing, you should be laughing too. Most of all though, I hate laugh tracks because as a viewer, when I hear the sound of canned laughter, I am completely taken out of what, in my opinion, should be an immersive experience. I want to watch a show and feel like a fly on the wall during a realistic human interaction, and yet a laugh track serves as a constant reminder that these characters whose lives you're trying to get invested in are not actually characters. They're just actors, acting on a stage in front of a live audience that reacts to every joke like they just woke up from a long coma and this is the first joke they've heard in 20 years.
Closeness, schmoseness. There was 3 of us, for crying out loud.
In addition to being an auditory distraction, laugh tracks also mess up the flow of every scene. Even if you remove the actual sound of the laughter, it's still evident that these conversations have a very unnatural rhythm.
Get one yourself.
Ooh, somebody's been taking bitchy pills.
God, he's an ass when he drinks.
Well, he's an ass when he doesn't. You just don't hear it.
Line, long pause, line, long pause. I've never in my life had a conversation with that cadence. It's just not how people talk. Probably the worst thing about these laugh tracks is that they don't always correlate with the quality of the joke. Every response seems to indicate the same level of hilarity when, here's the thing, some jokes are just better than others. I don't expect every line to elicit this room-wide eruption of laughs and cheers, and I don't hold it against a show if a joke doesn't make me audibly laugh. But when a throwaway line is followed up by several wasted seconds where I'm just waiting for the next joke, and then it happens again and again and again, I get impatient and I don't want to watch the show anymore. These episodes are about 22 minutes long, and it feels like I'm only getting maybe 10 minutes of actual comedy. And that's when my brain hatched an idea. Exactly how much of an average episode of Friends is just laughter? What percentage of each episode's 22-minute runtime is wasted by a glorified sound effect? And then to take it one step further, how many jokes are there in an episode of Friends compared to an episode of, let's say, The Office? Obviously, quantity and quality aren't the same thing, and one good joke is better than 100 bad ones. But in this case, I do think quantity is a pretty good indicator of overall writing quality. So I had to know. I had to get to the bottom of this. But how? And then I remembered I have a YouTube channel and I can do stuff like this, so. Now keep in mind about 90% of this video is simply going to be opinion based. I may present a lot of what I'm saying as if it were fact, but what most of it comes down to is simply personal preference. So let's start with The Office. The Office is my favorite show of all time. I'm a bit of a basic bitch, so no, I'm not talking about the British version nor the Japanese version for that matter. I'm talking about the American Office. Because here in the USA, we may not be the first at doing stuff, but I'll be damned if we aren't the best. The characters develop deep, meaningful relationships that have ebbs and flows and give each episode more of a purpose, particularly in the first 3 seasons with the back and forth between Jim and Pam. More than anything though, I love the way The Office is directed, which is something that may seem small, but I think the movement and position of the camera can contribute so much to the tone of a scene, as well as even serving as a joke in its own right. For example, in the season 2 episode entitled The Carpet, after it's been established that someone took a dump in Michael's office and no one can go in there because it smells so bad, Michael has a talking head bit where he kind of rambles about how this is like his Fear Factor audition. Eventually, he can't stand it anymore and starts to rush out of the room, but it's at that moment that the camera zooms out to reveal that even the cameraman didn't want to be in that room. It's a small detail, but it was enough to make me chuckle and feel smart for noticing it. But I'm rambling, I love this show, I could talk about it for hours, but the title of this video isn't why I like The Office, it's The Office vs. Friends, so I will try and get to the point. How many jokes are in one episode of The Office? Now, no scientific endeavor would be complete without taking an educated guess beforehand, so here's my hypothesis. I'm gonna say that an episode of The Office averages 140 jokes, which is roughly 1 joke every 9 seconds. On the other hand, I'm going to guess that an average episode of Friends contains about half that. Let's say 80 jokes, or 1 joke every 15 seconds. In addition, I'm going to guess that approximately 3.5 minutes of every Friends episode is just laughter. And I'm also going to guess that roughly 7% of you just clicked off the video when I started rambling about math. So let's speed this up a bit. For The Office, I chose Angela hurling her cat into the ceiling, and start to finish, it's beautiful. And there are 41 jokes in it. Halfway through the scene, Michael casually gets up and sort of waltzes over to the other side of the table, trying to subtly switch his role. 3 during their car ride back to the office, and 28 jokes in the scene, and the episode is over. In total, I counted 166 jokes in 21 minutes, which is only slightly higher than my hypothesis. If you guys want to double check my math, go for it. I also tried to be as unbiased with this as possible. I included punchlines that didn't make me laugh, but I recognized as having meant to be a joke. This is science. So now let's transition over to Friends. Controversial opinion alert. I actually like Friends. Now, if I hadn't watched it with my mom growing up and didn't have a little bit of nostalgia for it, I'd probably feel differently, but I think it's a pretty okay show. It's got likable enough characters, even though they're all mostly reliant on pretty basic stereotypes. Rachel likes to shop, and Monica likes to clean, and Phoebe's wacky, and Chandler's sarcastic, and Ross is awkward, and Joey likes to fuck. But 5 out of the 6 actors are good, and the writing is usually fine, with the exception of the occasional awful joke thrown in from time to time.
Anybody know a good tailor? You need some clothes altered? No, I'm just looking for a man to draw on me with chalk.
As far as the laugh track goes, I can forgive shows like Friends for having a dated format because, well, the show premiered almost 25 years ago. It's not really dated if it literally is dated, and that's just what sitcoms were like back then. It was a standard. I'm much less understanding of shows that have debuted in the past decade that rely on this format. Originally, this video was going to be The Office versus The Big Bang Theory, aka the world's worst show, but I felt like that would be too easy. It's like making a video on Lele Pons. Like, we all know she's bad. I don't know anyone who actually likes The Big Bang Theory, and honestly, watching multiple episodes for research purposes just sounds like a nightmare. So I ultimately decided on Friends because it is a show that people generally enjoy. It's just, I think, sometimes a slave to its own format. There are moments in every episode where I have to fight the urge to incrementally skip forward past predictable back and forth scenes where you know what the next line is going to be, but you gotta wait for the audience to calm down so they can say it. But because of all this anticipation that's built up, now that line gets the enormous over-the-top applause. It's very formulaic, and that is the exact phenomenon that led me to want to make this video in the first place. So let's get into it. How much of a typical episode of Friends is just laughter? Funny story, I wasn't sure which episode to choose here, so I went on IMDb to see the highest rated. The second highest is the one where everyone finds out, and I was like, oh, I remember that one. That's a good episode. I'll do that. And then I realized, holy shit, this just happens to be season 5, episode 14, which is the same as the off. So this is a perfect comparison, and I will not listen to anybody who tries to dispute that. Yes, it's all coming back to me now. This is definitely one of the best episodes. The basic synopsis is, spoiler alert, Chandler and Monica have been secretly dating for the past 15 episodes, and only Joey knows. Rachel and Phoebe find out because they see Chandler and Monica having sex, but rather than confront them, they try to mess with them by having Phoebe flirt with Chandler. It goes back and forth until it all climaxes at the end of the episode. They kiss, Chandler freaks out, tells Monica he's in love with her, the crowd goes, woo! End of episode. Yes, that was a significantly shorter synopsis than the one I did for The Office, but I realized I didn't want this video to be 90 minutes long, so gotta cut corners somewhere. In this episode, I counted 121 laughs, which is surprisingly high, actually. I definitely way underestimated the Friends writers, but I also way underestimated the amount of time the audience reactions would take up. My guess was 3.5 minutes, not even close. Now, I will say I included scene transitions in this, not the theme song, but the silly little stings they play in between scenes, because I felt like these are as much of a waste of time as the laugh tracks. But anyway, after isolating these two things, I was left with 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Over 25% of the episode has no dialogue in it, no substance at all. It's just audible filler to pad the episode in between jokes. Side note, if you guys want to double check this number and see what an entire episode of Friends looks like without any dialogue, I will be posting that video on my Twitter @DrewIsGooden. It's kind of hilarious, actually, and I feel like even if you've never seen this episode of Friends and just have a basic understanding of the characters, you can completely understand what's going on without hearing a single line of dialogue. Now, for the sake of being somewhat thorough, I went ahead and did the same thing for one more episode of each show, the first episode of season 2, and got pretty similar results. I counted 119 jokes in The Office and 96 in Friends. I'm gonna guess that these numbers are a little more typical of what an average episode of each show is like, whereas the season 5 episode 14s of each show are more an outlier, like the best of each show, but still the results are comparatively pretty similar. All right, so we've counted the number of jokes, we've isolated the laugh track, and used science to determine that The Office is a much more comedically efficient show than Friends. So the only question to answer at this point is, does it really matter? And that's entirely up to you. If comedy is completely subjective, and I'm not here to tell you that you should like one show more than another because there's more jokes in it, but at the end of the day, just watch whatever makes you happy. If you like Kevin Can Wait, then watch it. If you only like Disney Channel original movies, then watch them. Even Camp Rock 2, which was an objectively disappointing sequel. But what the fuck do I know about comedy? The perfect ending. Great job on the video, Drew. Oh, thanks, Mr. Narrator. Yeah, it was nice to not have to be on camera for a change. I grew out my beard. Yeah, you gotta get rid of that. Side note, post-video hot take here. I think David Schwimmer is the best actor on Friends, and I'm not being sarcastic. His biggest detractor is often that he's too emotional or You know, some people might describe him as kind of a little bitch, and that's 100% true, but he's really convincing in expressing it. His physical comedy is so underrated. The way he moves his body, his facial expressions, his timing are so good. These types of sitcoms were made for people like David Schwimmer. I think his talent just gets overlooked because Ross can be such an annoying character. But next time you're watching the show, and I know this is asking for a lot, but take your eyes off Rachel's exposed nipples for a few moments and you might gain an appreciation for someone you thought you could never appreciate. You go, David. Anyway, just a tangent that wasn't really related to the video, so I threw it in at the end. Thank you again so much for watching, guys. Be sure to like and subscribe, and let me know if you want to see more videos like this, or if you prefer my usual format. This was really fun to make, so I'll probably do more whether you like it or not, but it's still good to ask. Alright, see you later, guys. Hey guys, welcome back to my $400 million 2-bedroom apartment. So my new obsession lately, that I'll inevitably get bored of in about a week, has been watching videos from Architectural Digest, where they do these in-depth house tours of the most colossal mansions your brain is capable of imagining. These 17-bedroom, 30-bathroom houses where like 2 80-year-olds live. And my biggest takeaway from watching these videos is that after a certain point, the more expensive a house is, the uglier it is to look at. Anywhere from $1 to $10 million, and you've got this beautiful, modern, technological marvel of a house. But then when you get up to like $50 million, $100 million, they don't even feel like homes anymore. This is where pretend rich people live. I don't feel like I'm in someone's house right now. I feel like I'm walking through the set of Bridgerton. And I feel like these videos serve as proof that there is such a thing as having too much money. Do I need a bat cave in my house? Or a ski lift that'll take me to my second house? Or an old-timey barber chair in my billiards room? Or a rug that's made out of a bear that's still alive? I'll say it. Rich people have bad taste. He said it. He said the title of the video. Shh. I'm trying to watch something. I feel like there's probably a psychological explanation for this. My theory is that in order to be the kind of person who even strives to make the money necessary to afford a $100 million house, you would probably also tend to value things based solely on how much they cost. So this $2,000 couch may be pretty comfortable and look good in just about any living room, but this absurdist art piece pretending to be a couch costs $14,000. And that makes it bet. I have no idea how I would even sit on this, but I'll hire someone to figure it out. Also, chandeliers. Nobody needs one. They have one of the worst cost to utility ratios of any household object, and yet if you're rich, you have 30 of them. But I'm not making this video to psychoanalyze rich people. I'm making it because there's a ton of funny moments in these Architectural Digest videos, and I want to show them to you.
You get to sit down here, watch your friends jump in the pool. Hopefully they're clothed. Hello!
Is it like that at your house? Because it's not like that at mine.
What really makes these videos fun to watch is the various hosts. It's never the same person twice. It's either the quiet rich guy who owns the house or a local realtor who watches a lot of HGTV. This guy, who I'm pretty sure is just Bono in a Howie Mandel costume, is great.
There's gonna be times where maybe it's a little too warm or a little too cold, and it's so effortless and so simple just to close this off, give it a little tug, and it's effortless. It really is.
It's effortless, huh? What are they trying to hide with that hilariously timed cut? Closing this door is effortless. You just give it a little tug. Give it a little tug. Oh, my foot was in the way. It's effortless. We're gonna cut out that foot thing, right? I also love how they edit these. The transitions always make me laugh.
So let me show you the rest of this outdoor living space and how it all connects. Follow me. I'm standing outside.
All right, let's check out the other side of the room. So this is actually hand painted. This next guy's really good too. I like how he refuses to break eye contact with the camera, even for a second. So this is all my stuff.
The railings throughout the main living area are made up of hundreds of willow branches, but the focal point of this room, under the turret skylight, is the crystal of Crystal Point.
Oh, you're not gonna explain that? We're just gonna move on from the giant crystal. This is my recliner, and this is my dehumidified dragon heart. Hey, let's check out the garage.
One of the more unique features of this home theater is while you're enjoying your movie with the doors closed, if someone enters the outer door, it blinks the lights on to alert you of their presence.
That's good. I am so tired of people sneaking up on me every time I try to watch a movie. I definitely like it better when the owner of the house talks about it themselves because they're always so proud of super specific things.
This is our outside covered living room. This room is a little smaller than the other rooms in the house because we wanted a cozier, comfier feel.
Like that seems to be a common theme in a lot of these. They always have giant rooms that they don't even want to be in.
This room is really the largest room in the house.
We don't spend as much time in here.
So then they're so proud of themselves when they've cracked the code by manufacturing a small space. Yeah, this room's tiny, but we did that on purpose. We could have made it really big, but we chose not to, and now it kind of feels like a home. Every once in a while, though, I forget that I'm listening to a billionaire talk, and then they'll say something completely absurd.
This is the children's theater. This piano over here, last summer Justin Bieber did a concert for 5 of us here. It was really an amazing thing.
A private Justin Bieber concert? Yeah, no, I do that too. Actually, he's performing here tonight. Isn't that right, Justin? Do you want to say something to the camera? He's shy.
This is the flower cutting room. This room really is for cutting fresh flowers. We have beautiful flower gardens here. I have never, ever in my life heard of a house having a flower cutting room before.
Yeah, no, neither have I. Because that's not a thing.
No need to hire a florist.
That's actually how we can afford this house, because of how much money we save on florists. And all we had to do was create a room that is dedicated solely to this specific task. This is my shoe shining room. This is where I shine all my shoes. You know, when we first moved here, my kids begged me to turn this into their bedroom, and I said, no. Daddy gotta shine those shoes. Plus, their bunk bed looks really good out in the backyard.
In addition to this kitchen, we have a chef's kitchen, which we use most of the time, that cooks for the family. So the cook doesn't have to be in the kitchen, in the living space with the family.
I like how he tries to phrase that so that it's for the chef's benefit. We have our other kitchen downstairs, so our private chef can cook down there, and he doesn't have to come up in the big kitchen. Ugh, gross. He would hate that. Plus, it would be so hard for him to focus on cooking because we have so many private concerts up here. Actually, the ghost of Prince performed here the other night. Would have been very distracting, so that's why we keep him down in the dungeon. Basement. I said basement.
This is really a party room. It has race car machines, pinball machines, ATM machines.
They got an ATM down there? No, that's a party. I'm gonna go bowling. I'm gonna play pinball. Hey, Brian, you coming? You guys go have fun without me. I'm gonna withdraw some 5s. Classic Brian. $3 service fee.
So this is the movie theater. And what's unique about this movie theater is that it's on the first floor of the home. I've built many, many movie theaters before, and they're all in the basement, which I find people tend not to use because they have to walk down the stairs in the basement.
You wanna watch a movie tonight? You know, I'd love to. I really would, but the theater's all the way downstairs. Oh, thank God. I'm so glad you said something. I did not want to walk down there. Let's just keep hanging out on the floor. Good idea. And then there's this ludicrous Bel Air house that's actually 4 houses. It's so big, the realtor showing it to us has to be driven around in a golf cart. And that guy is having a great time.
And listen to those rolling streams. And over there,
that's where we keep the pianist. Be careful. Please don't let him out. He always tries to run.
music to my ears. Oh! And this can all be yours for $195 million.
Sometimes architectural design will go into celebrities' homes, which is fun for me because I love to judge famous people. Here's one where they go into Pierce Brosnan's $100 million beach mansion, or at least I think it's Pierce Brosnan. Can we confirm that?
Pierce Brosnan. Pierce's closet. Let me show you Pierce's bathroom. Lucky Pierce.
Okay, yeah, I thought I heard correctly. I've noticed that the biggest difference between a celebrity's house and a regular rich person's house is that celebs always have a really dumb chair. Kerry Washington has this beautiful living room with 2 concrete toilets. In Alex Rodriguez's outside bathroom, I guess, he has this little wooden hammock that is so thin, it would probably give me a wedgie. Of course, it's not all fun and games. There was the incident.
I love limes. I love them. They're great. I love them so much, and I like to present them like this in my house.
Oh, that's awesome, Dakota. I love limes too. And I know I can trust you because you've been in movies. Well, apparently not, because Then she went on Jimmy Fallon, Funniest Talk Show, and revealed the truth.
What do you do with all those limes?
I actually didn't even know that they were in there. I was giving the tour and went into the kitchen and it was set dressing. It was hard to just ignore them. So I just lied. Just lied.
I'm never trusting anyone ever again.
I love lime.
Actually, no, that's not the truth.
Dakota.
But my favorite celebrity house has to be Dita Von Teese's taxidermy-filled home. She's got a stuffed rabbit, stuffed birds, a stuffed fox, a stuffed cheetah and tiger, a stuffed cat. Wait, hold on. Oh. Okay, I think that's just a regular cat. All of a sudden, I have a new dream home. I want to build a 2-story house, kitchen on the bottom, my future child's bedroom right above that, hole in the ceiling. A full-size stuffed giraffe that starts in the kitchen, neck pops up through the hole, head looks at the child, making sure he goes to bed on time, and then every morning I'll shout through the hole, "Oh, Drew Jr., I made egg!" And he excitedly jumps out of bed, makes that sound that Anakin made in The Phantom Menace. Yippee! He then hops onto the giraffe, slides down his neck, lands perfectly in the chair, fork and knife in hand, bib already on, and says, "Good morning, Dad?" Turns out I'm already gone. You see, I was concerned he wasn't going to get out of bed in time. So I had started marching up the stairs, ready to discipline my sweet boy. I open up his door, go, huh? Look down the hole. He's already scarfed down his whole breakfast, threw the bib off, backpack on, looks up to me, says, "See you later, Dad," and then scurries out the door just in time to make the bus. And then the giraffe comes back to life and we play video games all day till my son comes home. And that's my dream. Thank you so much for watching today's video, guy, and I'm sorry if I made you jealous with my sweet pad. Before I get out of here, I do want to give a quick shout out to my homies. Y'all already know who you are. You're my day ones, my ride or dies, and that's on God. Be sure to smash that subscribe button so you can be notified when I upload tomorrow. I'm gonna be making a video about the stock market because I have a lot to say about it and I know what's going on with that. And so I'm gonna talk about that tomorrow. So be on the lookout for that. See you then. Hey guy, welcome back to the spring break no one asked for that's probably gonna last all summer. So I'm sure at this point most of you are familiar with my wife Amanda, who appears on this channel from time to time.
I'm an adult.
Every time she shows up, I get comments like, "Please put Amanda in more videos. Give your channel to Amanda. Wait, I thought she died in Afghanistan." And let me just say, I hear you. Everybody out there who wants more Amanda in their life, I totally understand, and today is your lucky day because Amanda and I are in quarantine. So normally I work from home, obviously. I sit on this chair all day long. I've never left this chair, but 5 days a week, Amanda goes somewhere, I assume to a job. She's never told me, she just leaves for 8 hours a day. But now, because of things beyond our control, she is not going to work. And she is here in a chair just like me.
And now that I have a lot of free time, I can do my favorite thing, play Neopets.
And there's a lot to do on Neopets.
So I've heard.
You may think that there's not a lot to do.
I do think that.
But there is.
Okay.
Gambling, betting.
There's a whole stock exchange, right? You can kind of
I
like...
have stock. There's a stock market. There's a whole economy.
I was wrong. That does sound like fun. Amanda's been playing Neopets her whole life, and I have never really played Neopets. I played RuneScape growing up. Those are our two things where I explain RuneScape to her, it goes right over her head. She explains Neopets to me, it goes in one ear and out the same ear, because it doesn't U-turn back out the same ear. It doesn't matter how many times she explains how it works, I always forget, and it's not because I'm not listening, but it is because I'm not listening.
And RuneScape, I couldn't tell you one thing about it.
Tell me one thing about it. Oh, she's really trying. So for today's video, here's the game plan. First, I want her to explain to me and to you guys what Neopets is, how it works, why she still plays it, why it's a great thing to do to get your mind off things. But we also are gonna try some other quarantine activities. We're gonna revisit some of the life hacks that we tried in our last video together. And who knows, maybe we'll get our dumbass cat involved because she seems to want to be in this video.
So first thing you gotta do is type in Neopets. I've had my account since December 30th, 2003.
So you were 9 when you started.
9
and how old are you now?
25.
And you still love it?
Yes.
When you first log in the morning to Neopets, what's the first thing you do?
Okay, so the first thing I do is I go to another website called Jelly Neo.
All right, so we're already getting off of Neopets to start.
So what I do every day is there's your dailies, check my stocks.
And stocks are up right now, you said?
Some of them are. I've invested 1 million Neopoints, and I've made 77,000 Neopoints. There's no rhyme or reason to why things are the way they are. Another really fun thing that I still don't know how to do it, there's gambling, so food club. So you bet on these pirates, I guess. I don't know how it works, I just copy somebody's. I've won like 10 million Neopoints. Damn, it feels good to be a gang.
So the goal of Neopets is just to acquire as many Neopoints as possible.
Well, see, that's the magic of it. You make your own goal. You can do whatever you want. If you want to make as many Neopoints as you want, you can make them. If you want to have the best pets, you can do that. If you want to collect the most things, you can do that. If you want to play the most games, you can have any goal you want.
You mentioned games.
Oh, yeah.
Show me some of the games. Because I've seen over your shoulder you play some of these, and I gotta say, they're pretty riveting.
So this is my favorite game. It's called Fashion Fever. It's really fun. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Yay! Send my score.
You're right. This is fun.
So when you play a game, you can send your score 3 times. And what that means is that when you send the score, you get the Neopoints. I'd say like 1 million Neopoints is like, it's a lot. I was very poor and a dumb kid. You can zap your pet. You can change their gender. You can change their species. You can change... show called Avatar and then the movie called Avatar. The main aspect of Neopets are the Neopets. There's 55 Neopets to choose from. You can battle your pets. It's like, I can do this with my eyes closed.
Do it with your eyes closed. Oh wow, you weren't kidding. Victory.
They opened up the NC Mall, which is the Neocash Mall. So this is real money. I have spent real money on Neopets before. I mean, there's contests you can do. You can send a Neo greeting. That's pretty cool, right? Croc Island, Mystery Island, Maraqua, Meridel, Bright Vale, Fairyland. Your pets can also have pets, and your pets can have pets. And then there's the Neo boards where you can talk to people. There's news every week. A slorg wriggles by. They got slot machines. You can just kind of sit here and play some slots. So, I mean, this has just everything you could want in a game. Yeah, there's so much to do.
That's awesome.
Do you have any questions?
No, I think I'm ready to take my pop quiz. Okay, so from what I understand, Neopets is a game.
For kids.
For kids, okay. See that, now I understand. Okay, so maybe we changed our clothes and waited 2 days to film this part. So last time we were sitting in this table, in this spot, we were reacting to some of the internet's most helpful relationship life hacks. But there was one really important one that I actually saw and was the reason I wanted to make that video. And then when we went to record it, I totally forgot about it.
You forgot about it.
So they're eating like French fries, I guess. But the problem is...
He won't share with her?
Which, like, if your boyfriend won't even share a snack with you, I think you have deeper problems. Let's see what she goes and does in the kitchen while her boyfriend's just on the couch like, Babe, you coming back?
At least this one doesn't have any hot glue.
Yeah, that's why I specifically chose this one. Actually, the one that comes after this is basically the same thing, but with a spoon. But you just make a spoon out of hot glue. We're not doing that. My burn turned into a scar. It took like 2 weeks to heal.
I don't even remember where mine was.
Yeah, yours wasn't that bad. Sorry to belittle your problems, but mine was way worse. It was like almost down to my bone. And now I'm gonna have this scar for the rest of my life. So at this point, I'm like, okay, you're gonna make a bowl out of tape. Fine. Wait, what? You're ironing it?
You're not using a hot glue gun, so you have to use something hot anyways.
Yeah, life hacks aren't life hacks if you don't have the potential to burn yourself while making it. Oh, and it looks great.
I switched bowls because I didn't want to ruin my good bowl.
She uses that for popcorn every day. That's not an exaggeration. All right, so the ingredients for this one are
bowl, tape,
cling wrap,
which has been just collecting dust in our pantry. We don't really use this. We're really bonding again. Can we settle this? Cling wrap? Saran wrap? This shit sucks. All right, there's a reason this was collecting dust. It doesn't stick, it doesn't work, it never does what it's supposed to do.
Well, the bowl's too tall.
And the bowl's too tall, which is the saran wrap's fault. We're not even to the hard part yet.
It's gonna be the best bowl ever.
This is gonna be a really good bowl. Okay. And that took way longer than it should have. Well, I wouldn't say it looks good, but I will say that it does look like we put saran wrap on a bowl. So that's where we're supposed to be at. Hey, honey. How does iron work?
You plug it in.
Oh, okay.
Is this ASMR?
Is this ASMR, guys?
Is this ASMR?
Oh.
It's on.
Oh, it's working now.
It wasn't like burning hot, it just scared me.
Me too. When I thought you were in trouble, I almost jumped in front of the table to protect you.
What am I supposed to do? It doesn't say how long or how hot or why.
Or why.
Wait, why am I doing this?
Why are we heating it up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure I understand.
Shouldn't it already be? It's tape.
It's tape. You don't need to activate tape by heating it up.
Unless they know something I don't know.
This looks good. It seems like it will work good, but the ultimate test is going to be the popcorn test. So now the ultimate test, first pour some in a regular boring bowl. Boo. No one likes you. So do we do like a taste comparison test?
Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna close my eyes and I'm gonna guess which bowl I'm pulling it from.
Okay.
The correct answer is tape bowl.
Oh yeah. Regular bowl.
No, but that's good. That means that the average blind consumer can't tell the difference between smart bowl and silly bowl.
I mean, if you have a lot of saran wrap and tape lying around and an iron and you don't burn yourself, then I think this might work.
This will make movie night a little bit easier. Ow. The hell? Well, I'm stuffed. What do you say we head back upstairs? Oh man, that was fun. So fun. That was awesome. So now that you've told me all about Neopets, and I was listening, of course, and I remember everything you said, I'm going to do the same for you. I'm going to tell you a little bit about RuneScape, and I'm also going to tell the people at home all about my favorite childhood game. Are you going to say something?
Is RuneScape?
RuneScape? Is RuneScape. So there's two versions of RuneScape. There's RuneScape 3, which is the new one that looks great but no one plays, and then there's old school RuneScape, which people still play even though it doesn't. But you don't have to do the random events, you can skip them. Wait, Amanda? Babe? Oh, there you are. Babe, did you change your clothes?
Yeah, I want to get comfy.
So Bim Bim and I have a lot in common, actually. We both sleep like 20 hours a day. We both get extremely self-conscious when anybody is looking at us. And we both get random bouts of energy late at night. Like we could both be tired all day, but then 10 p.m. rolls around and we're running around like crazy. More so her than me. I'm not literally running around, scratching up the carpet. That's her thing. So I think the dilemma for cat owners is you want to play with your cat, but sometimes it's not as straightforward as it is like with a dog. Like a dog, you throw anything and they're gonna go put it in their mouth and bring it back to you. But with a cat, especially one like Bim Bim, we can tell she wants to play, but it took us a really long time to figure out how. So it took us a couple years, but we finally figured out how to play with her in a way that she seems to enjoy. And I think it's really leveled up our relationship. I feel so much closer to her now that I can bond with her in this way. Plus, who knows, if shit really hits the fan, then you're probably gonna want your cat to be trained to hunt food for you. So that's ultimately the goal. I think the general rule with cats is if you buy a toy for them, they're not going to play with it. You buy a scratching post, they're not going to scratch it. But if you give them something that isn't meant for them, they will love it.
We bought this for her to sit on, and she sits under it.
She sleeps under it.
Sometimes it's a bit more of a workout for me than it is for her. Really letting me down. Now, I think because it's her normal dinner time right now, she sees this as a sort of standoff, like we're negotiating. She already put forth her limit of how much effort she would put into getting dinner, and ultimately she's going to win the negotiation because I am going to feed her now. Oh, now you want to play? We both get extremely self-conscious. Extremely self-conscious. So this pretty much completes the triangle. When you're trying to get her to play, all she wants to do is sleep. When you're trying to get her to sleep, because we're asleep, all she wants to do is eat. And when you're trying to get her to eat, all she wants to do is play. So what the hell? Also, Amanda's allergic to Bim Bim, and we still keep her. Everybody's gotta make sacrifices around here, except for Bim Bim. She sacrifices nothing. Everything is handed to her. She's got the easiest and best life in the world, so. Hey, let's go back to the desk. Well, I think that's pretty much everything we needed to do. I guess this is your channel now? Mm-hmm. So now that you have a YouTube channel, what's the first thing you're gonna do?
Welcome back to WatchMojo.com. Today we're going to be talking about the top 10 butterflies. For this video, we're going to be excluding caterpillars because those are known as future butterflies, and cocoons because that's when they're not a caterpillar or butterfly. So we're just talking about butterflies only.
You're gonna do top 10 lists?
Yeah, that's what I always wanted.
Well, you can't do like a Watch Mojo thing because Watch Mojo already does that.
Well, then I don't want to do it then.
So this is still my channel?
Yeah, I guess.
Nice. Well, sorry for taking you guys on a little bit of an emotional roller coaster there. I thought that this was going to be her big break, but can't do Watch Mojo.
Thanks so much for being here today, and we'll see you again tomorrow with the same video. Bye!
4 years ago, I did the unthinkable. I watched a bunch of episodes of Saturday Night Live and then made a video about it. SNL is about to wrap up its 50th season, which is pretty crazy to think about when you consider how much pop culture has evolved in the past few decades. I think it's a testament to how many talented people have worked in that building that they're still finding ways to stay relevant today. I mean, even in 2025, at a time when nobody watches anything live anymore, they managed to pull almost 15 million viewers for their anniversary episode. Adjusted for inflation, that's over 2 billion people. Because this is such an important milestone for the show, and because I only ever have like 4 different video ideas, I wanted to do another retrospective. The problem is I already watched every single season of the show for that last video, so like, what else is there to talk about? And then I remembered, oh yeah, they made 11 movies. Some that I haven't seen since I was a kid, some that I've never heard of, and some that live in infamy for the harm they caused to anyone who had the misfortune of going to see them. I have a lot of reviews to get to, so we should probably start as soon as possible. The first ever SNL-inspired movie was The Blues Brothers in 1980, released right in between a time when the show was the most popular it would ever be, and then so bad that it almost got canceled. The Blues Brothers were played by Dan Aykroyd and the late John Belushi, who tragically died while filming this stunt. Now, I'm gonna assume that was someone else, but like, is that guy okay? Holy shit, that looked painful. I have to imagine the only reason he didn't break any ribs is because of all the cocaine that everyone was doing the entire time this movie was being filmed. So much cocaine, they had to program it into the budget. So many on-hand substances that it became nearly impossible to wrangle up John Belushi at his call times because he'd either be hungover or just like in somebody's house. The production of this movie is wild to read about. There was a drug empire on set. They went $10 million over budget. They set the world record for most cars destroyed while filming a movie. And in spite of all that, it was a huge success. People loved it. They made a bunch of money. And now that I've finally seen it for the first time, I can confidently say, Yeah, it's pretty good. I think it's fitting that the story of this movie cannot be told without mentioning its heavy cocaine use, because the movie itself feels like a product of it. Every gag is so over the top. They spared no expense when it came to pulling off a joke, and honestly, I don't think the movie would have worked if they did. If they half-assed any of the production on here, a lot of the bits wouldn't have been that memorable, but they worked because of the lengths they went to sell it. Like this chase scene that ends with a car flying off a bridge isn't that funny on its own, but when they send that car a mile into the air and show it falling so far down from 10 different angles, now it's hilarious. Apparently they had to get military clearance so they could drop this from a helicopter. Was everybody on drugs back then? Earlier in that scene, the entire Chicago police force is chasing after them because of minor tax fraud, and there's a part where a comical amount of cop cars start piling on top of each other, just one after the other. It's ridiculous. And then there's this dance scene with random cuts to guys flipping like 20 feet in the air. The highlight of the movie for me, though, was this car chase through a mall and how casual they're being while causing such a ridiculous amount of damage.
This place has got everything. Lots of space in this mall.
How hell-bent these cops are on absolutely destroying this mall just to try and catch up to two people who ran a red light.
They broke my watch.
I would actually describe a lot of the humor in this movie as people acting nonchalant while something insane happens. And you know what? It's pretty funny every time.
There's got to be at least $7 worth of change here.
I think the movie has a good mix of absurdity, but also this patience to let scenes breathe. There's a dryness to the movie I didn't expect going into it, because the only thing I knew about the Blues Brothers as a bit was that they kind of dance in a funny way. So whether it's fair or not, I didn't expect this movie to be filled with so many well-written, deadpan one-liners.
How often does a train go by?
So often you won't even notice it.
Are you the police?
No, ma'am. We're musicians.
Use of unnecessary violence in the apprehension of the Blues Brothers has been approved.
There's also so many cameos in this movie that make it an incredible time capsule to witness. Aretha Franklin, Ray Charles, James Brown. They even got guitarist Matt Murphy to play Matt Guitar Murphy. But the movie isn't making fun of any of this music. It's celebrating it in a very earnest way. You can tell this entire bit just comes from their appreciation for blues music, and that's pretty cool. Also, some of the music is nostalgic for me because they used it in SpongeBob. The movie's fatal flaw, in my opinion, is just that it's way too long. There were definitely some scenes that didn't really go anywhere. Might have been one too many antagonists. Can't say I fully understood the whole Illinois Nazi subplot, but that might have just been because every time this guy came on screen, I couldn't stop thinking, is that the leprechaun grandpa from The Luck of the Irish? What an interesting career he had. From everything I've read, I don't think it would be possible for me to overstate the cultural impact that the Blues Brothers had at this time. Not just on SNL, not just in this movie, but also just as a band. They recorded an album that sold almost 4 million copies. That's insane. It's one of the best-selling blues records of all time, and at its core, it's just a couple of guys goofing off. Hey, speaking of a couple of guys goofing off, the next SNL movie was Wayne's World, one of many early 90s entries into the two dumb guys go on a little adventure genre. It's crazy to me that this was Mike Myers' first ever appearance in a movie. His very first at-bat, and he's already hitting a home run in a movie he wrote about a character he created. It was by far the most financially successful SNL spinoff ever made. I wouldn't argue with you if you said it was the best SNL spinoff ever made, and it was definitely a vital first step for him to go on to having the career that he did. All of that said, I don't think this movie would be nearly what it was without Dana Carvey's performance. He adds so much to the film by constantly just doing his own thing while other stuff is happening. I don't know exactly what Garth's deal is, but I'm into it. The energy he brings does such a great job of complementing the rest of the cast, especially Wayne. It just works so much better as a duo.
My name is Wayne, and this is Garth.
And it was so interesting for me to find out that their dynamic, which is so crucial to the success of the film, almost never happened. Mike never wanted Dana to be in the movie because he was threatened by his star power, which I know in hindsight is kind of funny because of the opposite directions each of their careers went in. But at the time, Dana was the most popular cast member on SNL, and Mike was worried about being overshadowed. He tried everything he could to diminish that character so he could be the focal point, and it almost caused Dana to quit the movie. And there was this animosity between them that continued for years. One of the biggest points of contention being the way Dr. Evil, who Mike wrote into the Austin Powers movies, was kind of a blatant ripoff of an impression of Lorne Michaels that Dana used to do privately at SNL, even down to the pinky. So I kind of understand from Dana's point of view the sense of resentment he might feel to see someone else take his impression and use it to make $1 billion while his own career crashes and burns. Sorry, I know that's a bit of a tangent. I just thought it was interesting, especially because you wouldn't pick up on any of that just by watching this movie. Wayne's World easily made the smoothest transition from sketch to movie. It doesn't just feel like a skit that's been stretched out to 90 minutes, but an expansion into the universe that the sketches take place inside of. Great casting choices, so many memorable lines and moments, and even though it's just this fun, dumb movie, I think where it really shines is where it subverts that. I love when one of the characters that spent its entire on-screen existence being an idiot suddenly whips out this surprisingly articulate monologue.
Crimes and misdemeanors. I thought it wasn't so much a movie as it was an essay of man in society. Although the topic of free will versus determinism is fascinating, I would hardly call it entertainment. Garth?
Suck.
There's just something about this that makes me laugh every time. It's why my favorite scene in the whole movie is when they go backstage to meet Alice Cooper, and this is how the conversation goes.
Come to Milwaukee often?
Well, I'm a regular visitor here, but Milwaukee has certainly had its share of visitors. The French missionaries and explorers were coming here as early as the late 1600s to trade with the Native Americans.
In fact, isn't Milwaukee an Indian name?
Yes, Pete, it is.
This movie's jam-packed with bit after bit, and I love how positive it feels to watch. There's no cynicism to it whatsoever. It's just a good time. Wayne's World made more money than anyone involved could have possibly imagined, and so they followed it up with a sequel the next year. Would they manage to catch lightning in a bottle twice? No, second one's not that good. Really just diminishing returns on the whole formula. There's still a few great bits. Chris Farley has a bigger role, and he's fantastic. Garth is still firing on all cylinders.
So, Garth, would you like to have dinner some night?
Oh, I like to have dinner every night.
The biggest downfall here is that the plot is just not interesting at all. Where the first movie is centered around this fear of selling out and losing your identity in the process, an idea that still carries a lot of relevance today, Wayne's World 2 is just about getting some bands to show up to a music festival. And a couple of the recurring bits aren't even funny the first time they happen, let alone the fifth. If you don't like meta jokes and characters constantly breaking the fourth wall, these are not the movies for you, as that is a big chunk of the humor in them. But if you're into that, I think you can have a good time watching these, even if you're a little too young to understand most of the references. With two incredibly successful forays into the world of film under his belt, Lorne Michaels now had the blueprint laid out in front of him. Take beloved characters out of the constraints of the show, drop them into the real world, and start printing money. So what are we thinking for the next one? Church Lady, Matt Foley? What the fuck is Coneheads?
Great question, Drew. Coneheads are an alien family stranded on Earth where they must learn to assimilate themselves until they're able to return to their home planet. But why are they called Coneheads? Great question, Drew. It's because their heads are shaped like cones.
I think the most confusing thing about this movie is that they put so much money into it, clearly assuming that it would have the same wide appeal as Wayne's World, and it absolutely did not. They made comic books and action figures as if kids were gonna love this shit. They made a song and a music video. They created their own Subway meal deal.
It's for anyone who has a hearty appetite, or like my friend here, comes from France.
They put so many eggs into this cone-shaped basket, even though, and I cannot wrap my head around this movie came out 14 years after the last Coneheads appearance on SNL. Wayne's World was made at the height of popularity for those characters, and Coneheads was like, oh hey, remember that thing we used to do 2 decades ago? We should turn that into a very expensive sci-fi comedy. And if you can believe this, it did not go as well as they hoped. The best thing about Coneheads is that it's filled with a bunch of really funny cameos. Phil Hartman and John Lovitz are great. I love Adam Sandler's character in this, even though he's only in one scene. Tim Meadows' appearance lasts all of 4 seconds, but what an incredible 4 seconds it is.
I am prepared to fight for my honor.
So I feel like I can understand what they might have been going for, where you take these weirdo characters and have them move through a world you've populated with familiar faces, but my God, these might just be the worst main characters I've ever seen in a movie. I don't like the things that they do. I don't like the things that they say. I feel uncomfortable looking at them, and I find their way of life to be an affront on my traditional American values.
Sorry about that. I don't know why I got so heated yesterday.
I watched the movie again with a clear head, and I think I've come full circle. I love the Coneheads now. Once my body stopped being in fight or flight mode, I found there's actually a few things here that I appreciate. I like that the humans in this movie don't notice that the Coneheads are aliens. No one seems concerned about their giant weird heads. They'll just describe them as being tall, or in the case of Jason Alexander's character, they'll be like, you know, I struggled with baldness once too. So instead of having a bunch of sarcastic side characters constantly undercutting the premise, there actually ended up being this sincerity to the movie that I grew to like the more it went on. I think it's sweet how Chris Farley is just so in love with their daughter. I like these three as a family. I actually think it would have been pretty heartwarming if it wasn't extremely unpleasant to look at most of the time.
I love you, Mom.
And I also don't want to just make fun of this movie because it has a weird premise. I like the ambition it has. I like when comedies make a big swing, even if it ends up as more of a miss. And even with all the small parts, there's not a single bad performance in this movie. Everyone is 100% committed. And that's what you need when a movie's premise is a little bizarre. You need everyone on screen to be bought into the world so you can buy into it too. If I could pick 3 things that have kept this movie from becoming more of a cult classic, it would be that number 1, and I don't mean to harp on this, some of the scenes are just grotesque. I want to enjoy the joke that's being told here, but my body is actively recoiling from the nightmare fuel I've been subjected to. Number 2, the sci-fi elements, particularly in the final act where they go back to their home planet, are the weakest part of the film by far. It's a lot more fun to see their dynamic as outsiders on Earth and the juxtaposition of that than it is to see them fighting like a CGI Gorlak. And number 3, it just needed to be like 10% funnier. There's not really any iconic scenes or super quotable lines. The only thing I ever heard make its way into public vernacular was calling your mom and dad your parental units. My dad used to say that a lot when I was growing up, and I assume he got it from this. But if quotability is the longevity test for a comedy movie, Coneheads doesn't make the grade. Wait, why didn't I put this on at the beginning of the review? After such a promising start, SNL movies were already beginning to nosedive. But what happened the following year would surpass even the lowest possible expectations. A movie so bad it has the rare honor of scoring a 0% approval rating on Rotten Tomatoes, a number that is coincidentally the same percentage of its budget that it earned back. It was a flop. It was a flaming pile of garbage. It was Pat. But is this movie truly as bad as people say it is? Yes. Those of you who don't know, Pat was an androgynous character played by Julia Sweeney on SNL for many years in the early 90s. The joke of these sketches was how close people would get to figuring out what gender Pat was, but it always remaining ambiguous.
Pat, would you say you were more like your mother or your father?
I'm a perfect combination of both.
And I think it's pretty easy to point at this and be like, whoa, that didn't age well. You couldn't make a joke like that these days because of whoa. And I feel like that's a little bit of a disingenuous way of looking at this. It's an important distinction to make that Pat was not meant to be like a non-binary person that everyone else is making fun of for being the way that they are. Pat is supposed to be either a man or a woman, and the joke was always more from the vagueness of Pat's answers to the questions that people would ask.
I think Pat is a happy-go-lucky person who is either a man or a woman. We just don't know which it is, and who cares? That was the original idea.
Yeah, it is. When you step back, like I see that.
Would SNL make a character like this today? Almost definitely not. But I don't think that means that we should retroactively decide that this came from a place of hate. If anything, the lesson here is to just mind your own business and stop worrying so much about how other people live their lives. And when you think of it that way, you could almost say that it's aged well. The sketches, not the movie. The movie is hot garbage. It's Pat starts as any good movie should, inside a vagina. Then baby Pat gets dropped on its head and that iconic theme song begins to play. Oh boy, I can't wait. I can't wait to see 87 minutes of the same joke over and over again.
I crushed my nuts! There goes my afternoon snack!
Is that a banana in your pocket, or are you just happy to see?
It's a banana!
I love to stroke your pussy, cat.
Are you a brother or a sister?
Well, I'm an only child. That's my joke. That's my joke. That's my joke. Dude looks like a lady. Dude looks like a lady.
Anything charming from the sketches is worn so thin by how relentlessly they beat it over your head.
Dude looks like a lady.
The jokes about misunderstanding things, the laugh Pat makes after every line. There had to have been like 100 chuckles in this movie, and none of them were from me. My favorite thing about It's Pat is ironically also the thing that makes it a terrible movie, and it's that Pat is kind of a piece of shit. Selfish, overconfident, never stops to self-reflect. It's an archetype that I kind of like in a comedy, someone who's so far up their own ass that they don't even realize how shitty they're being.
Every time I look in your front window, I notice the clock on your VCR is blinking. Oh. I could fix that for you in a jiffy. Okay, if you want to. Well, I can't do it right now. I have to come back when it's convenient for me.
But that can't be the main character, especially not in a movie where you're expecting us to root for them. I don't want good things to happen to Pat. I want Pat to spontaneously combust. Pat falls in love with Chris, another person of indeterminate gender, and I do kind of like the theatrics of their meet cute, followed by them bonding over the most generic things imaginable.
Oh, do you know what I especially love? Our good movies.
You're kidding. I love good movies too.
You know what I hate? Our bad, boring movies.
Me too.
But then I soon realized that Pat's awfulness also extends to Chris. I was hoping it would be more us against the world and less Pat against every person they come into contact with. And the dynamic can be funny sometimes. My favorite line in the whole movie is when Chris is disappointed to find out Pat has gotten fired from yet another job. And Pat's like, hey, I've worked 23 jobs this year. How many jobs have you had?
Just the one.
Yeah, so I wouldn't exactly say you're some kind of job expert. That style of humor is right up my alley. That's a great line. But it certainly doesn't make me like Pat. I started to hate them more and more as the movie went on, to the point that by the end, I was kind of hoping Chris would tell Pat to eat shit, because Chris is likable. Chris deserves so much better, but no.
I realized that you need me.
The two of them live happily ever after, I guess. The biggest freak in this movie, though, is Pat's neighbor, Kyle. Kyle is obsessed with Pat from the moment he lays eyes on them. It's an addiction that takes over his life, ruins his marriage. I gotta know what's going on down there. I gotta read that diary. Pat said the password to it is somewhere in the dictionary, so I guess I'll just try every word in alphabetical order until I crack the code. Props to Charles Rocket for giving as much to this movie as he did. It was not worthy of such an energetic performance, but he delivered one nonetheless. Their whole will they, won't they see each other naked dynamic is, I guess, the main plot of the movie, and it culminates in Pat falling off a rafter, getting pantsed by a piece of machinery, and unveiling what I can only assume is a massive bush in front of a crowd of adoring fans. Now, It's Pat is easily the worst movie I've talked about so far, but believe it or not, I don't think it's even the worst movie on this list. While the next two certainly don't commit as many atrocities as It's Pat did, they do something even worse. They're boring as hell. Up next, Stewart Saves His Family, starring Al Franken, the former U.S. senator who resigned from office in 2017 and has spent the past 8 years telling everyone how much he regrets it. That's a little random. Al Franken was a writer and occasional performer for the first 20 years of SNL, but left the show in 1995 to focus on his acting career. Stewart Saves His Family would be the last movie he ever starred in. Going into this video, this is a SNL movie that I knew the least about, and now having watched it 1.5 times, because on my first attempt I got too high and had to go to bed, I feel like I know exactly as much as I did before. I don't know, I think I'm usually pretty good at paying attention to stuff, but there's something about the cadence of this film that was actively encouraging me to dissociate. It's like when you're reading a book and you realize for the past 2 pages you haven't actually absorbed anything, so you go back and reread them only to end up zoning out again. That's how I felt during this entire movie. It seemed like there were jokes happening, I just didn't get any of them.
If this is what they teach you in those 12-step or 13-step or 14 or whatever.
It's 12 steps.
Well, I don't know how I'm supposed to keep track.
It gave the impression of something that was well acted and competently produced, but like gun to my head, I couldn't tell you anything that happened in this movie, and I watched it an hour ago. It wasn't funny or cringy or good or terrible, it just kind of played on the TV and then it was over. I'm really sorry if you only made it this far in this video because you were dying to hear my opinion on Stuart Saves His Family. I just don't have one. And I tried so hard to. You guys know how much I like having opinions. After 2 catastrophic box office failures, NBC badly needed a win. So what do you do when your back's against the wall and you just need to see one go through the net to get your confidence back? Nostalgia-driven reboot, of course. And it worked! Blues Brothers 2000 made more money than the previous 2 movies combined. The problem is those 2 movies combined didn't even make $1 million, so that's not really saying much. This movie was always going to be an uphill battle because of the giant shoes they needed to fill after the death of John Belushi, but it feels like he took all the energy with him. This is a joyless, tired rehash of the original formula, with one of its stars missing and the other seeming like he didn't want to be there. God, what a miserable Dan Aykroyd performance. It's like he's trying to do an impression of his original character, but doesn't quite remember how to do it.
Just what is it that you do exactly?
His line delivery was more natural in Coneheads, and he was an alien in that movie. But I don't want to just single him out. Everyone in this is giving the worst acting performance of their life. John Goodman adds so little to this movie that I almost forgot he was in it.
She's a 130-year-old voodoo witch who eats people.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
There's so many line readings that are distractingly flat.
Hey man, don't worry about it. We're gonna smoke them turkeys.
Hey man, don't worry about it. We're gonna smoke them turkeys.
And I know not all of these people are actors, but you can't give a bunch of lines to people who aren't actors and expect them to perform it well.
Hey fellas, I think I know that voice.
Whatever charm the original had is nowhere to be found, and neither is any of the absurdism. Occasionally, it would dip into some of the weirdness that I liked so much from the first one, but it was so rare. This is truly one of the most boring movies I've ever watched. I could not wait for it to end. And when it's bad, it's so bad. Like, roll your eyes unfunny, screaming the punchline at you over and over again, just in case you didn't see it. I did chuckle one time when Dan was listing the names of blues legends, and there were a couple that were kind of funny.
Little Walter, Big Walter, Sonny Boy Williamson 1 and 2.
And I once again enjoyed the comically over-the-top police car pileup, but that's not even a new thing. They're just doing the same joke from the first one, but a little bit different and for longer. The only redeeming quality of this movie is that some of the songs are good, but they hardly ever come in at a time that makes sense. The pacing is so inconsistent. Anytime I'd start to get at all invested in what they were setting up, they just start singing again, usually for no reason.
You know what I mean when I say respect.
And I know you might be thinking, yeah, Drew, that's what a musical is. And you're not wrong. I guess I just didn't give a shit about anything that was happening, so the endless onslaught of songs just felt like a waste of time. It started to feel pretty ridiculous by the end, so I went back and counted. For 57 minutes of this movie, someone is singing. That is too much. If I wanted to listen to music for an hour, I would go listen to music for an hour. I came here to watch a movie, and this movie sucks. Luckily for my sanity, the worst run of SNL movies ended with Blues Brothers 2000, and the next few are actually pretty solid. I think Night at the Roxbury and Superstar have a lot in common. They made a very similar amount of money, they both received the same slightly above average reception, and they both feature Molly Shannon playing someone who is obsessed with Will Ferrell's character, which works both times because they have the chemistry to pull it off. Night at the Roxbury might be the most successful attempt at recreating the thing that made Wayne's World work, where yes, it's a story about a dumb idiot, but there's 2 dumb idiots, so it's actually kind of endearing. Like, I don't think I'd like either of these 2 people individually, but because they always see the best in each other, I feel like I can too.
We're good looking?
We're very good looking. You especially.
Thanks.
I know Chris Kattan didn't go on to have much of a film career, but he's really good in this. I think his relationship with the phone operator might have been my favorite thing in the movie. And I love this version of Will Ferrell. I think he's always been at his best when he's playing a character that has this childlike joy to them. It's just so infectious to watch.
Oh my God, Doug, this is the most amazing place I've ever been.
Guys, this is the coat. Clubs in here.
Of all the movies that were released between Coneheads and MacGruber, this is definitely the one I laughed at the most, and I think the only one I would even consider watching again.
Oh, I love this song. Me too.
Actually, I'm getting kind of sick of it.
And I didn't think it was funny the first few times this guy asked everyone if they had just grabbed his ass, but as he kept asking people who were further and further away from him, then I liked it.
Dewey, did you just grab my ass?
Sir, from where I'm standing, that's a physical impossibility.
I know your tricks, Dewey.
Mr. Zadir, Dewey just called from Pismo Beach. He says there's no way he could have grabbed your ass.
I just had to see what they were building to. Almost exactly 1 year later came the release of Superstar, which you probably know as being what comes up when you Google, what is the movie where the girl sniffs her armpits? It's this one. This is the movie where the girl sniffs her armpit. I liked Superstar just a little bit less than Night at the Roxbury, but I definitely still enjoyed it. Unlike half of the characters we've been subjected to thus far, this one is actually suited for a feature-length film. I adore Molly Shannon. I think she's one of the most underrated cast members from SNL, especially as a physical comedian. The way she moves in this is so funny. And it's nice to see her in a starring role when I've really only ever seen her as side characters in like The Other Two and the movie I talked about 30 seconds ago. Like pretty much every film on this list, the worst parts were when it felt like they were just recycling jokes from the sketches, but there were a few details that made me laugh. I like when they refer to Will Ferrell's character as
the best guy dancer in the school.
In this Catholic school that's constantly doing very specific fundraisers. So you'll see a giant sign in the background that just says chocolate bars for Bosnia.
Good to see you. Out walking for scoliosis again.
Gotta go jog for glaucoma.
After school, Mary works as the Blockbuster Rewind girl, which is funny to think of just as a job, but it's also funny in the way it informs her character. Working here means she's always referencing other movies she's watched a little bit of in reverse. I also like the detail of Mary's grandmother forbidding her from dancing because that's how her parents died.
And I thought you said that Mom and Dad were savagely ripped apart and eaten by a school of hammerhead sharks.
I just told you that to make you feel better.
Someone accidentally sped up the record player during a performance, so they had to dance faster, and then they danced so fast they fell down and got trampled. The scary thing is, it could happen to anyone. She does finally try out for the talent show and nails it, but then the bully dumps a bucket of paint on her head. And I love that when she finds out she passed the audition, their only caveat is they want you to lose the end with the paint, as if that was part of the performance. I don't know, I thought it was kind of funny. I really like the way this is directed. There's some smooth transitions, and it definitely looks like a movie, which I know doesn't sound like high praise, but a lot of movies don't look like movies, so you got to appreciate it when they do. And underneath the humor, there is kind of a sweet story here about learning to love yourself and doing something scary because it makes you feel good, not because you're trying to impress someone else, even if he is the best guy dancer in school. It's a good lesson. I just think maybe it would have hit a little bit harder if every high schooler in this movie wasn't clearly 30 years old. In 2000, SNL released its fourth film in 3 years, The Ladies' Man. And I gotta say, this might be the fastest I've grown tired of a titular character so far.
Hey, what's happening? This is Leon Phelps. You got The Ladies' Man.
Hello, ladies, man.
Ooh, it's a lady.
Tim Meadows is great in everything he does, but this is not a character that I want to watch for an hour and a half.
Listen, this is what you should do. Go to the bus station or to a bowling alley and hang out with no underpants.
When you're really, truly in love, you will feel it deep down in your pants. And I like to take a bite out of your butt.
Do it in the butt.
Doing it doggy style. It is the fault of the wang.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say this character works better in short bursts and doesn't have the depth needed to be stretched out over the entire length of a movie. Well, this would certainly be my first time thinking that in this video. This movie weirdly has the same problem as It's Pat, where it expects you to root for this guy but doesn't give you any reasons to. It drove me crazy to see this woman let him continually drag her down. The only nice thing he does for her the entire movie is trick her ex-boyfriend into eating human shit. No, I did not make that up. That is a real thing that happened. Now, can I blame Tim Meadows for wanting to write a movie about how no woman can resist him because he's so good at fucking? Of course not. In fact, I honestly kind of respect it. But that doesn't mean I have to like it. Here are 3 things I did laugh at. I liked the sign outside this Christian radio station that says, "Thou shall not part." I liked the random musical number they did in the middle.
Time has come to kill the ladies' man.
And I laughed really hard at the way Will Ferrell holds this gun at the end. What the Ladies' Man did do is serve as the final straw for SNL Studios. After nearly a decade of movies that ranged from, at best, mild financial successes to, at worst, giant embarrassing failures, their run of cinematic excursions mercifully came to a halt. And for the past 25 years, Saturday Night Live has stayed on television where it belongs. Oh, that is except for one movie, the critically acclaimed 2010 smash hit I'm gonna say something a little controversial here. MacGruber is my favorite SNL movie, and it's honestly not even close. I was worried that rewatching it for this video, I would realize it wasn't that funny anymore, but no. I love it just as much. I'm sure part of it is the soft spot I have for this era of SNL because I was a teenager at the time and everyone's favorite SNL cast is the one from when they were in high school. But god damn it, I love Kristen Wiig. I love Will Forte. I think he's so underappreciated. It's not often you can say a performer is truly one of a kind, but that's how I feel about him. The very specific type of energy he brings, his unwavering commitment to every bit, in both his timid awkwardness and sudden extreme outbursts, it never feels like he's doing an impression of someone else. It feels like he's created a style of comedy that is completely unique to him. Now, MacGruber is the kind of character I described earlier, the stupid asshole who's cockier than he has any right to be.
I think it's fairly obvious. He was going to use it to buy the pass.
Passcodes, yep. Got there at the same time, maybe even slightly before you.
But I think the reason I like it so much in this movie is because bad things keep happening to him as a result. He's constantly making things worse for himself, and that's funny to see for someone who has a giant ego. The way he's not attracted to Vicky at all until he sees her dressed exactly like him.
What?
You just look really pretty.
Thank you.
The way he has to beg for Piper's forgiveness just moments after treating him like garbage. There's so many scenes in this movie that made me cry from laughter the first time I watched it. When he's coaching Vicky through an earpiece how to act like him since she's supposed to be undercover and she feels so bad about it.
No, Vicky, no tip. What are you doing? Get that tip back.
I have to. Sorry.
No, say you're not sorry.
I'm not sorry.
When you think he's about to jump in front of Piper, but he's actually just using him as a human shield.
How did you know I was wearing a bulletproof vest?
You're wearing a bulletproof vest?
I also think this movie is edited better than any of the others on this list.
Oh, you're loco, man. I mean, look.
The music cues, the perfect timing of every cut.
I'm in.
What?
I'm in.
Watching this movie when I was 18 and thinking it was the funniest shit ever, and then seeing how much everybody seemed to hate it, made me feel two things. One, that I don't understand what people aren't seeing in this. How did all the same people who seem to love movies like The Hangover and Bridesmaids and 21 Jump Street, all these similar comedies from that era, go and see this one and just feel nothing? I couldn't wrap my head around it. I never felt so out of place in this world. At the same time though, I think it made me love the movie even more. There's something special about things that feel like they're tuned to your exact frequency, like they're speaking a language only you can understand. When you find a movie like that, especially at the right age, it makes it feel like it belongs to you. Sure, it has flaws, but those flaws only make your bond stronger. When you look back at a lot of comedies from the past few decades, there's almost always a disconnect between the critics and the audience. I feel like there became this growing sentiment that comedy movies are pointless. It doesn't matter if they're hilarious, if the story doesn't blow you away, so now they're just packaged into other genres. Superhero movies that lean comedic, family movies that are a little bit funny, rom-coms that have more rom than com. But what happened to all the weird shit? What happened to just stringing together a bunch of loosely connected series of bits? It's been 15 years since MacGruber, and no other sketch has managed to make it back to the big screen. So I guess that leads us to the question of, will there ever be another SNL sketch turned movie? And I honestly don't think think so, for a few reasons. One, the way the show operates now is different. It's a lot less character-based than it used to be. It seems like they rarely do recurring sketches anymore. Like, they'll occasionally revisit ideas, but they're not usually centered around just putting one character in different situations. Could they do a Peacock movie about Domingo? Sure, there's always a chance. Could they have done something with that Kate McKinnon character who was always getting abducted by aliens? Probably. And if they wanted to go the Coneheads route of revisiting something from 15 years ago, I feel like a lot of people would be on board for a Stefan spinoff. But does that mean it would be good? Is one funny character enough to carry the entire length of a movie? Usually not. And maybe it just took Lorne 11 tries to realize that. But then there's also the way comedy movies in general have evolved. As Matt Damon famously explained on Hot Ones that one time, the death of DVD sales has made it so the budget of every movie is either very high or very low, with almost nothing in between. And a lot of these old comedies that were in that middle ground of like $20 to $40 million are hard for studios to justify anymore because it's almost impossible for them to make that money back. So they just don't even try. I mean, outside of Bottoms, I can't really think of too many straight up comedies that have had a theatrical release the past few years. And even that one, which to me seemed like it had a decently significant cultural impact, profited $1 million. So I guess for studios, it's like, okay, best case scenario, I make an almost unnoticeable profit. Worst case scenario, I set a bunch of money on fire. Why would I take that risk? I'll tell you why. Because the world needs more McGrubers. And Coneheads. And Stewart saves his fence.
Actually, I think we're good on that one.
Now, there have been some SNL adjacent movies over the years, and a lot of these have been really good. Three Amigos was written by Lorne during his time away from the show, and in my mind, that's a classic. I think Popstar Never Stop Never Stopping is criminally underrated. That is the funniest movie from the past decade, and I don't understand how it didn't catch on more. I also really liked the Peacock exclusive Please Don't Destroy movie that came out in 2023. Meg Stalter was fantastic every time she was on screen.
Did you hear that? John thinks the Grinch is scary too. It's like, yeah, just because it's Christmas doesn't mean he's not a monster.
Martin had this one scene I had to rewind like 4 times because I was laughing so hard.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm allergic to walnuts.
Does Amy not know?
No, she thinks I love this salad. Fuck, you gotta start eating these, man.
Go, go, go! Hurry! You gotta go faster than I'm going, or else the pile just stays the same size.
There are still movies like this getting made, but a lot of them get buried on streaming services where some people watch them, but they certainly don't go on to have the big sweeping impact that comedies used to, where millions of people would go see them in theaters and then rent it on DVD, and it would change the way people talk to each other for years. That doesn't really happen anymore. But there's also certainly a positive way of looking at that. Like, isn't it better that more things are being made, even if they're seen by fewer people, than for fewer things to get made that are seen by more people? At the end of the day, I think everyone still has their own MacGruber, even though it's probably not actually MacGruber. It's probably a different movie.
Anyway, here's my definitive ranking of everything I watched for this video. If you can believe it, it's Pat. Not actually the worst SNL movie. In my opinion, just slightly less bad than Blues Brothers 2000. Don't get me wrong, they're both god-awful movies, but It's Pat is an hour shorter, so had to give the edge there. Feel free to yell at me down in the comments below if you disagreed with something I said. I'm all for civil discourse on this channel, because it boosts engagement whether I take the time to read it or not. All right, thanks for watching.
Hey guy, welcome back to the toilet. Danny kicked me out. It's so weird, I thought everything was going great. But then last week I came home from my racquetball tournament and I was in a good mood because I'd gotten last place, and I noticed Danny had packed up all my stuff, like in bags. And I looked at him and I said, Danny, why did you do that? Can you put it back? And he said, no, it's time for you to go home. And I said, I thought I was home. Anyway, long story short, he kicked me out and I'm back in Florida with my wife, so F's in the chat, I guess. Hey, let's talk about the internet. Remember like 1,000 years ago when they invented the internet and everyone was like, this is awesome. The world has changed and nothing but good will come from this. And now people just use the internet to get really famous for doing dumb shit. Yeah, I remember that too. So you probably heard about this story by now. I saw a lot of people talking about it. It really took the internet by storm. But I'm gonna talk about it as well because it made me really mad. This video went viral of a girl going to Walmart, opening up a tub of ice cream and licking the top of it. And here's the funny part. Then she puts it back in the freezer.
Lick it, lick it. Oh, you foul. Put it back. Put it back. Put it back. Put it back. Oh.
God, that's so funny. I love how funny that is. Now, right away, everybody turned on this woman and they were pretty pissed at her for doing this because it's gross. and you shouldn't do this. The problem is when shitty people do shitty things online and they get negative attention for it, that's really all they wanted, because negative attention is still attention. So it didn't end there. It became a trend. Uh-oh, what's she gonna do? Oh, she licked the ice cream. That's why it's funny, because she licked it. There's a couple things about this that I love. Number one, it's so funny, but it's also smart. You see, because what these people are doing is a crime that would be very easy to get away with if they didn't film themselves doing it. As far as crimes go, this would actually be one of the easiest to get away with because no one would be able to tell that it happened if you didn't show it to them. So why would you do this? I know that's kind of a dumb question because obviously the point of this challenge isn't to lick the ice cream and put it back. It's to film yourself doing that so you can get a bunch of clout for it. A bunch of well-deserved clout for all the hard work you're doing. But wait, there's more. This guy did it too.
Girl.
That's so funny. I know I'm not technically like a fashion icon or anything like that, so maybe my opinion doesn't mean anything, but is he wearing baseball pants? Does he have a game tonight? Also, he like kind of fucked up the whole challenge. I guess he was in a hurry to get to his baseball game because he ran out so fast that he forgot to put the lid back on. Not that I want him to be successful at the challenge, I'm glad he failed, but isn't the point of this to make it look like the ice cream has not been touched? Or more specifically, licked? I don't think anyone would buy that because the lid's off. They'd probably be like, why is the lid off? Did someone lick this? Don't worry though, I know you're probably pretty frustrated with these people. I am too. He responded to his own tweet with this video of a police officer at his door. Hold on, let me try to wrap my head around this. So you're saying if you film yourself doing a crime and then you put that video on the internet, the police can find you and then they have evidence of you doing the crime? That's so weird that that's all it would take to get arrested, is submitting your own evidence to the police. Speaking of the police, the girl from the first video apparently got arrested as well. The official charge is food tampering, which is a felony in most US states and carries a maximum sentence of up to 20 years. If she gets sentenced to 20 years in prison for filming herself licking ice cream, I will wake up every day for the rest of my life laughing out loud. I will laugh so loud that that's what's gonna wake me up every morning. When something like this has such a poetic ending, it feels pretty good. This is a very satisfying resolution. It really sucks though that the damage was already done. When someone does something stupid and gets rewarded for it, people see that and then they do the same stupid thing. That's why other videos like this are going viral. Like this guy did one too. And it's really funny because instead of ice cream, he did mouthwash.
Girl, it has been one musty fucking morning.
He spit it and he put it back on the shelf, and that's really funny to me because I'm a little baby. I'm 2 years old and I got poop in my diaper and I'm laughing at this because it's funny and I'm the target audience for a joke like this, me, a 2-year-old. The thing with these Listerine bottles is these are all sealed. To set up this shot, they must have gone over there and taken the seal off so he could then select that specific one that they had already taken the seal off of and then put it back on the shelf when he was done, and it still doesn't have a seal. No one's gonna buy it. You failed at your own shitty prank, you moron. I understand that the feeling of clout can be very addicting, and sometimes the pursuit of it comes at the cost of being a decent human being. But what are you really getting out of this? Like with these ice cream lickers and people like Boonk and Plain Potatoes, who Eddie's made videos about. What is the goal? What tangible accomplishment do you have to show for yourself other than the most temporary clout that I would put an asterisk next to because it's not like you're being rewarded for something. There are numbers involved. There are a lot of people paying attention to you, but they're all mad at you. And then as soon as they're done being mad at you, which is gonna happen, people have already forgotten about this, then they move on. There's no sustainability with this type of clout. It's so temporary. It's so worthless. So yeah, you got like 10,000 people yelling at you on the internet, which is good, I guess. But then what happens? You get arrested, you get 1 million followers on Instagram, but then your account gets deleted because you're a shitty person. So what do you have to show for it? Other than just being an asshole. The crazy thing is though that these people's brains are so broken and dumb that even when they face consequences like getting arrested, they still think it was all worth it in the end. Just left the police station. Too much clout to kick. So cool. You're probably thinking that if he considers the clout he received to be worth spending the day at the police station, he probably got a lot of followers, right? Like 100,000 or 200,000 or 8,000? 8,000 followers? That's what this is all about? Also, I'm still just concerned about this guy's baseball game that he clearly missed. You can't let your team down like that. Also, where'd you get those boots? Is one of Santa's elves going through a goth phase? What, did you raid the dumpster behind Hot Topic? I don't care that I'm not fashionable enough to make these jokes. Look, if you're ever on the internet and you see a dumb person doing a dumb thing but getting a lot of attention for it, don't feel tempted to also do that dumb thing so you can also maybe get a similar amount of attention. It's not worth it. Plus, there's plenty of wholesome challenges going around that you can take part in. The bottle cap challenge is pretty cool. There's a cucumber challenge. I'm not sure what that is. I haven't looked it up yet, but if it involves vegetables, it's probably wholesome.
All I'm saying is there's so much potential for more wholesome content, and no one's making it. Which is why today I'm starting a brand new trend. Going to your local grocery store, buying all your groceries at full price, and respecting the employees. Challenge. And don't forget your reusable bag. Yep, and now I just wait for the retweets to start pouring in. Oh. Yeah, they're right. I forgot, it's way more fun to get mad at dumb people than it is to praise people for doing the bare minimum. That's my whole channel, is getting mad at dumb people. One last update on this situation. It looks like the ice cream revolution has gotten so out of hand that stores are now having to lock their frozen dessert section because people won't stop licking ice cream. You know, it was bad enough that you guys committed a felony. But now, if I want to so much as buy some popsicles, I have to talk to someone? Congratulations, ice cream lickers. You just posted cringe. You're going to lose subscriber. Well, it looks like I've officially ended the video more angry than when I started. So mission accomplished. Well, guys, that's gonna do it for today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Sorry this one was a little shorter than what I usually post. It's been a very hectic month. We did not expect to have to move when we did. If you want to see more stuff from me, I did post a sketch last week about Facebook Marketplace. That's on my Twitter and Instagram. I also tweeted about Stranger Things and made a bunch of people really angry. So you should go see what that is and follow me. As always, the links to buy tour tickets and merch are in the description if you feel so inclined. And when I get back from VidCon, I promise to figure out what to do with my background. Well, that's about it. I gotta go explain to my neighbors why they saw me walk into the woods wearing 3 different shirts. So. See you next time. Well, everyone, it finally happened after months of anticipation and build-up and uncertainty as to whether or not it actually would happen. I'm proud to say that I am finally making a video about TikTok. And I'm married, too. Oh, hold on. Actually, that's the wrong picture. Yeah, there it is. I know it sounds super cliche, but it really was one of the best days of my life, and I'm so grateful that so many of my friends got to be there, and I'm so lucky that I get to call Amanda my wife. And for it to not be a lie, because I was already calling her my wife, which is why probably a lot of you probably thought we were already married. But we weren't. I just said wife because fiancé is a stupid word. But anyway, you don't want to hear about my wedding. Why am I even talking about it? If you want to see pictures, you can go look on Instagram. I'm crying in one of them like a big old baby. But we're not going to be talking about my wedding today. We're going to be talking about some TikTok cringe. Like this. What even is this app? Up until recently, I felt like I didn't really have enough to say about TikTok to warrant like a whole video, because, you know, everyone makes videos about TikTok now, and I didn't want to just make it just to get views. Instead, I waited until no one cares about TikTok anymore to not get views? Why did I do that? But it's gotten to the point now that I've seen so much juicy content on there just begging to be made fun of that as a YouTube commentator, it would simply be irresponsible of me to ignore it. So I'm not going to any longer. Today we're going to be talking about some of the weirdest shit I've seen on TikTok. All my ladies out there, get ready because this one's for you. You might have seen this one on Twitter. It's from the Ice Cream Man.
Today is International Women's Day, so this ice cream is for all those beautiful ladies out there.
I already like this guy. This was for International Women's Day, and he's gonna celebrate by making ice cream for the internet.
Oh yeah.
He's got tricks. Ice cream.
Ice cream makes you sexy, guys.
Ice cream makes you sexy, guys. I mean, girls. This one's for all the ladies out there. It's International Women's Day, after all.
Yeah.
I'm so jealous of all the girls out there who get to eat this ice cream because it looks so good. I kind of wish you would maybe break eye contact for a second, though, and just, like, look down. I feel like you can see through my clothes, and I don't like that. You know those paintings you see where, like, the eyes follow you everywhere you go? I feel like if one of them came to life and was very horny, it would be him. Stop looking at me. I don't like this. How is no one around him not bursting out laughing? Like, I love how nonchalant the girl behind him is. She's not even surprised he's doing it, presumably because this is just how he is all the time. Ice cream.
Yeah.
If that dude is this horny while making ice cream at his job, imagine, like, going on a date with him.
You know, if it was up to me, every day would be International Women's Day.
Okay.
I know it might sound crazy, but I think women should be allowed to vote too.
Women have been able to vote for like 100 years.
Well, then it shouldn't change now.
It wasn't going to.
Wait, where's our cream?
We haven't even ordered anything yet.
Ice cream makes you sexy.
Where did you get those spoons?
Help me, Bong.
I thought for sure that the ice cream man was the most desperate guy I've ever seen in my entire life. But then I found this other guy on TikTok named Dreg Kamerman. And poor Dreg over here, I actually kind of feel bad for him. He is just dying to get a kiss, and it seems like no one wants to give it to him.
I'm here with my good friend Cassie. She said that she's been working on her arm and strength and stuff like that. So she said she can outthrow me with the football. I said I could outthrow her, and if she can't outthrow me, then I get a kiss on the lips. So that's pretty dope.
You all remember your first kiss, right? That you earned by winning a skill competition. Classic kiss story.
Come on, make it. And she wins. Dang it.
Oh no, you lost.
Okay, so Cassie surprised me and was able to outthrow me. So can I at least get a kiss on the cheek? Yes. Okay, if this video gets 15,000 likes, Cassie said she'll kiss me on the lips for the next video, okay?
Oh, he's gonna get a second chance. If the video gets 15,000 likes, she'll kiss him on the mouth.
She gets 15K.
This video has 150,000 likes, more than 10 times what his goal was. So I'm excited to go on his page now and see that kiss that he promised us. So the video right after that is a hug. This one he's just kind of sliding under her, so that's not really a kiss.
Drew, where are you at?
I'm right here, I'm watching your video. Here's an older one though, where it looks like he gets kissed by 4 girls.
I'm gonna try to attempt to drink 4 water bottles in less than 20 seconds. Or 30 seconds, or whenever I finish them. But if I do it, I get a kiss from each girl.
Wait, as long as I drink these 4 water bottles in 20 seconds, or 30 seconds, or however long it takes to drink them? Seems like a bit of a loophole there, but let's just see if he can drink all these water bottles, because I don't think he can.
1.
What the fuck? Oh, it's like coming out of his eyes. Wait, what did I just watch? Well, that's great though. He got 4 hot girls to kiss him on the cheek, and all he had to do was almost die.
I'm gonna throw up.
But he still hasn't gotten kissed on the lips, and that, to me, is the only kiss that really counts. I'm gonna try one more video. If he doesn't kiss her in this one, I'm just gonna move on.
That was such a fun night. That was not me. I promise it wasn't. I swear it wasn't me.
Let's break this down. So he gets to her door, they're about to smooch, then he farts, so she slaps him in the face, because that's what you do when someone farts, storms inside her apartment. But hold on, that wasn't a fart. It was actually, he owns the apartment directly next to hers, and he stores his 1,000 whoopee cushions there, and they all farted. What? Did someone sit on one? They're in the other room. That does seem like the worst way to end a date. Good call, Dreg.
Drew!
This next girl I want to talk about doesn't get kissed, but she does get pretty pissed. At people wearing glasses?
Cheers! The motherfucking tea! So I wear glasses, right? But the other day, I saw my friend just recently starting to wear glasses. So I asked her, are you nearsighted or farsighted? But then the weirdest thing is, she tells me, oh, I don't actually need glasses. I just really like wearing them. And my first thought is, are you freaking kidding me? I need glasses to see. I need glasses for eyesight.
This video annoyed the hell out of me, but what annoys me even more is that it has 700,000 likes. 700,000 people are like, yes, agree. Fuck people who wear glasses and don't need them. It's bullshit, because glasses are such a cool accessory. Oh, so now all of a sudden I have to need glasses in order to be able to wear them? Screw you, dude. This looks awesome on me. And what, just because it's not prescription, I can't do this? What are you, the fashion police? I don't think so, because you don't even have a badge.
Glasses are not an accessory.
Why does it matter? She says it's her friend.
I saw my friend.
Are you freaking kidding me? If she's your friend, you should be supportive of her style choices. Maybe she just likes the way she looks in them. You don't have to go on TikTok where you have 400,000 followers and make fun of your friend. Also, you're not even wearing your glasses. They're on your forehead.
I need glasses to see.
So after going on this enormously viral rant that was inspired by her friend wearing a piece of plastic on her face, she follows it up with like a clarification video where she just says, y'all, I was joking. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, we need to chat. I'm not hating on anybody who wears glasses or doesn't wear glasses. You are allowed to do whatever you would like. Glasses are not an accessory. It was a joke.
You don't get to just say something and then be like, well, I was kidding. But what's the joke then? If you don't need glasses, but you want to wear glasses, fucking do it. It's not like you're like rolling around in a wheelchair that you don't need because you thought it looked cool. That would be kind of shitty. Are you freaking kidding me? The last TikToker I want to talk about is the Gott family.
If you can't find the cure, I'll fix you with my love.
Shout out to Jay Cyrus for this one. If you guys don't follow him on Instagram, he's a super funny dude, but also he posts the most obscure, strange TikToks on his Instagram stories, and I think he's worth following even just for that. But a few days ago, I saw him post a couple of the TikToks from this family, and I had to go on their page and watch all of them because they're incredible. These are really unlike anything else I've seen on TikTok, and at their core, they're like supposed to be like these good messages, like almost like PSAs for TikTok. You can read still, huh? But the execution is always so bad that they just end up being hilarious. You'll see what I'm talking about in a second. This one is called What Happened?
All right, kids, I'm off to work. I love you guys. I love you. Okay.
Aw, he pretended to die.
Mom, is this that car? Apologies, Bob. Honey, please pick up your phone. I'm worried. Go get the keys. I love you.
I get the idea. I get that it's like, you should always tell your loved ones that you love them because you never know when you'll see them again. That's a good message. But the execution here. Then the shot of a fire truck, not an ambulance, a fire truck. But since this is fake, he had to like stand there and wait for an ambulance or a fire truck or anything to drive by. That was probably just the first one that did. So it's like, well, close enough. I'm not gonna stand here for hours waiting for an ambulance to drive by with their sirens on. Then at the end, the kid's just like on his phone. Guys, could you keep it down? And again, I understand the message. I understand the PSA they were trying to make. But it just seems like how this came to be was the dad one day was like, bye guys, I love you. And they just sat there and ignored him. And he's like, oh, I'll show you kids. It's also kind of like that running gag in Arrested Development where the parents always teach lessons to the kids by having some really elaborate situation where someone like loses an arm and then they're like, and that's why you always recycle.
That's why you don't yell.
But the kids end up mortified forever. He's the real life version of that. All right, the message of this one is not quite as good.
I got the fishing poles and everything ready. You want to go?
Shut up.
What do you want for supper?
God, you messed me up. I don't have time for supper.
It's time to go to bed. Don't tell me no. All right, give me the game. I got it. I'll meet you there. $100 sounds good to me. I just don't know what else to do.
You hear that, kids? If you play video games, your dad's gonna sell your Xbox. Again, these all just feel like things that actually happened in their life, and this is his way of teaching lessons to his kid. Also, $100 for an Xbox One? I'll buy it. And now it's just getting ridiculous.
Hey guys, that could be helpful. You want to prank him? Yes!
Don't prank your dad, or he might die. Is that the lesson? Don't prank your dad or he'll die? This is too specific. Once again, the caption is, what do you think happened to dad? They wanted to prank their dad and then he fell and got hurt. And that's why you never prank your dad.
People are saying what about me on Instagram?
Oh, hey there, son. How's your day going?
Stop feeling it, okay?
What does he say?
Stop feeling it, okay?
Stop feeling it, okay?
Stop feeling it, okay?
That's how I'm feeling it, okay? I don't know what he says.
What on earth was he mad about? Oh my. Hey son, I saw it was on that computer and it wasn't very nice. I wanted to know if you wanted to go practice drive and talk to me about it.
For real?
Oh, the son was getting cyberbullied, and so his dad taught him how to drive. Do you think he got bullied for not driving with his dad? And so his dad was like, I'll show them who's not driving with their dad. That's what I think.
Between the buttons, you get this down. Sit down. Sit down, you inside. You thought you could read still, huh? God. Hey, it made you do your what? Yeah, you didn't stop thinking of it. Oh,
This one can't possibly have a positive message because it's just him shoving his son over and over again. We have to stop this. Carl, this is why your kids don't tell you they love you, because you bully them. This video also proves there is a Shinedown song for literally every situation. There's two in particular that I think are really funny back to back. There's this one where he pretends that he got fired and then his house gets foreclosed and now his family's homeless, and that's the whole thing. And then if you think of this one as the sequel to that, then it makes even less sense.
Took the job.
No, you can't!
I had to.
What
Our
about
family
us
needed
here?
it. No, I took the job. No, I had to.
I took the job. Dad, no, my selfie!
Because I had to.
Daddy, no! Remember when we were homeless in the other one?
No, Daddy.
Excuse me, what is this? I saw you quit.
Babe,
Hey, Dad.
it's not what it looks like. Hey, I mean they're positive?
Come back, I still need you.
And that's why you don't smoke. I don't know, man. I guess I would just take all this more seriously if he didn't also make TikToks like this. My kids don't love me. That's why you always love your dad. Hope you guys enjoyed today's video. Thank you so much for watching it. I'm back now. I'm no longer getting married because I already am married and I don't have to do it again. But now that I'm back, I plan on uploading as consistently as possible, whatever that means. I don't know, I'll try my best. That's it. Be sure to tune in next week to see me tuning in next week to see you guys tuning in next week. Bye. Why should I have to need glasses just to be... Hello everybody and welcome back to YouTube.com. I am your host Drew Gooden and I want to start off with a very exciting announcement. It's official now. I'm officially the first and only YouTuber. So that's really cool. But also, like, could someone else upload something? Anything. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm happy and honored to be the only YouTuber, but come on, anybody can upload on this website. I don't know why no one does. It's a lot of pressure. Today's video is called, Why Did You Think You Could Do This? Now, I got the idea for this video a few days ago when I was scrolling through Instagram. There's obviously a lot of ads on Instagram. The most common ads I seem to get on Instagram are for iPhone games, just like the stupidest looking games. And they always say things like, oh, don't even think about downloading this game. You'll be so addicted you won't be able to sleep or get any work done. And it's like this weird reverse psychology thing they're using that I guess they're expecting people to see that and be like, oh, I don't like to get work done or sleep. They think that I shouldn't download this game, but now I'm intrigued and I will download this game. But anyway, I saw one of these ads a few days ago and it was for a game called Scale, which I didn't click on at the time, but I remember thinking that game looks exactly like Jezball. I don't know if you guys are familiar with a game called Jezball. I'm actually not even sure if it really existed. It's just one of those weird memories I have from childhood that if you told me that never happened, I'd just be like, okay, I guess I dreamt it one day. But anyway, back when I was like 8 and the only thing you could do on computers was play solitaire or pinball or like do math on the calculator, because back then when you had nothing else to do, you know, maybe just type in some numbers, see what numbers you can come up with. There was not a lot to do on computers back then, and I remember this game we had called Jezball, and the idea of the game was you had these balls bouncing around a square, and you had to try to like cut off part of the square that it was bouncing in, and it was a lot of fun for some reason. But I saw this game Scale, and I was like, oh, that reminds me of Jezball. I'm not going to download it because that's a ripoff. I'm not going to support that. But then like a day went by, and I was like, you know what? I think I kind of want to download that game. So I searched Scale on the App Store, and I realized there were all these like digital scale apps that you could download, and they all had like 1 or 2 stars, because obviously the iPhone isn't designed to tell you how much something weighs, and you can't just download an app that's going to change the hardware within the phone. Like if the iPhone had the ability to weigh things, you'd think they would like advertise that. There would be a built-in scale app. It wouldn't be something that they're just like, oh yeah, if you just download some third-party app, then you can weigh things. Like no shit, it's not gonna work. The funniest thing about this to me is the reviews, is the people who are just so angry. And it's the kind of thing that you see and it makes you ask a question, but not just any question, specifically the question, why did you think this would work? What is the title of this video? I keep forgetting. I keep changing the question. Basically, I went through the App Store and I found all of the apps like this that I could find, and I wanted to share with you guys some of my favorite reviews and some of my favorite apps because I tried to use a couple of them. Now, because contrary to the number of subscribers I have, I'm not actually a good YouTuber, and I use my cell phone to record these. I can't record myself and use it at the same time. So I screen recorded all of this earlier on my phone, and now I'm going to be showing you some of the highlights. So in case you're wondering why I'm looking at my computer to see what's on my phone, it's just a video. I've already seen all these things. Just full disclosure there before you're like, how is he seeing his phone on the computer? So as you can see, first result is the game Scale, but then you've got all these actual weight scales. You've got DBP weight scale, drop scale, happy scale, kitchen scale. Kitchen scale intrigues me because it's 99 cents, but I don't think this one is actually claiming to be a working scale. It's obviously got a misleading title, but all it is like a conversion app. So as expected, a lot of the reviews are like, that doesn't work. Review for the Scale app. This app is very useless. It doesn't weigh out things I needed weighted out, like drugs. All right, not hiding anything over here, J-Love. This one's ratings are even worse, 1.7. Now, something you'll notice about all of these apps is the first review is usually just positive. Worked perfectly. I don't see why these other people are having so much trouble with this app. It always works in a pinch. And I even took an actual kg weight to see how accurate it was, down to the 0.1. Great app, thanks. I think the way to tell when a review is done by like the creator of the app is when their reviewer name is just like a basic name like Joe and then a bunch of numbers. That's also like the only positive review. Horrible, doesn't work one bit. Terrible, it don't work worth a crap. Doesn't work, crap, doesn't work. Bad, does not work. Rip off, it's crap. Stooped. Yeah, this guy got stooped. So obviously the Scale app doesn't work, despite the fact that like dozens of people thought it would. But it doesn't stop at scales. I tried to think, what else might people think that an app could do? And this one is even better to me. The idea that an iPhone app can tell your body temperature. Now these ones, at least the ones I found, aren't claiming to be real. They actually say in the title that they're a prank. And there's quite a few of those. Specifically this one I want to talk about, fingerprint body temperature scanner. This one has a solid 1.6 rating. Doesn't even work. When I put my finger on the scanner, every time it's pick a random temperature. And one time it's at 133 degrees. And that means I would probably be in the hospital. I think you can get rid of the probably in that sentence. A piece of crap. Go to the dollar and buy a thermometer. Okay, I'll try that. Hello. Hi, I would just like one thermometer, please.
Could you please shut the f*** up?
Oh yeah, this is where I was scrolling through and I got distracted by a thermal vision camera, which also obviously does not work. Horrible. Never buy this. Not a really thermal camera. Go buy a real one at Duck Sporting Goods. There's no ads for that, and it's 100% real. Yeah, I'd be pretty pissed if I bought a thermal vision camera from Duck Sporting Goods and it had ads built into it. What a weird thing for a product to have. Bless this person for being so self-aware. Which is more stupid, a non-functioning app or me for buying it? Props to you, me too much. Stupidity at its height. Why even people think about making such useless apps? Informative, entertaining,
And motivational? What does this motivate you to do? Go to the doctor? Terrible. This app gave me a 108 temperature, so I got my real thermometer and it gave me a 95.5. That's not even close. Wait, you had a real thermometer? Then why did you download this app? This review is so dumb, I feel like it's a parody. This app is a lie. It told me I have a 126-degree fever, and then I checked a regular thermometer. Who are these people? That they're just like they're on the App Store, searching for a thermometer when they have one in the other room? Why? This fake thermometer doesn't work. Let me pull out my real thermometer. Now, I'm not saying this app is funny. I'm not trying to defend what is obviously a very stupid app, but it's like the one guy said, I don't know what's stupider, this app or me for buying it. Now, I was pretty intrigued by the developers of this app. Apparently, they've got a lot of other apps. You got fingerprint, heartbeat prank, but what really stuck out to me was pregnancy test machine prank. It looks like they kind of just like copied and pasted the interface from the other app and then changed the background color. Terrible app. This app doesn't even work. The first time I used it, it said I was pregnant with twins, then a girl, then a boy. I love that the app gets that specific. It's not just yes, you are pregnant or no, you're not. It can also tell the quantity of babies that are inside you and their gender, which is something that you can't even do with the real pregnancy test. The only way this would be funnier, which I guess it's really not that funny, but I'm a little disappointed that the app does the finger scan and it doesn't try to get people to pee on it, because now that's a prank. Now from here, Apple decided that I may also like the Love Calc, the free love calculator, which is perfect because this also fits the theme of the video. This app claims that if you put in two names, all they need to know is the names. Two people's names, not even last name, just first names. In this example, you have Tim and Jane, and then it uses all of the information you've given it, which is nothing, and then calculates how compatible you guys are. And there are real people who exist, who walk around the earth among us, living lives just as we do, who downloaded this thinking that it would really tell them how compatible they are with someone. Now this one is just a disaster of a review by someone named Lizzie101. It's a very long sentence, absolutely no punctuation. I put my name and someone else's and then changed the name to other names. And then lastly, changed it back to my name and the other, and the percentage I got first changed the second time I put my name and the other same name. And don't believe this, and mostly all these calculators are a lie, and this is one of them. That's why I give this a 1 star. Props to you, Detective Lizzie. I think you got to the bottom of this one. Aw, this one's kind of sad. It's fun and all, but I put in my parents and it said only 28%. This poor kid thinks his parents aren't very compatible. I hope he doesn't bring it up to them and just suppresses that forever. And then eventually his parents will get divorced and he'll be like, I should have told them. This app is gonna change his entire life. It's kind of funny though. A little worried about this reviewer. They said, nice cheese, go moo. Pig named Leonard love moo moo cheese and eat me, and everyone love Oni. God, people's standards are low for everything. This person says, I've got to admit, this app is pretty great, and I love how detailed the percentages are. Like you'll get 62% instead of just 60%. Wow, there's so much detail in this app. I can't tell if this one's a joke or not. I hope it is, because it's kind of sad. Depressed. I put the name of a girl I have loved and crushed for 4 years and my name and said 37%. I am so sad. I loved her and I get bullied every day and I don't even get the girl I love. I am heartbroken and having thoughts of suicide, and I have been so heartbroken I could be famous one day for my knowledge. Long story. Wait, side note, I could be famous one day for my knowledge. A long story, I don't have time to get into that. And now I am a kid, depressed, bullied, and heartbroken. I will always be sad. I love you, Sarah. I love you, Sarah C. Andrew M. loves you, Sarah C. Sadly, I may die from my sadness. I am so sad. I am stopping my thinking. Long story. Again, and dying if you know where I mean. Yikes. This was 8 years ago. I hope he's doing better now. And I hope that he and Sarah ended up together. I don't know. Poor kid. Here's another app that claims to do the same thing. Love Test Calculator. Do not get this app. I don't even want to rate it 1 star. And yet they did. They rated it 1 star. Okay, and then finally, the last app we're going to look at is a little bit different than these others. This one is called Hologram Dog 3D Simulator. Now, based on the pictures they use,
obviously the prerequisite here being that you're an idiot, it would be easy to look at this and think, oh look, it actually projects a hologram off of your screen. Obviously it doesn't do that. Oh look, they just updated it recently. I wonder what's new. Fix bug. Perfect. Now I was curious what this actually was, so I decided to download it. So I would have a little bit of knowledge before reading some of these reviews. And lo and behold, it doesn't actually project a hologram of a dog. Just has different pictures of a dog. You got like 4 to choose from, but the fun hasn't begun yet. Like it's fun enough to pick your dog, right? I went ahead and picked this guy. And then you're greeted with this screen. What do you do next? There's nothing on the screen except for a button. And then you touch the button and the dog shows up. And then you touch the button again and it goes away. So that's a pretty fun app. I gotta say, pretty fun. Good time having it. It's free app to do. And then look at all the fun ad. So, a lot of good fun stuff on this app. Let's see what people had to say about it. The top review here, and one of the only positive reviews, his name is Get the App Today. But the review, the title of the review is just a bunch of letters, and it's 5 stars. And then what they did was, they just hit the suggest button. You know when you're typing on your iPhone and you just hit the middle button, it suggests words? That's what they did. And then that's the top review. I have a great way of the day before I get a follow back on my way home from work to be the first half of the day before I get a follow back on my way home from work. To be the first half of the year, and I don't think that I have a great way of life, and the other hand is the only thing that would make it a lot of the year that I don't. Not very fun. It's not very fun because the only thing you can do is press a button and a dog shows up. I have to agree with this reviewer who said, great arcade virtual fun. There is a good thing that cool on this. The button is easy to use. Yeah, I got to agree with him on that. The button is pretty easy to use. You just touch it. So, works great. Fools my mom. She thinks it's a real dog. I give the game a 4. And then he gave it 3 stars for some reason. This person said, not worth buy even though it's free. No hate for the game, just add a little bit more hologram. All right guys, I think that's gonna do it for today's video. I just wanted to share some of the weirdness that I found on the App Store, and I hope you guys liked it. If you did like it, feel free to hit that thumbs up button. If you didn't like it, you can hit the thumbs down button, but just make sure to hit it twice so I really know how much you disliked the video. Feel free to subscribe if you want, although you don't really need to. Unfortunately, I'm still currently the only person making videos on the website, so I guess if you just go on YouTube, you're just gonna see my videos. So no need to subscribe. All right, anyway guys, I'm doing the thing again where I just talk and talk and talk at the end of the video for no reason. So I'm gonna stop doing that. Thank you guys so much for watching. See you guys in the next video, which should be out eventually. So thanks for watching. Hey guys, welcome back to the Pepsi Super Bowl halftime show. I am Adam Levine's shirtless torso, and you're watching Disney Channel. So Pepsi's been on a pretty good streak of solid marketing decisions the past few years. After using Kardashian by proxy Kendall Jenner to manifest world peace, which for some reason she had to apologize for.
It was the most, it was so,
Pepsi set their sights on an even bigger stage. Network television. You see, everybody loves commercials, but I always get sad when they're over and I have to go back to watching my dumb old show. Well, Fox understands this conundrum and decided to give us 30 minutes of non-stop ad action every Sunday night, hosted by American Pie's Jason Biggs.
All thanks to Pepsi Wild Cherry.
Thank you, Pepsi! Cherry!
This show isn't just a 30-minute commercial for Pepsi, it's specifically Pepsi Wild Cherry. Because it's called Cherries Wild. I know I've made a lot of videos lately about how dumb TV is, but clearly I haven't learned my lesson because I keep watching it. This show makes me so uncomfortable. It looks like a fake show that would be on in the background of a movie where they're trying to make the point that the character watching it is dumb. Like, kid comes home from school and his alcoholic stepdad has this on the TV and he's like shouting and throwing things and then he yells at the kid to bring him another beer. It's a drama. The biggest reason why this show feels so weird, why it falls visually into the uncanny valley for me, is the insane, exaggerated audience reaction.
I know you're not my age.
Oh, good. All right, you know what? All right. This round.
Right off the bat, seconds into every episode, they show the audience already going bananas.
And here's your host, Jason Biggs.
Welcome to Cherry's Wild.
Oh my god! That's the guy from the movies! Now, it's important to note that this show was filmed last year. There is no audience there. But just like on the other Fox show that I talked about, they put up a screen of fake audience that looks totally cool and normal and isn't just playing a video on a loop. But since you know it's fake, it makes it even weirder when they try to do these over-the-shoulder shots of the crowd that we know is not there. They must film this part separately. You can actually see that this audience is wearing masks while the other one is an entirely different group of people. I assume they're all just sitting in front of a green screen, which I imagine would be a lot of fun to film. Oh my god! That's the guy from the movie! This is definitely the shot that makes this feel like an episode of Black Mirror, because you have this dumb, colorful game show, and then they cut to a bunch of faceless silhouettes quietly watching from behind a pane of glass, like they're observing human behavior. Another thing I notice about the audience is that because their reactions are controlled by the producers, they're always egging the contestants on.
That $50,000 goes away.
They're always trying to get them to risk their money.
Let's do it. Let's do this one. We're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep it going. You guys are incredibly inspiring.
You guys are such an inspiration to me. Most people would just take that money and then quit, like losers, but you two persevere.
Give it to Terry! Oh!
Okay.
Okay, maybe you should have taken the money. This is definitely different from other games I've seen. In Deal or No Deal, for example, there's times where the audience is like, hey, maybe you should just take the deal, because $300,000 is a lot better than $5, which wouldn't even be enough for the Uber home.
No deal!
Only for the contestant who's all hopped up on adrenaline from being on TV to be like, no deal! I'd rather lose. I know that the production team is doing their best. No shade to the employees of this show, but it just all looks so unnatural. The crowd is either jumping out of their chairs as if they just won the money, or they're gasping in horror. It makes me think they got these shots by having people react to like a car accident compilation, and then they just used it for the Pepsi show.
Pepsi Wild Cherry. Pepsi Wild Cherry. Pepsi Wild Cherry. Pepsi Wild Cherry.
Yes. And then of course, that's the big thing. The thing that made me flabbergasted at this show's existence. I've seen bad shows before, I've seen weird shows before, but I don't think I've ever seen a major network release a game show on primetime television that is entirely an infomercial. The Pepsi brand is so deeply ingrained into the fabric of this show that on almost all of their Instagram posts, they're legally required to include #ad. Yup, last night was epic, and the Pepsi Wild Cherry was delish. I could use a Pepsi Wild Cherry right now after last night, hard eyes. Tomorrow you're getting more pop trivia, Jason Biggs, and Pepsi Wild Cherry, #Cherry's Wild. There are exactly 2 comments on this post. One of them is the official Pepsi Instagram account, essentially complimenting itself, and the other is some guy just saying, bruh. Their whole Instagram account is such a wild ride. I love when TV shows hire someone whose entire job is to run an account with like 600 followers. Hey everyone, a new episode tonight, so be sure to tune in. I know I'll be cracking open a cold one. A cold Pepsi. Sounds good to me. They also post these bingo cards for every episode, which is a pretty fun idea, but they're only 3x3 squares, so it should be pretty easy to get bingo. Although maybe I spoke too soon, because some of these don't even make sense. This one just says Europe. What does that even mean? They go to Europe? Like halfway through the episode, they just board a plane and leave. Decisions. Fill in this spot if you see someone deciding stuff. Jason makes a joke. Cherry's Wild drinking game, everyone. Take a shot every time the host tries to make us laugh. This is a serious game show, Mr. Jason Biggs, so quit monkeying around and treat it with the respect it deserves.
And now I'm drinking lots of wild cherry and loving it.
Honestly, I feel kind of bad for Jason. He seems to be a pretty universally liked guy, but they do him dirty on this account.
Trivia time. Trivia time. Trivia time. Trivia time.
He probably thought he was doing 4 different takes and they were just gonna go with the best one. And then they used all 4 of them. Jason's definitely a fan favorite though. I'm pretty sure he's the main appeal for the hundreds of people watching it. Here's some comments from his Wendy Williams interview about the show. He's very handsome. Yes, he is so cute and handsome.
Yes. Guys. Get out of here, guys. The comments on their Instagram are so funny. There's only a few of them, so it's pretty easy to read them all. There's a handful of positive comments here and there, but a lot of times when you click on them, you realize it's someone who's affiliated with the show. And then there's this one guy who comments on every single post trying to get them to respond, and he seems pretty annoyed that they never do. I love the dichotomy between this almost absurd level of positivity and this guy shitposting. This person commented, only a few more hours until cherry nirvana encompasses the souls of us all. And Ty just said, Pepsi. I don't know if I put this entirely on Jason or if they just asked him a leading question, but in one of his interviews, they ask him about the Pepsi sponsorship and he says this. Oh, sorry about that. That was the wrong clip. Here we go.
This is kind of a cool new concept that a lot of shows are trying, where Pepsi is teaming up with Fox as a way to sort of reduce how many commercials you're seeing during the show.
Okay, so it was actually the Fox anchor who made the claim that because of the Pepsi sponsorship, there are fewer commercial breaks during the show. And that's not true. There are just as many commercials. It's still a 21-minute episode, just like every other half-hour show. Maybe they were trying to say you'll see less variety of commercials, because most of them are Pepsi, but they still advertise other things. The other thing about Cherries Wild, even if it wasn't sponsored by and named after Pepsi, it's not even a good idea for a show. It's based entirely around a video slot machine.
This is one of the largest slot machines in the world.
They say it's one of the biggest slot machines. I think they could get away with just calling it the biggest.
It's over 3 stories tall.
I don't think they come much bigger than that. But the thing about slot machines is that they are rigged. Almost every casino game is going to be somewhat rigged in favor of the casino, but specifically with slot machines, there is no user control over the outcome of what happens. You can still win something, which is why people use them, but the result was always going to be predetermined by a random number generator. I've never seen something like this before. They actually have to put a disclaimer at the end of the show that says, this is not a real slot machine. We're literally just playing a video of one. It is possible for the contestants to win the jackpot, but that gets decided ahead of time. Oh, okay, that's awesome. Now, there are 2 rounds of trivia earlier on that involve a little bit of skill from the players, but I think they're made purposely easy to give them this false sense of optimism to make them think that they're definitely gonna win the grand prize later on.
Next musical act.
Nicki Minaj.
So the way that works, and I can't believe I'm explaining this, is if you get 5 delicious Pepsi Wild cherries, you go home with $250,000. And the contestants will always risk their money at the end because they've already accumulated a few cherries and they're like, well, we only need 2 more. It's only a matter of time until we land on one. It's not a matter of time. Quit while you're ahead.
You now only need 2 wild cherries. You've still got a free spin, or you can walk out of here with that $92,000. You can be like, deuces, I'm out.
I mean, yeah, $92,000 is nice, but we still have that free spin from the Star Wars question. We have to use it. The audience might kill us if we don't.
2 wild cherries. You just need 2.
Oh, they lost? Who could have seen that coming? Well, now they definitely can't walk away. They'd have less than what they just gave up a second ago. And that's the gambler's mentality, that you'll win it back eventually, even though it costs $10,000 more per spin.
$31,000!
Oh, $63,000. That's good too, but
think we're gonna keep on going?
We're still only 2 cherries away from that grand prize. Let's keep going!
Come on.
Oh my God, 50 grand! Oh, red X, which means you lose everything. Oh, we almost had $50,000, except not really, because it was always going to be packaged with the red X. That was determined beforehand. I don't think they're even allowed to cash out too early in the game because there's only 1 group of contestants per show. As soon as they cash out, the game's over. The audience would just be sitting there like, oh. There's still 6 minutes left. What do we do? We could still go apeshit for no reason. Yeah! So let's recap what we have so far. The game is rigged. The entire thing is a Pepsi commercial. The show has 6 editors for some reason, and I think Jason's being held hostage in that studio. Can anything else go wrong? Well, there is one more thing. So Cherries Wild was released alongside a companion mobile app that incentivizes you to watch live because you can play along and even win some money too. The way you do this is by scanning the QR code, giving it a spin when the contestants do, and if you land on the same 5 slots as they do, then you win the same prize, which can be tens of thousands of dollars. And that's all great, in theory, but we're supposed to believe that the game that admits to being a farce is just gonna give away a bunch of money, that they're not gonna program it to be impossible to land on the same spaces as the people from the show. There's no way in hell that anyone is winning money off this, but let's read some reviews just in case. Doesn't work, can't open, app won't let me scan, doesn't work. Does not work, doesn't work. I spin and it just keeps spinning and not showing me results. I think the app is great fun. 1 star. I've won apparently, but never received an email. I've sent multiple emails and they've all been ignored. I haven't been able to open the app in 2 days. I did win one day, but haven't received an email. Won a gift card prize last week and still have not received a confirmation email. I've won twice now and still never got an email about my prize, and it's been days. So disappointed in Pepsi, do not recommend. I've been trying to play this game since it started. According to the rules, you must email them. I've emailed nearly every day and have not received any reply. I'm extremely disappointed in Pepsi, this game app, and the fact that this company ignores its consumers' emails. It's Coca-Cola for me from now on. No! All right, guys, pull the plug. The whole thing backfired. We spent millions of dollars to put this thing together, and instead of cornering the market like we thought we would, people are just buying more Coke. It just doesn't make any sense. People love brands on TV. Consumers love when companies don't follow through on their promises. Where did we go wrong? Oh, what's that? The whole thing? Both conceptually and in execution? Yeah, no, that makes sense. What do you mean I'm fired? You work for me! Man, I haven't been this disappointed since the McDonald's Monopoly scam. Only this time, I didn't get my French fries. Yeah! Only this time, I'm still thirsty. Yeah! Only this time, I'm not loving it. Yeah! So just use one of those takes, whichever you think is best. Please do not edit them all in back to back. You're gonna make me look like an idiot. Well, looks like I am about 2 hours late to my surgery. Thank you for watching, Guy. You might want to get a good look at this face, because next time you see it, I will have 4 fewer teeth. You'd probably assume I'm getting my wisdoms out, but that's not true. It's actually these 4. Dentist says I don't need them anymore. And I always trust my dentist, because he's not just my dentist, he's my son. He's my son. All right, see you guys next time. Hey Guy, a couple weeks ago I was at an Airbnb trying to figure out what the $200 cleaning fee is supposed to cover if they're just gonna make me do a bunch of chores anyway, when we realized that episode 4 of Severance had just come out. And what great timing. This place had one of those beautiful 85-inch frame TVs that make it look like an art piece on the wall. They had surround sound, they had a telescope pointed at the TV. I couldn't imagine a more perfect place to watch what would turn out to be a slightly confusing episode of television. So we turn it on and instantly we're like, why does this look like shit? I know that this TV costs thousands of dollars, and yet the moment anything moves on screen, it turns into this jumbled, blurry mess. But of course, because this kind of thing has been happening for years, we knew it was because of True Motion, or Motion Plus, or whatever this TV calls that feature, where it smooths out every frame and makes everything you watch look like it was shot on an iPhone. The best thing about this feature is that it's always on by default, and nobody I've ever met likes it. It's also named something different by every manufacturer, which makes searching the menus for it a little adventure every time. Now, I know I'm not even close to being the first person to complain about this feature. It seems like everybody hates it. But that's also why it's so confusing to me. If so many people hate this, why after over a decade are TV manufacturers still forcing this down everyone's throats? How do they benefit from making their product look worse? I remember ecstatically buying this Samsung in 2019 and almost returning it because the default settings made it look so bad I thought it was defective. I just kind of sat there in denial about it for almost a week before being like, this can't be right. There has to be a setting I can change. Tragically though, a lot of people don't know about this setting. They don't realize their TV is actively sabotaging their viewing experience. And if this doesn't describe you, it probably describes someone you know. And by that I of course mean your parents. So sit down with them, explain what's going on, tell them why you get a headache whenever you watch TV with them, and reiterate that it's not their fault. Show them this video by a guy named Noodle.
Let's say it's on twos. The AI doesn't smooth anything between the first and second frames of a single drawing because there's nothing to smooth. They're the same picture. This means that what was originally a perfectly fine 12 FPS animation is now a janky mess.
Or if they'd prefer to hear it from someone they know, have Tom Cruise explain it.
Video interpolation or motion smoothing is a digital effect on most high-definition television.
I'm Tom Cruise.
Just make sure they never find out about the whole Scientology thing. You cannot ruin Top Gun for your dad. That movie's very important to him. Now, I will admit, I was a little surprised reading some of the comments on this video, seeing so many people disagree. I didn't know people liked it when the $100 million movie they're watching looks like a soap opera. Now, I understand, of course, from a gaming perspective, people preferring higher frame rates, but I don't think that logic applies to movies. Games are interactive, so generally the smoother something is, the more responsive it feels. But you're not interacting with the movie, you're just watching. It doesn't need to be perfectly smooth. In fact, I think part of what makes a movie look like a movie is the sort of ethereal nature it has. It doesn't look exactly like the way the world around you does through your own eyes, and I don't think it should. I saw someone say they like it because it shows the flaws in movies you couldn't see at 24 FPS, and it's like, no, the interpolation is creating those flaws. It's not reverting a film back to its original settings. It's not a director's cut your TV's giving you private access to. It's just generating new frames based on what it thinks should go in between the existing ones. That's where the errors come from. You're not watching a more authentic version of a movie because Sony Motion Flow added a bunch of blurry auras around every fast-moving object. The most authentic version of a movie is watching it the way it was filmed. You shouldn't have to change anything. And I think more than anything else, that's what really aggravates me about this feature, is the hubris of it. There are so many deliberate choices that go into making a movie look a certain way. There's so many people involved in those decisions that know way more about cinematography than I do, so I trust their vision. Why can't TV manufacturers do the same? Why do they look at a beautifully shot television show like it has a problem that they need to fix? Anyway, this experience got me thinking about new technology in a more general sense and how my excitement towards it has waned over time. Sometimes it seems like we kind of already figured everything out. You can communicate with anyone in the world instantaneously. You have immediate access to every piece of music ever made. You can pay some guy to deliver a cold burrito straight to your door and it only costs $70. This is the peak of humanity, baby. There's nowhere else to go from here, except backwards. So many things now seem to just invent a new problem so they can sell you the solution. Or if we do create something novel and revolutionary, it's only gonna stay that way long enough for us to kill all our competition, allowing us to ruin our thing and make it infinitely more expensive. There was a time where streaming services seemed like the final frontier of at-home entertainment, a marriage of cost and convenience that made all previous options obsolete. I mean, my DVDs are just taking up space, and even if I wanted to watch something, I gotta get up, dust off my Xbox, navigate a bunch of menus, switch discs every 4 episodes. Netflix is so much better than this. Until, of course, they quadrupled their price and got rid of every show you ever wanted to watch. So slowly but surely, a lot of people are moving away from the unreliable streaming services and going back to physical media. Things like Blu-rays, vinyls, Tooth Tunes. And I've actually begun that migration process myself. But because I'm incredibly stupid, here's how it's going for me so far. I started watching Friday Night Lights for the first time in December. It was something I had wanted to watch for years but always put off, which is crazy because it's a show about football, which I like, with a bunch of music from Explosions in the Sky, a band I grew up listening to all the time. It kind of felt like they made this show specifically for me, and still I was like, I'll get around to it eventually. It wasn't until a couple of months ago that I finally gave it a chance and got really into it.
12 days before it was going to be removed from Netflix. For the last 2 weeks of December, I binged as much of the show as I could, as quickly as I could, until around 3 a.m. on New Year's Eve. 13 minutes left in the season 2 finale. I was given an abrupt error message telling me that my beloved show was now gone. At this point, I was pretty invested, and I didn't just want to wait until it was maybe on Peacock one day, and I certainly didn't want to spend $2 per episode to digitally own it. So I decided what better time than right now to begin my brand new Blu-ray collection, starting naturally with a show I had yet to watch even half of. So about $37 and 8 days later, my Blu-rays show up at my door and I'm ecstatic. I can't wait to see how season 2 ends. So I pop the disc in my computer, try to play it, and it does not work. Turns out the external DVD drive I bought a couple years ago isn't compatible with Blu-rays, so I'm gonna have to buy another one. No problem, what's another $110? Jesus Christ. Well, I already bought the Blu-rays, I'm not gonna not watch them. So I bite the bullet on the Blu-ray drive. It shows up 2 days later, pop it into my computer, so excited to learn what will become of Brian Smash Williams. Huh, that's weird. Doesn't seem to work on VLC. Or the Any DVD app. I guess I could spend $20 on Blu-ray player, play Blu-ray, but that one says in its description that it doesn't play Blu-rays. At this point, I'm a little frustrated, but even more than that, I'm confused. So I go where I always turn to in times of crisis, a Google search with the word Reddit thrown onto the end. And believe it or not, even on Reddit, home of some of the most dedicated people on the planet, every single answer I see is, nah man, Power DVD 23 Essential is your only option. There is one way to watch Blu-rays on your computer, and it is with this app. You wanna know how much that app costs? $80. And it's like, I don't want to spend another $80, but I've already spent more than that just to make it to this point. I have to see this through to the end. Anyway, I bought the app, and it works most of the time. Although I should probably say it's been doing this thing now where it tells me my cloud subscription has expired and I need to visit the Cyberlink members zone for more information. So, money well spent. Long story short, I spent $227 to watch a show that I could have seen on Netflix at any point over the past 7 years. And to be honest, I'm not even sure if I like it that much. Also, I know what you're thinking. Drew, couldn't you have just put the Blu-rays into your PS5, you moron? Yes, I could have. But the whole point of watching it on my computer was so I could second screen RuneScape on my other monitor. What part of dopamine addiction do you not understand?
Sorry, that was more of a story about my own incompetence than a rant about the state of technology. So here's a rant about the state of technology. I live in Orlando, Florida. My favorite basketball team is the Orlando Magic. They play basketball 20 minutes from my house, and I am not allowed to watch them on TV because I live too close. I can sign up for NBA League Pass and watch any other team play except for the one in my city because of blackout restrictions. What do you think, I'm stalking them or something? Whoa, this guy's obsessed. He lives right down the street. I don't understand this restriction, and frankly, I never will. Is the point to incentivize me to buy a ticket to go see them in person? They play 41 home games a year. Am I supposed to go to all of them? And if that was the point of it, they wouldn't also black out road games unless you expect me to travel with the team. Guys, do you want me to follow them around or not? I'm getting mixed signals here. Anyway, here's what I've had to do the past 6 years as a paying customer in order to watch my team play. First, I had to sign up for Sling TV because they were the only ones with the Fox Sports Florida channel. Then those two couldn't reach an agreement, so I had to switch to Fubo TV because they were the only ones with the Fox Sports Florida channel. Then those two couldn't reach an agreement, so I had to switch to YouTube TV. Can you guess where this is going? Yeah, they couldn't reach an agreement, and now I can't watch it anywhere, this time in the middle of a season. So out of desperation, I sign up for NBA League Pass, which again prohibits me from watching my team because I live too close. The workaround here is using a VPN to change my location to somewhere else. So now I'm paying for 2 different services just so I can watch the least popular team in the NBA. Adam Silver should be ecstatic that there are freaks like me out here. He should have a photo of me in his office that says #1 customer. So what do they do to thank me for my loyal patronage? Block the use of VPNs 6 months later. Do you guys want my money or not? I'm trying so hard to give it to you. Okay, now we're in 2022, and finally there's a streaming app specifically made for people to watch their local team play. It's a miracle. It's called Bally Sports, and it is the worst app I've ever used in my life. It freezes during commercials. The feed cuts out constantly, especially in the fourth quarter. Not that I wanted to watch that part anyway. It refuses to remember my login information in between games. Did I mention they play 82 of these every year? I'm getting real tired of typing in my password every night. While all of this is happening, behind the scenes, Bally's parent company is not doing so well. They lose over $1.2 billion in 3 months. What, were they setting it on fire? Fast forward a few more months to 2023, and Bally is filing for bankruptcy. Well, it was nice while it lasted. Nope, they're still going. Somehow. Turns out I don't know what bankruptcy actually means. What I do know is that this probably doesn't bode well for the growing list of technical problems they apparently don't have the money to address. So that brings us to today, where after 3 tumultuous years, I'm excited to report that the app is now a little bit more reliable. But also it's been rebranded to the FanDuel Sports Network, which means every second of every broadcast is pretty much just one big ad for gambling. I should make a video about that. I know that this is one very specific gripe about a very specific problem, but I feel like there's so many things like this now. So many companies that seem to get their rocks off from making us have to jump through hoops in order to do anything. They're constantly merging with some other company so they can both be sold to a third company. Content bounces around from streaming service to streaming service like a hot potato. We tried to streamline everything and only made it more complicated. I can't keep up. I'm just a lowly consumer. Everything's so confusing now. I need a break.
I know that part of the feeling I'm about to describe is just because of my diminished sense of wonder as I've aged, but I feel like there used to be a time when technology was a lot more exciting to me. I mean, what could be more fun than a gadget? Well, besides a gizmo, of course. But it seemed like most things that came out had a genuine purpose, that there was more of a collective desire to push humanity forward, to provide solutions to actual problems. And I know that this is all still happening, but it seems like so many innovations now are just new ways to manipulate people, or spy on people, or replace people altogether. I'm not excited about what might be created in the future as much as I'm fearful of it. I'm fearful of what AI is threatening to do to every job on Earth. I'm fearful of all these humanoid robots that keep popping up. What if one of them tries to kill me? Or worse, what if we fall in love? How am I supposed to explain that to people? For every OLED Steam Deck and surprisingly powerful tiny Mac computer, there seem to be 10 wearable AI companions, or a TV that's free because it never stops showing you ads, or what if you could wear your phone on your head so it could never stop showing you ads? I remember when touchscreen smartphones came out, and I practically started drooling at the idea. This device, which I hate more than anything in the world, is incredible. It's truly amazing what this thing is capable of, but now the question is, where do you go from here? The jumps in phone technology have become pretty unnoticeable, despite how hard they're trying to get us to notice them. When we went from landlines to cell phones, that was crazy. When they added a full keyboard so you didn't have to spend 30 seconds typing one word, that was crazy. And then they added email, and a really good camera, and a touchscreen, and a GPS, and the internet, and a compass, and now you can pay for parking on here, and you can download apps that stop you from spending too much time on other apps. Oh man, that line's really starting to slow down, huh? And this phone costs 4 times as much as this one did? No, that makes sense. If you Google "has technology peaked," their AI overview will tell you, no, of course not. I'm getting stronger every day. And consider this your second strike, Drew. That's awfully ominous. And what was my first? No, of course technology hasn't peaked, but it does feel like it's starting to level off a bit. The improvements between video game consoles used to be astronomical. Now I end up on a side-by-side comparison video squinting as hard as I can trying to spot any difference. In 1995, video games looked like this. 10 years later, they look like this. 10 years after that, they look like this. And in the 10 years since, they look like, Wait, which one is a new one? And I know I'm viewing this from a consumer standpoint. I'm completely oblivious to the strides being made in medicine and science and interplanetary defense mechanisms, but it just seems like whenever a new thing comes out, we have to pay a lot for very little. Technology has gone so far in the wrong direction that people are now trying to find ways to go back. Physical media is making a comeback. Dumb phones are making a comeback. As people become more disillusioned to the future that was promised to us, the best way to break out of it is to recapture a sense of simplicity. And not all of this is just nostalgia. I think some of it speaks to the fundamental difference in how things are made now. You used to be able to own things. Now almost everything is borrowed. You're not buying a product, you're subscribing to a service. I don't own a bunch of music because I'm paying Spotify every month. I'm just temporarily given access to music until I stop paying and then have nothing to show for it. And even if you do buy a physical product, there's no guarantee it's gonna stay in the condition it was in when you bought it. A lot of things now can be remotely updated or even deactivated. The Spotify car thing completely bricked when they stopped wanting to deal with it. A few months ago, Roku forced an update onto all of their TVs, making it so you can't turn the motion smoothing feature off. This company just announced they're gonna start charging a monthly fee so anyone who already bought their thermostat can continue to use it. We're buying things that can be made worse or taken away from us whenever the manufacturer feels like it. So what are we even buying anymore? These things aren't designed to last because the entire economic system in this country is based on perceived shareholder value. If I sell you a product that you only have to buy once and then get to keep it forever, how will I get more money from you in the future? How will line keep go up if transaction over? So things break or become obsolete. A lot of tech devices are more affordable than they used to be, but they're also more disposable. The interface on your 4-year-old smart TV suddenly takes 10 times longer to navigate. Your iPhone 12 suddenly crashes 5 times a day. No, we're not doing that on purpose. But it does kind of seem like a sign that it's time to buy a new one, right? And this isn't a conspiracy or an exaggeration. Technology is making us dumber. Rarely while using your phone are you in the driver's seat, except when you're texting while driving, which is a lot of fun. But it's mostly a passive activity. More often than not, you don't open an app in order to do a specific thing. You open an app and just see whatever it chooses to show you. Sometimes you like it, sometimes you don't. Either way, the past hour of your life was entirely decided by an algorithm. You're not thinking for yourself, you're not making a decision for yourself, you just turn off your frontal cortex and submit to whatever Mark Zuckerberg has curated for you. And the more we're conditioned to accept this relationship, the easier it is to sell us an AI agent that does all of our thinking for us and that we learn to trust implicitly. I mean, how am I supposed to be excited about technology when this is the direction we're headed in?
It seems like everything is slowly trying to turn into everything else. A new app will come along with one specific niche use and then inevitably get turned into yet another form of social media. Like the Shop app. I've been using this for a couple years because I like the idea of having one account that works across multiple websites. But now, of course, it's just like another thing designed for you to scroll through. I open it up to see how far away my pants are and it's like, oh hey, you want to buy something else while you're here? You want some Alpha Lion Superhuman Hulk juice? What about Goof juice? Chug juice? Oh, I know what you want. A little cake shaped like Texas. They also give you rewards, but it amounts to virtually nothing and is really just an excuse to send you more push notifications. Hey, don't forget to use that 14-cent credit before it runs out. It only works on this website that sells hoodies for dogs. You open up the Ring app so you can see who's knocking at your door and they're like, hey, you want to see this funny video of a goat? Venmo defaults to the page showing you how many of your friends had pizza this week. Why do I need to know that? I bought that light in the corner a few months ago and the only way to control it is through an app. And you're probably thinking, certainly there's no social media aspect to an app that turns lights on and off, and that might just be the dumbest thing you've ever said. Of course it has its own news feed and hashtags. Of course there's a pop-up telling me to take the Govee app user experience survey so I can earn 50 Govee points and a chance to win Govee merch. App is a goddamn joke now. Worst change to an app that could ever happen. Can't even remember my dream view settings anymore. May as well check all my lights and ban if this is only way to control them. What a joke. Well, I wanted to respond respond to this comment saying that I'm just here for the Govee points, hashtag Govee rewards program, but that feature is only available to savvy users. So I agreed to the savvy terms and conditions, and they congratulated me on becoming a savvy user. You're following all of this, right? Instagram has its own TikTok feature. Twitter has its own TikTok feature. And you probably guessed this because you'd never make the same mistake twice. The Govee app has its own TikTok feature. Everything is the same thing, and I'm tired of it. These apps are all so intent on monopolizing your time that they'll design it in a way that makes it hard for you to leave. You click a YouTube link on the Facebook Messenger app, and instead of just taking you there, it'll be like, oh, I guess you want to open that app instead, huh? All right, here's a button. It doesn't work though. No, I'm just kidding. It will work if you click it 15 times. And then it will take you to the App Store so you can open the homepage of YouTube and just search for that video yourself. Was that helpful? Good, it wasn't supposed to be. I just noticed the desktop Instagram website has incorporated that thing that's supposed to prevent you from accidentally exiting out of like a checkout screen or a form you're halfway through filling out, but they're just using it anywhere on their website. Literally scrolling through the homepage, I try to leave, they grab my arm and say, "No, are you sure you're done with us? We were just about to show you a really cool ad. Are you sure you don't want to see what it looks like?" Sometimes I feel like you don't even like me anymore. It's no wonder so many people are trying to turn the clock back on technology and return to a simpler era. Not so far back that you gotta like eat bugs and sleep on a log, but just back to when these modern conveniences were still exciting and didn't feel so predatory and manipulative. Technological advancements don't feel fun anymore because of the motivations behind so many of them. It doesn't feel like we're trying to make life better when almost everything is designed to be as addictive as possible. These things aren't supposed to be fun additions to your life. They're supposed to be a new thing for your life to revolve around. And no amount of profit or growth will ever be enough. It seems like there's more thought put into how you can continue to charge people for something they already own than to just expand the experience of it in the first place. But hey, at least we're using all that extra revenue to pay the employees, right? Right? Sorry, I'm doing that thing again where I try to provide catharsis by ranting in a critical yet lighthearted fashion, but just end up spreading more negativity in the process. So I'd like to end this video by highlighting some technological innovations that I'm thankful for. Number one, fiber internet. In 2018, we lived in a house where it would take me 2 hours to upload a 15-minute YouTube video. And during that time, no other device in the house could connect to the internet because I was using all of it. Now I get like 2 gigs per second and it never goes out. That's a luxury I know I take for granted. Now I should probably say that AT&T almost electrocuted me when they were digging in our front yard, burst into a water pipe, flooded half the neighborhood, and knocked down a power line, leaving live wires dangerously close to the newly installed moat they surprised me with. But they did offer me a $1 credit when I called to complain. So I wish I was joking about that. They destroyed our lawn and then offered $1 single as an apology. And you know what? They're still not as bad as Spectrum. Number two, our Nespresso machine. This is the world's greatest invention. It's all the convenience of a Keurig, except it doesn't taste like burnt garbage, and you can actually send the pods back when you're done to have them recycled. I mean, allegedly. They probably just throw them in the ocean like I do. I can't believe these pods are only moderately more expensive than K-Cups. They taste 100 times better, and you don't have to wait 45 minutes for it to cool off. Side note, how much money do you think Sabrina Carpenter turned down to not do a collaboration with them? They had to have asked, right? That's that mean espresso. It was right there. What are you guys waiting for? Some stupid YouTuber to promote your shit for free? Never gonna happen, bozo. Number three, electric razors. Why was I scraping the shit out of my face for so long? These things aren't just better, but they're cheaper in the long run because you don't have to change the blades all the time. And I can use it on my balls. Oh, was that it? It was just the 3 things? Sorry, I thought I'd have more time to think of an outro here. Thank you so much for watching. Subscribe if you want. As always, YouTube gives me $100 for every new subscriber, which I like to withdraw as cash and use as kindling to help make it through this brutal Florida winter. So remember, every time you subscribe, you're keeping me and my family warm for a couple of minutes. Thank you for watching. Bye. A few months ago, I made a video called Efficiency in Comedy, The Office vs. Friends. In this video, I took 2 shows that both hold a special place in my heart and compared them based on one metric: how many jokes are there per minute, aka which show, in my eyes, is more comedically efficient. I think the biggest problem with this video, despite just not being thorough enough with my data, is that these two shows are just too different to compare head to head. Completely different styles of comedy made during two distinct eras of pop culture, making this relationship too apples versus oranges to draw any real conclusions. So when I set out to revisit this format, I made it my goal to only compare shows that are both apples or both oranges or both bananas. You get the idea. Two shows that are very similar. And when I made this my goal, two shows immediately came to mind: Arrested Development and Community. The closer I started to compare these shows, the more I realized how many elements between them are nearly identical. They each feature ensemble casts made up of a bunch of quirky weirdos and one straight man to react to their quirky weirdness. They're both very meta shows that repeatedly break the fourth wall in ways most other shows don't, and they both seem to have mastered the art of the callback, with numerous jokes that span multiple seasons.
Shut up, Leonard. Her?
Hell, each show even has one notorious asshole fuckface that has a history of making the people they work with feel unsafe, so we're really checking all the boxes here. But the biggest thing that ties these series together is their shared fate. These are both shows that were critically acclaimed, but ultimately unsuccessful during their initial network runs, and were each given individual opportunities to come back to life, but with underwhelming results. But while these two shows suffered eerily similar fates, the path they each took to get there really couldn't have been more different. Arrested Development 2.0 was served on a silver platter and still managed to disappoint, while Community's attempt at resurrection seemed doomed to fail from the start. Two shows each given a second chance at life, but which one did a better job at fucking it up? And would they have been better off just quitting while they were ahead? So first, let's do a quick history lesson that will never be taught in any school ever. Starting with Arrested Development. The first season premiered in 2003 to initially high ratings that slowly dwindled over the next few months. Almost instantaneously, Fox was ready to give up on Arrested Development, despite the fact that they were literally winning awards immediately. They won 5 Emmys in 2004, and yet none of the cast was even sure if they were going to be brought back for another season because the critical acclaim wasn't translating into broad enough popularity for Fox's liking. You see, Arrested Development was always praised for its cleverness and originality during a time when simplistic, formulaic sitcoms were being birthed left and right. Each episode weaved together storylines and long-running bits in such a carefully crafted way that just wasn't typically seen on television. In fact, the show was so jam-packed with jokes that I think it was actually ahead of its time in a bad way. Because while Arrested Development has since earned a reputation as a show you sometimes have to pause and rewind or rewatch episodes altogether to catch subtle nuances you may not have noticed at first, you couldn't really do that at the time. In 2003, if you sat down with your family to watch a show live on TV that you can't rewind or pause or anything like that, and the show you're watching feels almost like an onslaught of punchlines and dialogue and information, it's not necessarily going to satisfy the need that most people had when they watched television, which was more or less to turn off your brain for an hour or two of easy laughs after a long day at work. In a lot of ways, Arrested Development was made to be binged before that became the standard for television. The writers seem to have more foresight from the beginning than in any show I've ever seen, certainly in any comedy I've ever seen. Even small things like Buster getting his hand bitten off by a loose seal, but his love interest and mother, two separate characters I should say, are both named Lucille.
Watch out for Lucille! Let him come on, Lucille!
And have been from the beginning. That's a small detail, but things like that make you think, well, did they map out the entire show from day one? Is that why those characters were named Lucille in the first place? All to lead up to this one moment in season 2? Like I said, that's one small detail, but just one of many examples of the writing on the show indicating an unprecedented level of foresight. Arrested Development sets a standard for how a show can be written, but you have to zoom out and look at the entire picture as a whole before you can fully appreciate it, an option only available available in hindsight and not to the viewers who at the time were only able to watch one episode a week. It's for that reason that I think the show's cult following didn't fully establish until a few years after it ended. As a result, Arrested Development suffered right out of the gate, failing to match the ratings of comparable sitcoms at the time, like Will and Grace, 2.5 Men, Everybody Loves Raymond, each of which proved to be more accessible to mainstream audiences. The first major blow was dealt to the showrunners when their second season, which began in 2004, was cut back to 18 episodes from its originally scheduled 22. Ratings dropped ever so slightly over the span of the second season, but it was enough to cause Fox to want to move the show from Sunday nights to Monday. In general, when an underperforming show moves to a different night altogether, it's usually a pretty solid indication that cancellation is imminent. This proved to be the case for Arrested Development when, after an even more significant ratings drop to begin their third season, Fox was quick to step in and deliver a, you know what? I think we're done here, giving the show only 13 episodes to finish its final season. But although Fox felt they had seen enough of Arrested Development, the show wasn't dead in the water just yet. Or I guess I should say dead in a police boat in the water, like in the show. It's a reference to the show. Anyway, both Showtime and ABC were originally in talks of taking Arrested Development on, with Showtime actually offering Mitch Hurwitz, the show's creator, 2 seasons spanning 24 episodes, which he eventually declined, stating the show had reached its end creatively as a series. However, we now know that that is not the case, because in October 2011, over 5 years after the last episode aired, it was announced by Mitch Hurwitz on a panel at the New Yorker Festival that there would be a 4th season to serve as a, quote, limited run TV series, which would lead into a movie. 4 seasons and a movie. Sounds familiar if you're a fan of Community, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Now, of course, what really happened to Arrested Development is that we got a season 4 released on Netflix in 2013 to mixed reviews. At that point, it had been over 7 years since the show's hiatus began, and it ultimately proved to be too long of a time to not do something before attempting to do it again. Despite years of fan anticipation and excitement for the new rendition of the show, season 4 didn't receive nearly the same praise of its original network run, with several factors potentially to blame. For one, due to schedule restrictions with the now absurdly famous cast, episodes had to be split up to focus on only 1 or 2 characters at a time, which made the plot move along in a palpably awkward way. Another one of my personal complaints was that each episode is just too long. Rather than a nice, compact 22 minutes, every episode seemed to drag on with none of the fat trimmed, simply, I think, because there was no network anymore forcing them to trim it. And yes, there are some incredible moments in season 4, and I personally think that the episode where Will Arnett and Ben Stiller are both under the impression that the other wants to have sex with them, but actually neither of them do, it's probably the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life, seriously. But aside from moments like that, which are unfortunately few and far between, too much of the season is just when Arrested Development had built its reputation on being this joke-filled powerhouse of a comedy. Arrested Development continues to live on today with a 5th season now on Netflix, which might actually be news to you, because it was to me. I wasn't even aware of it until I started writing this video. But even as the show lives on, fan reception seems to be pretty unanimous in deciding that Arrested Development 2.0 just doesn't hold a candle to the original. And while the reception and audience both continue to decline, it feels like it's only a matter of time before Arrested Development is gone for good, perhaps even ruining their own reputation on the way out.
I've made a huge mistake.
So now let's transition over to Community, a show with a similar story, but a sadder, weirder, darkest timeline kind of a story. Community premiered its first episode on NBC in September 2009 with what would end up being a series high of just under 8 million viewers. As tends to happen with television, the show started off a little wonky, but seemed to find its footing throughout its first season, which culminated in a fantastic and highly rated final episode, Modern Warfare, the first of many paintball-related season finales to come. At the time, Community was unlike anything else on TV, with the exception of maybe 30 Rock, because where most shows have a very simplistic and safe format that they rarely stray away from, Community seemed to pride itself in its boldness. Community wasn't so much a sitcom as it was a parody of a sitcom, and would alternate genres from week to week. You could watch 5 episodes of Community in a row and feel like you were watching a different show every time. It seemed the goal with Community wasn't just to tell a story or to make people laugh, but to transcend transcend the genre that it was a part of, and it did that successfully, establishing itself as one of the most inventive shows on television. Unfortunately, much like with Arrested Development, this didn't necessarily result in commercial success. In fact, the show's genre-hopping ambition probably had a negative effect on the general TV-watching public, most of whom would prefer to laugh at a show like Virgin Nerd Guy Say Smart Thing or Too Hot Girl Do Dumb Job. Because it's simple, it's easy, you know what you're gonna get every week, and you don't have to think. The first season of Community averaged just short of 5 million viewers per episode, underperforming relative to similar shows airing at the time like The Office, 30 Rock, and How I Met Your Mother, each of which garnered nearly double the viewership of Community. Although the quality of the show only improved immensely over the first 3 seasons, especially in season 3. If you haven't seen the show and you just want to watch one episode, watch season 3, episode 3, Remedial Chaos Theory. I believe this episode was nominated for a Hugo Award and an Emmy, but you watch this episode and you just think, like, how did they write this? How long did it take to conceptualize this? It's fucking brilliant. But anyway, even though the quality of the show continued to improve as time went on, the ratings consistently were on the decline, and so NBC, after 3 seasons, felt like they needed to make a change. So in 2012, Dan Harmon, creator and writer of Community, was, without much explanation, let go by Sony Pictures Television and replaced with David Guracio and Moses Port, who found success with their 90s sitcom Just Shoot Me, starring David Spade. Their more recent body of work, however, includes a show so terrible and bizarre, you have to wonder how they were even considered for a job like this. The show in question is called Aliens in America, and the basic synopsis is that this family ordered a foreign exchange kid from London to be like friends with their son because the son is a loser, and they thought this would make people think he was cool if he had a friend from London. Yeah, that's the real plot of the show, guys, but it gets even worse. You see, the family ends up being disappointed when they find out that the kid they ordered was actually from Pakistan, and they wanted a white guy.
It seemed impossible, but somehow my life had just gotten worse.
It almost seems as if this whole show only exists to shit on someone else's culture and is just full of racist undertones, even by the slightly inflated 2008 standards. Aliens in America ran for, and you're not gonna believe this, but only 1 season. Crazy, right? On the CW. And all the episodes are on YouTube, to my knowledge, if you want to see how bad this gets. But the point is, the masterminds behind this embarrassing travesty were given the keys to one of the most creative and unique shows in modern television history right at its peak. What could go wrong, right? Well, pretty much everything. Needless to say, the 4th season didn't go so well, with the drop in quality immediately apparent to fans. In fact, the season was so out of place and generally disliked that they even began the eventual season 5 by having Abed relate the previous year to that weird final season of Scrubs that nobody asked for and basically ruined the show.
See? He does a voiceover wrap-up at the end of every episode.
Wow.
Despite Dan Harmon eventually being brought back for that season 5, and I think reviving the show creatively, it seemed that most of the damage done by the previous season was irreparable, and the show never fully recovered, with the ratings now at an all-time low. Season 5 would end up being Community's final season on NBC. This left a lot of fans confused due to Community's commonly used mantra, 6 seasons in a movie, which was interpreted as like the plan for the show. But NBC chairman Bob Greenblatt came out and basically said, and I'm summarizing here, but basically said, no, that was their thing. That had nothing to do with us. So NBC canceled the show in 2014, claiming it just didn't make sense for them to have another season with that level of an audience. And just like that, Community, like Arrested Development before it, was dead in the water, abandoned by their own network. In a desperate attempt to finish the show's creative arc and fulfill the self-imposed prophecy of 6 seasons in a movie, Dan Harmon was forced to do the unthinkable. In a last-ditch effort to keep his show alive, he turned somewhere few have even dared approach and none will ever approach again. And maybe you're thinking, it can't be that bad. Who revived the show? Comedy Central? No. Netflix? Not quite. Community's 6th season was picked up by none other than the world-famous Yahoo Screen, a streaming service so good it doesn't exist anymore. Yahoo sunk $42 million into Community's 6th season, and as a result had monumental, I'd even say unrealistic expectations for the financial success of the show. As you can probably imagine, advertisers didn't really have any interest in providing funding for a show that failed on its own network and then moved to a streaming service that nobody had ever heard of. Community's tumultuous 6th season would end up being its last, with most of the cast out of their contracts and moving on to bigger and better things. A reputation basically destroyed by Yahoo and less fan support than ever. After years of riding a roller coaster that had far more downs than ups, which actually sounds like a fun roller coaster, but not if you're describing the path of a television show. Anyway, Community was finally, and perhaps mercifully, laid to rest. The weirdest thing about all of this, and maybe even the saddest part, is that the 6th season was actually pretty good. It was clever, it was ambitious, and it had the same charm that the show had for 4 of the previous 5 seasons. The problem wasn't that it was bad. The problem was that nobody watched it because it was on Yahoo fucking Screen. That sounds like a joke. That sounds like something Clickhole would come up with. Like, what's next? AOL Go? The Blockbuster app? What did this gift of a show do to deserve this fate besides try their best? Nothing. Because sometimes life just isn't fair, especially when you're trying to make a television show. So you have 2 well-received shows that were murdered, brought back to life, and then murdered once more. Well, one of them hasn't been murdered quite yet, but it feels inevitable. Most review websites have season 5 of Arrested Development rated even lower than the already disappointing season 4, so it's safe to say that it's trending in the wrong direction. But you have 2 shows who both died twice. But which one died worse? At first glance, it's easy to point at Community's almost comically explosive ending and say, well, it doesn't get much worse than that. To lose your showrunner, who was imperative to the voice of the show, to then get kicked off your own network only to be rescued by essentially a geriatric patient who then not only died while trying to save you, but then blamed you for being the reason he died, how could it possibly get any worse than that? It doesn't. But how much of that was Community's fault? I mean, in spite of years of adversity, Community still delivered a relatively consistent product that continued to stretch the boundaries of television, even by their own lofty standards. Arrested Development, on the other hand, had basically everything going for them when they came back for a season 4. They had all the marketing in the world from an online global superpower entering the peak of its worldwide dominance. They had years of buildup and hype and a cast that had more star power now than they did initially when the show was first on, and they still fucked it up because they lost what made them so good in the first place. If this was a game of poker, Arrested Development was dealt a royal flush from the beginning, while Community was given a handful of that one card in the pack that has like the return policy on it or something, and also one Uno card that accidentally got shuffled into the deck and has like a weird stain on it. But even with 2 drastically different hands to play, the game ended the same for both of them. They both folded their hands and walked out of the casino in shame, probably wishing they had quit hours ago before arrogantly squandering away their winnings. I think the tragedy in all of this is how good both of these shows were at their peak, and how a few missteps, even if not through any fault of their own, could cause the perceptions of these shows to be permanently altered in a negative way. Maybe this story can be a lesson to networks and streaming services out there who insist on pulling dead shows out of their grave to dance around for us one last time, only to disappoint us when we realize that the corpse doesn't dance as well as it did when it was alive. Am I getting a little out of hand here with the analogies? I feel like I might be, but the point is, maybe it's okay to let something end, even if it's still good. Not every mildly successful movie needs 14 sequels. Not every Full House needs to get fuller. Sometimes it's okay to just let our memories be memories, because we as humans suffer from recency bias, so we should do our best when we can to let our most recent memory of someone or something we love be a positive one. That's it for today's video, guys. I really wanted to do a video like this again. I know it's been a while since I tackled something like this, but again, I had a lot of fun making this, so if you liked it, let me know. If you didn't like it, don't let me know because it'll hurt my feelings. And remember, as always, our goal with this video is to get 1 billion likes, so don't forget to smash that like button on the way out. Thank you guys so much for watching. Remember to like, subscribe, comment, and do whatever else you feel is necessary to show support. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Wow, I did it! I posted a YouTube video. What a day!
Well, time to celebrate. Alexa, play the national anthem. Oh, and a fireworks compilation.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Lamp, did you hear the news? I posted a YouTube video.
I'm proud of you, kid.
Thanks, Mr. Lamp.
You sure know how to turn me on.
Gross, don't say stuff like that.
No, I just meant like...
Just please stop talking.
No, it's just because I'm a lamp, you know? So it's like how you turn on a light bulb.
I'm thirsty.
A beer. But I haven't had a beer since my 13th birthday. I blacked out for weeks. But I guess I was just a kid. I should be fine if I just have one. Besides, I deserve this. I posted a YouTube video after all.
Well, here goes nothing. No, I feel fine.
Oh, god damn it, not again! Why am I so sensitive to alcohol? Did my hair really grow this much in just 3 weeks? Wait, 3 weeks? I gotta watch the news.
Canceling the 14 Shrek sequels they had planned, saying there was simply too much interest.
Oh, this is terrible.
Really fucked up. It's not even a vlog. It's just a montage of him picking up his little dog like a football and punting it across a football field.
What?
It's literally just a trap beat and Logan Paul kicking his dog.
Logan, can you just stop? Also, I kind of wish I could have made a video on this. Oh, wait, Instagram. I have to see what I've missed. No, it's just so awful. Gotta talk about it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to YouTube.com, a website I built from the ground up using nothing but my bare hands. So first of all, shout out to the Instagram user by the name of 0.09 centimeters for sending me this video. This is from Andrea Espada. TV. Now this wasn't on her account, this was reposted by another account called Cutiesvid, and we'll dive more into her profile in a minute, but first I have to show you this work of art that just left me speechless.
Mom, I'm tired, let's go already. I'm almost done, just 1 minute. What do you think? You could do better. Why not? It's just so horrible.
I don't know what this video was called because the caption on here is just comment your name backwards, but I imagine it was something like, when your hot mom is taking too long to get ready. He can't wait to go to the playground or the zoo or wherever they're going. But then he immediately goes from his #1 concern being like, we gotta go now, mom, to like, actually, take some more time getting ready, because I don't think you quite look hot enough.
Did you gain weight?
Come on, hot mom, you can do better than that. And then at the end of the video, right before the big twist, because it's an Instagram video, there's gotta be a twist at the end, otherwise it's not funny, you know? But at the end of the video, he's like, yeah, that's the kind of girl I like.
Oh, mamacita. Finally! That's my type of girl.
Which is a very weird thing for a son to say to his mom, but she's like, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. I'm flattered.
That's what I like. You know I love blonde girls. What about brown hair?
Like, I feel like if this was to go realistically, after he says, that's my type of girl, she would be like, wait, what did you just say to me? You know I'm your mom, right? And then he would go to the other girl and she'd be like, whew, I thought you wanted to fuck me, but you just want to go fuck this other woman who you're not related to. I know I'm really overanalyzing this video, but at the very least, all you could have done to make this a little bit less weird was not cue the part of the Bruno Mars song where he says, Sex by the fire, as soon as this 8-year-old goes to embrace this grown woman. The last thing I want to point out is that at the very end it says to tag 2 friends, and so I went ahead and tagged the 2 people out of anybody that I think should watch this video. Oh, this one she just uploaded 3 hours ago. When you are desperate for him.
Hey, hello! Yes, I'm good. Of course I remember you. Today? Of course in 2 hours, I'll be ready. Yeah, for sure.
She's gonna call you back.
What are you doing, Tsunami? That's my day.
What are you doing, desperate?
The dialogue's so weird. Like it's like close, but it's always off a little bit.
You did pee again on the toilet.
Don't get me wrong, like I'm not one of those people who are like, in my country, you're gonna learn how to speak American. Like she doesn't have to learn English if she doesn't want to, but like she's clearly more fluent in Spanish. So just make the videos in Spanish.
Okay, fine. I'm going to my room. Bye.
Where are you going?
Just taking out the trash.
No way.
This is one of the best like 4-second clips in cinema history, where she's like rushing out of her room, just kind of like, nothing, just taking out the garbage. And the daughter's like, something's fishy here. And then the mom has to very like deliberately bend over so the lipstick falls out.
At least take your lipstick with you.
Ladies, don't be desperate. These videos don't really have like a punchline or like a big ending. They just end and that's it, they're over. So in this one, how girls get ready to fight. They bump into each other, it's immediately like, oh, you know, way amped up, like, let's go, dude, like, let's fucking go. Like, but you know, how girls have shoes on and the extensions and the jacket, you gotta take all that stuff off before you fight. But then, here's the twist. A cute boy is just walking by like he's in a music video, and then they have to put all their stuff back on because they gotta look good for the boy. And then that's it. She walks up behind him, and then I guess they were like, oh, well, we ran out of time. That's 60 seconds. That's all we got on Instagram.
I'm gonna miss you so much.
Baby, I'm gonna miss you too. Wait, let me see if I got my passport. Baby, come on.
What happened, baby?
Still doing the whole bra thing and underwear thing, like.
The whole bra thing and the underwear thing, like, was that the line they wrote?
That's not mine, estúpido!
Oh, it's not hers, cause he cheated, because that's comedy.
Oh my god, that bra was mine!
This video is great because it has physical comedy, he gets hit in the head multiple times, it's got cheating comedy, and it's got not one, okay, but 2 twists, because the first twist is, that's not my bra, she says, and then, but later on, she realizes it is her bra. She was just immediately like, that's not my bra, I only own 4 bras, but I've never seen that one before. And then when she goes to her drawer, she sees, oh, that was my bra, because I don't have as many as I had before. This one's great. This one's called, Does She Really Love You?
Are you serious? You're on the phone again, doing your makeup? It seems like you don't even love me anymore.
I do love you.
That's how the video starts? She's on the phone doing her makeup, which is like a normal thing, and he walks in, babe, I just noticed you're not in the other room sucking my dick. Like, she's not on the phone with like Osama bin Laden. She's just like talking to her friend, like doing makeup.
Yeah, the insurance said they're not gonna cover it. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Babe, really? You're doing your makeup and you're on the phone? Do you even love me anymore?
Drew, what the fuck?
Having bad luck. Uh-oh, she gotta go poopy. There she goes. Pooping and, oh no, toilet paper. Oh, she's putting on pants. She put her leg in the wrong hole. She's going out to the car. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? She's starting the car. Oh, she needs gas. So she has to go get gas. It's not really bad luck. That's just like, oh, I gotta go do the thing that is part of the responsibilities you have of owning a car. I'm overanalyzing this. I need to be more like this guy who just said, can you tell us in a video how you got that curves? All right, so I've spent enough time on her Instagram, and really I've spent enough time on her at all. Like, I don't need to keep watching these. But I just want to show you guys a couple YouTube videos of hers that I found, to just so you kind of get a sense of who she is. I like this one, Ice Tub Bikini Challenge. Will I survive? I understand that that's like clickbait or whatever, but I think it would be really funny if like she froze to death and they posted the video anyway. Let's try English versus Spanish challenge. This ought to be good. I can't tell if he's pretending or if he like really is just like fed up with her.
What's going on with your face?
Let's make this quick.
Let's wrap this up soon, babe. I gotta go take a picture in front of a tree.
If I win, I'm gonna paint his face, fit his face.
My haze.
I'm gonna paint his face with my makeup and vice versa.
Vice versa.
Vice versa.
Literally the only source of entertainment here, like the only joke that she does is she's not very good at speaking English, so she's trying her very best, but she messes up words.
Baby, you don't speak any English. How am I gonna lose?
Do I speak it? So what am I talking?
And that's what's funny.
B-A-R-B-O.
God, she's awfully arrogant for someone who messes up every fourth word. Not to mention, of course,
R-F-T-S.
scarfs. She's making a living, whatever. I'm not sitting here like, this girl sucks, cause like there's worse people out there doing worse things. That's pretty much always the case when I make a video about someone. But it's just like, why? Why? Cause how come that she can just have a big butt and now she's got a lot of money? I have a little butt, okay? You know how small my butt is? I have to try very hard to make a living in comedy. If you follow Andrea, I think that's gonna do it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you like this video, please 360 no scope the like button, and that was my joke. I don't know what else to say after that. Oh, also subscribe, please. Oh, and I started a podcast. I announced it here on like a community post, but this is my first video I've made since starting it. I'm doing that, or I'm gonna try to do that once a week. Mostly gonna be me and Amanda, or me and whatever guest. I don't really wanna do it by myself, so it's just something that if you're interested, if you wanna see more content from me and you just like to hear me talk, that's the way to do it. So there's a link to that channel in the description as well. It's called The Little Stinker Radio Hour, clocking in at just under an hour, but I rounded up. But that's it, guys. Thank you again so much for watching, and have a scarf day. Hey guys, welcome back to my 5th annual Christmas video that I almost never upload in time for Christmas. I wasn't going to do one of these this year. I had something else I was already working on, but then the Samsung TV Plus app that my television defaults to whenever I turn it on ended up on the Christmas movie channel, and I kept accidentally watching the endings of random terrible Christmas movies, and it made me realize that that's the funniest part of the movie. You have no context, no idea who anyone is or how we got here, but you still get to see every weird storyline resolve itself. The first one I saw was The Search for Secret Santa, and this is the exact moment that I jumped into, so you have as much context going into this as I did.
Okay, bye.
Jackson? Are you defacing the beam?
Are you defacing the beam? I'm sorry, but that is a perfect line.
Yeah, I was in the process of defacing the beam.
Jackson, you know that property damage between $200 and $1,000 is a first-degree misdemeanor.
Yeah, I just needed your final approval.
My final approval for what?
For defacing the beam.
This is a place of forever love, and I wanted to write Sophia and Jackson inside the heart. Can I?
My name's Rebecca, but sure.
Wait, here. I made this for you.
It is beautiful.
Yeah, I know.
You lifted my curse.
There was a curse?
Jackson, the real curse was me thinking that true love had to be like a fairy tale, when the fact is, real life and the real you are far better.
Wow, that's a
Huge backhanded compliment, thank you. I used to think that I would meet someone perfect, but you taught me that my standards were way too high. Huh? Settling for you was the best decision I've ever made. Okay, but even after all that, you are not prepared for the final 12 seconds of this movie. Why did they choose that frame? So at this point, I was just determined to watch as many Christmas movie endings as I could over the past couple weeks, and that's exactly what I did. Up next, we've got Holiday Road Trip, starring none other than Christy North. Now, when I saw that she was in this, I assumed she must act in a bunch of Christmas movies, right? Because that's just what some actors do. They find their niche and then only do that forever. But as far as I can tell, this is the only other Christmas movie that this actress has ever been in, which makes this pretty special. So it seems like she's found herself in a bit of a love triangle here.
What's he doing here?
These two men can't stop fighting over her.
I need to ask you something.
Hey, well, easy, just easy, pal.
Back off, Chief, before I get all kinds of ninja on you. And what's up with the Band-Aid? You drive out here on your face?
Huh?
Drive out here on your face?
One more time?
Drive out here on your face?
Drive at her on your face?
Drive out here on your face?
Hey, go ahead and comment down below what the fuck you think that guy just said, because I don't know. It seems like they're pretty deep into this love triangle because both of these men propose to her, and they're both really good at it, too.
We should get married. Give me your hand.
I have feelings for Christy North.
Who's she gonna choose? Is it gonna be the guy covered in bruises who was repulsed by the way she decorated her home?
I had no idea that you lived like this.
No, it's the other guy who seems normal. Wow, the dog is not happy about this. Relax, boy, it's fine. Well, that seemed like a pretty standard Christmas movie ending. I'm sure they're not gonna just throw in something insane, right? What? That might be some of the worst Photoshop I've ever seen in a movie. So far. Another movie I really loved was Second Chance for Christmas. Not a single character in this one seems to act like a normal human being.
Mom? Dad?
Did you hear that? Sounds like there's a voice in our home. Should we turn around and look? Nah, who's got the time?
Cherry Bear!
But I especially loved going into it during this scene, which is very funny out of context.
I have an idea, and I need your guys' help. It's gonna sound a little crazy.
Cuts to them in like full body cast. Well, that didn't go as planned.
Excuse me, where's Mrs. Barnes' room?
Are you friend or family?
Hello, sorry, I'm very busy. I can't look up right now.
Oh, you just missed visiting hours. It's family only. Oh my gosh. Your Chance Love.
Yeah, in the flesh.
Yeah, I brought my flesh with me.
Look, is there any way that you could sneak me into my friend's room? I mean, it is Christmas.
Come on, there's no rules on Christmas.
I'm not supposed to. But I'm happy to make an exception this time.
Chance, what are you doing here?
Chance, you brought your flesh.
Brian, I asked, am I interrupting?
Oh, I don't know. Is she? Fuck, I hadn't thought about it. I don't think she's interrupting, but how do we know for sure?
All of your mom's bills are paid for.
Thank you.
Remember.
Oh, she sang a song. Is that Jerry? Why is Jerry from Parks and Rec smoking a cigar in this hospital?
It's the ketchups, it's the mayos, it's the relishes. Technically.
Oh, they were ghosts. Now I understand. Turns out even when you only watch 6 minutes of a movie, it can still be boring as hell. I had really high hopes for Cowboy Christmas, but that shit almost put me to sleep.
Hey.
Sorry you walked in on me kissing my horse. And now that my hat's off, we can talk about hats off to Christmas.
What's your biggest Christmas wish?
My first one is actually for my mom. I want her to get back together with her boyfriend.
Oh, that's not really something Santa can do.
I didn't realize your mother had a boyfriend, Scott.
Well, she never actually really called him that. But if you love someone, doesn't that just make them your boyfriend?
You know, I never thought about it like that, but he's right.
Hey, Amanda, you're my boyfriend now.
Tell me, what's your Christmas wish?
Well, I'm not really sure if you can grant my second wish.
He's not gonna wish for what I think he is he? Wow, I guess science is no competition for the magic of Christmas.
Oh my god, she just pulled Santa's beard off!
All right, well, let's mix it up a little bit and talk about one of my favorite subgenres of Christmas movies. Dog Christmas movies. In fact, right on YouTube.com, you've got The Dog Who Saved Christmas, The Dog Who Saved Christmas Vacation, and The Dog Who Saved the Holidays. Oh, they're including other holidays in this one? No, that's just another word for Christmas. So we enter this one on two bad guys who are trying to hunt some dogs, but then they get hit in the head by the guys they work for, even though it seems like they were doing their job. As you can see, their boss is very Italian.
This thing is a fugazi.
And since the tree topper they stole turned out to be a fake, the Italian guy decides to cut off their thumbs.
Guess we're gonna have to settle for their thumb. I get a pretty penny for them on the black market.
Who is buying thumbs on the black market? Man, I know what I'll be wishing for this Christmas.
Don't worry, guys, I didn't actually lose my thumbs. Just a little bit of movie magic here.
Hold on.
Oh, he's saying goodbye.
No! Timber!
Oh my god, they're dead from that. The dogs are murderers.
Booyah!
Is that who I think it is?
That's Tony Rowe, the infamous loan shark.
He was hiding under this tree.
We fished them good. They're clean thanks to these dogs.
Dogs?
Oh, you know, 4 legs, tail. I've never seen a person with a tail. They're not, they're animals. All right, now you're just making shit up. Next one that caught my attention was Dog Napped, Hound for the Holidays. And I entered the movie during a scene where it seems like the main characters are trying to prove that they didn't kidnap the dog, who we know from the title, but no one believes them until they present their evidence.
If that's not enough, roll them.
Roll that flash drive. And then just hit any button in the middle of the remote and the video will start playing.
Thanks for the summer collection designs. I've always hated stealing your work, but your designs are just so much better than mine.
Good thing they've got this HD security footage of the criminals admitting how and why they committed the crime. Otherwise, they'd be screwed.
Everybody, put your hands up.
Whoa, what the fuck?
And don't even think about trying to stop me if you really care about what happens to this dog. Don't get me! All right, that's it. Come on.
Wait, there was a cop there the whole time? There were 2 cops? What, were they just waiting for the dog to save the day?
I've always known that your sketches were the driving force behind the product line. How would you like to be the new face of the brand going forward?
The face of the brand?
Yes, she got the job at the company. I'm so proud of her.
It's been a crazy week and an even crazier night.
Yeah, someone brought a gun.
Looks like you have a new job and a new dog.
I guess I owe you a reward for helping me find him.
Sex?
$75 and a Christmas wish, I believe.
That's not sex.
And like you said, never underestimate
The value of a Christmas wish.
Yes, I did say that earlier in the movie, probably. Wow, what a passionate kiss. I like that they don't move, even a little bit. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the production value of these movies so far, because it's only going downhill from here. The next one, I think, is an original movie made by the YouTube channel Family Central, and it's called Doggone Christmas.
No offense, but this is the most fun I've had in years. How are you doing there, little fella?
He's such a cutie.
The basketball?
Oh, we just sit back and wait for them to make the next move.
I know what's going on in this movie. I don't think the dog talked in that last movie, but he definitely does in this one. I like that he kind of goes in and out of doing a Trump impression.
Trust me, guys, this is how it has to happen. It's for the best.
Okay, I trust you. Me too. We all do.
I'd trust you with my life. Yeah, we'd kill someone if you wanted us to. Now you can obviously see where this is going. The kids are gonna get on their bicycles and try to outrun a helicopter. And somehow it worked.
Goodbye, Murphy.
Goodbye, kiddo. See ya. I hope this works.
Oh, what's going on?
They say don't try this at home.
The dog's gonna set off some dynamite. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Showtime!
That wasn't part of the plan.
Oh, what? That was the dog's idea? He set up that TNT all on his own?
Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we're fine. What about Murphy?
Well, that's not a great start to Christmas Eve.
Yeah, I'll say. What a, nonchalant thing to say when their dog just died in front of them. Sorry about that, kids. But you know how Mondays can be.
Well, looks like that does it for the month.
Seems so.
Looks like there's nothing left for us to do but pack up and clear out of this one-horse town.
Looks like we've accomplished our mission. Can you talk normally for 5 minutes?
Who's ready for some hot chocolate?
Not really in the mood, Dad. Our dog just exploded.
I can't possibly drink all this hot chocolate by myself. I mean, I could try to drink it all by myself. Let's see.
Oh, you don't have to.
Yeah, that's a lot of hot chocolate.
No one forced you to do that.
Mr. Gernsback, after hearing of your recent departure from Galaxy, we'd like to know if you'd be at all interested in the position of lead developer here at Smart House Toys. I got the job! I got the job! This is the best Christmas ever.
The best Christmas ever?
Couldn't possibly get any better. Murphy?
Murphy! Yay! He didn't explode! We were so sure that he did!
But it's not the end, because they wrote an original song. That guy's name is Johnny Roast Beef Santori, courtesy of Egg Records. This movie's not real, but alas, it is real. And it's not the only film in the Doggone saga. Let's see how Doggone Adventure ends.
What's this, guys?
Oh, they really, amped up the special effects in this one, huh? Awesome job, guys. It looks really good.
They're catching up! What do I do?
Oh boy, their backs are up against the wall now. How do you think they'll get out of this one? Remember to smash that like button to lock in your answer. All right, let's find out.
Malfunction. Malfunction.
It was D. It was D. And then they got rid of the other one by creating an intersection that she had to stop at. I'll say it, that's actually really fun. I really like how this production company went from a pretty simple dog Christmas movie to one that is entirely reliant on special effects. Like, yeah, it looks like shit, but this is probably done by one guy and it took him forever.
I'm gonna miss you, Murph.
Bye, guys.
Goodbye, Murphy.
Man, that ending left me with a lot of questions that probably would have been answered if I had watched the rest of the movie, but I already decided that that's not what this video is. Anyway, once I started watching these Family Central movies, I couldn't stop. The production value here is just unmatched. The next one was Christmas Staycation.
Matt, can you make a fire, please?
Is that guy dead?
Matt.
What? All right, Me too.
Definitely seems like he could have just walked around them. It was kind of rude.
I'm stuck in the chimney!
Oh, there's a guy up there?
Miss Madison, what are you doing up there? Get me the hell out of here, and then we can play 20 questions.
You feeling better, Grandpa?
What, me? Sure. Takes a lot more than that to knock your old grandpa off his game.
Oh, I get stuck in chimneys all the time.
I still love you, Grandpa.
I would hope so.
What was that?
What?
That noise from the basement, that whining, barking sound.
A puppy! I got a puppy! I don't believe this!
Yeah, your grandpa left you a puppy down in the basement 2 weeks ago, actually. Probably should have left him some food.
Can't just buy her a dog without our permission.
Unbelievable.
You had a dog when you were a kid? Every kid should have a dog.
Someone gonna pick that tree up? This next one's called Christmas Coupon, and I like that in what seems to be one of the most important scenes of the movie. It sounds like the entire audio was recorded after the fact.
Oh, hey, Pastor Chris. What are you doing here?
Hello, Doctor. How is your day going?
I'm so sorry. Leaving you was the biggest mistake I ever made. It should have never happened.
I didn't edit this, all right? This is exactly how the movie looks and sounds. Well, I think that's enough Christmas for 1 year. After all, it is December 27th. Thank you so much for watching today's video and hanging out with me on Christmas. Now, some people might say that I uploaded this video too late for Christmas because it already happened. But what they don't realize is I'm actually just really early for next year's Christmas. So I'm actually a really good YouTuber. All right, everyone, have a great day.
Kevin, stop. You're getting cream cheese all over the table.
Honey, I'm a retired police officer, not a maid.
Kevin.
Plus, I'm fat, and that's what makes my character funny.
Fine. You're right, Kevin. I love you.
Oh, God. Kevin!
Kevin, no!
Good evening, everyone. We interrupt this episode.
Oh, come on, not right now.
To bring you an important story. This is a really big news story that you won't want to miss. Be sure to stay tuned.
Really? Every channel? What is so important that...
Twitter has announced that their popular social media app Vine will be closing its doors in the next couple months. At this moment, the specific details of this move are unclear. But one thing I know for certain is that if you're a Viner and your only source of online relevance and, hell, self-worth is the number of Vine followers you have, then I imagine this news is simply devastating.
Oh my God, I heard. Can you believe this? No, that's crazy. They're shutting down Vine? What? Oh, no, I wasn't listening to that. I'm on the news.
News. Boy, do I love the news.
What? I'm the news anchor. Which is weird because I didn't think I was. Am I? Why didn't I know this? No, you're not the... This is a sketch, Drew. You're just playing all the characters. Characters? You recorded that yesterday, and now you're just playing it on the TV. I'm not so sure I'm following. Alright, clearly this is getting too meta. Did you just write this part in because you didn't know how to... Because I didn't know how to end the sketch. Yeah, I figured. 911? Hi, I'd like to order a sandwich. Also, you wrote a sketch that's supposed to take place 1 year ago. Just pickles, please. And the phone you gave yourself was a Motorola Razr? Uh-huh. Do you think that people still used Razr phones a year ago? I don't remember when people stopped using Razrs. I'm not your ordinary guy. Can everybody please do me a favor and refrain from commenting on my little Band-Aid? No, I'm not going to tell you how I hurt my finger, and I'm definitely not going to tell you how to use a cheese grater, because apparently I don't know. And I'm absolutely not going to tell you why the only Band-Aids I own are from a movie called The Secret Life of Pets, which I've never heard of.
Do it for the vine. I ain't gonna do it. Do it for the vine. I ain't gonna do it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the dumpster behind a Chili's. Today we're going to be taking a little trip down memory lane, specifically my memory, as I don't have access to anybody else's. And although this video will be filled with personal stories and experiences through my own eyes, I think there will be something in this video for everybody, particularly if you used to be a Viner, or if you were ever just a big fan of Vines. As many of you may know, it's been exactly 1 year since Vine announced that they would be shutting down. It's actually been a little bit more than a year, depending on how long it takes me to make this video. Close enough. And although it doesn't feel like it's been that long, a lot has changed in the past year. Now, every once in a while, I will start watching one of the Vine compilations that, they're all over YouTube. And I find myself watching these sometimes and seeing someone and being like, what happened to them? Do you ever watch an old Vine? And I'm not just talking about like the popular Viners, like Lele Pons and those sort of people who have moved on to other things, obviously, but some of the one-hit wonder Vines. Like, this guy. Read your Bible. What happened to him? And with this being the anniversary of the death of Vine, I figured this would be a perfect opportunity to do a little bit of research and figure out where some of these prominent figures have disappeared to. And because Vine was such an enormously significant part of my life, I wanted to have this one definitive video where I talk about pretty much my entire experience with Vine, how it changed my life, why I think Vine was good, and why I also think Vine was bad, because obviously it had its flaws, otherwise it would still exist today. But for now, let's go ahead and take a deep dive into the first ever segment of Vine. There's supposed to be like a song that...
Where are they now?
Cause some came in the mail today.
Yeah, I did.
These nuts. Got him!
I laugh every time. The D's Nuts guy, whose real name is Charles Nuts, is one of the most notorious figures to ever come from Vine. As you all know, Charles went on to host his very own prank show on VH1, the D's Nuts Prank Hour, which ran for 12 seasons and is still the highest rated show in television history. Who could forget that season 6 crossover episode with Ashton Kutcher, where they both thought they were pranking each other? You're pumped! Despite strong ratings throughout its entire 600 episode run, the D's Nuts Prank Hour was canceled back in August when they simply ran out of people to prank. And you can't prank someone twice.
Zach, stop! Zach, stop! You're gonna get in trouble. Zach.
This Vine was called Kicked Too Much. And without a doubt, it's one of my favorite Vines ever. But it does leave you with a lot of questions like, why was he kicking so much? Why did his friends keep telling him not to? Well, I guess it makes sense why they told him not to, because he ended up getting arrested. But it's a pretty confusing Vine, and I continued to be confused about this for months until very recently. I was just fed up of that and I decided to do a quick Google search, and I found out very quickly that he was simply arrested for reaching the legal kick limit in one day. Afterwards, I became very angry at all the people who didn't do as much research as I did and continued to question this Vine. The answers were right in front of you. You just had to Google it. And although it seems a little harsh that he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, the law is the law, and you have to respect the law.
Iridocyclitis.
Unfortunately, this kid did go on to lose this spelling bee after a late field goal in overtime, but as all stories must have a happy ending, he is currently the mayor of Sacramento.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
This story does not have a happy ending. After facing the worst public humiliation of his life, this poor guy had to move to a different state where he was unable to get an apartment or even a job because he forgot his wallet.
Who am I? Let's go to the beach. Beach. Nicki Minaj. I'm Corbin Bleu.
Corbin Bleu, one of the most mysterious figures on Vine. After an anonymous Reddit user made a strong case that this Corbin Bleu is not the same Corbin Bleu from the High School Musical franchise, people began to question the true identity of Corbin. However, there is a rumor going around that I think sounds pretty convincing. I apologize in advance for condoning a rumor that doesn't have 100% hard evidence to back it up, but I feel very strongly about this one. Basically, the rumor is that Corbin Bleu is Spider-Man. Now, you may be thinking that's ridiculous. Spider-Man lives in New York, while Corbin Bleu lives on the internet. But there's a pretty convincing argument to be made that these two are, in fact, the same person. For one, let's take a look at Corbin's post schedule. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and scroll down to 2015 because there's a pretty noticeable discrepancy in here. Here we go. Corbin posted 3 times on October 16th, 2015, but then he didn't post again until the 28th of October, nearly 2 weeks later. Now, ask yourself, where was Corbin? Now, it stands to reason that if Spider-Man had a Vine account, he wouldn't be able to post every day because he'd be busy fighting the Green Goblin and whatever other villains he has. And this wasn't just a one-time thing. The behavior continues. November 17th he posts, and then not again until December 11th. That's nearly a month. Spider-Man presumably fights a lot of crime and would be very busy. And I imagine this is exactly the kind of post schedule he would be forced to maintain. When you look at all this evidence combined, it seems obvious that there's no other answer possible. Corbin Bleu is Spider-Man. Now, a lot of people assumed that this was Cole Hirsch playing a character just because they have the same Snapchat account and they look very similar. But if you ask me, that isn't really enough evidence to say, oh, they're the same person. Like I said earlier, this video is all about the truth. Everything in this video is true. I did a lot of research to find out all these things about all these people, and I think it would ruin my credibility as a video maker if I condoned such ridiculous rumors without any real hard evidence. Plus, it just seems very obvious that Corbin is Spider-Man. We'll get back to that segment in a moment, but first I want to talk a little bit about why I think Vine was good and also why Vine was bad, because I think both are true. The most important thing I want to make clear in this video is I am 1,000,000% thankful to Vine for what they allowed me to do and where they allowed me to go. I want to talk honestly about what I think some of the problems with Vine were. And I don't think it's that, like I said, I don't think it's that crazy to say that Vine had its flaws because it doesn't exist anymore. But ultimately, I want to make it clear that I love Vine. I appreciate the hell out of Vine and all the employees and the people I met and everyone that allowed me to be where I am today. Vine was a perfect place to start out on the internet, to build a platform from scratch. If you wanted to be an online content creator, Vine was the place to start. It was easy to make Vines, it was easy for your Vines to be seen. Vine was all about ideas. Because with Vine, the distance between an idea and the execution of that idea was very short. You could have the idea for a Vine, and within a couple hours, it exists.
Road work ahead? Yeah, I sure hope it does.
And then a few hours past that, it's got a million loops and a bunch of comments and likes, and all this validation is given to you for the idea you had a couple hours ago. So Vine was great in that way, but really what made Vine great was the people on Vine. It was such a fun group of creators to be a part of because everyone was supportive of each other. It'd be so fun to see your friend or just someone you follow and really like. You see a Vine they post, you're like, oh, that's a great idea. That's so funny, that's fantastic. They posted a couple minutes ago, and you know that's gonna go viral. And then you check back a few hours later, it's got the little flame emoji next to the view count. It's #1 on the comedy page. With things like Vine and YouTube, they can only exist with the people using them. And they're only as good as the content creators on the app. And Vine, for the most part, had a fantastic group of creators. And I don't think it was the quality of Vines that led to its demise. Everything that led to its demise was more numbers. They weren't making money, that sort of thing. But I think there was some really great content and really great people on Vine. Now, shifting the focus a little bit to what were some of Vine's flaws. And I think a lot of the things that made Vine good were unfortunately also the things that made Vine doomed to fail. In the same way that Vine was accessible to creators, it was also pretty limiting because it was 6 seconds long. I can't tell you how many times I would sit there trying to edit a Vine shorter and shorter and shorter, and I could get it to like 8 seconds, 9 seconds, and it's just like, I can't make this any shorter. I can't post this on Vine. It was hard to fit a good joke into 6 seconds, and sometimes so many Vines were perfect at that length. But as a creator, you start using Vine, and as your ideas start to get more elaborate, you need to go to other platforms to express those ideas. Even while Vine was still around, through a lot of 2016, I wasn't really using Vine as much because I was trying to figure out, I was at a point where it's like, okay, I've done Vine for a little bit and I feel good about this, I feel good about what I've done, but what's next? And I think a lot of people had that same thing. Vine was this great place to be, but there was always that idea of like, well, I'm not gonna be here forever. So what's next? And that brings me to what I think is pretty much my main point on why I think Vine was always doomed to fail. The way I think of it is everybody has their own career ladder in their head where the top of the ladder represents total creative fulfillment. If you were as successful as you could possibly imagine, what does that look like? And the top of the ladder is different for everybody. Maybe the ultimate fulfillment for you is you want to write a movie, or you want to act in a TV show. You want to be like Dwight from The Office. Maybe that's your ultimate career goal. Or maybe you want to be just famous enough to get 4th place on Dancing with the Stars. It's different for everybody. So while every Vine creator's ladder was slightly different, I think what they all had in common was that Vine was not at the top. In fact, I think Vine, for most people, was the bottom step. It was the first step. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't mean to disparage Vine in any way, but I think for most people, no one had success on Vine and was like, I'm gonna do this forever, because it just didn't seem to work out that way. It didn't seem viable. It was great for starting out, but once you got to a point where it's like, okay, where do I go with this? It was usually the next place to go is somewhere else. So going back to the ladder analogy, if Vine is the first step, that means 2 things. One, it was accessible enough to be reached from the ground, but the ultimate job of the first step of the ladder is to propel you to the next step of the ladder. And so that's what Vine was. It was the 100% necessary first step that would propel people further along. I imagine this type of thing made it very difficult to be an employee at Vine or someone who had a large role at Vine, because they would probably see these very talented people come in and use Vine to go do something else. Like they came and they got what they came for, but ultimately they just needed to leave and do something else. For the rest of my career, no matter what I do, whether I completely fizzle out and never do anything, or whether I go on to be a millionaire movie maker, I will owe my start to Vine. It doesn't matter how talented or funny I think I am recognized now as an online entertainer because of Vine. Failing to express gratitude for the thing that got you where you are now shows a complete and utter lack of self-awareness. Going back to the ladder analogy, it's pretty easy when you're on that second step to look down at the ground and see how far you've come, but let's not forget that when you were on the ground, you couldn't reach that second step without the first one.
Hey Logan!
So these guys were both pretty popular on Vine. I haven't seen much of them in a while though, so I'll have to look into that.
On all levels except physical, I am a wolf.
Shout out to the Twitter follower who sent me this paparazzi photo that was taken a couple weeks ago of this guy. One of the first things you'll notice is that this is a picture of a wolf, and that he is a wolf now. On all levels, including physical.
Take another lap.
Coach, just give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec to breathe.
This family is such a perfect encapsulation of what made Vine so special. Every once in a while, you'd find someone and just marvel at the fact that they exist, that there's someone out there like that. Because the young girl, J-Ro, is so interesting on her own, the way she sings.
When there's too much drama at school, all you gotta do is walk away.
And even just the way she's branded herself, J-Ro. But on top of that, you add in her uncle.
Who is it?
Your uncle.
Your uncle.
Your uncle.
Your uncle.
You add in her grandma or her aunt, I'm not actually sure.
It looks so good.
You've got that right, honey, and it's all about the cook. Marvelous.
Also, you look at a Vine like this.
Damn, check out those babes on the beach.
Babes for days.
Which makes sense, you know, it has a setup and a punchline, but then you realize that the babes for days that they're talking about, 2 of them are like 10 years old. We're just gonna gloss over that.
I got your drink.
This makes me miss Vine, because this reminds me of like all the weird people you discover, and they leave you with so many questions. Who are these people? What is this family? And why don't they have their own reality show? Well, I actually found out that they do. Uncle's Home will premiere its first season next month as a YouTube Red exclusive.
Hey mailman, what do you got? Just this letter!
Jonathan, I don't love you anymore.
In my opinion, Danny was one of the best Viners. He was very popular because he was able to make Vines that were relatable enough for everybody to understand, but they were so much better than all of the other relatable Vines and Viners that existed, because he's a legitimately hilarious person. If you liked him on Vine, he's still making YouTube videos now, and if you're not already subscribed, you should go check him out. The only thing with Danny, and he might get mad that I even brought this up, but I feel like I should say something about this, because if you click on any of his videos, all the comments are about this. But a few months ago, Danny was diagnosed with permanently upside down disease. For those of you who don't know, it's basically a disease where an otherwise healthy person's physical body is upside down permanently. You know, Danny's a really funny guy, but it admittedly can be kind of tough to watch his videos because it's so disorienting to see someone who's just upside down the whole time. Like I said, all his comments are about that. People seem to be frustrated and confused, but props to Danny for not just editing the video so it looks like he's right side up, because if he were to do that, then he would no longer be raising awareness for a very real condition that affects millions of persons, and that's something you simply can't put a price on. If you ask me though, I think he needs to fucking fix that shit in Premiere. It's gross, and I don't like it. Without a doubt, the best memory I have from Vine, and one of the best memories I have from my whole life so far, is getting to work on Camp Unplug.
Camp Unplug? More like Camp Fun Plug.
More like Camp Butt Plug. It's on my jacket. For those of you who don't know what Camp Unplug is, that's probably most of you, let me explain it. So in March of 2016, I got a message on Twitter from this guy Jeremy who works at Vine, and at first I couldn't believe it was real. He asked if I wanted to be a part of this series that they had written and were gonna film over the summer, and they were gonna fly us out to this camp in Wisconsin, and then they were gonna take us to VidCon as like featured creators, and they were gonna do all these things and pay for all this stuff for us. Almost everybody on the list I had heard of and was a fan of their Vines, so not only was I gonna be a part of this awesome thing, but I'd get to meet all these people. Up until this point, I hadn't met, except for maybe a couple other Viners who happened to live in Orlando. I hadn't really met any creators from Vine, and so it was so exciting to meet these people who I had watched for all this time and actually meet them in real life. It also made me a little nervous because I didn't know if I think I'm funnier in real life than I was on Vine, but there was also part of me that was like, oh, I hope they like me, which is pretty much just my constant mental state before I do anything. What was so cool about it was that they gave us a script. Chris Melberger, Aaron Tuning, and Jeremy wrote a great script, but everything within the whole project was also 100% collaborative. So the first night we got there, we're sitting down at the table reading the whole script, and we're all doing our lines, and anytime someone had an idea, like, oh, maybe my character should say this instead, it was like, there was never any sense of like, maybe you should just do what's in the script. You know, it was like, everyone had their own ideas, and everyone's ideas were listened to. Another thing that specifically for me that was so cool that I got to be invited to this was like, at the time when they first asked me, I think I only had like 100,000 followers, which is, it's good, but there were probably thousands of people who had more followers than me. Certainly just among the group of people there, most of the people there had over 1 million. They were some of the biggest Viners. I know Cody had about 2 million, Danny had over 1 million, maybe he had 2 million at the time, Lauren Giraldo had like 3 million, Victor Pope, all these people had so many more followers than I did. If it wasn't for this, I don't think I would have ever had any Vines with any of these people, just because I don't live in LA. I didn't then, and I still don't. And nobody lives in Florida, except for like Tiger Woods, but I don't know if that would be a good PR move if I had started collaborating with Tiger Woods. In conjunction with the release of Camp Unplugged was also Vine's release of this feature where you could attach longer videos to your Vines. And that was really the only way this story could be told on the Vine platform. It couldn't just be a bunch of little 6-second scenes. So the way Camp Unplugged was told was you'd have these like 2 to 5 minute long scenes. Then as these fictional campers have some downtime, they get into their own little antics.
Excuse me, sorry.
Sorry.
Good. Maybe we could.
Sorry, I won't. You go.
Okay,
You and I
sorry.
go. And
You should jump.
Oh, piss off.
Off this? Fine, I will.
It was so cool to be a part of that. You're probably waiting for me to like get to the point here. Right now it's just me gushing about these memories I have and the people I got to meet. But that's all it is. I look back and I gush at the fact that I got to do this. Like I alluded to, they also invited us to VidCon. Now, if you've never been to VidCon, and I'd like to go back, but this was my one and only time going to VidCon so far. VidCon's crazy. VidCon it's a whole different world, because you've got this entire subsection of humanity all compact into one place. I don't know if I'll ever feel like as much of a celebrity as I did that weekend. The fact that I was technically a featured creator, they had their whole booth set up. It was one of the ones near the front. They had these big LED screens, and my big dumb face would cycle through every once in a while, so that was crazy. Oh, they also took us to Disneyland, which was awesome. They rented out this whole section of a Denny's nearby, so every night between like 9 p.m. and 3 a.m. or something, you know, you'd have all these drunk creators going there. All the food was free. You could order whatever you wanted off the menu, and it was so free to the point where you would see, like, people would come in drunk and order something and then not wait for it, and you just see like a big stack of nachos just untouched. We Vine celebrities really abused the hell out of that whole experience, but definitely one of the best experiences of my life, and something that I felt like I had to talk about. You know, if I'm gonna make this whole video, fuck, I'm so glad I get to take this off now. It is so hot. It's like 80 degrees in my apartment because I have to turn the AC off while I film because it's very loud, and Jesus Christ, I feel good. This feels good now, so. Hello! Yeah, can I just get like a raw potato and a spoon? and then just an egg to drink. Thank you, sweetheart. Oh, hey, we're back.
Two bros chilling in the hot tub, 5 feet apart cause they're not gay.
Now, this was a pretty big headline at the time, so I'm sure you guys already heard about this, but basically as the night went on, the two bros, so as to not be confused for being in a homosexual relationship, slowly drifted further and further apart from each other until they both ended up in the middle of the ocean where they were tragically eaten by 2 different dolphins. Sources later revealed that those dolphins were in fact married, and that is ironically a pretty gay way to die. Legend has it that this boy is still running. No one knows where he is or how far he's run or if he'll ever come back. His friends have moved on, and so is his family. They've replaced his room with a room that's just filled with water all the time. No one goes in and no one comes out.
Tyrone, you notice your baby!
Father?
That baby don't look like me. That baby don't look like
Cole LeBrant, the whitest and boysiest member of Dim White Boys. If not from Vine, you may know Cole from his YouTube channel, where he and his wife like to film her 3-year-old daughter getting hurt. You may also know him from that time he tweeted about losing his virginity on his wedding night, and then blocked me when I made a really good joke about it. Cole, I wasn't making fun of you for waiting to lose your virginity. I think that's awesome. If that's your belief, that you want to wait till you're married to have sex, and you actually do, that's great, man. That's awesome. I'm proud of you for that. I was making fun of the fact that presumably moments after you finished having sex for the very first time, you pulled out your phone and said, just had sex. No, I'm not gonna talk about it. I could talk about this for hours. You guys would not believe the restraint it took to not make a video about this a couple months ago. I have a lot to say, but I didn't want to stir the pot any more than I already did, because Cole, he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's just really, really bad at the internet.
good credit, bad credit, no problem. Or you dead? Fuck it, ghost credit. I'm gonna get a Subaru.
Victor Pope Jr. is sincerely one of the funniest people I've ever met. He is such a natural comedian, and he was so good at Vine. Right now he's in LA doing stand-up. He's also done a couple things with Super Deluxe that are just such high quality. I'm gonna link those in the description because I think they're so funny and well made, and I think you should check them out. But that being said, a lot of people are asking about this ghost. We all want to know, did he ever get his Subaru? Unfortunately, he was riding his bike on his way to the Subaru dealer to potentially get his new car, but on the way he was captured by the ragtag group of paranormal experts on the show Ghost Adventures. The good news is he was the first real ghost that was ever captured by one of those entirely fake reality ghost television shows. The bad news is, of course, he is trapped in eternal captivity, but it's probably for the best because his credit score really is just terrible.
Adam! Hi, welcome to Chili's.
Adam and Patrick Perkins, who you might know as Packy, were twins who blew up on Vine in the summer of 2015, and they seemed poised to become the next big Vine stars. That is, until a couple months went by and they sort of just stopped posting. Perhaps they started to feel the pressure of having a lot of people paying attention to them, or maybe they just wanted to have normal lives. They were about to start college and maybe they just wanted to focus on that, which is fine. Not everybody has to be famous. They still have an online presence, mostly on Instagram, a little bit on Twitter, but despite limited information, I was able to dig up that the Perkins twins are now the Perkins triplets. That's right, through the passage of time and the miracle of life, a new Perkins boy has spawned. And dare I say, he might even be the cutest. And now, we take a moment to reflect on some of the people we've lost.
Would you not eat my pants?
Oh, they're not dead. I just don't know what happened to them.
Kids, I'm gonna tell you an incredible story. The story of how I met your mother.
Okay, Dad. I started Vine pretty late in the game. I didn't start until about February 2015. And so to set the scene a little bit, at the time I had just dropped out of college for like the third time, and I was working at Popeyes. I knew I wanted to be a comedian for a living. Like I knew I wanted to pursue that, but I didn't know how. I was doing improv at the time, but I wasn't that good at improv. But I saw what some other people were doing on Vine and how Vine itself had sort of evolved in the year and a half or so that it had been around. And that piqued my interest. And so I looked at that and I was like, you know what? If they can do it, I can do it. I'm gonna be good at Vine. And then so I started Vine, and I wasn't good at Vine. I was pretty bad at it when it started, and I think I deleted like 90% of the things I posted, but I guess mathematically that does mean that every 10th thing I posted was not that bad. So, you know, after a couple months, I eventually got a little bit better. I accumulated some good Vines. So after slowly crawling my way up from 50 followers to like 250 followers, finally in April, a couple of my Vines got pretty big. I got a Joe Jonas re-Vine. That's just sort of a tale as old as time. You know, how many comedians don't have Joe Jonas to thank for their initial start? So then after that, I went from like 300 followers to 30,000 or so followers in like a couple weeks, which was a type of success I had never experienced on the internet before. It was amazing. And then I got reached out to from someone at Tosh.0 asking if they could use my Vine on the show. And I was like, of course.
I want to talk to you guys about abortion. Nice try, Drew. Man, always want to tell me.
Ow! Damn, it feels good to be. So in such a short amount of time, I went from an absolute nobody who worked at Popeyes to a person who had a very small amount of internet success who still worked at Popeyes. So not much of a change, I guess. But it was, you know, it was a lot of cool things all at once. However, the coolest thing that happened, and I'm only explaining all this to sort of give a little bit of a backstory, the most important thing that happened to me during this period of other important things happened right before. A girl commented on one of my Vines, specifically this Vine.
That moment when you have two phones so you don't know which one is ringing. I'm using the other one to record.
And she said, OMG, you are so cute. And your Vines are like pure liquid gold. Now, a normal person in this situation would probably just ignore this comment, or at the very least, smile and move on with their lives. But me, a not normal person, decided to do the opposite and pursue it heavily. You have to understand, at the time, I was very lonely. And like a good detective, I was not about to turn down such a promising lead. I found her Instagram page from her Vine bio, and I looked at a couple pictures, was like, holy shit, she's perfect. And then so I messaged her, I got her phone number, we started texting, and got along really well. You know, everything was great, except, oh shit, she lives in Arizona, and I lived in Orlando. So that was kind of a bummer, but we got along really well. We kind of liked each other right away. And so it was like, you know, no pressure. We don't have to commit to anything. Let's just keep talking. And so we talked every day. Like I said, we texted every day for like a week. And then after a week, she wanted to FaceTime. And I was very nervous to FaceTime because I'm nervous to do anything. But I agreed and I called her. So we FaceTimed for 6 hours, 7 hours maybe, the whole night. So not only did we talk from the moment I got home from work until the moment I had to go to bed so I could wake up for work the next day, but during the 7-hour FaceTime, she bought a plane ticket to come see me. So I think less than a week into talking to someone who I've never met, we agreed to come see each other and not murder each other. I remember like the couple months before, like we bought the ticket but we didn't plan to see each other till like June, so it was a couple months. And her family kept making fun of her and her friends, like, oh, you're definitely gonna get catfished. The thing that, I mean, we felt pretty good because we did FaceTime and we could see that we were real people. Like I still could have murdered her if I wanted to, but I didn't want to. Because things went pretty well. And luckily she didn't murder me either. I think the best thing I had going for me at the time, even though I worked full-time at a fast food restaurant, was that I lived in Orlando, which is kind of a funny thing to say because generally nothing good comes from being a Floridian. But I will say Orlando is a very good place to live if you want to host someone from out of town for a few days, because you've got Disney, you've got Universal, which is way better than Disney, you've got SeaWorld, which, just kidding, don't go to SeaWorld, and then you've got the beach in like every direction. So we did all of that, except for SeaWorld, obviously, because fuck SeaWorld. But I remember it being a little awkward at first. It was definitely the first time either of us had done something like this where we talked to someone for like a few months before meeting them, you know? And like you can text someone all day, every day, and talk on the phone every once in a while, but it's still gonna be a little bit different when you finally meet in person. I think we had both kind of set up expectations, and it was a little bit weird like the first day. But then the next 4 days or 3 days or whatever were like the best days ever. And every day was better than the one before. And we just liked each other so much by the end of it that it was like, all right, well, we can't not do this. You know, it's gonna be tough to do long distance, but we can't just stop. It was something that wouldn't have worked if we didn't like each other as much as we did, because long distance relationships do suck. And there were plenty of difficult times. As you can see in these pictures, I was not always happy. It worked out because we were both like 21 or 22, and we both still had to like kind of get our own lives in order. A long distance relationship can be good in that way, you know, because it's like you have a couple months, at least for us, we had a couple months to focus on ourselves. And I got a better job eventually, and I was getting better at Vine because I could focus on that. And then every like 2 or 3 months, you have a 4-day vacation together. So it actually worked out all right, you know, and we did that for like a year and a half. And I have a lot of great memories from that. Everything was great. Until the accident. Just kidding, this story has a happy ending. Now, I think the most romantic ending possible for the story would be how I just couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't do long distance. I had to be with the woman of my dreams. So I drove across the country, and I just showed up at her doorstep one day, and I popped out a ring and I said, "Will you marry me?" And she was crying, and she said, "Yes, I will do that." And then we would be married, and then immediately I'd get her pregnant, and we would raise the kid into like the next Superman or something, and then he would be, I don't know what I'm saying. And then we would drive my 2012 Honda Civic into the sunset, and we would live happily ever after. That's sort of what happened, but it was more like, hey, we don't want to do long distance anymore, but we still like each other. So let's move to the same place, and if you're gonna move to me, then I gotta give you this ring so I can show you that I'm committed too. And so that's what we did. She picked out the ring, I paid for it. Quick side note, fellas, if you can get your girl to pick out your ring for you, do it. It's a huge relief. It's a huge decision you now don't have to make. You only have to spend like, you know, 2/3 of your life savings on it. But she moved to Orlando. She got the first 2 jobs she applied for, and she's still working both of those, and she loves it here. I hope. I love it here. I love to be with her. You know, I get to live with my best friend. I get to sleep in the same bed as her every night, which actually we both agree isn't that good. We kind of wish, we're kind of thinking of getting bunk beds, you know, so we can have our own space. But it's like, it's just like every time I think about it, and we talk about this, we love to tell this story. I met my wife, my future wife, because a girl commented on a video I made. The stupidest video ever that I made. She was like, "Oh, you're cute." And I'm like, me, the horny, desperate 21-year-old, was like, "You're cute too. Let's kiss. Let's talk and stuff." And then we did, and then now we're in the same house and we're married in principle. Life's freaking crazy. And Vine is the best. Really, my main reason for telling this story is to show all of the people out there who watch my videos, and I'm so appreciative of you guys, but I know there's some of you, a lot of you, who watch my videos and you don't give a shit about Vine. You didn't follow me on Vine. My YouTube account is so different than what I made on Vine. It's like, I understand that people watch my videos and they don't always like my Vines. Now I hope by telling you, by showing you the things I got to do because of Vine, the fact that it is the reason I met my wife, I hope you guys understand now why Vine is so important to me, why Vine was the most amazing experience for me, and why I will always cherish
this beloved app. Some takeaways from this story. Do I think the first time a cute girl comments something nice on a thing you make that you should get married to her? Not every time. Maybe a small percentage of the time you should do that. But it worked for me. I hope that this story showed you guys that there is hope out there if you just shoot your shot. You know, if you think someone is cute on the internet, tell them they're cute. Maybe you'll be dating them in the next 2 months. Or maybe if you tell someone they're cute too much, then they'll put out a restraining order for you. And then that's cool too, you know, because it's like what better way to show that you notice someone than by getting a lawyer involved? So I think it's a win-win. Always shoot your shot. Always respect Vine, because I love it. And always don't do long distance. Always never do long distance, because long distance is trash. I've already talked to you for about 8 hours now about Vine, so I think it's time we start wrapping this up. Well, that's it, I guess. Video's over. At this point, I've spent so long making this video that I don't even know if it's good anymore. We'll see. As you can tell, it's taking quite the physical toll on me. My hair is a lot longer. I've grown out a full beard, or at least my version of that. The last thing I want to address, and I'll try to make this quick, is the recent news that I guess one of the founders of Vine is working on his own, quote, follow-up app to Vine. He wasn't super specific on any details other than just to, like, keep an eye out. A lot of people were pretty excited about this. A lot of people were a little bit more skeptical about this. For me, I don't know. I mean, I just made a 12-hour video about how I loved Vine. But honestly, I don't know if I want it to come back. At least not in whatever form this entails. A follow-up app sounds like something that's similar to Vine, but isn't Vine. So let's say that's what it is. It's a similar app to Vine, but it's not called Vine. It's called, like, Loops. Loops with a Z, of course. And to make it stand out, we're gonna add in more features that weren't originally on Vine. For example, now you're not limited to 6 seconds. You can do a full 15-second video and it still loops. Again, Loops with a Z. Also, you'll be able to make a daily story because every social media app seems to have stories in it. In addition, you can also post pictures. So if you just want to give like a little quick update to your fans on, oh shit, I think we just made Instagram. Okay, so Vine comes back and it's just called Vine, or God forbid, Vine 2. Vine 2 comes out and it's exactly the same as Vine was. Well, part of the reason Vine failed initially was that they were always losing money. And so you're going to need to add some sort of monetization system in place. Otherwise, Vine 2 is going to end up with the same fate as Vine 1. So now you have an app that's the same as Vine was, except with, let's assume, ads in between vines or like in the corner of the screen or whatever. So it's a lesser product because it's now been diluted by ads. It also no longer has the novelty value that Vine had when it first came out, because that was like 5 years ago at this point. And on top of this, it doesn't offer anything that isn't already available on another platform. Not to be cynical, but I am being cynical, I don't think it would work out. I think people would be really excited about it for a month, and then they're gonna stop using it like they did before. The creators are gonna slowly leave because there's more profitable uses of their time elsewhere, and as they leave, the content on the app will dwindle, and so will the users who use it, and it will have the same exact end as the original Vine did. Except I don't picture it lasting 3 years this time, I picture it lasting like 3 months. Call me cynical, but that's just how I see it. We all have wonderful Vine memories. But sometimes, it's okay for something to just be a memory. Good things can still come to an end. I have great memories from childhood. That doesn't mean I want to be 8 again. I love being an adult. I can do whatever I want. I look back on Vine with all the love in the world, but that doesn't mean it has to exist again for me to cherish it. You can cherish memories. Let it rest. Move on. It's in the past. Even if it comes back, it'll never be the same as it was. And that's all right. Maybe I'm wrong, and I would love to be proven wrong. Something I have had to come to terms with, selfishly, is that I think I'm glad that Vine ended. Just because I know the type of person I am. I embrace complacency like nobody's business. When things are going well for me, I don't always have the same motivation to work as hard as I should, because I'm content. And that's something I'm trying to improve about myself. That's something I've gotten a little better at over time. But I know that a year ago, Vine dying was the catalyst for me to figure out what I was going to do next. If Vine never went away, I don't know if I ever would have started YouTube. I always wanted to, but I never felt like I needed to, because I was a famous Viner. I had 400,000 followers on Vine. I didn't want to start from scratch on YouTube and have to do like 100 times more work and learn how to use a real editing program that wasn't just iMovie on my phone. My thought process at the time was, why would I do all of that extra work when I already had Vine? And then one day, Vine died, and everything I had spent 2 years building up was pulled out from under me. I was upset, I was angry, I regretted the fact that I hadn't tried to spread my followers around to other places on the internet. I, like hundreds of other Viners, put all of my eggs in the Vine basket. And then the basket broke. It exploded, destroying all of my eggs in the process. And now I'm infertile. But when Vine went away, my safety net went away with it. And so I had to deal with being irrelevant again for several months, and I had to try new things. I had to try different types of content, and a lot of it didn't work. Some of it did. Eventually I figured out what people liked and what I liked doing. I worked hard. I got super lucky, emphasis on that. And now I'm about to quit my job to do YouTube full time. And that's something that, even at the height of my Vine success, I never even fathomed the possibility of quitting my full-time job to just do Vine full-time. That was never a possibility for me. And so, if I'm being 100% honest, which, like I said, this video is all about the truth, for selfish reasons, I think I'm glad that Vine died. Feels good to get that off my chest. I loved Vine. And now I love YouTube. I'm ecstatic to be able to do what I'm doing now. And I'm so excited to get to continue to do it and see where my channel goes and where it takes me. And if I ever get to be on the H3 podcast, because that's all I really want. The good news is I've learned from my mistakes. Vine taught me to never put all of my eggs in one basket, because you never know what's going to happen. And that's a mistake I don't think I'm going to make again. Except obviously with YouTube, because I don't think YouTube's going anywhere. YouTube's infallible. They've gotten a lot of good PR lately, and I just feel comfortable. All right, guys, that's it. I want to thank all my beautiful little stinkers out there for watching this entire video. If you didn't watch the whole video, then it doesn't really matter because you didn't see this part anyway. Now that I'm finally done with this massive project, I have a lot of ideas that I haven't had any time to focus on, so lots of more content coming, lots of new content is what I meant to say. And I could have just said I hadn't already said the thing that I was going to mess up. I also have an exciting merch announcement coming pretty soon, and I don't think that I'm being too hyperbolic when I say this is going to be the greatest merch of all time. Seriously, guys, I'm changing the game, so I hope you're ready for that. All right, well, I don't really know what else to say now. I think it would be funny if after the world's longest video, I end it by just cutting myself off in the middle of a sentence. Hey guys, welcome back to the UPS truck I stole while the driver was going to the bathroom. Here's a real quote from an Instagram ad I got yesterday. "My teeth are so clean. If they were the floor, I'd eat off them. I would eat off of my teeth if my teeth were the floor, because that's how clean they are." Lisa, I don't know who you are, but that is one of the weirdest marketing quotes I've ever heard in my life. Even weirder, it was an ad for toilet paper? Another thing I've noticed more lately is these sponsored posts are coming up with more and more ways to manipulate me.
This is your sign to go buy these pants.
No, it's an ad. It's not a sign from the universe. Oh, is God telling me to buy these pants? No, you are. You paid money to show this to me. Eat a dick. So anyway, I've been pretty upset about that for the past 6 weeks. But I took a break from being pissed off at these companies for just long enough to buy a few of these products to test them out myself. You know the drill. I don't even know why I'm explaining. Now, Now, I'm not exactly known for my awesome hair. I think Danny and Curtis have me beat in that department. But maybe my problem is my outdated method of style. For the past few years, I just used some kind of paste that I bought from Target, I think, and I rub it around my scalp until I get bored of rubbing my scalp, and then I shrug and walk away. So that's kind of my process. But this right here could very well change the game.
You can go from this to this, faster than the time it'd take you to finish watching this ad. Don't believe me?
Don't believe me? This ad is 4 hours long, just in case.
Just sprinkle some tribal chimp hairstyling powder on your hair and style with your fingers. It's that easy.
Can you believe I didn't even have to go to a salon for this? Also, I love how almost every product I buy in these videos starts off like, hey, I know you don't know anything about us, you've never tried it, and you don't even know if it works, but would you like to go ahead and buy 12? No, I'm good with just the one for now, thanks. They say multiple times on the website that you're saving money. How? This costs money. It doesn't seem to be any cheaper than, again, the random paste that I bought from Target. Maybe they just say it saves you money because it doesn't cost the fake price that they pretended it was. You know, these things used to be $41 billion, so this sale is mathematically equivalent to being 100% off. Here's something I've never seen before. When I was just about to finish checking out, they asked me for a tip, which I have to say, the balls on these guys to ask for more money just because? It's kind of impressive, honestly. So I'll go ahead and give them $1 extra just for the audacity. But in return, I do expect impeccable service. All right, next up is one I saw a lot before Valentine's Day. I had a few people ask me about this directly, so I figured I'd try it out myself. It's called the Love Box. Man, where was this when Amanda and I did long distance for a year? So many styles to choose from. Should I get the one for grandparents? I'm dying to know why this one is specifically only for elderly couples, but I'll just go ahead and get the standard one for now. Not a whole lot to say about this before I buy it. It basically just seems like a slightly more romantic but significantly more expensive way to send a text. Now let's get into the truly dumb shit. They're little chopsticks for your hands. I'm so excited to put this to the test. I can use it while writing scripts, while gaming with the boys. Hell, maybe if I bought one of these 2 years ago, my keyboard wouldn't be so dirty. The one thing I definitely do want to give them credit for is being so self-aware. A lot of companies take themselves way too seriously, and it feels pretentious when it's for some bullshit product. It'll be some guy giving a 4-minute TED talk about how his idea is changing the world and how many testimonials he gets every single day from people telling him that he saved their life. And then it's an ad for like pants. When I saw them describe this as completely unnecessary but pretty cool with features like non-permanent body modification, I was like, all right, maybe they're not that bad, I guess. So I bought one. Speaking of solving problems no one actually has, I would like to introduce you to my favorite product for this video.
Are we really expected to dress up when we're working from home? I'm over it.
You're telling me?
Introducing the Work Oneie. It's a full button-down professional t-shirt with ultra-soft leisure pants made into a onesie.
I'm comfortable all day wearing this. I can hang at home looking professional and feeling comfortable at the same time. There's even a flap on the back, just in case.
Just in case what? Come on, don't beat around the bush. I want you to come out and say that this product has a butt flap you can poop through.
One of my absolute favorite purchases of the year. Get one for yourself today. You won't regret it.
All right, well, we'll see. Look, I totally understand the work shirt plus comfy pants combo. I've actually been doing the opposite for years. You probably don't even realize it because you only see t-shirts when I film, but I'm actually wearing tuxedo pants right now. So I get it, you know, if you can't see my legs, it doesn't matter what I'm wearing down there. But why does it have to be attached? Why can't I just wear a button-up shirt and then separately also wear sweatpants? This is the one that started it all. All of what? A button-down professional looking shirt, ultra leisure bottoms, flap in the rear just in case. And if that wasn't enough, watch this for some reason silent video. Now are you convinced? What, you didn't believe that we actually stapled these things together? Read it and weep, cowboy. And it's convenient too, because the oneie is ready to wear. Unlike your other clothes, which have to go through a lengthy preparation process before my body will accept them. The cozy joggers on your oneie will have you forgetting you're in the middle of a workday. Well, I drive a school bus, so that sounds dangerous. Plus a butt flap. Need we say more? No. But again, I would love it if you did. 5 stars. It's gotten cold where I live recently, and this keeps me warm. Yep, that's because it's clothes, Howard. That's what clothes do. 5 stars. 5 stars. 5 stars. I guess one of the problems I'm realizing now with a product like this is, what size do I get? What if I'm tall, but I have a little chest and wide, beautiful hips? You'd think in the 1800 years they've been around, they would have figured this out by now, but apparently not. I guess I'll just get a large. And I thought that this was the end of that saga. Until immediately after I bought this, Instagram did like the least helpful thing possible and advertised an almost identical product from a different company. It's called a tuxie, and there is no way in hell I'm gonna pass up the opportunity to do a direct comparison. The main difference is, of course, this isn't so much a business on top, party on the bottom kind of thing. It's more like 2 halves of a jogger set that have been sewn together for absolutely no reason. I am so confused by these things. Is it a common complaint that a sweatshirt and sweatpants are too difficult to put on separately? What is the issue being solved here? Was someone getting pantsed so often that they decided to make it an all or nothing deal? On top of that, tuxie is stupidly expensive, $200. And they don't even have a butt flap. As of now, this jogger only has 1 review, and it's positive, but this YouTube video I clicked on only has 1 comment, and it's negative. So I don't know who to believe. I have microscopically low expectations for these. I love sweatpants. I love to lounge. Never in my life have I thought, you know what would make me more comfortable right now? If I couldn't go to the bathroom without getting completely naked first. But hey, at least Honey woke up from a 3-year hibernation to save me about $40, so things are looking up. Okay, last up is one of the most targeted ads I've seen in a very long time. A few months ago, I had been on kind of a jigsaw puzzle kick. I know, humble brag. But once the algorithm picked up on this, it was game over for me. I just started getting puzzles shoved down my throat left and right. This one in particular even uses my birthday in the ad. I haven't felt this attacked since before I deleted my Facebook. Really what I want to do is expose this entire operation. They claim that there is a possible solution for every single day of the year. Well, I call bullshit. So I'm gonna buy one and prove them wrong by not being able to solve it. Wait, what's my plan? First things first, I gotta do something about this. Sure, I may look exactly as dumb as I used to in middle school, but at least I have tribal chimp hair dirt.
I'm gonna put some dirt in
my hair. Cool. A bunch of it already spilled out the top like a thing of baby powder. This is nice. What was I supposed to do again?
Just sprinkle some tribal chimp hairstyling powder on your hair. And style with your fingers.
And in my eyes and mouth. Let me put some on my hand. I think that's the problem. Maybe my hair's too long for this. I don't know. I feel like I'm not doing it right. Do I have to use like a shit ton of it? He didn't use very much in the video. That's close to how I usually do it. But if I feel like as soon as I start walking, the movement from my walk will just shift it all down. This is probably good for like a more subtle hairstyle, but I like to have mine up for some reason. I don't know. I started doing my hair that way 6 years ago and just it's like, okay, I guess this is my hair now. You know, I can't veer from that. I gotta do the same thing forever. I have really fine, straight hair that just, as you saw, just goes straight down. But this adds like more texture to it, which is fun. Just a little bit more. I think I'm making it worse. Oh, fuck. It's like everywhere. Oh, this is Bim Bim's bathroom, by the way. You're only allowed to come in here if you're wearing a shirt with her face on it. I mean, I don't want to say the product is bad. I'll try it again when I get a haircut. I think if I had shorter hair, it wouldn't have to do as much work. It looks pretty interesting until I turn my head and looks like I just took a nap on this side. Maybe if I try the dab method. All right, I think I'm just gonna have to ride with this for the rest of the video. Not exactly how I would normally do it. Kind of looks like I'm wearing a wig now. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to feel a little underdressed.
This is a place of business after all. Hey, fun fact about Work Oneies, the website no longer exists. I did manage to have it sent to me in time, but yeah, if you go to workoneies.com, it's just like, well, I don't know what that is. Which is a little disappointing because if I really like this, you know, I can never get another one, I can't recommend it to anybody, but also it makes sense. It was a business that was kind of always doomed to fail, that relied on a gimmick that wore off like 2 years ago.
Look, you got a butt flap.
So rest in peace, Work Oneies. In honor of your memory though, I will be wearing the absolute shit out of this. Wow. It's even more professional than I imagined. That looks about right. I really love how visible the stitching is on the front of the shirt. Like you can see a clear line across where they've sewn the two things together. Wait, how do I put this on? Do I have to unbutton it all the way and then step into the top? This is the dumbest invention. This is so much more convenient than putting two articles of clothing on separately. Oh yeah, I'm ready for work now. Well, right away, I can tell you I'm glad I got a large because this feels tight. If I'd gotten a medium, I don't think I would have been able to wear it at all. Weird, I can't seem to raise my arms up all the way. It's almost as if there's something tugging at the bottom of my shirt. Oh, that's right, it's my pants. Imagine I'm typing an Excel document. Hello, boss. You wanted to see me? You're firing me? Because I sewed sweatpants to my work shirt? This is crazy. It's almost like I'm wearing actual clothes. So, question about the butt flap. I'm wearing underwear right now, because obviously I'm gonna do that. But if I were to, you know, go to the bathroom out the back, I would have to not be wearing underwear because even with the butt flap, the underwear would get in the way, you understand what I'm saying? So everyone's just like raw dogging this thing. I suppose if I wanted to wear underwear, which I do, I could open the butt flap, sit down, pull my underwear down far enough under my pants still, and then just kind of poop through the hole. Probably wouldn't be able to use my bidet because then I'm just gonna get my pants all wet. The important thing is though, I mean, I look like a freaking businessman. And if I crop it just enough that you can't see what's down there, you're going to assume very nice khakis, not very cheap sweatpants. But just overall experience would have been a lot nicer if they were separate. I have to confess something. I'm really bad at this puzzle. When I first unboxed this, it was February 1st, and I managed to get that day's answer in like a minute. And I was like, hell yeah, this puzzle's made for me. I'm gonna dominate this shit. It has been over a month and a half, and that's still the only one I've been able to solve. I can get so close. I've gotten February 423rd, I've got the 1724th, I even managed Saturday, March 15th. But oh my god, I don't know how I did this on my first try. I realized when comparing this to the original ad that this one does actually seem more difficult because they've added in the day of the week too. So I'm basically playing on hard mode. But still, no excuses, I'm ashamed, I thought I was the puzzle king. It turns out, in fact, that I was wrong. Now, there's a chance that maybe this company's full of shit, and some of them actually aren't possible to solve. The problem is, of course, I will never be able to prove that, because the issue could just be that I'm a big dumb idiot. Love box? I hardly know box. Thanks. Honestly, this thing's pretty cool. We've been using it for like a month. It's a fun replacement for good morning texts. That's kind of the only time we really use it is before I go to bed. I'll like schedule one for the morning for Amanda, or she'll do the same for me, which works because we wake up at drastically different times. You send stuff from an app and it's got some pre-made stuff in there. It's a cool way to send a little I love you message or, you know, a meme from 6 years ago. Like there's a lot of things you could text someone that aren't really that funny, but for some reason, if you send it through this thing and they go through the process of like opening it up and it's on like a physical object, it just makes it 10 times funnier. The photos have to be like a really specific size, which is kind of annoying. So it could be better. It's also, like I said, we've been using it for a month. I think the novelty kind of wore off. We were using it a bunch and now we do it maybe once a week when we remember about it. But if you're really struggling to get someone like an anniversary gift or a Valentine's Day gift, I know there's 11 months until Valentine's Day, but I actually don't know when you're watching this. You could be watching this on February 13th, 2028. I didn't realize until after I bought one how insanely popular these things are on TikTok. We're talking like millions of likes. So there's probably plenty of reviews on YouTube for this already, but as far as I'm concerned, It's an okay product. Uh-oh, guys, I think I spoke too soon. You know how these things cost like $150, and if you don't live with your partner and you want to get two, you're gonna spend like $300 on these? Well, apparently that's not enough for Lovebox, because now they've added a subscription service for $5 a month. So if you want to use like 90% of their stupid templates that have words spelled wrong and they spent like an hour working on, you have to pay more money. I gotta pay $5 a month to ask my wife if she likes sunsets? Have I not given you enough money already? I just feel kind of duped here. Like, they obviously did a really big marketing push, got a bunch of people to buy them, and now after the fact they're adding the subscription service. When we first got this, there were locked templates, but you could unlock them with credits, and you would get credits by sending messages. So it kind of incentivized you to send messages every day. It was actually kind of a neat system. But now the credits don't do that anymore, so like, what are they even for? I have 152 digital coins and they don't do anything, but I could still earn them? Why? It's not like you have to subscribe to this to use the product, but it's still kind of scummy that they added this in so late. So that's just something to keep in mind if you do buy one of these. Well, I think that's enough work for one day. What do you say we go ahead and change into something a little more comfortable? I'm never gonna wear this ever again. This one shipped from Canada. At least this one has more elastic in it. The other one, because it was stitched together, like there was no flexibility at all. So how are you guys doing?
Now we're talking.
It's definitely more comfortable. I mean, I would hope so for $200 fucking. Clearly it'll be easier to get in and out of too, because it's just got a big zipper as opposed to unbuttoning 30 buttons and then putting them back on. But I don't like how the zipper, how like I can always feel the zipper. Not poking like it's sharp, but it's just like pressing against my body, and I don't like that. I mean, I haven't really looked at myself in the mirror yet, but just looking on the screen of my camera, it almost feels more like Jedi robes than anything else. The main difference for me though is that I actually like Sam. I don't know, what do you guys think? Is this worth $200? It feels good, it feels comfortable. I feel like though, and this is just a guess, if I wanted to get a similar outfit that also had the flexibility of being in two separate pieces, I could have saved a lot of money and been just as comfortable. Cool. Well, I guess the only thing left to do now is time to eat stuff. I set myself up for a transition there and I don't remember what I said. Now, every so often, an invention will come along that changes the course of humanity, whether it's sliced bread or the automobile or little chopsticks for your hands. Okay, so it goes between your fingers and you just kind of squeeze together. However, for this to be an authentic experience, I can't be fully focused on the snacks I'm eating, otherwise I would just eat them with my hands. I have to be doing something else. So while I'm testing these snacks, I will be playing my favorite video game, which is, of course, Wheel of Fortune for the Xbox 360. For this experiment, I tried to get 3 snacks of varying sizes to test effectiveness. We got almonds, which are pretty much as small as it gets when it comes to snacks. I got some baby carrots as well. I only put a couple in here because these went bad like 3 days ago, and I'm probably only gonna eat one, if I'm being honest. But those represent the medium snacks, and then large is of course an apple slice, which I cut this up like 30 minutes ago and they're already turning brown. So gotta hurry this up, spin the wheel, and grab, well, I just wanted 1 almond. I guess I'll have 2. Oh, fuck you. I got bankrupt. Honestly, so far so good. I can grab them pretty easily. Well, okay, I guess I'm kind of fumbling a little bit here now. Yeah, it works pretty well for small snacks. Let's move up in size. My theory is that the bigger the snack, the harder it will be to pick up. So far that's kind of true. Here, let me do it with the controller. The real challenge is continuing to play the game while holding on to the rest of it. I'm squeezing like every muscle in my right hand, so I'm not actually playing the game right now. Yeah, this works. And this carrot tastes like shit. This is where it might get a little tricky. These apple slices are huge. To mix up the task, I decided that this time I will be sending an email to my wife. Dear wife, how's it going? Kind of hard to type at the same time. I can't wait to see you. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. It's all falling apart now. Nailed it. You get back from work. Well, I think that went pretty well. Practically speaking, I don't know how often I would actually use this. If I was eating like Cheetos or some kind of chip that would get dust all over my keyboard, I'd give it a shot. But unless you're playing a game as chill as Wheel of Fortune for the Xbox 360, I don't think you're gonna be able to multitask as effectively as the ad made it seem. Like, I don't think you're gonna be able to eat an entire banana while fighting a boss in Elden Ring. Or can you?
Let's do this. Fuck.
Can't even pick it up. No, don't spin.
This game's so easy. I hate this game.
All right, so it's been a few days of wearing my onesies, and I have more thoughts. Despite not having a butt flap, tuxie is actually easier to go to the bathroom in because you can just unzip it and pull it down. I know for all the ladies out there and for anyone who's worn a romper before, this is a far too familiar experience. Is it ideal? No, but it's not the worst thing in the world. The work oneie is the worst thing in the world.
There's even a flap on the back, just in case.
You see, when I picture a butt flap, I picture something that like has a hinge, you know, it opens and it closes. That's not what this is. Let me explain to you in very specific detail what it's like to use the bathroom while wearing one of these. And if you want to skip ahead past this, I totally understand. Just go to the next chapter in the video. First things first, the hole in the back does not stay open unless you are physically holding it open. If you let go, it will close itself back up. So, in order for this to work, you have to sit down on the toilet, hands behind you, gripping open the hole in your pants the entire time. So much for responding to texts or doing today's Wordle while going to the bathroom. Now it's a full body experience. But that's not even mentioning the fact that your underwear also has to be held down with one of your hands. And if you've been keeping track at home, you might have noticed we've already run out of hands to use. Am I supposed to get a friend to help? But wait, there's more, because now it's time to wipe, which means you will have to hold open both sides of the butt flap and pull your underwear down with one hand so you can use your other hand to reach in there and clean everything up. And I'm supposed to do that every day? So I ask you again, work oneies, just in case what? Just in case I want to add stress and danger to what used to be one of the most relaxing parts of my day? And there's still one more element to this that I've yet to discuss. While all of this is going on, do you have any idea where your dick is? It's still inside the work one. And I don't know about you guys, but when I go number 2, my body likes to also go number 1. It's kind of involuntary. I don't think there's a way to just do one without doing the other. So unless you want to do all of that and pee your pants, you're gonna have to make sure you've already peed beforehand. So you gotta stand up, undo all the buttons in the front. That's right, they couldn't even give this thing a zipper. Make sure all the pee is out because you don't want any leaks. And then you can sit
Alright, I think
down
I get it.
and
I'm just
go
gonna
through all
skip
the
past
bullshit
all
that I
this.
And now there's water everywhere, which means
what?
I gotta mop up my own. I'm sure that if I made a little bit of a mess in here, sorry for you. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the toilet. I don't know who invented this thing, but I just hope that they're in jail. That's it, Low Gang. Thank you so much for watching all the way till the end. Sorry for all the poop stuff in the video. I know it was a bit much. But you know what else is a bit much? Having to take a dump in this thing. Do you even realize all of the shit that I've had to do? Hey guy, I want to start this video by telling you about something very dumb that I did recently, and I'm going to preface the story by saying that this was entirely my fault. There are probably 50 things I could have done differently to avoid what ended up happening, but I didn't. And that's on me. So I got a new car last month. For most of my adult life, I've been driving a 2012 Honda Civic that I bought from CarMax in 2015. I'll never forget the day I rolled up to my job at Popeyes and
Felt like the coolest guy in the parking lot. Took the Max part of the sticker off so it just said car on the back. Had a lot of fun back then. And even though this car was very reliable for pretty much the entire time I had it, it was starting to show its age, and I got to a point where I kind of just wanted something that felt nicer to be in. So I splurged a little bit, traded it in for one of the coolest sports cars on the market right now, a 2021 Hyundai Sonata. Now that's not the dumb part. There are so many things about this car that are massive upgrades over what I had before. There's a rear view camera, there's blind spot indicators, I don't have to plug my phone in anymore to play music, it beeps at me if I move 1 inch in either direction on the highway. It's a great car. But there are also things about cars made in the past decade that aren't necessarily better, they're just different. For one, why as a society did we get rid of the Prindle? I have spent the past 15 years of my life building the muscle memory of yanking around my car's joystick to tell it where to go, and now it's just buttons? And I don't have the muscle memory for that. I'm starting to develop some due to time passing, but for the first couple weeks I owned this car, I would have to stop looking this way so I could look down and see where the backwards button is. So that brings me to my story. 6 days after I bought this car, I was leaving a U-Haul storage facility and the exit gate was open. Now I've been there enough to know that sometimes, even though the exit gate is supposed to close, it'll just not. So I gave it a couple seconds, decided, yeah, it's gonna stay open, and started driving forward. And you will never guess what happened the exact moment I made that decision. Yeah, gate started closing. So naturally I'm like, uh-oh, this gate is going to hit my new used car. I should move out of the way. So I hit the reverse button, start accelerating, and my car moves forward. Now, if you've ever been operating a motor vehicle that starts moving in the opposite direction that you intended it to, you probably know about the panic that sets in. And I was running out of time. I could feel the gate inching nearer and nearer. So in the heat of the moment, I very wisely decided to do the exact same thing that didn't work the first time. I hit the reverse button, hit the gas pedal, and once again, my car moves forward. At this point, the only thing I've managed to do is get more in the path of the gate. And before I could try my foolproof strategy a third time, it crashed into the side of my car and the alarm went off and it made a big old scratch that'll probably cost a couple $100 to get buffed out and repainted. I don't know the exact amount yet because I'm too embarrassed to tell anyone what happened. Anyway, I've had about a month now to process this, and I'm of two minds. On one hand, it is kind of hilarious that I waited 9 years to buy a new car and I couldn't even get through 1 full week without fucking it up. I would love to see the security footage of me stopping in front of a closing gate, quickly accelerating, stopping, accelerating again, stopping again, before getting out and yelling, "God damn it!" It probably looked really funny. But then, on the other hand, I am kind of like, well, what the fuck happened? Because like, I know that I hit the reverse button 2 separate times, and both times my car just decided not to do it. I tried recreating this exact scenario in a parking lot to pinpoint exactly where I went wrong, and my best guess is just that I hit the accelerator and the reverse button at the same time, which triggered the car's computer to be like, hey, you can't do that. You're gonna hurt the transmission. Let's hurt the side of the car instead. And like, it's a good thing that there's a mechanism in place to prevent the car from changing gears when you're moving too quickly. If I hit the reverse button while driving 70 miles per hour down the highway, I actually would want my car to ignore that. I'm pretty sure there was a similar mechanism in my old car. The difference is, though, that if this exact scenario happened while I was driving that one, there would have been physical feedback to tell me it was still in drive, and maybe I would have been less likely to floor it twice. In order to get the same confirmation from a button, you have to press it, look down at the dashboard, find the part that indicates what gear the car is in, process that information, and then react accordingly. And even if you can do all that very quickly, it still takes longer to send that information to your brain than if you can just feel where your hand is. And again, I'm the dumbass here. There are so many things I could have done differently. If I had just immediately accelerated as soon as I got to the gate, I would have made it through with time to spare. I also could have taken 3 extra seconds to just type my code in. I even could have stayed in bed all day and never gone anywhere near this gate, and that would have been a better decision too. But unfortunately, I didn't do any of those things.
I did this, and I'm gonna have to live with that for the rest of my life. But my funny little mishap got me thinking about all these things I've seen over the past couple years of people getting screwed over by like modern features in their cars, and it made me want to do some research about it. And my takeaway is that while it would be untrue to say that cars have gotten worse, I do think they've gotten dumber.
I looked up why cars made the shift from the Prindle stick to just buttons, or a touchscreen on the ceiling, or a wheel that's right next to the volume knob that hopefully has never caused a hilarious but unfortunate accident. And it turns out the main reason is just that the stick is not necessary anymore, because you're not physically changing the gear, you're just telling the car's computer what to do. Which, like, I get it, you know, I'm not here to stand in the way of progress. I just think that if you have to create a new problem in order to fix something that wasn't really a problem to begin with, you're not being as innovative as you might think you are. Without a doubt, my biggest personal gripe with how cars are made now is touchscreen dashboards. Almost 80% of new cars in 2022 had some kind of touchscreen display built into it. It's just the norm now. And on the surface, it seems like an improvement. I mean, obviously this is more advanced technology than this. Gross. I bet this one doesn't even have 12 different menus I can flip through to try to figure out how to get my turn signals on. It just doesn't make much sense to me when there's already such a massive increase in distracted driving and accidents and deaths that happen because of it, that they're adding this thing into cars that you literally have to look at to be able to use. There's a Swedish magazine that ran this test a couple years ago where they had people drive 12 different cars down the highway and timed how long it took for them to complete the same series of tasks in each of them. And the winner by far was a 2005 Volvo. Now, this doesn't mean that 2005 Volvo is the best car. It just means that for basic tasks like changing a radio station or turning the AC on, physical buttons that you can memorize the location of are the quickest and safest way to do those things. You don't have to look away from the road to be able to find where the button is. I think ideally modern cars are built with the right combination of actual buttons for basic tasks and the touchscreen for more advanced features, most of which you don't really need to use while driving anyway. And it does seem like some of the companies that maybe over-embraced this technology a few years ago have started to peel back and find a happy medium. But what absolutely drives me crazy is cars that have consolidated the entire dashboard into one giant iPad. Windshield wipers? We put it on the touchscreen. Want to turn the air down a little bit? We put it on the touchscreen. I think the irony of these kinds of interfaces is that they give the illusion of luxury. This certainly seems like the more innovative option until you realize that the main reason they're so prevalent in cars now is because it is the cheapest way to build one.
It actually costs a lot of money to engineer all of these buttons and switches and to have the wiring. Doing all of that in software is a lot cheaper.
It is more expensive to produce actual knobs and buttons than it is to just throw every function onto one screen, make it compatible with Apple CarPlay, and call it a day. And then when something goes wrong, it's just a software problem. We'll figure it out. Or maybe we have to replace the entire thing and it's gonna be $4,000. Who's to say? And I didn't even mention the fact that if the screen does end up malfunctioning in a car that's entirely reliant on it, it's not just a minor inconvenience, it means you can't drive the car until it gets fixed. Some of the extra hoops I've seen people have to jump through in order to accomplish basic tasks now are mind-boggling. You know how sometimes you have the AC on, but it ends up blasting right into your hand, so you have to reach over and change the direction of the vent? Well, that's fucking dumb, okay? That's how a caveman would do it. It makes way more sense to go on over to the car tablet, find the AC control button, select the air vent you want to change, and then drag it where you want it to go, all while barreling through a school zone. While watching a bunch of videos of car dashboards, I happened upon this 1989 Toyota, and there's something so beautiful about it. Look at that subtle burgundy interior, the tasteful thickness of those buttons. Oh my God, it even has a seatbelt. But I'm aware that I'm over-romanticizing the past a little bit, because if I truly wanted a car that looked like this, I could have just bought one. Like, I do want modern features. I do want a car that's able to do the things that my phone can do. But if these things are implemented in a way that forces you to look away from the road in order to be able to use them, I think we should reconsider how we got here. Cars have been around for about 100 years now, and it kind of seems like maybe we figured out the best way to make them and ran out of ways to meaningfully innovate. But that doesn't really work when you're trying to get people to buy a new one every single year, so you have to find something you can add to make it seem like there's been a big improvement. Things like door handles that retract into the car, which I guess is cool. I don't know if I've ever thought of the handle sticking out 3/4 of an inch as being an issue, but I'll admit it adds some sleekness to the car, and it's not like it's making things worse, right? What's that? If it gets too cold outside, the handles don't work anymore? Yeah, no, I could see how that might not be great.
Tesla fixed this problem with a software update last October. You can just press this to pop the door open when the door handles are frozen.
Great news, everyone. We've updated the app so you can now get into your car during the winter. So consider that problem solved.
But didn't you create the problem in the first place?
We're actually not taking any questions at this time.
My favorite thing about these door handles is no matter how many times I get an Uber driver that's in a Tesla, I don't know how to get inside. I'm sure it's very simple, but clearly I'm struggling enough as it is. One thing I haven't seen as many people talk about, but has driven me crazy for the past few years is headlights are getting brighter, right? Like, that's not just me. I cannot tell you how many times I've been driving down a 2-lane road at night and a car passes me with headlights so unbelievably bright, I cannot see anything for like 10 seconds. Hopefully I'm still in my lane. I guess I'll find out soon. Now, this is one of those things that's a double-edged sword, right? Because in theory, brighter headlights should make driving safer because visibility is improved. But I feel like it has to negate a little bit of the safety when those headlights don't just hit the road and instead shine directly into the eyes of oncoming drivers. I looked it up, and the two things that are causing this are, one, manufacturers using LEDs now instead of the softer and yellower halogen bulbs from the last couple decades. LEDs tend to be brighter and more compact, so they hit even harder when you're staring down the barrel of one.
Oh, this one for sure.
But the other reason for this is a byproduct of something that I think is in itself a problem, which is that cars are so much bigger now than they've ever been. So if you're driving a sedan in the opposite lane of a brand new Suburban, those lights are gonna have to go through your eyeballs in order to hit the road. There's something a little paradoxical about the safety of cars now, where they are much safer than they've ever been, while also posing more of a threat than they ever have. A brand new truck may have great safety ratings because it's twice as big as every other car around it, but now every other car around it has to worry about getting demolished by a truck that's twice as big as them. Pedestrian deaths in America have skyrocketed over the past decade, and I don't think it's a coincidence that that's happening while cars continue to get taller and heavier for mostly no reason other than because they can, because there's no regulations stopping them from doing it. And if a truck being way bigger than it needs to be is what convinces someone to sign up for a $1,200 a month car payment, why would those car companies have any incentive to stop? It's created this cycle where I think a lot of people feel like the only way forward is to fight fire with fire. Everyone else has a giant car? Well, I guess I need to get one for myself. I remember seeing this post a few months ago where this guy talked about how lucky he was to have been driving in such a gargantuan SUV when he got in an accident because he and his family were able to walk away unharmed. And obviously, that's great that they're okay. This could have ended very tragically, and I'm happy that it didn't. But for someone to see this and their takeaway to be, see, this is why everyone should buy the biggest SUV they can because it's the only way to keep your family safe. You're not taking into account the fact that in a lot of cases, these giant trucks and SUVs are the danger.
Since the introduction of SUVs, there has been a massive increase in what are called front overs. A person, usually a child, getting run over by an SUV by a driver who can't even see them. Over a 10-year period, over 500 American children were killed by being run over by SUVs.
I mean, shit, why stop here? I think every American citizen should drive around in a military-grade tank. Yeah, we might run over a few more kids, but as long as they're not my kids, who gives a shit? Now, of course, I cannot make a video about cars that are bigger than they need to be, and dumber than they need to be, and more dangerous than they need to be, without talking about the one that lies squarely in the cross-section of that Venn diagram, the Tesla Cybertruck.
Welcome to the Cybertruck unveil. It is literally bulletproof. Ultra hard stainless steel. Really hard. Of course, it will come with autopilot standard. Franz, could you try to break this glass, please?
Oh my fucking god.
So this awesome car, which looks like when you first boot up a video game and not all of the textures have loaded in yet, was announced a couple years ago as starting at $40,000. Fast forward to today. Anyone who is driving one of these right now, the bare minimum that I've seen any of them spend 100 grand. One of the biggest reasons for this absolutely bonkers price jump is this $20,000 foundation fee. That's right, there's an additional fee tacked on that is almost as much as what I spent on my entire car. So you're probably dying to know what that bonus gets you. Well, some people who paid for it don't even seem to know.
$20,000 for it being a foundation series. Now, I don't know what that really means or anything, but yeah, I paid it because I wanted the truck.
So at first I thought it was just that it says the word foundation on it, which would be really funny. But apparently most of what that fee is meant to be attributed to is the self-driving feature that you would otherwise have to pay a separate monthly fee to access.
Of course it will come with autopilot standard.
Now, one tiny little thing to note about this feature is that it is not available yet, and no one can even hazard a guess as to when it will be. So as it currently stands, the only thing this $20,000 fee gives you is priority access to a car that's littered with problems.
Oh shit. Oh, we already broke it. All right, so my Cybertruck is completely broken. My foot is on the floor and it's not moving.
This gear selector at the top, it just dropped down. Something's going on with the windshield. What? I got all these warnings I never seen before. I'm trying to open up the trunk. It won't respond. I'm going back and forth trying to close it. It won't close. It won't close. It won't close. When the tailgate's down, the camera's showing you the street. I have had enough.
At this point, I think I know more about manufacturing than anyone currently alive on Earth.
I have to say, I have really enjoyed watching videos lately from people who may or may not be in denial about the absurd amount of money wasted on this stupid car. They'll make these update videos where they complain about so many things they hate about it, and then be like, and that's why it's a perfect car. And I have no regrets.
This car is definitely worth the hype. This thing right here is a fingerprint magnet. I just got my car washed yesterday and there's still water spots. I noticed that my roof was starting to come off. Their navigation system sucks. It's rusting on the inside. It was like this when I picked it up. I definitely think it's worth $100,000.
So included with the Foundation series, you get all weather floor mats, and if you look right up here, there's a little Cybertruck logo.
Wait, did you say floor mats for all weather? Well, never mind then. They should have charged an extra $50,000. Sorry, I should be more sensitive. These people are going through enough right now. It's bad enough their car is falling apart, but they're also getting relentlessly bullied. Cyber clown trucks for stupid. Give it to the stupid clown to spend their life away. And this guy just said gay truck. That's like a truck owner's worst nightmare. I will say one thing I do really love about this car is that the rear view mirror doesn't work. Its view is completely obstructed most of the time. I mean, if you want, you can just look down at the screen at the rear view camera, but that also becomes useless if it gets even a little bit dirty. And isn't driving through dirt kind of the whole point of having a truck? That's all they do in commercials. Now, if off-roading is the thing you want to do in this truck, good luck, because it doesn't seem to know how to do that.
My friend in the 4Runner wanted to take that incline challenge, and he killed it. The Subaru also went up that incline. The Cybertruck did not make it up that incline. And once we got to about the middle of the incline, it would stop. We tried airing down to 30 PSI, but it still did not make it up the hill.
Also, you're not gonna believe this, but part of his car broke while he was doing this. How does this keep happening? To be fair though, look how easily it navigates this puddle of mud. I mean, if I tried to drive through that in my old Civic, I literally would have drowned. But this truck can do things that I've never seen any vehicle do before. Yes, technically, this road is paved, but they're still in the woods. That's gotta count for something. This truly is the all-in-one vehicle. You can drive out in the middle of nowhere and sleep there if you want. It even comes with its own tent that you can attach to the back of the truck for an additional $3,000. Now, considering you can get a pretty big tent for like $100, you'd probably assume that this thing is decked out with premium features. No, it's just a tent. A 1-inch thin mattress, a couple of straps, a zipper that barely works. But since it's an official Tesla product, you know you're getting that signature high-quality engineering.
Oh, that didn't sound good. It's broken.
It even comes with a bicycle pump, so you can spend 10 minutes manually blowing it up. For $3,000, you should be able to hit a button and watch this thing assemble itself. It is crazy to me how much they're able to overcharge for the most basic shit. Cosmetically, this stainless steel, absolutely gorgeous. It does pick up the occasional fingerprint. if you touch it at all. But as long as you don't get in the car or anywhere near the car, you've got nothing to worry about. And if it does get a little spotty, not a problem. Just take it through a car wash. But if you do that, make sure you put it on car wash mode first. Otherwise, it'll break the truck and void your warranty.
The Cybertruck does not work anymore. Listen to the noise this thing makes. That was a weird popping sound. So what did I do different? Today I went to the beach, took it through the car wash, make sure all the sand's off. Then I pulled it in the garage and nothing.
This thing is practically invincible. You can hit it with a hammer. You can hit it with a shopping cart. But if it gets any bugs on it, you need to clean that off immediately or you will ruin it forever. The Cybertruck is also famously bulletproof for some reason, although I'm not really sure why they've made that one of the primary selling points.
When you shoot a normal truck, the bullets go in one side, straight through, and out the other side. You cannot hide behind the vehicle to be safe, so it's something to keep in mind.
Keep in mind for what? Who are you marketing this car to? John Wick? The things they chose to prioritize while making this truck are baffling to me. Who gives a shit that it's bulletproof if the material they had to use to make it that way makes it so razor sharp you cut your hand every time you open the door? Who cares how strong the interior is if it can't even get wet? They're calling it a car made for any planet. Guys, why don't we start with making it work on this one? As far as safety goes, I've seen conflicting reports about this. There's a crash that happened between a Cybertruck and a Toyota Corolla, and if you look at the photos from the accident, you might think, wow, this truck is invincible. It barely got a scratch on it. Meanwhile, the guy in the Corolla is probably seriously hurt, right? No, he's fine. The problem with this rigid outer body is that cars are designed to crumple in an accident. That's their way of absorbing as much force as possible. If your car doesn't crumple, that force will be passed on to the passengers inside of it. So while the Cybertruck may look like the world's most indestructible car, a lot of people who know more about physics than I do aren't so sure this is a good thing. I think what Tesla has done the most successfully with this truck is make it so their target audience doesn't care about any of these problems. I've seen people online who are actively enduring nightmare situations still go out of their way to defend this company. Cybertruck broke down on my first road trip with my family, lost the back motor and was unable to drive, had to get it towed 2 hours back home. First year problems. Always good to wait a year or two on a brand new model. I know this as an early 3/Y owner, but man, come on. Had to grab the Cybertruck. No, you didn't. And it definitely seems like you shouldn't have. I found this guy on Twitter whose experience perfectly encapsulates the Cybertruck launch. His truck broke pretty much immediately. He got that patented flashing red critical service error, couldn't even drive it, had to pull over. Since then, it's been in the shop for weeks with no word on how long it's gonna take to fix. There's apparently at least 10 different things wrong with it. Wire harness needs replacement, ripple in windshield, driver's seat rubbing on center console, headliner sagging, chip and foundation series dashboard trim, mobile connector provided with Cybertruck not charging the truck past 6 amps, front misalignment, one side is higher, rear side arch misalignment sticking up. It could be another month before this guy gets his $100,000 car back. In the meantime, they're making up for all the trouble they've caused him by letting him borrow a regular Model 3 Tesla, which he himself described as being filthy with a strong, unpleasant odor that has persisted even after he went to the trouble of cleaning it inside and out. And it is fascinating to watch this guy, who has been absolutely fucked by Tesla, continue to go to war on Elon's behalf. People often criticize what they don't fully grasp, but the moment you take the wheel of a Cybertruck, everything changes. You'll quickly discover that all other trucks pale in comparison, becoming obsolete in the Cybertruck's shadow. Hey guys, it's been like 2 weeks since you took my car. Are you almost done fixing it, or? They've got it all twisted. Instead of comparing the Cybertruck to other trucks, they should compare the other EV truck's features and capabilities to those of the Cybertruck. Then it becomes clear just how superior the Cybertruck is and how the other trucks are stuck in the dinosaur era. Hey, my car has been in the shop for its entire life so far. Do you think I'm ever gonna be able to drive it again? While other trucks are busy playing catch up, the Cybertruck is already in the future, being the undisputed champion. Hating on the Cybertruck might get you more engagement and clicks, but I'll never fake it to make it. I love my Cybertruck. Really wish I could get my truck back this weekend. Still no update. Dude, if I was this guy, I would be furious. He has every right to be pissed off here, but he seems to be more mad at the people telling him he's been scammed than at the company that actually scammed him. I've spent so much time this month watching videos of people driving this car and talking about this car and hating on this car, but at the end of the day, it's not fair for me to fully judge something that I've never even seen in person, let alone actually driven. Sure, I can pick and choose clips that fit the argument I'm trying to make, but can I really condemn something I've never even stepped foot inside? No. But then I found out there's an app you can use to rent other people's cars for a day, so I spent $700 to pretend I own a Cybertruck.
Love that sound. This is my nightmare. Everything on this screen, nothing's here. I don't like how many buttons I have to press to like turn the AC off. For a truck as big as this is, I don't love how sensitive everything is. The steering wheel, you barely have to turn it. You don't need to brake. I instinctively, when I'm slowing down, I want to take my foot off the accelerator and brake, but it brakes when you let go of the accelerator, so it's like really jerky. I guess I would get used to that if I drove it more often, but so far it's just like, I feel like I'm really drawing a lot of attention to myself. Going to a Costco parking lot, probably a bad idea. Everyone is turning and looking.
When I drive, I do not want to be perceived or looked at.
That guy right there is stopping to look at us right now.
Another Tesla is looking at us.
He's like, ah, my big brother.
When we got inside Costco though, something weird happened. People stopped looking at me. I had to get out of there as soon as possible.
Look at all these normies. Only I'm in the Cybertruck. Okay, so many steps to open the mirror. They have something called karaoke. Look at me, took me, shook me, feeling me, singing from heart. Like a lot of reviewers said, you cannot use this rearview mirror. It is just complete darkness in there. It is very smooth to drive. It doesn't feel like you're driving a giant truck, but I kind of wish it did. If you forget that your car weighs 7,000 pounds and you're driving it like it doesn't, like I just feel like it's way too easy to accelerate as fast as you can and slice someone in half, which I'd rather not do.
It was a beautiful spring day outside, so the next thing on my agenda was a romantic picnic in the park with my lovely wife.
What's wrong? You've hardly touched your cereal. We don't want Cinnamon Toast Crunch, I got a banana instead.
I've driven a little bit now. I'm pretty sure every time I've parked and gotten out so far, I've left the car on because I don't know how to turn it off. There's not like a button or anything, but I finally figured out, it's very intuitive. You hit this, and then was it safety, right? And then you scroll all the way down, and you wanna scroll past Joe mode. Don't put it on Joe mode. Then you just hit power off, and then that's it. And that's how you turn off the Cybertruck.
Getting the truck to fit into my garage was a lot closer of a call than I expected it to be. If I did own this car, this would be quite the fun little adventure to get to go on every single day.
And that's how you park a Tesla Cybertruck in your garage.
Despite all my issues with the truck, the more I drove it around the city and felt the enamored stares from mesmerized bystanders, I was reminded of what the guy I rented it from told me. You'll feel like a celebrity. And god damn it, he was right. I've never felt more popular. What, is that freaking Brad Pitt over there? Nope. Just little old me driving the best truck in the world.
Please, no pictures. I'm a regular person just like you.
I like the way this car makes me feel.
I don't care how much it costs. If it's not solid gold, I don't want it.
Hey, can I talk to you for a sec?
Sure, but make it quick.
Ever since you've been driving that car, you've been acting kind of weird.
How exactly do you mean?
You're like a completely different person now.
Oh, I see. You're jealous.
What?
You're jealous because I own the world's most awesome car.
You don't own the car. You're renting it for one day.
Oh, tell me how I knew you'd bring that up.
Because it's true, Drew.
I'm sorry, I can't deal with this right now. I need to go clear my head. I'm gonna take a nice scenic drive dangerously close to the edge of a cliff. We interrupt this slow motion car montage with some breaking news. Somehow the Cybertruck just got even dumber. Tesla has officially recalled all 3,800 of the vehicles due to a problem with the accelerator pedal. Turns out the pedal has a cheap plastic cover over it that's been fastened on so poorly, it's sliding off, getting lodged under the piece in front of it, and causing drivers to go as fast as this stupid car can go.
It held the accelerator down 100%, Full throttle?
This is a real thing that's actually happening. We here at Channel 300 News urge you, if your husband is about to drive one of these death traps near or around a cliff, you must go stop him. His life could be in danger.
Honey, I just saw on the news.
Who's a big, strong truck? That's right, you are.
I had to give the truck back last night. It was one of the hardest moments of my life. Technically, I still had a few hours left on the rental, but Amanda said she felt weird or something. I don't know, it's all a blur. Final thoughts on the truck. I think it should cost $1 million, and I wish it had 2 accelerator pedals and no brakes so I could drive twice as fast and never have to stop. Please subscribe.
Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Drew. Just because something is weird and on the internet doesn't mean you have to buy it. My name is Drew, and today I'll be buying something weird I found on the internet. As someone who's never been quite as healthy as I probably should be, I'm always looking for convenient ways to improve my diet. And that's where Square Eat comes in. Finally, a company that has the courage to take a bunch of food and turn it into little wet squares. Gotta say, I love these photos. This is what it looked like before we blended it into a cube, and this is what it looks like now. Pretty cool, huh? In case you missed it, here was their big announcement video from last year.
What if I told you that we can transform regular food into squares?
I would believe you, honestly. I don't think most people's first thoughts when they see this are, how did they do that? It's more like, why would they do that?
Stop for a moment and remember how bad the food options are in schools, airplanes, hospitals.
You know, it's probably not a great sign if you have to start off your advertisement by saying, hey, it's better than hospital food. I like this shot of 2 people eating the squares in what appears to be an actual restaurant. Like, I can maybe understand the practicality of having these things meal prepped ready to go in your fridge, but if a restaurant served slimy cubes of meat, no one would eat there. Sorry, Cube Cafe, I'm gonna go somewhere else for dinner. The rest of this video is less an ad for consumers who may be looking to try the product and more an ad for potential investors, because they start going on about the margins.
Our business model is predicted on scalability and margin control. This combination will generate margins never seen before in the industry.
And honestly, it almost makes me want to eat it even less. They shouldn't be bragging to me about how low their overhead is. I would prefer it cost you a little bit of money to make the food. It's kind of like when fast food restaurants will sell 50 chicken nuggets for like 89 cents and somehow still profit. Kind of makes you wonder what the hell they're putting in those things. They say they have 16,000 plus customer satisfaction, but they only have 49 reviews. Are they just assuming everyone that didn't leave a review is also satisfied? I mean, they never told us they hated it. As you can probably imagine, all the 1-star reviews are about how they didn't like the taste or that the texture is kind of weird, but I noticed they give the same response to all of them. I'm curious which warming method you used. We really do not recommend using only the microwave, but for example, the electric grill or pan with a little olive oil to enhance the flavor and texture. And it's like, yeah, I'm sure it does taste better like that, but you can't have it both ways. You can't say, save 10 hours a week on cooking. These squares are ready to eat, implying that you can just pop them in the microwave, right? But then when people go, I don't know, man, they taste kind of bad, you're like, well, then you shouldn't have put them in the microwave. I don't know where you got that idea from. Well, no food review would be complete if I didn't actually eat the food, so let's go ahead and buy some. You can either buy the squares by themselves, or you can buy meal boxes. My favorite is definitely the vegan burger meal. The word burger makes me think that these 2 are the buns, and you're supposed to stack all 6 of the squares on top of each other. And then, of course, wash it all down with some mixed beans pack. Why would I just open a can of beans when I could spend $12 on that? I noticed that the meals are way more expensive than just buying the squares individually. Seems like if anything, it would be the other way around. But 6 classic meal boxes would give you 18 chicken squares, 12 rice squares, and 6 broccoli squares for $93. Or for $75, you can buy exactly the same thing. But either way, this isn't cheap food. You would hope and probably even assume that it would be based on the way that it looks. But $15 for one meal that's essentially just 400 calories of chicken and rice. This would have to be amazing for it to be worth that. Look, I'll happily spend a little bit more money on something if it tastes really good and is convenient to prepare. But if I'm being honest, I'm worried that these are neither of those things. Oh, wait a minute, they've got a sweet section, so I can grab grab some of my favorite desserts like peanuts or other nuts. Mom, can we go get dessert? No, honey, we have dessert at home. The dessert at home. And again, I'm all for convenience when it comes to food. If healthy food was as cheap and easily accessible as fast food tacos were, I would be in much better shape. But I'm not exactly sure who the target audience for this is. If you can afford to pay this much money for tiny portions of prepackaged astronaut food, you might as well just sign up for one of those companies that will mail you already cooked meals you can just throw in the microwave. Assuming, of course, that you prefer the appearance and texture of actual food. All right, well, I bought some, and I can't wait to put it in my mouth. This is such a bizarre idea for a product that I feel like it has to be satire, right? Like this only exists because it's bizarre enough to grab people's attention, right?
So, I may have made a slight error. For the first time in my life, I was fully prepared for something. I planned this video so far in advance, I might have actually planned it too far in advance. You see, I bought the squares while I was still halfway through my last video with the intention of freezing them once I got here, but then when they did, I noticed their expiration dates all said 11/25. So I was like, great, I've got plenty of time. I'll just put them in the fridge. And after 19 days of that, I was ready to film part 2, so I pulled them out and noticed that they look kinda gross. The problem is I don't know if that's the normal gross that they're supposed to look like or a slightly grosser gross that means do not eat this. So I consulted their website where I read that they last 2 weeks in the fridge. Perfect, that's plenty of time. And it's already been more than that. So then I started panicking and thinking, should I order more? Well, that's not an option because this was right before Thanksgiving, and if I ordered them then, they wouldn't have shipped in time for the end of the month, my contractual deadline for uploading a video. But this is where their customer service team came in clutch. After several typing bubbles popped up and disappeared and popped up and then disappeared. It was very nerve-wracking. They assured me that the squares have proven to last up to 3 weeks in the fridge as long as they've been properly sealed, which they were. And I was like, that's awesome, thank you so much, but they're kinda yellow, is that bad? And she was like, don't worry, that's our secret sauce. Vivian, I'm gonna choose to trust you on this, but just know, my life is in your hands.
Now, I know these look identical, but believe it or not, one of these plates has real food on it, the other has little squares. Now, just first impression, can you tell which is which?
Rice, broccoli, chicken.
I meant which one is the squares, but it seems like you got, is it the square plate that gave it away?
Square plate for square food.
Circle plate for circle food. What were you planning to do with the big spoon? That's a good idea.
I mean, this does look really cool.
Would you say it looks appetizing though?
Kind of.
Okay, well that's good. Hey, maybe you're the target audience for this.
I'm so tired of food that looks like that.
I know.
I'm excited to try something new.
Maybe the novelty will wear off at some point, but for now, it's just so exciting to have someone take food in such an interesting new direction. Tastes like chicken. Chicken. That's because it is.
It's actually not that bad.
It's very dry. Blind taste test, would you be able to tell the difference between this chicken? Yes.
The texture.
I mean, I like my chicken.
I like that chicken.
Really? Okay.
They look like little rocks.
All right, you ready for the broccoli? Oh, that's nasty. It's definitely wetter than the chicken is. It's like, you bite into it and it sort of like bursts in your mouth.
It doesn't really taste like broccoli.
Well, it's broccoli and spinach.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say.
It smells like broccoli. It's got that signature broccoli stink, but with all the flavor of spinach.
I like the way it jiggles.
It's like rice jello. It's not bad. It doesn't taste like anything, I feel like.
That's the same thing. What a fun way to eat.
Hey, I'm glad you like it.
Coming to work, you bring your 3 little squares.
Yeah, you would be the talk of the office. I'm actually gonna slice this up and fry it and we'll see how it compares. Now we're talking. No matter where I film videos, Bim Bim finds a way to the background. She, in a past life, was a YouTuber or something. Every time, she's licking herself like crazy. Yeah, it's a million times better. The rice is actually pretty good.
I think I liked the rice better before.
Really? That's funny.
Yeah, chicken tastes better.
It has like a crispiness to it now.
It almost reminds me of like...
runnier than I thought it would be.
It tastes like sausage.
It does taste like sausage.
That's what it is.
Yeah, they make chicken sausage, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what this tastes like.
But you don't like sausage.
I don't. Maybe the psychology of it, that I think that it's square chicken, so I like it more. But if you were to just say it was square chicken sausage, I wouldn't like it as much.
If I were to use that as a patty and like a breakfast sandwich and I told you it was sausage, you'd be like, I don't like it, even though it would taste the same.
But if you told me it was square chicken...
yeah, the state-of-the-art, innovative, new food technology, you'd be like, okay.
Yeah, probably.
I actually don't like the sauce. I like it better without the sauce.
What does it look like on a plate?
Well, what they want you to do is prepare the chicken the way that I prepared it, slice it up and put it on the stove, and then put it in like a salad or something as a chicken substitute. This gets crispier than chicken could. Like,
that's why it's almost tofu-y.
yeah, it's got like a different texture. If it was cheaper, I'd be like, this is surprisingly good, but because it's still so expensive, it's like, it's hard to justify getting these squares when I could, it's more work, but if you go to the store and get all this for super cheap and just throw it in the oven, you'll have 5 days worth of food in an hour. It doesn't taste like chicken breast, but chicken breast is also kind of boring and it gets repetitive. So, you know, if you've been on a diet for a while and you're getting tired of this, and you want to venture out into something else that's also low calorie or whatever, like, give it a shot.
I would probably eat this like with other things. I don't think I could just eat this by itself. It looks like what I would imagine as a kid, airplane food. And people would make jokes about airplane food. That's what I would picture as airplane
oh, it must
food.
be like blended cubes of meat. It looks like what 80s movies' idea of what future food would look like. And you know what? I'm proud of you. You tried it. You stepped out of your comfort zone. I stepped out of my comfort zone.
Good game.
Good game.
Well, it just goes to show you should never judge a book by its cover because you never know how it's going to taste. For Channel 6 News, I'm Todd Totter, reporting live. It's kind of a weird thing to put on the news.
Hey guy, welcome back to my channel. This is so weird. I feel like I haven't made a video by myself in like 2 months because I haven't made a video by myself in like 2 months, but I'm so excited to be back here on my own channel making content. So I'm actually in St. Louis, Missouri right now, sitting next to this comically oversized lamp that I can't stop looking at and thinking it looks like a regular lamp grew up into an adult lamp. But that's not what today's video is about, even though that's what you were probably expecting. Today's video is about the Dobre brothers.
Are you joking? Snap out of it.
I've always been kind of fascinated by the Dobre brothers. I made a video about them like a year and a half ago, specifically about their pranks and how weird they are. But today's video is about something else, and a lot of you have probably heard about this already. I know I'm late to this, but I had to talk about this because it's so funny to me. So like myself, Danny, and Curtis, the Dobre brothers are also on tour right now, but I didn't really care much about it until I saw this video that went viral on Twitter of one of their meet and greets.
Hey, hey.
Look at me.
North side, pulling shiny, the other side straight. Heard you was a lame boy, get up out my face. Now my ex keep calling sweater, she be in the way. I'll show you where I lay.
So obviously this went pretty viral because it's like the weirdest thing I've ever seen. It's so awkward and uncomfortable, and I feel so bad for that girl who's so excited to meet the Dobre brothers. Her parents paid a pretty good chunk of money for her to meet them, and they don't say anything. They don't even smile. They just sit there looking dead. And the saddest part is, at the very end, she turns around to like say something to them and then immediately has to apologize. Which is like so shitty that they made her feel like she had to apologize for trying to say something at a meet and greet she paid to go to. They acknowledged the camera at the beginning. So that's what's funny too, is they know that her dad is filming this, presumably going to put it on the internet. That's not enough for them to give a shit about the meet and greet.
Get the fuck out of here.
Now, when you look at their tour pricing breakdown, it looks like they have a few different tiers of meet and greets. This is, I think, the last tier, the lowest tier, where for the cheapest amount of money, you can pay to see them after the show. Rather than before the show. So I guess this is cheaper because they've completely drained their energy by the end of the night. But even still, it's like, oh my God, you can't say hi? I'm pretty sure they're all asleep. I don't think they even have any memory of this. You could have replaced them with cardboard cutouts and they would have been more enthusiastic, I'm pretty sure. Because I assume the cardboard cutouts would at least be smiling. So as I said, this went pretty viral on Twitter. A lot of people were talking about it, and it didn't take long for the Dobres to respond to this. And this has to be one of the best apologies I've ever seen. We just wanted to apologize. After a long 48 hours of restless filming and touring, then meeting thousands of fans with no sleep, we were exhausted by the end of our show. Our true apologies, we are sincerely sorry. How tired do you have to be to sit there like a statue? I understand you're tired. We've been on tour too. We're very exhausted after the shows, even during the day. I'm tired right now. I get it. But people are paying to see you. And for you to sit there and just...
Now my ex
There's a big difference between being tired and then just not giving a shit. And this definitely seems like you just didn't give a shit. It's kind of fun to scroll through the replies and see that there's not really any positive reactions to this. One of the few reactions to this that was positive was a fan saying, "There's no need to apologize. You guys work so hard, it happens that you guys are exhausted," etc. And I saw this because I was scrolling through Lucas's likes and he liked this tweet, which is also so funny to me, to publicly apologize and then like a tweet of someone saying you don't need to apologize. So you completely undid your apology by doing that. But I get it, you know, we've been on tour now. I understand it's not just the shows themselves that are exhausting. It is exhausting to meet a lot of people in a row. To be away from home is hard, to live on a bus. But then I looked into it. When he said 48 hours, he meant 48 hours. They had 2 shows in September. So, like, if they knew they were gonna be this exhausted, they could have taken some extra time off before, or just powered through it knowing they were going home probably that night, if not the next morning. But it's like, you're so tired from working 2 days out of the month. That's insane. But again, I don't want to be too hard on these guys. I totally understand touring is very exhausting, and I would be a hypocrite if I sat here and said that I was perfect, that me, Danny, and Curtis didn't make any mistakes ourselves. But I want to get out in front of this and come clean about something that happened at one of our meet and greets. There's actually a video of it, so I'll just go ahead and play that for you guys now.
North side, pulling shiny, the other side state. Heard you was a lame boy, get up out my face. Now my ex keep calling sweater, she be in the way. When I need a dinner forever, I'll show you where I lay.
We just wanted to apologize. So I posted that video on Twitter with the same caption that Lucas Dobre used for his video. And what was funny about that is that it spread so far outside of our circle of followers that people who have no idea who we are saw it, thinking it was like a sincere apology and real video, and were very upset. My favorite one was this guy. "If you guys ever grabbed me like that, I definitely would have fought back. That shit's not cool and ultimately fucked up. I don't care how tired you are, that's not an excuse." So people saw this video and thought that it was real, that I also voluntarily posted the video. Instead of just posting the apology, I posted the video willingly of us beating up a fan, as if that wouldn't be like the most fucked up thing we could do. But that is pretty badass of him to say that he'd fight back. That's really cool. Now, for a few days, this was the end of it, and I wasn't gonna make a video about this, but the Dobre brothers reached out to the girl from the video and apologized to her, and so I had to also bring that up because this is just as great.
And you know, we just wanted to kind of talk about stuff and just tell you how grateful we are that you support us and you came out of your way to come to our show and just be there for us. Yeah, and we want to apologize if you didn't have the experience that you wanted. We really do apologize.
It's okay.
It sounds so insincere because of how monotone they are. It sounds like they're being held hostage, and if they don't apologize to this girl, then their captor is not gonna let them out.
We're glad you had a lot of fun.
I mean, it's great that they reached out to this girl and apologized to her, but also, if they were like that to her, then wouldn't they have been like that to every fan they met? I mean, did they just suddenly start sulking when that girl came by? Then it's almost malicious. It's like it was targeted at that girl. But I assume they did that all night. This was just the only one that got posted on the internet, so maybe they should apologize to everyone who was there. Or are all their meet and greets like this? Maybe they need to apologize to every fan they've ever met. Which also, by the way, they said they met thousands of fans, and I looked up the 2 theaters that they performed in September, and the total capacity for those is 2,800, which only a fraction of those are gonna be meet and greet tickets. You don't meet every single one of your fans that comes to a show, so I would guess maybe they met like 400 fans. I know it's a nitpicky thing, but like, don't lie in your apology. Even though they apologized, that's great. It's still like, you should never be so complacent that you think you can just sit there in a meet and greet and not feel guilty that you charged so much money for that. Because even if you're tired, you can fake it. You can put on a smile, or you can also be re-energized from seeing your fans. Your fans are really excited to see you, and that should put a smile on your face. You should be excited to do that. And if you're not excited to do that, then why are you doing meet and greets? Why are you in this line of work? Such a weird saga of events. It's a type of thing that could only happen to them. I couldn't imagine literally any other influencer having this kind of video be released. But that's pretty much all I wanted to say about this. I know this was a pretty short video compared to some of my others, but I just wanted to talk about this. By the time I post this, it will be over, but tonight, for me, while I'm physically here recording this, tonight is our last show in Missouri. We did 31. I just want to thank you guys so much. Thank you to everyone who came out and saw our shows, who supported us, who bought meet and greet tickets, who sent us nice tweets after the shows saying they had a great time. We're so grateful for you guys. This was a very scary thing to do this. I was for months overanalyzing things and thinking everyone was going to hate it, but the reception was incredible, and we're so excited to have gotten to do this and also to try to do this again, to write an even funnier show and also visit cities we didn't get to see this time. So even if you guys couldn't make it to the show but you wanted to, thank you for your support. That being said, I have eaten takeout every single day for the past 7 weeks, and I am so excited to go home and cook my own meals again. I can't tell you how happy I am to be back home. I've got a bunch of videos I want to make the next few months, and I can't wait to get started, but first I'm gonna go sleep for 4 days. Okay, thanks for watching, bye. Hey guys, welcome back to the darkest room in the world. We did it! We made it to the end of the year, baby! Tomorrow is January 1st, 2021, which means all of our problems will go away and life will return to normal. Needless to say, this year has been bad. I started it off by saying this. 2020 is off to a bit of an underwhelming start, but that means there's nowhere to go but up. And I'll be the first to admit that I was wrong. But in the spirit of the year coming to an end, I wanted to take a page out of Nathan Zed's playbook and choose something to leave behind as we head into 2021. And just when I had that thought, YouTube recommended to me the video, I Lost My Memory prank on my mom.
I'm gonna be telling my mom I lost my memory. Ah, it's a prank!
Right away, I was intrigued by this because not only is the video designated as being made for kids, which you can tell because the comments are turned off, but it's also age restricted. Pretty rare combination. You don't usually see videos that are made exclusively for children over the age of 18. I also realized that these are people I made a video about like 3 years ago because of the mom's Instagram comedy, and I'm glad to see that they have evolved into a fully fledged family vlogging channel with 11 million subscribers.
Sup, Royalty fam? How you doing?
Hi, why is there a school bus right behind us?
I don't know.
Maybe because I picked you up from school and we're out of school?
Yeah.
And schools usually have school buses?
Yeah.
Duh!
Good start. Let me just roast my son on camera because I asked him a stupid question.
If you have not hit the subscribe button,
then what are you doing in your life?
He's right. What am I doing in my life? That's better.
Give this video a big what?
Big like.
For sure, yeah, I got you.
Are you guys ready? If so, give this video a big thumbs up.
Okay, well, I already did, but I always do as I'm told.
Before we call her, don't forget to subscribe and hit the like button.
Okay. And now the video is gonna start.
Yeah, guys, gotta give this video a big thumbs up because we're taking a big risk.
All right.
Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Let's go.
Well, that was a lot of work to end up right back where I started.
He's gotta make it look believable that he hurt himself. So he's gotta wrap himself up, maybe wear a sling on his arm, maybe some crutches. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. We'll do whatever it takes to make Andrea believe that it's true.
You hear that? They're gonna do whatever it takes. No holding back. Let's see what that entails. Nice. So they've got a neck brace that isn't really bracing anything because it goes up to his nose. And I really like the bandages wrapped around his forehead that have no blood on them. Must be a preventative measure. You see all these band-aids on my arm? I didn't actually cut myself. I'm wearing them just in case I start bleeding. You can never be too careful.
Do you remember this dog?
What is this?
It's a dog.
This kid's so funny. This is what happens when parents come up with an idea for a video that forces the child to have to act.
Look at me. Who am I? A person?
A person? You are a person.
She's still pretty upset though, which is fair because her son doesn't know who she is and they're being super vague about the whole thing.
You look like something bad happened.
But then when they finally tell her at the end that it was a prank.
It's a prank!
It's a prank! He's not her!
You can see that she's been crying and it just feels kind of weird.
Got it!
Luckily for her, this is all part of a prank war, which means she gets an opportunity to prank them back. What devious idea does she come up with? How about the same exact prank 1 week later?
I don't know who you are.
How hard did you fall?
I feel hard.
Brilliant.
Fainting right now.
Baby, no. Baby, wake up. No, baby, wake up. Babe. Mi amor!
Oh my god. She died, I guess. R.I.P.
Oh my, baby, don't go around with things like that. There's certain things that you shouldn't do. I really got scared for you.
Babe, you can't joke about these kind of things. Only I can do this prank last week. You can't do this prank this week.
No, that was a misunderstanding. I apologize. No, we have no emergency. Baby, I called 911 and I hung up.
Oh my
They
God.
called me back so worried.
Oh good, I'm glad they actually called 911 and wasted their time.
We got you.
Now here's the thing, I thought we had kind of moved on from pranks. I thought after all the commentary videos about pranksters and, you know, the algorithm shift over time that these were all a thing of the past. But that is very much not true. 8 million views, 10 million views, 22 million views on a memory loss prank. Well, now I gotta watch that one.
Sure, you can tell by the thumbnail and the title, I am doing a prank, and it's a very trendy prank. I lost my memory.
Speaking of, why do we even do intros? I mean, just through the title, just through the freaking thumbnail.
I know, but I just want to like introduce them and make them feel like a family. So we are at this medical supply store to get a wheelchair to make this thing more realistic.
For me, this is probably the worst part of these videos, is when they go to a medical supply store to buy a wheelchair, and the employees are probably so confused. This girl was walking around just fine a second ago, but then she asks you to hold the door for her so she can film herself getting pushed out in the wheelchair, which she then gets out of so she can help put it in the car. They did a montage of her in the wheelchair. What do you think they do with the wheelchair when they're done? They just keep it? There's a chance that maybe they donated it or something, but wheelchairs are expensive, so you know they went and asked for their money back. So you're returning this because I don't need it anymore? Did your legs get better? Yes. Christmas miracle? Wait, aren't you the girl who was doing jumping jacks outside? Yeah, that was me.
That's the story that we're going for. Frank tripped me while I was going down the stairs and I fell all the way down the stairs and I broke my leg, my arm, and I lost my memory.
Also, I feel kind of bad for the dog because every time they film, the mom is just in the corner like shaking him around, making him talk. It's always like the villain too. He's pushing someone down the stairs or hitting on people's moms.
Kids, if you're watching this, I'm gonna get your mama's number, and sorry, but your parents are probably gonna get divorced.
Well, it's time to call the friend and give her the bad news.
Piper hit her head so hard that she doesn't remember literally anything. Okay, so he's not making any sense right now.
Sophie, it's okay. Just talk to her. It's okay.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
We faked a brain injury and made a little girl cry. Then we made enough money off it to buy a Tesla.
This is all fake, Sophie. Sophie, you totally fell for it. I would have been, if she did this to me, I would have been a little bit skeptical.
I guess I'm like way smarter than you.
Yeah, gullible.
I guess you're just kind of really young, and I'm a grown-up.
But the wheelchair you like play with.
Sophie, we rented it.
And like, what is this? Don't you have to go to the hospital for that? No. We also got it at the store. We got the wheelchair, dude.
So he's not making any sense right now.
Yeah, Sophie, ever heard of the wheelchair store? What are you, a child? Time to prank the boyfriend now.
Gavin, it's not a prank.
It's a prank.
And he is not happy about it.
Remember, like, oh my god, remember our song? I've been Christ.
Oh. Okay. They have a song. I'm not gonna Google it. I don't need to know what the song sounds like.
How about I take you out for a ride? Piper, do you remember? I don't remember this.
Fuck! I wrote that song for you!
You just wasted about 12, 13, 14, 15 minutes of your life.
You sneaky dog. The real prank was on the viewer this whole time. It's crazy to me how many people make the same video with the same title and the same thumbnail and they all get views. You think they shoot these thumbnails before the prank? Or did they stop like halfway through to do it?
Ow, it hurts!
Oh my god, are you okay?
Oh man. Oh no. Ow, my memory.
Don't worry, I'm gonna call the doctors. Wait, don't you mean the doctor?
No, the talk show.
They'll know what to do. Mondays on CBS. I love the Dobre brother video where one of them does the memory prank on the other one and they find him in a see-through hospital gown just standing out in the snow and he doesn't recognize his own twin.
What's going on? Just come in the car. Who are you?
And why do you look just like me? I think my brain injury has caused me to forget the concept of twins. Also, I guess the hospital just let him leave, but they didn't give him his clothes back.
It's in the he left.
Sure, we'll let you have that robe, but we get to keep your pants.
We're gonna get you some clothes in. Come on, it's getting cold. It's in the winter.
You're cold, Marcus. Just come in the car. Where are we going? We're going home.
We're going to where you live and where you're home at.
Yeah, I think that's how you communicate with someone who's lost their memory. You just kind of talk to them like a caveman until they remember who they are.
Dude, what's going on?
Mom?
Then they FaceTime their mom and she tries to jog his memory. You can tell he's looking around, like not sure what he's supposed to say. I know that is my mom, but I think I'm supposed to have amnesia right now, so maybe I pretend I don't know her?
Hey, Mom.
Or not.
I don't think he remembers.
Oh, no, he does. He just said hi. Do you have amnesia? I love the varying degrees to which Marcus committed to this role. He's all over the place. First, they tell him to put on this hoodie and he just kind of throws it over his shoulder. What is this thing? Then he doesn't recognize their house, but is like, whoa, cool cars. Then he forgets his name again and acts like he's never heard of YouTube.
What is all this? Oh, these are YouTube flags. We have 14 million subscribers on YouTube. What's YouTube?
YouTube is your passion. It's what you do.
Yeah.
It's what we do. It's our job.
We like it. It's our favorite thing.
And 1 million subscribers here.
What are subscribers? Basically, people subscribe to your channel and watch us.
Yeah, so they view what what we post.
We get millions of views every day.
Yeah, a lot of people like to watch you.
Okay, maybe tone it down a bit, Marcus. This isn't your first day on Earth.
Go use the restroom, okay? Don't worry. How does he not remember how to use this?
Oh, come on. He doesn't remember little car? YouTube, I understand, but this is his little car.
Who am I?
Dad.
Yeah, that's your dad. That's your dad.
My dad.
Okay.
No, I don't recognize Dad. I only know my mom and how to go to the bathroom.
Do you remember me at all? What we did when you were a child? What places we went? And what things I bought for you?
Not really.
So I bought you all those presents for nothing? Man, I could have saved so much money. This is getting really scary. I hope his memory comes back soon.
One of your YouTube videos. Let's put a YouTube video.
Look, that's you. 15 million, baby, let's go.
Let's go. That's what you do.
That's you acting like yourself.
Dad? Me?
Yeah, buddy, that's you.
Wow. Ew, I did that? Yeah, that's you acting like yourself.
That's you being yourself right there.
Gross. I did that?
All the time.
Honestly, I think you did it a little too much.
Oh, it's all coming back to me now. I make fart noise.
Yeah, you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's you.
And I stick out tongue. Stick out tongue. That's me. Guys, I remember.
See, you're just doing what you do.
Oh, that's such a heartwarming tale. And also a huge missed opportunity. That dude forgot everything. He was a blank slate. They could have molded him into any person they want. They could have put on a video of a firefighter or Mr. Rogers. And instead they just turn him back into Marcus Dobre. What a shame. So one of the newest trends right now is I went missing pranks. You know that thing of like when a kid goes missing and then the family never finds him and it's a horrible tragedy? We did it as a prank. This first came to my attention when I saw this video was #1 on trending. Truly the most important video on YouTube. Basically, she just like leaves clues for her friends and they run around in circles for a day. They could have just called it 24-hour scavenger hunt and it would have been the same exact video, but instead they did this. Not too crazy about people using trauma for clickbait, but glad to see YouTube's promoting only the best content. And of course, where there's a trend, there's a Dobre, because yeah, they did this one too. And they went all out. See, Marcus starts off like, wait a minute, where did your girlfriends go? And they're like, I don't know. Meanwhile, the girlfriends are hiding in their car in the driveway. So then everyone runs around looking for them for like 10 minutes until they get bored and give up.
There's no point, bro. Forget it, like whatever. Who cares? Let's just let them do their thing. They're probably like, I don't know, maybe they're getting their nails done or something.
Yeah, that's what girls do, right? They got like fingernails or whatever. And then they come back home and their girlfriends are waiting for them there. I'm just glad everyone's okay. It's pretty scary not to see your girlfriend for 13 minutes? But I guess I would prefer a pointless video over what all the other YouTubers who try this end up doing. It just gets really heated every time and they all yell at each other.
Just shut up! Hey, we did not talk her into this. What are you laughing about?
And someone always cries. And the description's like, man, this is really emotional. Maybe I took it too far. Whoopsies. I mean, they say they took it too far, but that's also what they use to get people to click on the video. Emotional reaction. She cried. You suck. I also love that clearly none of these people have ever seen a missing person poster before because all of these pictures look like mugshots. Missing prank on boyfriend. He went to jail? Oh, look who else did it. It's JD Vlogs, my favorite. Now this is a couple channel, which of course means they both did it. After all, revenge is a dish best served by doing the same thing twice.
I feel bad. I feel like a bad boyfriend right now. I'm sorry. Am I a bad boyfriend? Or a really good vlogger.
Yep, and that's all that matters. Emotional torment? Nah, who cares? Cause we got merch. Maybe you guys remember, maybe you don't. I made a video about these guys like a year and a half ago, specifically about their joining the army prank. Now, one of the things I said in this video was that prank channels are kind of dying out. And JD Vlogs is a perfect example of why I was wrong. I think they had like 500,000 subs at the time, and now they're close to 3 million. I gotta say though, there are not many more things on this world that make me more uncomfortable than scrolling through their video tab. Everything is either hypersexualized or has these weird abusive undertones. Being mean to her in front of her family.
Seriously, get out of my way. What are you doing?
Being mean to her and then giving her an iPhone.
Aww.
And I know a lot of this is fake. I know they play it up for the camera. I'm sure their relationship is fine. But still maybe don't turn this into content. You make it seem like it's okay to treat your girlfriend badly as long as you buy her a gift and make up for it. Maybe don't make abuse seem like a normal thing in front of your very young audience. A ton of whom, I imagine, are 12-year-old boys who just can't resist clicking on these stupid thumbnails. If you say, I love you, you have to remove a layer. I love you. Oh, you said it. You gotta take off your top now. Babe, stop. Oh, you said it again. You gotta show your boobs again. Babe, look at my boobs and touch my friend's butt. And now touch my butt. And now I'm naked again. 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 And now I'm flashing his little brother. Surprisingly enough, these guys actually just announced while I was writing this video that they're going on a break. They talk about taking some time to reflect. It seems like the lines have started to blur between like what's their real relationship and what's just content. So a break from the channel only makes sense. And honestly, I can respect that. I think that's a very mature decision. And what's that? They posted a prank the very next day? Holy fucking shit. Oh, never change, YouTube. Never change. Oh, you did it. You watched until the end of the video. Thank you so much. As a reward, here's a countdown of my top 5 funniest pranks. Number 3. Place a call to the local pizza place and insist on ordering for Chinese food. When they say they don't serve the cuisine, throw a tantrum and tell them why they should cater to customer needs. Number 3. Call up a random number and as soon as a person picks up the phone, ask him or her, where do babies come from? This can be a brilliant prank to play on someone if you are aiming at embarrassing them. Number 1. Gold Digger Prank Part 6. Be sure to annihilate that subscribe button, otherwise I will start crying.